The demon fox shot 2 beams of light in its eyes, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the blood-colored villain. It was incredibly fast, and there was no room for Zhou Wen to react at all. Zhou Wen used the ghost step subconsciously, almost flashing to the side by himself, but the white shadow of poison did not respond so quickly. After being hit by the beam, it directly decomposed and disappeared. What a terrifying power! Zhou Wen was startled, but saw that the eyes of the demon fox kept shooting out, and beams of light kept hitting the blood-colored villain. Zhou Wen is the best at movement, but under the gaze of this speed, after dodging a few times, he feels a little powerless. But the beam seemed to have no substance. Ba Jian's sword light passed through the beam directly, and the beam also shone on Zhou Wen and Ba Jian. Zhou Wen only saw that Ba Jian and the blood-colored villain were decomposed into light spots together, and then the game screen went black. I am afraid that the eyes of the demon fox are about to reach the true speed of light. How can it be avoided? Zhou Wen was a little helpless. In the face of absolute speed, no matter how good his movement was, it would be difficult to avoid it. It seems that this road doesn't work. I can't walk in the river, and I have to pass the demon fox in the air. I can't provoke any of them. Zhou Wen found that he could not enter Lutai. Is there any way to get in? Zhou Wen suddenly thought that he was looking at the stone wall in Lutai before, and simulated a vitality art called the bloodline of the demon god. I don't know if it is useful. He was reborn from a drop of blood and entered Cheesy Mountain again. This time Zhou Wen didn't take so many weapons. It was useless to take them anyway. He simply didn't take anything. Blood Vessel Catalog. After finishing, Zhou Wen hesitated for a while and finally chose to jump into the river. After all, this is a one-time journey. If you go from other places, I don't know what will go wrong. If the bloodline catalog of the demon god is really useful, then you can directly reach the place where the mythical companion eggs are placed. Like the last time, the blood-colored little man didn't swim very far, and those strange blood-colored tentacles appeared under the river, but this time the blood-colored tentacles did not pull him into the water, but just danced in the water, like swaying water plants. The bloodline catalog of the demon god is really useful? Zhou Wen was overjoyed, separated his tentacles, and continued to swim forward, and came to the site of Lutai in a short time. An unexpected thing happened. Zhou Wen searched on the left side of Lutai for a long time but did not find the hole he entered before. No? There isn't that hole in the game? Zhou Wen searched back and forth a few times, and was sure there was nothing wrong. There really wasn't a hole there. Forced to be helpless, Zhou Wen could only swim to the front of Lutai again, and climbed up from the stone steps like a ladder. The base of Lutai has a total of 3 floors, which are arranged like a pyramid. Further up is the ancient building, which also has 3 floors. Zhou Wen passed by underwater before. According to his estimation, his position after entering should be within the bottom pedestal. If you walk from the stone steps, there is no portal on the 3rd floor of the base. You can only walk up the steps and directly reach the gate of the ancient building. Controlling the blood color carefully, he walked up the steps in an uneasy mood. Although he said that he had the bloodline catalog of the demon god to protect his body, he was just getting started with this thing, and he didn't even condense his fate. When Zhou Wen walked to the base platform on the bottom floor, he suddenly saw the immortal mist spewing from the platform, turning into many fairies and immortals, and all turned their attention to the blood-colored villains. Zhou sighed in his heart. He saw that these fairies were very beautiful, but they had an indescribable, seductive state. He thought of the legend that the enchantress had recruited some fairies who could change and pretended to be fairies. Come to Lutai to drink with the tyrant. Although they are just some fairies, they are all characters in myths and legends after all, and they may also have myth-level strength. The fairies looked at the blood-colored villain, and after staring at him a few times, they stopped looking at him, one by one, holding jugs, glasses, etc., drank wine on their own, and the fairies danced while drinking, but the dance postures were full of gaudy routines. This demon god's bloodline catalog is so useful. So I can enter and leave the dimensional realm at will in the future, without worrying about being attacked. Zhou thought in his heart, but he didn't stop, and continued to go up the steps. Go. When we reached the second-floor base platform, I saw many fairies and fairies again. Those fairies and fairies were similar to those on each floor. They just looked at the blood-colored villain for a moment and ignored him. Zhou walked all the way up and reached the third-floor platform, which is the one where the ancient buildings were located, and saw some fairies and immortals, but the result was still the same, and no one paid any attention to him. Zhou manipulated the blood-colored villain to walk towards the gate of the ancient building, but the gate was open. He glanced inside and found that 6 fairies were drinking and having fun inside, but they were different from the fairies outside. On both sides of the hall, there is a low table in front of each person, not only wine, but also various fruits and delicacies on the table. The blood-colored villain had just walked into the hall, and a fairy sitting near the gate looked at him, only glanced at him, his face changed suddenly, and he raised his hand to shoot a colorful beam. No, it was discovered. Zhou flashed back and retreated, but the colorful beam was chasing after him, as if he had life, drawing an arc in the air and chasing after him like a rainbow. Zhou changed his movements continuously and avoided several times, but he was still caught up by the colorful beam. In desperation, he had to draw his sword and slashed towards the colorful beam. Bang! The Ba Jian slashed on the colorful beam, and the colorful beam was smashed by the Ba Jian, but the blood-colored villain's body was also shaken and flew out and rolled directly down the stone steps. As a result, the previous cover-up was useless, and the fairies on the platform rushed towards the blood-colored villain one by one. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Zhou did not hide it at the moment. He switched back to the Book of Immortals, took out the banana fan, and faced the fairies who rushed up. Bang! I saw the immortals flying in the sky, and they were fanned and flew out, either hitting the wall or falling to the ground. They vomited blood, and they didn't seem to be seriously injured. Some of them showed their real bodies directly. Foxes, night owls, chickens, and the like. It turns out that these guys are not mythical. Zhou was determined, and the banana fan in his hand continued to fan the fake fairies and immortals. Incite them to fly everywhere, and some of them are directly killed on the Lutai. Kill the epic creature Tomb Fox and discover the dimensional crystal. Kill the three-eyed cat demon, an epic creature, and discover the dimensional crystal. Kill the epic creature Tomb Fox. The banana fan is combined with the Slayer's infinite vitality, and its large-scale lethality is almost invincible. After a few fans, many fake fairies and immortals were directly killed by him. Zhou saw the dimensional crystals they exploded, and was about to pick it up, but he saw a colorful beam of light flying from top to bottom, and it was the fairy sitting at the bottom of the hall chasing it. Zhou Wen wrote a note of the Tian wind to the fairy, and with a wave of the fairy's jade hand, a colorful beam of light greeted the Tian wind, which even led the Tian wind to the side. Zhou Wen immediately knew that this fairy was only a real mythical rank. Although the Tian wind was strong, it was not yet mythical rank after all, so she would definitely suffer from mythical creatures. When Zhou Wen turned around and ran to the steps below, the fairy chased after him. The colored light in his hands bloomed and turned into colorful beams. It seemed like 10,000 rays of light shrouded the blood-colored villain. Those colored rays seemed to have life, no matter what Zhou Wen did. Dodge and they'll all chase after you. Zhou Wen saw that the colorful light came from all directions, and there was no room for dodging at all. He gritted his teeth and switched to the ancient emperor's scripture. At the same time, he used the real body of the demon dragon, and with his powerful physique, he toughened the colorful rays of light that filled the sky. Bang! The colorful rays of light fell on Zhou Wen, which only made Zhou Wen feel like a hammering pain, but the colorful rays of light were not able to tear the scales on the blood-colored villain, but were all shattered. What a powerful demon dragon! Zhou Wen was overjoyed and rushed towards the fairy like a beast. The fairy's body changed, leaving behind phantoms, and at the same time, the hands constantly released colorful rays of light. Although the demon dragon was not afraid of the colorful rays of light, it was repelled every time and could never get close to her. Seeing that the time passed every second, and the demon dragon's real body was running out of time, Zhou Wen turned his head and ran down. The fairy chased after him and kept attacking Zhou Wen, but after Zhou Wen left the third floor and returned to the second floor of the pedestal, she stopped chasing after him and returned directly to the ancient building. The fake fairy on the second floor rushed up. Although Zhou Wen's demon dragon body was gone, and his vitality was gone, he was not afraid of them, and switched back to the Slayer, and his vitality was restored to full value immediately. Ba Jian cooperated with the flying immortals outside the sky to kill the fairies and immortals who rushed up one by one. Zhou Wen found that no matter how he killed on the second floor, the dimensional creatures in the palace did not come out again. The palace can't be entered. It's not bad to brush these epic creatures. Zhou Wen summoned the little tiger, killed the fairies on the second and first floors, and exploded some dimensional crystals. And even exploded a crystal of vitality skills. Zhou Wen didn't go to the third floor again, but he couldn't deal with a female goblin in the hall. There were still 5 there, and it was useless to go up now. Is Lord Emperor one of the 6 fairies in the hall? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Zhou Wen hid in the cave, constantly spawning monsters, the goblins on Lu Tai, who pretended to be fairies. Although they were not very good, the dimensional crystals that burst out were pretty good. And high-level dimensional crystals often burst out. This opportunity to improve their attributes are up. The Tyrant Beeman has successfully evolved and has been promoted to the epic level. After brushing for 2 days, Zhou Wen suddenly saw a line of prompts pop up in the game and couldn't help but be ecstatic. It's finally here. Zhou Wen hurriedly opened the companion pet column. Among the epic companion pets, the name of the Tyrant Beeman was indeed added. In the game, the Tyrant Beeman was summoned, and I saw a majestic black monster appearing in the game screen. I couldn't see how big it was in the game, but when I compared it with the bloody villain, I found that the bloody villain only has it. The slap is big, this guy is like a hill. This guy doesn't know how much he will eat in the future, can he really afford it? Zhou was secretly worried. Looking at the current attributes of the Tyrant Beeman, Zhou immediately put his worries behind him. Tyrant Beeman, epic, evolvable, fate. Infinite power. Destiny, crown of violent strength, 41. Speed, 41. Physical fitness, 41. Vitality, 41. Talent skill, Swallow Mountain. Associated state, gloves. It's finally epic, it's time to act. Zhou turned off his mobile phone, came out of the cave, and sneaked in the direction of the Valley of No Cry while taking advantage of the darkness. It's a pity that Yake's companion egg has not yet grown, otherwise, using Yake's shadow escape ability, he should be able to enter the Valley of No Crying quietly. Now, Zhou can only force his way in. Fortunately, the Supervision Bureau did not put the focus of defense here, and it is not difficult to break in. The mysterious power that makes people cry in the Valley of No Crying is the best defensive barrier. Zhou put on the mutant stone. Scorpion armor, wrapped his whole body in it, and did not show his face. The people from the Supervision Bureau saw a figure rushing towards them, and they didn't have time to react. They saw the figure flashed past the checkpoint and disappeared into the Valley of No Cry, almost thinking they were dazzled. It seems like something rushed in. Just now? An inspector looked at the other inspector and asked uncertainly. It seems so, I didn't see it clearly. Another inspector was not quite sure. Then shall we report it? Look at the surveillance first. The two called out. The monitoring, and after slowing it down many times, it was clear that a man in stone armor rushed into the Valley of No Crying. Go and report to the inspector. The two hurriedly sent someone into the Valley of No Crying to report to Kaijin. After Zhou rushed into the valley, the listening earrings on his ears suddenly warmed slightly, and at the same time a burst of vitality poured into his body from his eyes, so that he was not surprised, but happy. It shouldn't be considered dangerous. Looking around, he flew away in one direction. Because no one reached the Yuanjing mine alive, Zhou didn't know the exact location of the Yuanjing mine, so he could only look for it in the valley. There are bamboo forests everywhere in the big valley. After the wind blows through the bamboo forests, the sound of swishing sounds very strange. Although it looks small from the outside, after it has become a different dimensional field, the space in the valley is very large. Among the boundless bamboo forests, Zhou quickly ran wild, looking for the possible location of Yuanjing mine. As he ran deeper into the valley, Zhou felt more vitality pouring into his eyes. Obviously, the mysterious power was gradually strengthening, but for the listening earrings, the mysterious power turned into a help, allowing Zhou to use other during the vitality art. Vitality can also be replenished. Add bookmarks for easy reading. There is interference in the Valley of No Crying, and all kinds of instruments can't work properly. Zhou Wendao is not worried that there are cameras or the like here, but he still needs to pay attention to some things. Like companion pets. Some people like to use some companion pets such as bugs and mosquitoes for detection purposes, which are more difficult to guard against than electronic devices, because few people can notice them, and in the dimensional field, they are also very useful. Zhou has been using the listening earrings to pay attention to every move in the nearby range, to ensure that any dimensional creatures can be found at the first time. Suddenly, Zhou felt the existence of a different dimensional creature. It was a cyan bamboo leaf snake. It was lying on the bamboo joint. The color was the same as the bamboo leaf, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find its existence. However, the listening earring discovered its existence from a distance. Zhou didn't know whether the bamboo leaf snake was a dimensional creature that existed in the Valley of No Cry, or someone put it here. No matter which one it was, Zhou didn't plan to alarm it. He went around to the other side, and continued toward the depths of the bamboo forest at a distance that it couldn't find. Along the way, Zhou discovered a lot of dimensional creatures, and avoided them one by one without disturbing any of them. He vaguely felt that the direction he was looking for should be right. As he moved forward, more and more dimensional creatures appeared, including a bamboo leaf snake, a mantis like a dead leaf, and a frog hidden in the fallen leaves. These companion pets are obviously not very powerful, but their distribution is very regular. No matter which direction people go, it is difficult to avoid their sight. In order to circumvent those dimensional creatures, Zhou wasted a lot of time on the road. After he passed through the bamboo forest, he saw a bunker-like building in front of the mountain wall. At first glance, the building was artificially constructed. You don't need to think about it to know that the 10 possessions is the entrance to the Yuanjing mine. However, there is only one door there, not even a window. It is completely sealed. If you want to rush in, unless you open the door and have a head-on conflict with the people of the Supervision Bureau. This is the economic lifeline of the Supervision Bureau. It is guarded by Kaijin, one of the 4 major superintendents. According to Ensheng, Kaijin's strength should not be weaker than that of Ak. Coupled with the help of other epic-level powerhouses, and they have a convenient location, Zhou didn't think it was a good idea to force his way in. After observing the surrounding terrain, Zhou dived toward the other side of the valley, found a low depression in the valley, and summoned the Tyrant Beamon. The epic Tyrant Beamon is more than 10 meters high, like a black hill. If you look at it in reality, it feels more majestic and terrifying. It feels like a fist goes down, and even the mountain can be pierced. Tyrant, can you make a hole diagonally downwards from here, probably leading in that direction? Be careful not to make too much noise. Zhou pointed to the direction of the mine. The Tyrant Beamon can even swallow the extremely hard Yuanjing ore directly. These ordinary rocks should not be a problem for him. After the Tyrant Beamon listened to the order, he acted. I saw it lay down on the ground, and the 2 horns on the top of its head actually spun like a huge drill, directly drilling the rocks and soil, breaking open a big hole. Zhou watched the mud splash out, and quickly climbed in behind the Tyrant Beamon. The Tyrant Beamon was simply a super driller, which violently drilled through rocks and kept advancing underground. It's just because there is no place for the excavated gravel and soil to be discharged, and the back of the channel is blocked again, and there is always only a little more space than the Tyrant Beamon. The place Zhou selected was more than 1,000 meters away from the entrance of the crystal-free mine. Originally, Zhou was worried that it would take too long for the Tyrant Beamon to drill. But he obviously underestimated the strength of the Tyrant Beamon. This is the guy who is known as the Eclipse of 1,000 Mountains. Although he has not been promoted to mythology and can't eat a mountain, it is not difficult to drill a hole in the mountain. Following the Tyrant Beamon, he continued to drill underground. After more than an hour, Zhou estimated that he should have almost reached the bottom of the mine. However, no crystal ore appeared. Strange, why haven't I seen Yuanjing mine yet? It stands to reason that if there are mines here, Yuanjing ore should be able to be seen nearby. Why is there nothing? Zhou felt strange in his heart. Click. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard the sound of cracking rocks coming from the top of his head. Looking down, there were several cracks in the rock on the top of the passage opened by the tyrant beeman. And there was a faint light passing through it. And the tyrant beeman didn't know why, but he didn't go forward when he got here, looking up at the crack in the rock. Hey! Could it be that the tyrant beeman hit the slanted down too deep and missed the mining area? Zhou stopped the tyrant beeman. He stood on the tyrant beeman and looked inside the crack. Only the inside there are lights, but only the ceiling can be seen. The power of listening to the truth unfolded, and Zhou Wen's mind suddenly presented a huge warehouse with many metal boxes placed in rows. The entire warehouse generally has a large space, perhaps thousands of square meters, and the metal boxes placed in it are also row after row, and the number is very large. Here, shouldn't it be the warehouse where they store Yuanjing mine? Zhou Wen moved in his heart and used his listening ability to observe carefully, and soon found that there were quite a few mini companion pets hidden in that warehouse. Among them, a companion pet in the shape of a cricket was staring at the crack and seemed to notice it. Zhou Wen knew that they couldn't be alerted, otherwise Kai Jin and other people from the Supervision Bureau would be alerted immediately, and he thought about summoning some bloodworms. These bloodworms were obtained from the Zhuolu battlefield. They were even smaller than a hair. A few of them were hard to spot with the naked eye. Let those bloodworms crawl into the warehouse, carefully approach the companion pet in the warehouse, and then let them get into the body of the companion pet. Those companion pets were ordered by their masters to stay there motionless, which facilitated Zhou Wen's actions. Bloodworms crawled into their bodies and immediately affected their nerves. Although they would not die for a while, they had already changed. Dementia. When Zhou Wen no longer hesitated, he let the tyrant beeman drill a big hole, directly, and one person and one pet climbed into the warehouse. Zhou Wen raised his knife and dropped the knife, cut off the lock of a metal box, lifted the lid, and a dazzling brilliance suddenly appeared in the box, and the box was full of yuan spar. There are thousands of metal boxes in this warehouse, right? If all the crystals are stored in it. Zhou Wen couldn't imagine it, and Beeman, the tyrant, was already staring at the box. Zhou Wen opened. Primordial spar is drooling. Eat, let go, and eat as much as you can. Zhou Wen gave an order to the tyrant Beeman. The tyrant Beeman snorted and swallowed the box of yuan spar that Zhou Wen had opened together with the box in one mouthful. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it directly. Next, the tyrant Beeman didn't even look at it. He opened his mouth and bit the metal boxes into his mouth. He chewed them in 2 bites. Its bite force is so amazing. Eating metal and spar is like eating jelly beans. Same. Zhou Wen was not idle either. He opened a few boxes and looked at them. When he saw that they were full of yuan spar, he put them directly into his chaos beads, and put them inside one box after another. These are all money. Zhou Wen is used to being poor. Where have he seen so many valuable things? He just moved them into the chaos pearl. It's not that he hasn't seen good things, but those good things are all in the game. And no amount of good things can be taken out. These yuan spar are really good things that can be used in the real world. Even if they are sold, it can be sold for a good price, and if you need any companion eggs or crystals of vitality skills, you don't need to waste time to farm. Brother is rich now, just take the money to buy it. Before Zhou Wen didn't know that so many primordial crystals were stored here, he thought that he had to let the tyrant Beeman go to mine. Who knew that they had already dug them, and boxes were placed here. Knowing this was the case earlier, Zhou had come along time ago, and waiting for the tyrant demon to evolve, he would be able to empty this place himself. The tyrant demon is eating box after box, and Zhou is moving box after box into his chaotic space. 1 person and 1 favor are in full swing. At this time, Zhou suddenly thought of the famous saying of a great man, the working people are the most glorious. Zhou didn't know how many boxes he packed into the chaos orbs. Anyway, except for the ones he moved in, the rest were swallowed up by the tyrant demon. This guy's stomach didn't know what it was made of, and he ate nearly 1,000 boxes. The primordial spar. Even though it didn't see its belly bulging at all. Seeing the tyrant demon looking at him with an unfinished look, Zhou subconsciously clenched his chaos orb, then turned his eyes and said to the tyrant demon, "This is the Yuanjing mine, and there must be many Yuanjing mines that have not been mined outside. Let's go out to eat. You can eat as much as you want." The tyrant demon seemed to understand Zhou meaning. His eyes were bright like light bulbs, and he slammed into the ground with a bluff. "No matter how excited you are, you can't bump your head? Foodies are really mindless," Zhou thought. But who knew that the tyrant demon smashed the floor of the warehouse with one head, the horns above his head spun, opened a big hole in the rock, and drilled down again. Zhou hurriedly followed it. The tyrant demon drilled for a while, suddenly opened his mouth wide, and even ate the rock directly. Only then did Zhou realize that Yuanjing ore had begun to appear in the surrounding rocks, and the stars were like sparkling stars. Same. Zhou had never seen the tyrant demon use his mountain swallowing skill when he was fighting, but now he really saw it. It turned out that his skills were not used for fighting at all, but for eating. The tyrant demon's mouth is like a black hole. Swallowing the rock mixed with Yuanjing ore, it is like a small black hole. Zhou took so many Yuanjing stones, he was already satisfied, and let the tyrant demon swallow the Yuanjing mine. Shinjuchi was in Kai Jin's office at this time. The Yuanjing mine was the economic lifeline of the Supervision Bureau. Shinjuchi told Kaiban that no one could take a piece of Yuanjing from here unless he came in person. This time, in order to buy the Aurora essence, he had to use some of the Yuan spar in stock, but this is only a drop in the bucket for the stock Yuan spar, and Shinjuchi is not worried about future economic problems. With Yuanjing mine as the backing, even if you can't get the aid for 10 years, the Supervision Bureau can still live very well. What's more, the 6 major families will definitely not stop their Supervision Bureau's aid next year. After all, there are so many 6 major families. Descendants of all served in the Supervisory Bureau. Even if he doesn't want it, the 6 major families will definitely give it in the future. Kaiban, it's really hard for you to guard the Yuanjing mine all these years. Shinjuchi has always valued Kaiban. Although he is not the most powerful of the 4 inspectors, he is the most stable one. No water leaks, guarding Yuanjing mine for so many years, never made a single mistake. It can be said to be conscientious. Officer, you are polite. This is what a humble position should do. Kaiban said neither humble nor arrogant. He knew Shinjuchi's temper. If he behaved too proudly, it would cause Shinjuchi's displeasure. Well, wait another 2 years. The position of the Deputy Bureau will be vacated in 2 years, and I plan to recommend you to take over. Shinjuchi said. Thank you for the cultivation. Kaiban was really happy this time. The 4 inspectors seem to be very famous when they hear their names, but they are actually people who work under Shinjuchi's hands, but it is different when they become deputy directors, that is, the power class. Shinichi was about to say something else when an inspector suddenly knocked on the door and came in and reported, "Sir, there is news from the guards at Taniguchi that someone has invaded the Valley of No Crying. Do you know who it is?" Kaiban's expression did not change much. Over the years, various forces have sent people to spy on Yuanjing Mine, but they have all failed. The number of times he has seen them, there are just too many. I don't know, that person was so fast that they didn't see the person clearly, but the surveillance took a picture of the person coming, and they printed it as a photo and brought it here. After speaking, the inspector handed a few photos to Kai Ban. After Kai Jin took it, he put his hands directly in front of Shinichi. With Shinichi there, he naturally had to let him see it first. Shinichi looked at the photo and saw that the man was covered in stone-like armor, and he couldn't see his face at all, but he felt that the stone armor looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. "Kaijin, what do you think?" Shinichi pushed the photo in front of Kaijin, and he still trusted Kaijin. Kaijin looked at the photo and couldn't see who it was, but he didn't panic, and said with a smile, "I put a lot of companion pets in the bamboo forest as eyeliner, and those companion pets are the original dimensional creatures in the Valley of No Crying. When they exploded, they are not affected by the mysterious power of the Valley of No Crying, and it is difficult to attract the attention of ordinary people. Even if people can find some of them, it is impossible to find all the more than 300 companion pets. When a person is found by a companion pet, I will have a sense here, so I can determine his location. So far, all the companion pets have not responded, which means that the person should not have gone deep into the bamboo forest, or that he is dead and does not cry under the mysterious power of the valley." Shinichi was very satisfied with Kaijin's answer, but still said calmly, "What if the enemy could pass through the bamboo forest to the mine? Please rest assured, there are also many companion pets of the rock system arranged in the mine, which are not easy to be found, not to mention in the warehouse. Concealment and detection capabilities. And every other week, the position will be adjusted to prevent possible problems," Kaijin said. Well, Shinichi was quite satisfied with Kaijin's answer. When working in the Supervision Bureau, the most fearful thing is that you are not careful. If there is any omission, even if it is just a small problem, it may cause a chain reaction and cause big trouble. Just by looking at Kaijin's layout of the mine, we can see that this man is as meticulous as hair, and it is indeed a good material. Let's endure it for another 2 years. After 2 years, we will conquer the world together. Shinichi patted Kaijin's shoulder and said. Kaijin said. Respectfully, I would like to follow the bureau all my life. Haha. Shinichi was non-committal, just smiled and patted Kaijin's shoulder again. Let's go to the warehouse to get some primordial crystals, this time the purchase of Aurora Essence is very important, so we can only use the inventory. Kaiban led the way, and asked as he walked, Sir, can Aurora Essence really make the Angel of Holy Light become mythical? Shinichi nodded and said. Those experts have argued many times that as long as the Aurora Essence is sufficient, the Angel of Holy Light has an 80% chance of being promoted to myth. If it can be successful, it would be great. Our Supervision Bureau will have an extra trump card, and we don't have to look at the faces of those families. Jean said. Don't talk nonsense, our Supervision Bureau itself is an institution under the House of Lords, and naturally we have to obey the orders of our superiors. And it's just a mythical companion pet, you don't really think you can compete with them, do you? Shinichi said lightly. It's a blunder, but it's always a hope. Kaijin said. Yuanjing mine is our hope. With it, we can exchange for the resources we need, and we will have the opportunity to cultivate mythical companion pets in the future. Look at it carefully, this is our life. Shinichi said seriously. Please rest assured, the mine is there. Kaijin issued a military order. Shinichi was about to say something, but saw an inspector running over in a panic. What does the panic look like? How do I usually teach you? Kaijin frowned and reprimanded. Shinichi hates the kind of person who panics when something happens. Kaijin has never seen the people under him so rough, but Shinichi was so panicky when he came. Didn't it make Shinichi feel that he was incompetent under his rule? Sir, there is an accident in the mine. The inspector did not calm down because of Kaijin's reprimand, but still said in a panic. What's wrong? Kaijin's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt a bad feeling. It's not good when something goes wrong, but it happens when Shinichi is here. The bottom of the mine has collapsed, and the mine below has been blocked. Now our people can't get in, and we don't know what's going on below. The inspector briefly explained the situation. Large-scale collapse? Kaijin sighed slightly. If it's just a collapse, it's not a serious problem, it's just a matter of spending some time digging it out. Go and call everyone over, first reinforce the mine, and then dig up the collapsed area, to see what happened. Kaijin instructed. Bureau seat, let's go to the warehouse. First. Kaijin arranged things clearly, then turned around and said to Shinichi. Shinichi nodded and followed Kaijin to the warehouse. He was quite satisfied with Kaijin's handling. Unforeseen circumstances could happen, and accidents would always happen, as long as he had the ability to handle them. Soon, the two passed through many barriers and came to the outside of the warehouse. Only when Kaijin and Shinichi were there at the same time could they open the door of the warehouse. Please come in. Kaijin opened the door and made a pleased gesture. But before Shinichi walked in, his eyes fell on the warehouse, and his face changed greatly. Kaiban, what's going on? Shinichi's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip, and his eyes staring at Kaiban were fierce. What's going on? Kaijin looked inside the warehouse and was immediately dumbfounded. Originally, there were rows of metal boxes piled up in the warehouse, but now I can't see any of them. The huge warehouse is empty, and there are only 2 huge potholes on the ground. The seat. I really don't know what's going on. The companion pets are all still there. No response at all. Yesterday I saw it in the observation hole. The primordial spar is there. Kaijin stammered. He knew that there was a big problem. These yuan spar stones could be said to be the entire wealth of the Supervision Bureau. Now more than 1,000 boxes of yuan spar are gone before his eyes. This crime is too great. Shinichi didn't say anything with a gloomy face, and his figure moved like a shadow. He entered the warehouse in an instant, stepped into one of the potholes, and the sword light shot above his fingers, directly smashing the gravel in the pothole. Open and rushed towards the depths of the pothole. Kaijin reacted and chased after him. When he caught up with Shinichi, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. If the large underground crystal mine, I don't know what has dug out. A huge space, as if the middle of a mountain has been hollowed out, only a few rocks support the Upper layer, other rock crystal mining areas are gone, and this area is obviously the area with the largest reserves of yuan spar ore that they have already proven. No. Impossible. Looking at the huge hole where the top floor was cracking and rocks were falling, Kai Jinren was dumbfounded. For such a big project, even if the miners were replaced by epic powerhouses to dig, I am afraid it will take a year and a half to dig. But if someone really had been digging for so long, it would be impossible for him not to see any clues. Officer, I really don't know anything. Kai Jin only felt cold all over. It was a disaster. He didn't know what Shinyuchi would do with him. Shinyuchi ignored him, but just stared straight at the underground cavity that kept collapsing, motionless, and after a while, Shinyuchi suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his body swayed. The seat. Kai Jin turned pale in shock, and quickly stepped forward to support Shinyuchi. At this time, Zhou had already left the Valley of No Crying. Originally, he wanted to let the tyrant Beeman eat more, and eat the Yuanjing ore without leaving any slag, but who knew that the tyrant Beeman was eating, and he was actually, there are faint signs of evolution. Zhou was afraid that it would evolve in the mine, and he couldn't dig a hole himself, so he would not be able to get out by then, so he had to dig out again with the tyrant Beeman. Not long after entering the bamboo forest, the tyrant Beeman began to evolve. It ate too much primordial crystal, and there was continuous crystal light emission in its body, turning it back into a companion egg state. Overseer, this is a bit strange. Although we exposed those information, it has hit the Supervision Bureau to a certain extent, but the Supervision Bureau has been biting people like crazy recently, and the reaction seems to be much stronger than we expected. Now. And Xing looked at the latest information and said. And Tianzhua is also looking at the information. He and Xing have similar views. It seems that something is wrong with the Supervision Bureau being so aggressive. And Xing wanted to say something, but the phone suddenly rang. And Xing looked at the caller ID and said to Tianzhua, it was the eyeliner I put in the academy. He said that Zhou was back. And Xing went to Kyoto before, but he did not find Zhou. He was sure that Zhou did not go to Kyoto, because he didn't know where Zhou went and had no direction for the investigation, and Xing could only return to Luoyang. And Tianzhua looked at Xing and said nothing. And Xing understood what Tianzhua meant and answered the phone. After a while, Xing hung up the call and said to Tianzhua, Zhou has returned to the academy, should I make a call and ask? That's your business. And Tianzhua said coldly. And Xing called Zhou. Master Wen, where have you been these days? Madam is worried about you? Zhou Wen thought for a while and said, I went to the Valley of No Crying and took some things from there. This matter is too big, and Zhou also knows that he can't hide it. Even if the Supervision Bureau can't find out that he did it, and Xing and the others can find out something in the future. After all, the time of his disappearance was too coincidental. Instead of waiting for them to find out, it's better to say it yourself. No Crying Valley, wait, you mean the Yuanjing mine of the Supervision Bureau? And Xing said suddenly in surprise. Minerals are the gift of the earth. If the Supervision Bureau can take it, I should be able to take it too? Zhou laughed. You really entered the Yuanjing mine in the Valley of No Cry? How much did you get? And Xing asked immediately. Not much, so I took some inventory and dug some more. Zhou said. And Xing's expression became strange. Zhou Wen said it was simple, but thinking of the recent crazy actions of the Supervision Bureau, and Xing knew that it was not as simple as Zhou Wen said. How many? And Xing asked. I don't know how many there are. There are probably hundreds of boxes that I brought back, about a ton per box. Zhou Wen said. And Xing suddenly opened his mouth wide and didn't speak for a long time. Stay in the academy, don't go anywhere, don't move the Yuanjing mine you got for the time being, and don't let anyone know about it. After a long time, and Xing reacted and told Zhou Wen a few more words. Hang up the phone. Zhou Wen robbed the Supervision Bureau of Yuanjing mine, and the number is very large. And Xing said to Tianzua. I heard. And Tianzua's expression was also a little strange. Even he couldn't believe it. It's no wonder that the Supervision Bureau seems to be crazy, hundreds of tons of Yuanjing ore, where is this? Robbing Yuanjing ore, this is killing the Supervision Bureau. Master Wen really dared to think and dare to do it. And he actually let him do it. It's done, it's hard to imagine how he did it alone. It seems that his growth is faster than we expected. And Xing praised. And Tianzua was not in the mood to quarrel with Xing, and said thoughtfully, go and deal with the rear end, and the Supervision Bureau will also inquire about it to see what's going on. Yes. And Xing also knew that now is not the time to say these words, and he must hurry up to erase the traces that Zhou Wen may have left behind, so as not to let the Supervision Bureau know that Zhou Wen did this. Half a day later, a piece of information was placed in front of Tianzua. After reading it, Tianzua's expression became more and more complicated. And Xing also looked strange, looked at Tianzua and said, according to the information, Kai Ban has been transferred back, and the Supervision Bureau masters at Yuanjing Mine have also been transferred back, but only a few are left behind. Man. Young Master Wen, this is not a robbery, it is clearly digging out the roots of the Supervision Bureau. And Tianzua ignited and destroyed the information, and then threw it into the trash. Do something, as if this had never happened. Yes. And Xing answered with awe. That stinky boy, he really dares to do it. When Tianzua was alone in the office, he looked at Zhou Wen's information on the computer and muttered strangely to himself. After Zhou Wen returned to the academy, he slept comfortably, got up and resumed his great job of killing monsters. With the real body of the demon dragon, Zhou Wen can finally try to challenge the mythical creature. Although it only takes 10 seconds, when Zhou Wen goes to the temple in the ruins again, it will not be so easy to be killed. However, in the face of the mythical creature guarding the temple, Zhou Wen still needs to use some vitality skills to avoid being killed in the case of the demon dragon's real body. In fact, it does not last for 10 seconds. Although switching to the Slayer can restore vitality, but switching back to the ancient imperial scriptures and then using the demon dragon incarnation will take a while, which is enough time for the mythical creature to kill the blood-colored villain. Although he could only last for a few seconds, Zhou Wen was finally not slaughtered unilaterally. At least in these few seconds, he could compete head-on with the mythical creatures, which meant that Zhou Wen might discover their weaknesses. Of course, this needs to be tried again and again. If Zhou Wen is not in a hurry to enter the temple to find the old principal, he needn't be in such a hurry. There are 2 temples on the left and right. The creatures in one temple are like wolves and tigers with wings on their backs, and their speed is unbelievable. Zhou Wen has to use ghost steps to keep up with its speed when he is in the state of the demon dragon. time is too short. Another mythical creature in the temple is like a big snake, which can spew a large amount of poisonous gas, but the speed is much slower than that of the other mythical creature. In the state of the demon dragon's real body, Zhou could barely keep up with its speed without using ghost steps, so Zhou focused on the big snake. However, Zhou's own toxin resistance, coupled with the strengthening of the demon dragon's body, still could not resist the terrifying poison of the big snake. Zhou could clearly feel the symptoms of poisoning in his body. It's just that he has been killed before the poisonous hair, and whether it is poisoned is not so important now. In addition to toxins, Orochi has several abilities. The other types are good to say. At least Zhou can understand it. As long as he understands it, he will have a chance to find a way to solve it. But Orochi has an ability that Zhou can't understand at all. Every time the big snake's eyes turned into mirrors, as long as he looked at the blood-colored villain would be reflected in its eyes, and then he died. No matter how fast Zhou's movement is, he can't be so fast that the big snake can't see the blood-colored villain. So every time the big snake uses this skill, the blood-colored villain will surely die. Zhou tried many times, but couldn't figure out what happened to this skill. In the morning, after Zhou had breakfast, he bought some to send to Wang Lu. "Are you back?" Wang Lu opened the door and asked in surprise. "I came back yesterday." Zhou entered and put breakfast on the table. "Is the matter resolved?" Wang Lu asked. "It's almost there." Zhou's own mood was better, but he didn't know if the Supervision Bureau would let it go. "That's good, let's settle the previous accounts now. You owe me a lot of breakfast, so you have to make up for it with lunch." Wang Lu is very serious with his fingers and counts how many breakfasts Zhou owes her in total. After delivering breakfast to Wang Lu, Zhou went to the Xianwen Society. "I said, Lao Zhou, why do you keep disappearing, can't you ask me for something fun?" Li Xian said with a smile. "'Cause some trouble, go out and hide, what's the fun?" Zhou shrugged helplessly and said. The two were talking when they saw Feng Chuyan, Mingxiu, and a girl walking in together. Zhou knew Mingxiu, but he didn't know why he came to the Xianwen Society. He should not be a member of the Xianwen Society. However, Zhou still feels a little guilty about Mingxiu. After all, he is also his tutor, but since he came, he has not done anything at all. "Zhou, you're finally back. Are you free now?" Mingxiu's eyes lit up when she saw Zhou. "What's the matter?" If Zhou felt that Mingxiu had any problems, as a tutor, he should indeed give some help. "I recently practiced a set of swordsmanship, and I want you to give me some pointers," Mingxiu said. Although it was said that Zhou gave pointers, Mingxiu was very confident in her swordsmanship. Since the last time she saw Zhou's flying immortal, Mingxiu has been inspired and has been studying and improving the swordsmanship left by her father. After his own continuous improvement and actual combat practice with Feng Chuyan, Mingxiu felt that his swordsmanship was quite perfect, not inferior to Zhou's Fei Xian. "Okay." Zhou nodded and agreed. Feng Chuyan is also very interested. He knows that Zhou has been promoted to the epic level. If it is a life and death struggle, Mingxiu is definitely not Zhou's opponent. However, learning swordsmanship is different from fighting with life. It is only based on swordsmanship, not strength and speed, so Feng Chuyan feels that Mingxiu should still have some opportunities. During this time, he has been practicing with Mingxiu, knowing that Mingxiu's swordsmanship has improved a lot, except that his level is a little worse, purely. In terms of swordsmanship, it is not inferior to his swordsmanship. Mingxiu is playing against Zhou Wen, and he can also watch Zhou Wen's progress on the side. Everyone went to the training ground together, and watching the two put on combat uniforms and confronted each other with their practice swords. Tian on the sidelines asked nervously, Feng Qiuyan, do you think Mingxiu has a chance of winning? Mingxiu's swordsmanship has really improved a lot, but Tian always feels that Mingxiu's swordsmanship is too simple, not as domineering and gorgeous as Zhou Wen's Feixian. I don't know. Feng Qiuyan shook her head. If it is the swordsmanship used by Zhou Wen before, and Zhou Wen does not know Mingxiu's swordsmanship, Feng Qiuyan feels that Mingxiu should have a chance to win, but he and Mingxiu are improving. And Zhou Wen will definitely not stand still, so Feng Qiuyan couldn't tell what the outcome was, but deep down in his heart, he thought that Zhou Wen would definitely win, but Feng Qiuyan couldn't say such words without evidence. It goes without saying that no one can beat Lao Zhou, that is to say, Mingxiu can hold on to a few swords under Lao Zhou. Li Xian was full of confidence in Zhou Wen. Che, how do you know? If you haven't played before? I think Mingxiu will definitely win. Tian immediately retorted. Please advise. Mingxiu held the sword for practice, made a ceremonial start, and then inserted the sword back into the scabbard. Please. Zhou Wen didn't take the scabbard, just held the sword in his hand and pointed obliquely at the ground. Mingxiu's expression did not change, but the aura on her body became more and more quiet. The whole person seems to be fused with the air. If you don't see him with your eyes, you can hardly feel the existence of this person. The light of the sword suddenly appeared, and after the extremely quiet, the extreme movement, the practice sword broke out of the scabbard, and the stone-shattering sword was fast and powerful. Different from Feng Qiuyan's quick sword, although Feng Qiuyan's quick sword can go beyond the limit, it is restrained, and the emphasis is always on the word control. But Mingxiu's swordsmanship is not like this. He seems to be bursting out all his life brilliance in this sword, squeezing every bit of his strength, and every cell seems to have burst out with all the energy. Either you die or I die, and there is no return. There is no control, no hesitation, no retreat, as if he bet his entire life on this sword, although not brilliant, but he has the determination to sink the boat. Although it is only one sword, it has exhausted everything, and it is impossible to control, and there is no need to control it. The sword is there, and the sword is dead. Seeing this sword, Li Xian's expression also became serious, and he muttered to himself, this person is betting his life on this sword, is it worth it? Zhou Wen stared at the shocking sword, but the practice sword in his hand did not move. He felt Mingxiu's determination from the sword. Ah! Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't seem to react, Tian didn't even raise his sword to greet him, and screamed in fright. Although it was said to be a specially made rubber sword for practice, it had no edge and no blade, and it actually bent itself. With the blessing of Mingxiu's swordsmanship, even a practice sword could pierce flesh. Feng Qiuyan and Li Xian also changed their colors. They didn't know what happened to Zhou Wen. But they didn't react. The sword passed like the wind, and the practice sword in Mingxiu's hand rubbed Zhou Wen's neck and stabbed it. The blade almost touched the skin on Zhou Wen's neck, but it did not hurt Zhou Wen after all. Why don't you fight back? Mingxiu frowned and asked Zhou Wen. You didn't stab me, why should I fight back? Zhou Wen said casually, since he felt the power of the spatial trajectory, he has been very sensitive to various trajectories. Others may not be able to distinguish that because Mingxiu's sword is too fast. The slight trajectory gap, Zhou Wen saw clearly that sword would not hurt him at all. After hearing Zhou Wen's words, Mingxiu froze there, staring at Zhou Wen blankly, without speaking for a while. After a long time, Mingxiu's eyes slowly became firm, and she slowly retracted the sword that was on Zhou Wen's neck, put the sword into the sheath, saluted Zhou Wen slightly, and said seriously, "Coach, I understand, I will not in the future. If you use your sword at will, you won't be able to kill without the sword." After saying that, Mingxiu turned around and left, which made Zhou Wen a little stunned. He didn't know what Mingxiu was crazy about. First, he didn't stab him with a sword, and then he left inexplicably. "Mingxiu, what's going on? Why did you leave without fighting?" Tian chased after him and asked. "It's over." Mingxiu said. "It's over? How can it be? You didn't just stab with a sword, why did it end?" "I understand, it was Zhou Wen who couldn't dodge your sword, so he lost, right?" Tian asked, like a cannonball. "Road. Of course not, I lost, Feng Qiuyan is right, the coach and we are no longer on the same level. He just saw through my weaknesses at a glance, and told me where my weaknesses are with practical actions." Mingxiu said. "What weakness?" Tianjin really didn't understand what Mingxiu was talking about. She only saw Zhou Wen standing there and doing nothing. "Because it was a sparring session, when I used the sword, I strayed a little. I was afraid that I would really hurt him, but the coach saw through my hesitation at a glance, so he didn't use the sword at all," Mingxiu said. "It's normal, you just have to compare, why did you admit defeat?" Tianjin still didn't understand. Mingxiu shook his head and said, "No need to compare, if the coach is the enemy, he sees through the hesitation in my heart. If he uses the sword at that time, I will already be defeated. If he didn't use the sword, he just told me that since I took my own. Your life depends on this sword, so you should determine whether your heart really wants to kill this person before you use the sword. If you are not sure about yourself, then don't use the sword, because there are doubts in your heart, the sword will be defeated. If I can't be sure when I draw the sword, then I shouldn't draw the sword. But aren't you guys learning from each other? Isn't it normal to show mercy?" Tianjin said. "This is where the coach is superior. Obviously, he is telling me that there is no exercise in life. And the past is the past, and there is no chance to come back. Since I have pinned my life on the sword, how can there be any more? What are you talking about? I have to fight for my life when I take out the sword, and there is no chance to do it again. My kendo practice is still not enough. I even wanted to learn from the coach. In fact, when I had this idea, I was already defeated. From today onwards, unless I can be sure that I want to kill the enemy, I will never draw a sword to fight again." Mingxiu said seriously. "It seems that you really came to Sunset Academy this time. You have really grown up a lot." Tianjin looked at Mingxiu and said, "Yes, it's my luck to meet the coach, but unfortunately we are only here for 3 months, so we can't learn more from the coach." Mingxiu nodded. Zhou Wen didn't know what Mingxiu was thinking. Anyway, he felt a little baffling. He originally wanted to see how Mingxiu's swordsmanship was, but who knew that he only stabbed and ran away. However, Mingxiu's sword really made people feel amazing. That kind of swordsmanship that seriously gambles everything has a kind of shock that Makes one's scalp tingle. The brave who meet on a narrow road wins. Mingxiu's swordsmanship is the easiest swordsmanship to win when confronting a real strong enemy, but it is also the easiest to die. Mingxiu learned from Zhou when the truth of asking himself and not being able to use the sword, which greatly reduced the possibility of his death. Zhou Wen found that his strength and speed were stronger than Mingxiu's, and his swordsmanship was no worse than Mingxiu's, but no matter how he used his sword, he didn't have the decisiveness of Mingxiu. Even if he exerted his full strength, he would only maximize his own strength, and he would not feel that kind of decisiveness at all. "Coach, you've already come anyway, why don't you and I have a chat?" Feng Qiuyan took his knife and went off the field, looking at Zhou Wen and said he didn't use a practice knife because he already had the confidence to have absolute control over his knife skills, and even if the battle was fierce, he would not miss Zhou Wen. Okay. Zhou Wenjing felt that he was a little stuck, and Feng Qiuyan jumped out on his own. In fact, Zhou Wen's swordsmanship has not been practiced very much. He just made a move of flying immortals from the sky, combined with his movement skills. Basically it is one move to defeat the enemy. There is no need for so many moves at all, one move is enough. This is actually the same as Mingxiu. Both of them can't use the sword, they must use all their strength to use the sword. But because of their different personalities, the sword skills of the two have great differences. Zhou Wen's movement and swordsmanship were so fast that even Feng Qiuyan couldn't keep up, so he could only passively wave his sword to block. Mingxiu and Tian, who were outside the door, heard a voice in the training ground, and knew that Zhou Wen and the others were practicing against each other, so they walked in again, and when they saw the two in the battle, Tian said in surprise, "Feng Qiuyan is actually can the suppressed only defend?" She has never seen Feng Qiuyan use the defensive position. Feng Qiuyan often competes with Mingxiu. No matter how strong Mingxiu's swordsmanship is, Feng Qiuyan will choose to attack and never fall behind. But now Feng Qiuyan has no chance to fight back under Zhou Wen's swordsmanship. Mingxiu looked at it and said, "The coach's swordsmanship is indeed faster and stronger than mine, and he still has spare strength. Unlike me, he used all his strength as soon as he struck the sword and was completely out of control. He hasn't given all his strength yet?" Tian was even more surprised. After suppressing Feng Qiuyan like this, he hasn't given all his strength yet, so how strong will he be when he gives all his strength? Zhou Wen continued to use the flying immortals outside the sky, although it was only a move. But with different movement changes and swords from different angles, the effects were different. But this guy Feng Qiuyan simply trained his swordsmanship into a tortoise shell, and his defense was impenetrable. If he just used his swordsmanship, he couldn't break his defense. Although he could suppress Feng Qiuyan, he couldn't defeat him. Feng Qiuyan was also suppressed and did not have the ability to fight back. After fighting more than 100 knives, Zhou Wen couldn't let go of his hands and feet to fight. He felt that it was really boring, so he pulled his sword back and said, "It's boring, stop playing. It's because I'm not strong enough to make the coach unable to enjoy himself. Don't worry, I will continue to work hard." Feng Qiuyan said seriously. "Then keep working hard." Zhou Wen put the sword back on the shelf and left the practice ground with Li Xian. "Old Zhou, you have already been promoted to the epic level. What's the point of still studying in the academy? Have you considered what to do after graduation?" Li Xian and Zhou Wen asked casually as they walked on the small road on the campus. "Find a leisurely Job related to the dimensional field, preferably one that can play games at work. Zhou said without thinking. When you graduated, you were 20 years old, an epic 20-year-old. Although because of Wang Mingyuan, not everyone dared to use you, but in Luoyang, there must be many people willing to invite you. Your request is not a problem, but do you really plan to live like this for the rest of your life? Li Xian looked at Zhou Wensangrong and said, I think it's good, why not? Zhou Wen is not someone who likes to think too far. His biggest goal now is actually to rescue the old principal, and then find a stable place to live and take care of himself. The strength tips go up. Even if the ban in the dimensional field is invalid in the future, he can protect himself and his relatives and friends. You must also know that the ban-breaking creatures are appearing more and more frequently. The ban-breaking creature that appeared in our college last time destroyed the library, and the sky spider almost destroyed Luoyang City. The world will only become more and more unstable in the future. What kind of job can you find to live in peace? Li Xian asked. Zhou Wen is right when he thinks about it. The world has become a monster amusement park, and there is no leisure place to work. Then what do you want to do after graduation? Zhou Wen asked Li Xian. I want to build a city by myself, summon many powerful humans, and get a castle that will never be breached. The city is filled with my relatives and friends, and I can protect their safety. Li Xian said. Your thoughts are not the same as mine. Zhou Wen smiled. How can it be the same? I am taking the initiative to attack, you are passively beaten. Li Xian said with disdain. Okay, then we will make an agreement here. After you build the city, leave me a room, and I will have a place to live. Zhou Wen said. Then you have to wait. Without the level of the top epic, it is impossible to build a city. I haven't even touched the door to advance to the epic level. The ghost knows when it will become a top epic. Li Xian said with a smile. I believe you can. Zhou Wen said seriously. Okay, let's just say this to you, and we've made an agreement. After I build a city, I will leave you the best yard so that you can live comfortably. Li Xian said proudly. The two chatted while walking, but most of the time it was Zhou Wen who listened to Li Xian about his future ideals, and he didn't seem to have much pursuit himself. The only moment that made him feel a sense of accomplishment was his level improvement and ability. Time to strengthen. Today, my old man is celebrating his birthday, so you can go with him too. Just treat it as a free meal. If you don't eat it, you won't eat it for nothing. Li Xian took Zhou Wen out of the academy together. Although Li Xian doesn't like Li Mabai very much now, it is not convenient for Li Xian to turn against Li Mabai in front of his old man. In addition to Li Xian and Li Mabai, Mr. Li also adopted a lot of godsons and goddaughters. In addition, the prominent people on the ground in Luoyang came to congratulate them. Even in Tianzhua sent congratulatory gifts. The Li family is today very lively. Is there really no need to buy gifts? Zhou Wen was pulled over by Li Xian. He didn't buy any gifts, and came to Li's house empty-handed. What gift do you bring? If you can come, it will give me face. Who doesn't know now, you are Ouyang Lan's favorite son, and quiet is not as favored by you. Li Xian pointed to the buffet table beside him and said, eat whatever you want. And drink whatever you want, as long as you don't get drunk and go crazy. That won't happen, I don't drink. Zhou Wen said. I'll go over there and have a look. You can eat by yourself first. Call me if you have anything, Li Xian said and went to the other side. Zhou Wen didn't know anyone, and he didn't need to worry, so he took food and drinks and ate on his own. Zhou Wen, we met again. What did you think about what I told you last time? Li Mabai came over and said to Zhou Wen with a smile. Didn't I already give you the answer? Zhou Wen said lukewarmly. Aren't you thinking about it anymore? Li Mabai still asked with a smile. No need. Zhou Wen answered with certainty. That's such a pity. Li Mabai shook his head slightly, and then left. After Li Mabai left, Zhou Wen didn't take it to heart and still ate on his own. Originally, Zhou Wen and Li Xian agreed, after the birthday banquet was over, the two went back to school together, but Zhou Wen never saw Li Xian's person again. When the banquet was almost over, he still didn't see Li Xian, and no one answered his phone. Isn't there anything wrong with Li Xian? Zhou Wen couldn't help but jump, but thinking that this is the Li family, who can move Li Xian here? Even Li Mabai, he shouldn't have the courage to move Li Xian in front of Mr. Li at the Li family, right? However, Zhou Wen felt a little uneasy again, and now used the ability of the listening earrings to start searching the Li family manor, trying to find Li Xian. At this time, in a secret room, Li Xian woke up. Dizzy, his vision gradually became clear, and then he found that his whole body was locked by a strange metal chain. His body was fixed on a metal chair, and Li Mabai was standing on him in front of Li Mabai. What do you want to do? If you dare to do something to me here, aren't you afraid the old man will know? Li Xian glared at Li Mabai and said, I think you're still not fully awake. Would you like me to help you recall, how did you come here? Li Mabai said with a smile, looking still. I didn't get you, Li Xian said, but his face changed. He gradually recalled what happened before. He was at the banquet before, but Li Weiyang called him and said that she was at the back door of the Li family compound. Because it was an illegitimate daughter, Li Weiyang was not even qualified to attend the birthday banquet at Li's house. Li Xian went out to meet Li Weiyang. Li Weiyang said that he had a gift for Mr. Li, but it was not convenient for him to give it, so he let him send. Li Xian naturally agreed, but after Li Xian took the gift, he was completely unprepared for Li Weiyang, but he fainted all of a sudden. And when he woke up, he was here. What did you do to Sister Weiyang, Li Mabai, you dare to touch a hair of her? I'm not finished with you? Li Xian stared at Li Mabai and said viciously. Li Mabai laughed, holding Li Xian's face with one hand and said, Li Xian, you are still so stupid. You don't know the dangers of this world at all. I thought you were playing a pig before, but now it seems you really are a pig. While speaking, Li Mabai let go of Li Xian, reached out and pressed the button on the remote control in his hand, and then Li Xian saw that the wall in front of him gradually became transparent. It turned out that it was not a real wall, but a mirror. After the electric curtains outside the mirror were opened, you could see the opposite room. Li Xian's gaze fell on the opposite room, and he immediately saw Li Weiyang inside. Li Mabai, what do you want to do? Li Xian asked as he gritted his teeth and stared at Li Mabai. I don't want to do anything. After all, you are my younger brother. If you die, you will die. Li Mabai picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Li Weiyang, you did a good job in this matter. Li Weiyang in the next room obviously couldn't see this room. Hearing Li Mabai's voice, he looked around in a panic and found that the sound was coming from the speaker in the room, so he said excitedly to the speaker, You let me do it. Yes, I have already done it, please remove the poison from my body. Li Mabai glanced at Li Xian and continued, Li Xian is so kind to you, but you handed him over to me. Don't. You know what will happen if he falls into my hands? Li Xian originally wanted to speak, but when he heard Li Mabai's question, he fell silent and looked at Li Weiyang in another room through the mirror on the wall. Li Weiyang said with a pale face, I know I'm sorry Li Xian, but I just want to live. And I can't help it. He's your younger brother. Li Mabai said in a mocking tone. I can't do anything about it. I'm just an illegitimate daughter, but he is the third son of the Li family. We are not from the same world. He treats me well, but he just pretends to show it to others. It's pitiful, it's charity. Li Weiyang said. Li Xian's face turned pale when he heard this. He has always regarded Li Weiyang as his sister, but he didn't want Li Weiyang to say such a thing. Although his life was threatened, these words still made Li Xian unacceptable. Li Mabai didn't speak, just looked at Li Xian, but Li Weiyang over there was anxious. I have already done what you asked me to do. You said that you want to remove the poison from my body, quickly solve it for me. Open. Li Weiyang patted the table excitedly, his voice seemed to be excited, but it had a pleading meaning. Of course, what I said, Li Mabai, will definitely keep my promise, but you still have to do one last thing for me. After doing this, you can restore your freedom. Li Mabai said. What do you want me to do? Li Weiyang asked loudly. Li Weiyang, you should know that as long as someone knows, there is no absolute secret. If I let you go now, one day, you will tell everyone that I killed Li Xian. Li Mabai said calmly. No, I will never say, I will not say anything. You have to believe me. Li Weiyang waved his hands in panic, his face full of fear. I don't like to control my fate in the hands of others. It's easy for me to let you go, unless you kill Li Xian with your own hands. Only in this way can I let you go with confidence, and don't worry about telling the truth after you go out. Because if you want to inform, you will be the first to die. Li Mabai said. No, I can't do that. Li Weiyang shook his head as he stepped back. Of course, you have the right to choose, but if you don't do it, then I will have to let you die here. Only dead people can keep the secret. Li Mabai said. You can't treat me like this. Li Weiyang's face was distorted, looking very contradictory in his heart. Ah. Suddenly, Li Weiyang fell to the ground clutching his stomach, full of painful expressions. The cup poison has already attacked, and your time is running out. Li Mabai said. Blankly. I promise you. Li Weiyang said in pain. Li Xian's whole body was already struck by lightning at this time, and his face was extremely ugly. Sorry, you promised too late, I changed my mind, or dead people can keep secrets better. Li Mabai touched the ring on his finger. Li Weiyang suddenly twitched. Just a moment, it has been turned over. He rolled his eyes, and foamed from his mouth, looking like he was dying. Stop, she has already promised you, why do you still want to kill her? Li Xian shouted. Li Mabai said indifferently, because I never intended to let her go out alive. Only dead people can really keep secrets, the world is so cruel. Saying that, Li Mabai stretched out his hand in front of Li Xian, and saw a strange insect in his palm. The insect looked like a centipede, but it had a scorpion's tail, and there was something on its back. For transparent wings, the head is a bit like a cricket, it looks very weird. Do you know what this is? Li Mabai said with a smile. Seeing that Li Xian was just staring at him with those blood-red eyes, Li Mabai continued, this is a peculiar companion pet, its name is a life-threatening cup, but don't worry. It won't really kill you, the life it takes is only your fate, and then it can transfer your fate to me, and let me have a double fate. You want my destiny? Since you want my destiny so much, why don't you practice innate invincible magic by yourself? Li Xian stared at Li Mabai blankly. Li Mabai showed a weird smile, because you must be a virgin to practice innate undefeated magic. If I practice, then there will be no inheritors in the Li family. But you are different, you practice undefeated magic first, and then if I take your life, I don't need to remain a virgin, I can still have your life, although this is not as powerful as cultivating the innate undefeated magic, but it is enough. Before Li Mabai could speak, Li Mabai continued, I am more talented than you, and my ability is stronger than yours. The old man asked you to cultivate the innate undefeated magic, just for me. Impossible, you are lying. Li Xian said loudly. I'm lying? Everyone knows that you can't have offspring if you practice the invincible art. Even the original owner of the invincible art, the Xia family, wouldn't practice the innate invincible divine art, but the old man asked you to practice it. Do you think is it something a father would do? Li Mabai looked at Li Xian with a smile and said, I want to practice innate undefeated magic by myself, it has nothing to do with the old man. Li Xian said, do you really want to practice it yourself? Do you still remember, when you were a child, who told you how strong the innate undefeated magic was and how powerful the head of the Xia family was? Li Mabai continued. With a smile, from childhood to adulthood, everyone tells you how strong and good the innate invincible magic is, and it subtly makes you feel that in order to practice this kind of vitality art, it's okay to be a virgin all your life, right? Li Xian wanted to refute, but when he recalled what happened when he was a child, it seemed that this was the case. Everyone, including the old man, was telling him that the innate undefeated magic was very powerful, and it was an invincible magic. Hero of the world. So since he was a child, he felt that cultivating the innate undefeated magic power was a heroic act, but now Li Mabai suddenly broke it. And Li Xian only felt cold all over. Impossible. The old man can't treat me like this. I'm his son. He can't treat me like this. Li Xian seemed to convince himself. If you are really his son, of course. Not possible, but unfortunately you are not. You always thought you were biological, but in fact you are not. You are just a tool prepared for me. It is really difficult for you. Over the years, the mission should be completed. Li Mabai said, and put the killing cup on Li Xian's face. The killing cup automatically drilled into Li Xian's nose, and Li Xian only felt that where the killing cup crawled, his body seemed to be cut by a knife. Soon the pain came to his heart, and at the same time, he felt a strange force spreading through his body. My good brother, thank you for your hard work for so many years. I will treat your destiny well. When I become famous in the world in the future, your destiny will also be famous with me. As my younger brother, you should be very happy too. Li Mabai pressed his fingers on Li Xian's forehead. His fingers exuded a strange light, as if they were plunged into Li Xian's head. Bastard. You are a bastard. Li Xian only felt as if countless steel needles were pierced into his head, as if he was going to take his brain out. Li Xian struggled desperately, but the metal chain had a strange effect, not only locking his body, but also blocking his vitality. Don't be so rude, the Li family has raised you for so many years. You should be grateful. Li Mabai continued, by the way, you also have a very good classmate named Shou Wen. Right? You are also pitiful and can't approach women. I've turned to like a man, anyway, I'll kill him with your life in the future, and let him go down to accompany you. Li. Shou, white. It seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Xian's eyes were blood red, and the vitality of his whole body burst out like blood flames, burning frantically, and the bones and muscles of his whole body were also swelling. His hair stood on end, the blood-colored carapace appeared on his body, forming a strange armor, and 4 transparent blood wings spread out behind him, like a demon. On his body, a crimson light and shadow is condensing, like a devil from ancient times, attached to Li Xian's body. Click. The metal chain that locked his body and vitality was broken, and he could no longer restrain his body. Li Shoubai, I'm going to kill you. Li Xian stared at Li Mabai with blood-red eyes, roaring angrily, and the blood-red light and shadow on his body also roared together, like a possessed devil. He didn't even call Li Mabai by his first name, he just called him by his real name, Li Shoubai. Come on, let me see what you can do to kill me. Li Mabai's eyes flashed frantically, staring at Li Xian, and said, Death. Li Xian's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the blood on his body erupted madly. The devil behind him was roaring, and his fists were bombarding Li Mabai with the power of blood flames. Boom! The blood-red light exploded in the secret room, turning the entire secret room into ruins. Li Mabai's eyes widened, and his back was against the broken wall. Li Xian's fist rubbed his head and bombarded the wall. The terrifying force made the metal walls of the entire secret room shatter like ruins. Generally snapped. Li Mabai slapped Li Xian's face and said contemptuously, You are still so weak and incompetent, you have reached this point. Don't you dare to kill me? Why do so many things? Why give me your life soul? That's not a life-killing goo, it's your life soul inside. Li Xian stared at Li Mabai and said, Is it still a failure? Li Mabai was extremely disappointed, leaned his body against the wall, and sat down slowly. The look of his body was gradually disappearing. What do you mean? Li Xian looked at Li Mabai and asked through gritted teeth. Li Mabai sighed and said, Why have you reached this point, and you still can't be heartless? Don't you have any anger in your heart? Even if I'm in hell, I won't become a devil. Li Mabai, what do you want to do? Li Xian asked again. Li Mabai closed his eyes and said, Do you remember Big Brother? Of course I remember. Why did you mention Big Brother? Li Xian said, Big Brother Tianzi is peerless, far above you and me. Even if he is comparable to Tianzhua of the Yin family, if he can live to this day, our Li family will definitely not just look like this. Even if we want to become real, it is not difficult to be a strong party. Li Mabai said, People have been dead for so many years, does it still make sense for you to say this now? Li Xian frowned. Don't you want to know how Big Brother died? Li Mabai opened his eyes and stared at Li Xian. Isn't eldest brother killed by dimensional creatures when he was hunting dimensional creatures in the dimensional realm? Li Xian's heart moved, and he vaguely felt that this matter did not seem so simple. Have you been killed by a dimensional creature? That's right, human beings themselves are the dirtiest dimensional creatures. Li Mabai said mockingly. What do you mean? You mean, the eldest brother was killed by someone? Wasn't it an accident? Li Xian stared at Li Mabai and said. Of course it's not an accident. Before my eldest brother left, he personally told me that he was going to hunt Fei Tian in the Lianhua Cave of Longmen Grottos, and he wanted to get Fei Tian companion eggs as a birthday present for me. Li Mabai closed his eyes and said in his voice. He said hoarsely, but when he died, he was in Lialongdong. I wondered why he was in Lialongdong. He shouldn't have gone there. Big brother is a person who promises a lot of money. Since he promised to give me Fei Tian companion egg, then he will definitely be in Lotus Cave, and he will not leave until he gets Fei Tian companion egg. I dare not tell anyone about this, because I was too young and weak at that time and I didn't have the ability to do anything, so I could only bury this matter in my heart. And when I grew up, I had strength, and then go to investigate slowly. Li Mabai continued, in order to make myself stronger, I chose to practice the Evil Gu Sutra. It gave me the power to control Gu. And I was able to control some people based on this. Slowly, let me check there are some clues. All the targets point to a behemoth. That force is too strong, so strong that it is desperate, even if I try my best, I can't shake that behemoth. Who are they? Li Xian asked, staring at Li Mabai. Xia family. Li Mabai spit out 2 words. It's for the Xia family, who is innately invincible? Li Xian looked at Li Mabai in astonishment. Is innate invincible magical art? That's a joke at all. The innate invincible magical art they gave is simply a broken version. If it's not for your extraordinary talent, no matter how much you practice, you won't be able to achieve anything. Fortunately, God has eyes, so you can use your incomplete innate undefeated magic to condense a high-level destiny like the immortal god of war. But this is not enough, although you are already strong, you are still far inferior to your big brother, and innate undefeated magic, the shortcomings are still too obvious. With your character, if you really meet the woman you like, afraid that he will give up everything for a woman, right? Li Xian was at a loss for words, he might really do that. And the Xia family has never lacked attractive women. Li Mabai said with some contempt. So, are you going to make me unfeeling? You don't have to do that at all. You just need to tell me about the elder brother. I can do it. You don't need to treat Wei Yang like that. Li Xian said through gritted teeth. It's not just because of this. If you want to be the enemy of the Xia family, if you want to destroy the Xia family, you and I are not strong enough. No matter how good your talent is, you can practice this incomplete innate undefeated magic skill to the extreme. As strong as the hero of the Xia family back then, you still can't touch the Xia family. Li Mabai opened his eyes flickering with cold light. I've thought about it. There is only one way we can have a chance to compete with the Xia family, in the Evil Gu Sutra. I practiced, there is a way of passing it on, as if it was my self-raised daughter, marry someone else. When she is an adult, I will pass on my life and soul Evil King Gu to you, let it help you gather life and soul. After absorbing the Evil King Gu, your life and soul will no longer be. It is the condensed of pure innate invincible magic, which influences you subtly, making your body and destiny change accordingly. So that you become stronger, more powerful than pure innate invincible magic, and there will no longer be innate invincible magic. Only in this way will you have the opportunity to shake the Xia family in the future. But cultivating the Evil Gu Sutra needs to be ruthless and unrighteous, otherwise it will cause great trouble, and if you want to get the approval of my life soul Evil King Gu, and completely transfer it to your use, you must Have a heartless heart, Juyi's heart, at least at the moment of fusion, you have to deny the 6 relatives, so that the evil King Gu will voluntarily sacrifice himself to marry you. Li Mabai closed his eyes again. After saying this, if I really kill you and do it without mercy, then who will tell me about my eldest brother? I don't know anything, what's the point of everything you do? Li Xian felt that Li Mabai was too paranoid. Me. A voice came from the next room. Because the secret room had been blown up by Dushuan, and the mirror wall had also shattered, I saw Li Weiyang, who had fallen to the ground and died before, actually stood up alive. It's just that her face has undergone a strange change, and slowly, it doesn't look like Li Weiyang anymore, that face is completely a strange woman. Her name is Dai. Originally, after I died, she would tell you everything, and help you to continue walking until the Xia family was destroyed, but now it's useless. Li Mabai said, and was about to stand up. Li Xian subconsciously wanted to help Li Mabai, but Li Mabai stretched out his hand to push him away, and said lightly, don't help me, since you failed, then I will continue on this road. But you. Li Xian wants to say that your life and soul are gone, and the evil Gu scriptures are also abolished. You are already an ordinary person without cultivation. How can you go on? There's nothing wrong, even if it's the road to hell and Yellow Springs, I have to walk again. Li Mabai stood up with his own support, and walked staggeringly towards the door, weak but firm. If Li Xian was in hell and went to the light, then Li Mabai was the one who went to hell. When Zhou Wen found Li Xian, he was dumbfounded when he saw Li Xianjing sitting alone in the garden. What's wrong? What are you doing here alone? Seeing that Li Xian was fine, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, walked over and asked with a smile. Li Xian turned his head to look at Zhou Wen, his eyes seemed a little different from before. Zhou Wen, I want to become stronger than everyone else. Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen and said, Zhou Wen had never seen Li Xian so serious. Even when he was betrayed by Jiang Hao and Su Miantu, Li Xian just smiled and said that he would make Li Mabai pay the price. But this time, Zhou Wen felt that Li Xian was really different. What happened? Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian and asked. Li Xian didn't answer, just asked Zhou Wen, if one day I become a devil, will we still be friends? I won't let you become a devil. Zhou Wen said seriously. Li Xian laughed, yes, I will not become a devil, I will use my own method to change the world. Zhou Wen found that Li Xian was really different. Since returning from the birthday banquet, Li Xian has really started to practice seriously. Li Xian's talent is very good. Although he used to work very hard, but at that time, he often said a word that combines work and rest, but now, whenever Li Xian has time, he will pull him to practice. Zhou Wen can obviously I feel that Li Xian is making rapid progress. And Li Xian actually condensed the soul of life, which surprised Zhou Wen. Because Li Xian himself said that it may take several years for him to condense the soul of life, but he seems to have condensed the soul of life overnight. Soul. Moreover, Zhou Wen felt that there was something wrong with Li Xian's life and soul, which seemed to be somewhat different from his innate invincibility. It's just that no matter how Zhou Wen asked him, Li Xian refused to say more. Zhou Wen is still brushing dungeons every day and chasing the weaknesses of the mythical creatures in the temple, but there has not been much progress. In the office of the Supervision Bureau headquarters, Shinyuchi was looking at a photo. In the photo is a person wearing stone armor, only the side, and the whole body is wrapped in stone armor. It is impossible to see what the person inside the armor looks like. The seat, someone brought it. Kai Jin's voice sounded outside the door. Bring him in. Shinyuchi put down the photo in his hand and said calmly. Kai Jin quickly brought people in. And his attitude towards Shinyuchi became more and more respectful. Kai Jin lost all the net worth of the Supervision Bureau. He originally thought that he was dead this time, but he didn't want Shinyuchi, but he did not punish him, and he transferred him back to the Supervision Bureau and resumed his previous position and work. Kai Ban was both grateful and apprehensive. Old Shen, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? An old man wearing a sleepy yuan lock came in behind Kai Jing and sat carelessly on the chair opposite Shinyuchi. I want to know who this person is in the photo. Shinyuchi pushed the photo in front of the old man. The old man glanced at the photo, then curled his lips and said, although my life soul has the ability to form a shadow, you also know that my life soul is very limited and cannot be used casually. Find out the person and you will be free, Shinyuchi said. The old man's eyes lit up. Suddenly, stared at Shinyuchi and asked, let me leave Paradise Prison, aren't you afraid that Cape's family will trouble you? I want to know who this person is. Shinyuchi didn't answer, but said lightly. Okay, deal. The old man stretched out his hand. Shinyuchi nodded slightly, and Kai Jin stepped forward and opened the sleepy yuan lock. On the old man. The old man's hunched body suddenly became straight, and he looked much taller. He reached out and picked up the photo. His eyes were full of energy, and his eyes seemed to have magic power. On top of the photo, with the magic light in the eyes of the old man, the figure in the photo seemed to come alive, as if struggling to get out of the photo. Shinyuchi and Kai Jin both stared at the photo, waiting for the figure in the photo to come out. What? Suddenly, the old man let out a scream, his eyes burst open, blood sprayed photos, and the table were all over the place, covering his eyes. And screaming constantly, Shinyuchi and Kai Jin's expressions changed greatly. In the academy, Zhou felt that his Wang Zisig fate suddenly appeared automatically, but it disappeared without a trace in just an instant. Strange, what happened? Zhou was a little surprised, but he couldn't tell what happened. After waiting for a while, Zhou continued his research without feeling the change of Wang Ji's sai. During this period of time, he kept fighting with the serpent in the temple, and basically he had figured out the details of the serpent. Zhou still had methods to deal with other abilities, but only the snake cobra could not be cracked. Unless I can teleport infinitely or be invisible, so that the snake can't see me at all, it is impossible to avoid that gaze. Infinite teleportation can't be done now, and invisible vitality skills can come up with something. Zhou knew that there were indeed vitality skills that could be invisible. However, invisible vitality skills themselves are extremely rare, and even fewer are willing to sell them, so even if someone sells them, they are often at sky-high prices. Zhou has a large amount of yuan spar on hand, and he can afford to buy it even at a sky-high price. The key is that it is not convenient for Zhou to sell those yuan spar in large quantities. When Zhou was worrying about this matter, and Xing contacted him, saying that the Sunset Army wanted to buy his yuan spar. What do you want yuan spar for? Zhou asked with some doubts. And Xing said, although yuan spar and yuan jin both have the effect of killing dimensional creatures, their characteristics are somewhat different. The problems involved are very simple, so I will simply use an inappropriate analogy. If there is only yuan gene, we can only make firearms, but if we add spar, we can make laser guns. Of course, it's not that simple, but the general direction is right. I can give you the yuan spar, and I don't want the money, but I have a request. Zhou Wen said. Say. I want a vitality skill that can be invisible, at least epic level. Zhou Wen stated his request. There are too few vitality skills that can be invisible, but you can't find them. If you just want the ability to be invisible, there is an excellent opportunity recently. There is a companion egg being auctioned in the West area, and that companion pet has it. The ability to make people invisible, but the price will be very high. And there will be a lot of competition, so you have to be mentally prepared. And Xing said. What kind of companion pet is that? Zhou Wen asked. Mythical companion pet invisibility cloak. And Xing said. Will someone sell mythical companion eggs? Zhou Wen couldn't believe it. And Xing smiled and said, no one will sell the normal companion eggs, but this one is a little different. How is it different? Is there anything special? Zhou Wen wondered. Do you understand the myth of Orpheus in the West District? And Xing asked. I have some understanding. Probably from the super god Kronos at the beginning, to Chaos, the god of chaos, to the 12 Titan gods. And finally to the more famous 12 gods of Olympus, that is, the leader of Zeus. The gods, these are some of the more representative eras of Orpheus. Zhou Wen still has some understanding of this gods. Because of the inheritance of chaos, that is, the relationship between chaos beads, Zhou Wen once went to read books on this aspect. Although he did not study it in depth, he had a general understanding of this god system. It's not easy to know these things. Generally, people in the Eastern District rarely study the myths of the Western District, and they probably only know about the gods of Zeus. And Xing paused, and then continued, the people of the Cape family have discovered that they may be bisexual. The god King Phanes stayed in a temple in the world. Phanes' status is probably equal to Pengu in our Eastern District god system. Although it is a little different, it is probably the same meaning. Anyway, in the myths and legends of the Western District, all god kings must pass his approval before they can become kings of gods. The members of the Cape family were recognized by the Temple of Phanes, and selected one of the 3 companion eggs in the temple, which is the invisibility cloak, for this auction. And Xing said. No, since the auction is now for a companion egg, which means that no one has hatched it, how do you know that it is an invisibility cloak? Zhou Wen asked with some doubts. The reason why I know it's the invisibility cloak is because the people of the Cape family once hatched the mythical companion egg, and then they have the ability to be invisible. And Xing said with a half-smile, as for people, sometimes they get with power beyond the rules, the hidden humanity will burst out. The Cape family, using the power of the invisibility cloak, did not know how many dirty things they did, and in the end they were so arrogant that they even had 6 majors. Everyone in the family dared to move, and finally the Zhang family found out what he did was exposed. This incident is a scandal of the 6 major families. The person from the Cape family was also beheaded by the Zhang family, but when he was beheaded, the Zhang family did not know what means they used to beat the invisibility cloak back to the companion. The egg state did not disappear with the person, and it has been preserved. So the invisibility cloak companion egg is in the hands of the Zhang family. There's no reason for the Zhang family to take out such a powerful companion egg for auction, right? Their family still lacks this Money? Zhou wondered. Of course the Zhang family is not short of money, but the invisibility cloak companion egg is not a true companion egg state, and I don't know what method they used to make the invisibility cloak back to egg shape, but no one was able to hatch it again. At first, everyone didn't know that there was a problem with the companion eggs of the invisibility cloak, and the Cape family paid a lot of resources for this, and exchanged the companion eggs from the Zhang family, but after they got them back, they couldn't hatch. And Xing added, later, the invisibility cloak was turned around a few times. Although there are problems, it is a mythical companion egg after all, and it has fantastic invisibility. Everyone wants to try it, but everyone thinks that others can't do it. Maybe they themselves, maybe it can be done, but it turns out that no one can do it. From the 6 major families to ordinary wealthy families, it has changed hands several times, but no one can re-incubate the invisibility cloak. But you don't want to pick up cheap, confident people. There are a lot of people who want to get the invisibility cloak companion egg, and the price will definitely be beyond imagination. Can my primordial crystal be bid for? Zhou asked. Of course you can, but it's inconvenient, so let me help you bid for the invisibility cloak companion egg. When you come back, you can give me the same amount of primordial crystal at the market price. And Xing thought about it and said, the number of auctions this time. It's definitely not small. I don't know if it will exceed your psychological expectations, so you have to go with me. If you think you can, I will shoot. If you think it is too expensive, then give up. Going to the West District? Zhou was a little worried. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements, there will be no problems. You can just go on a tour. There are many famous dimensional fields in the Western District where the auction will be held. You can also go and see when the time comes. Zhou Wen's worries came out. Okay. Zhou Wen is very interested in the invisibility cloak, and he also wants to see if there are small hand patterns in the dimensional field in the West District. If there is a small hand pattern, it is not bad to download a few and brush them back. Zhou Wen is very interested in companion pets such as angels, elves, and demons. Because he was going out, Zhou Wen had to foster the antelope and the bird with Wang Lu. Zhou Wen had given some yuan jing to the antelope and the bird before, but they had no interest in it at all. You're going to owe me breakfast for several days, right? I'm afraid there won't be enough for lunch in the future. Wang Lu looked at him and said. Then let's have dinner. Zhou Wen said. I want to lose weight. I won't eat dinner. Wang Lu pouted and said. Even though he said that, Wang Lu still picked up the bird, and the antelope followed consciously, even a little impatient. Obviously, Wang Lu's food is better than following Zhou Wen. And Xing personally took Zhou Wen to the West District this time. Zhou Wen heard from Xing that the place they were going to was a peninsula, very close to the sea, not far from the peninsula, the Aegean Islands, where there were many dimensional fields and many terrifying existences. Is there any companion pets such as angels and elves in the dimensional realm? Zhou Wen asked Xing while sitting in the car. And Xing blinked and said, elves are creatures that are only found in the dimensional realm of the Northern District, and angels belong to another god system. Do you think there will be? Isn't it an area? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. He always felt that these two-dimensional creatures belonged to the West District. Of course not. And Xing answered with certainty. Then what companion pets do we go to? Zhou Wen had to ask Xing for advice. Monsters, giants, serpents, and the like. And Xing said for a while, and then said with a smile, if you have the ability. You can also kill a god like Athena, and maybe you can also burst out with companions. It is said that the temple of Athena has been discovered, but it is difficult to say whether there is a real Athena in it. Forget the mythical creatures, is there a more practical epic companion pet? Zhou Wen knew his own business, and the possibility of asking him to kill the mythical creatures is too low. Now Zhou Wen is waiting for the tyrant Beeman to evolve. After it becomes a myth, Zhou Wen will really have the capital to fight mythical creatures. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that they would go directly to the place where the auction was held, but he soon learned that it was not the two of them who went to the auction together, and Xing had to go with others. To be precise, Xing and Zhou Wen were actually just riding the wind. This time, the Zhang family also went to the auction, and Tianzhua asked them to take Zhou Wen and Xing with them, which was equivalent to being sheltered by the Zhang family. Isn't the relationship between the An family and the six major families not good? Why did the Zhang family agree to take us there? Zhou Wen felt a little strange. Don't talk about us, even if the relationship between the six major families is normal, and the competition is even stronger than the outside world, but the relationship of interests is another matter. The Zhang family has a great demand for Yuan Jin. There is also a need, and the relationship is still strong. However, the Zhang family seemed to want to refuse at first, and then they agreed again for some unknown reason. Xing said. After arriving at the place, a butler-like person received Xing and Zhou Wen and took them to the private airport. Old housekeeper, I don't know who is in charge of the Zhang family this time? Xing asked. There are many masters in the Zhang family, and Xing wanted to find out first, so as not to lose his etiquette when he got it. The one who went to the Aegean Sea this time is the only daughter of the third master, said the old housekeeper. Xing couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard the words. The Zhang family had 3 brothers in the previous generation, and all 3 brothers were particularly good at giving birth to sons. There were really many sons. A son, only 1 girl was born. There is only 1 daughter in the entire Zhang family, so one can imagine how favored this girl is. Legend has it that once the third master's daughter celebrated her birthday, all the brothers of the Zhang family rushed back to celebrate her birthday, and everyone prepared a rare treasure. The scene was extremely shocking. Of course, this is just a legend, because the Zhang family has only such a daughter, who is raised like a princess, so she has been meticulously protected since she was a child. Up to now, people who are not in the Zhang family do not know her name. Don't tell me what she looks like. Xing wanted to ask the old housekeeper what the name of the little princess of Zhang's family was, but the old housekeeper obviously didn't want to say so much, and had already boarded the plane. Xing told Zhou Wen about the little princess of the Zhang family, and said with a smile, we are lucky. Today, maybe we will have a chance to see the true face of the little princess. The two got on the plane, and the old butler took them in directly, only to see that the interior of the plane was decorated with all kinds of pink, which looked very feminine. In the cabin, there was a young woman who looked like she should be in her 20s. She was a little different from the little princess Zhou Wen imagined, at least she was older than he imagined. But after Xing and Zhou Wen saw her clearly, their eyes widened. Why, I don't know each other so soon. The woman looked at the two and said with a smile. Zhang Yuji. Are you from the Zhang family? Of course Zhou Wen knew her. When he went home with Xing, Li Xian, and Alai, He met this woman on the road and asked her to take a ride. What you said is very strange. You called me Zhang Yuji. Then I'm not from the Zhang family, so how could I be from your Zhou family? Zhang Yuji said with a smile. Zhou Wenwen was not good at speaking and opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. Sit down, the plane is about to take off. Zhang Yuji was very generous, pointing to the seat next to him. What's that? After the plane took off, Zhou Wen glanced out the window and found that there were actually many big white birds outside the window. They looked like cranes, but they were much bigger, and there were quite a few in groups flying around the plane. Taking a closer look, Zhou Wen found that there was a person sitting on the back of each crane. That is the unique companion pet of the Tian crane, a top-level epic creature with strong flying ability and fighting ability. And Xing explained. Zhou Wen immediately understood that those were the masters of the Zhang family who protected Zhang Yuji. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji strangely. With such an identity, how could she be alone in a barren mountain last time? Seeing to see Zhou Wen's doubts, Zhang Yuji smiled and said, last time, because of a conflict with my family, I went out alone to relax, but I didn't expect an accident to happen. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise I would have been a little scared by myself. Woolen cloth. It's no wonder why the Zhang family wanted to refuse at first, and then agreed to take us along. It should be your relationship, right? And Xing said. Zhang Yuji nodded and said, based on the relationship between our family and the Yin family, it's okay to bring you both, but the family doesn't want strangers to approach me, so I originally planned to refuse. Because they are all acquaintances, neither Zhou Wen nor and Xing are people who care about their identity, so they chatted happily with Zhang Yuji. Miss, it's time for you to rest. After chatting for a while, the old housekeeper came over and said. Both Zhou Wen and Xing felt very strange. What does it mean to have a rest? Zhang Yuji was sitting on a comfortable chair and didn't do anything at all. Sorry, I'm going to rest for a while. If you need anything, just tell Uncle Fu. Zhang Yuji seemed to want to stay, but the old housekeeper said once again that you should rest. So Zhang Yuji had to get up and say to the two. Although Zhou Wen and Xing felt strange, they were not too familiar with each other, and they didn't have much to say. They watched Zhang Yuji walk into the door in front of the cabin. Zhou Wen was curious and wanted to see where Zhang Yuji went to rest. It is said that the previous passenger plane had a first-class cabin. Is there a similar first-class cabin on this plane? Zhou Wen turned on the ability to listen to the earrings, and just wanted to see what Zhang Yuji's resting place looked like, and there was no malice. The three-dimensional map of the plane immediately appeared in Zhou Wen's mind. In front of the cabin, there was a separate cabin. Zhang Yuji pushed the door and walked in. But Zhou Wen saw the situation there clearly, but his face changed slightly. The cabin is not big, but there are a lot of things on it. The layout is very weird. There are many long strips of paper hanging in it. Because of the ability to listen to the truth, you can't see the color or pattern, so Zhou Wen only knows that those are long. It was a strip of paper, he didn't know if there was anything painted on it. However, there were no reclining chairs or beds in it. Zhou Wen only saw a strange box with a round bottom and a small one. The shape of the box, Zhou Wen looked like it was only before the storm of different dimensions that humans would use a kind of funeral supplies. It shouldn't be a coffin, right? Could it be a new type of massage equipment? When Zhou Wen thought to himself, he saw that Zhang Yuji had lifted the lid and lay in the box. Zhou Wen clearly saw that there was no massage equipment in the box, so it looked like a coffin. I just want to play games quietly, I just want to play games quietly. The more Zhou Wen looked at it, the more wrong it became. The box should be carved out of stone. There was nothing in it, except for a pillow, which seemed to be made of stone. It would not be comfortable for people to sleep in it. After Zhang Yuji was lying in it, the old butler closed the lid again. As soon as the lid fell, the ability to listen carefully could no longer hear the situation inside the box. It's really weird. Do girls from rich families have such a weird temper? Instead of sitting on the high-end sofa on the plane, they actually sleep in a stone box. No matter how Zhou Wen looked at it, it looked like a coffin. Zhou Wen withdrew his ability to listen carefully. After all, it was someone's privacy, and Zhou Wen didn't want to keep peeping. There were basically no accidents along the way. When passing over some dimensional fields, the Tian team outside had already shocked the dimensional creatures, so that the dimensional creatures could not easily get close to the plane. Even if a few dimensional creatures without long eyes rushed over, they were solved by the Tian team, and the plane was not damaged at all. They didn't see Zhang Yuji come out until they got to the Peninsula of the Gods. After the plane landed, the old butler took them off the plane. And Xing said that he wanted to say goodbye to Zhang Yu, and the old butler just said no, they just left. Asheng, do you think Zhang Yuji is a little weird? Zhou Wen asked and Xing after the two left the airport. It's more than weird. Although the 6 major families are in different areas, as heroic families, they pay the most attention to etiquette. This is not the way to entertain guests at all. And Xing paused and said, but this is Zhang's family. It has nothing to do with us. There are still 2 days before the auction starts. Where do you want to go? I will show you around. Let's go to the nearby dimension field. Zhou Wen thought that he had come here once anyway. If he can find the little hand pattern, it is best to download a few more copies and go back. Most of the dimensional fields on the Gods Peninsula are owned. After all, we are outsiders. If we want to go in, I am afraid it will be a little troublesome. It is better to go to the Aegean Islands. It is a little dangerous, but there are many dimensional fields. It is ownerless and more interesting. And Xing said, can we go to sea like this? Zhou Wen knew that the dimension field in the sea was more terrifying than the land. It's okay, I've been there many times before, and the road is very familiar. And Xing was confident. The two walked towards the port together. Along the way, they saw many people walking down the street with their companion pets. The more common ones were giants and Bigfoot, and there were many monsters. Zhou Wen also saw one person with a fireman companion pet. Looks very interesting. Didn't you say that there are no elves in the Peninsula of the Gods? What is this? Isn't it a fire elf? Zhou Wen asked. The elf I'm talking about is the kind with pointed ears and looks similar to humans. This is an elemental elf, and the two are not the same thing. I thought you wanted that kind of beautiful elf. And Xing said, where can I get this elemental elf? Zhou Wen asked. The person with the fire elf heard Zhou Wen's words, and even smiled, and said, this is the epic fire elf who forged the temple. The fire elf is very rare, and the probability of spawning companion eggs is even lower. I have been in the Forging temple for 2.5 years. I was lucky enough to get this fire elf. If you are interested, you can try your luck. Where is the forging temple? Zhou asked when he saw that the other party was very friendly. That is the temple of Hephaestus, the god of forging. There are not only fire elves, but also more advanced fire elves, but the number is even rarer, and the depths of the temple are too dangerous. You young people, don't be so arrogant, just hunt and kill the fire elves on the first floor of the temple. If you go deep into it, your life will be in danger, said the middle-aged man with the fire elves. Thank you for the pointer. Zhou still had some impressions of Hephaestus, but he couldn't remember the name. He only remembered that he was the son of Zeus, the god of craftsmen and forging. Zhou can remember him not because of his name as a craftsman, but because he is the husband of the goddess of love and beauty, and it's still the kind of green grassland on its head. In addition, the bow of the god of love, the carriage of the sun god, and the lightning spear of Zeus were all made by him, and it can be said that he is an expert in the manufacture of artifacts. And Xing also seemed to have some understanding of the forging temple, so he said to Zhou, the forging temple not only has fire element elves, but also various metal and mechanical dimensional creatures, which is quite interesting. Viewed it as the private land of the gods' peninsula, except for the gods. Residences on the peninsula can be entered with an ID card, and outsiders are prohibited from entering. Young man, you have some knowledge. You are right at all. Unless you are a citizen of the gods' peninsula, it is impossible to enter the temple of forging. It seems a pity that you are not even qualified to obtain ordinary fire elves. No. The middle-aged man left proudly with his fire elf. Is there really no way to go in? Zhou was very interested in forging the temple, so he asked in Sheng. Really not. This is a rule jointly established by several families of the gods' peninsula. Even people from those families cannot break this rule, otherwise they will be enemies of the entire gods' peninsula. And Xing spread his hands. Said he could not do it. If you can't go in, you can always take a look outside, right? Zhou said. Of course you can, but are you really going to see it? And Xing looked at Zhou with some doubts. If you drop by, just go and have a look. Take a few photos as a souvenir. Anyway, it's a visit. Zhou just wanted to find the little hand pattern, but he didn't intend to go in. I didn't expect you to have such a boring hobby. It's considered a drop-in, and it's just a little detour. And Xing continued to walk with Zhou. Not long after walking, I saw white shadows flying by in the sky, and passers-by stopped and watched. Zhou and Xing looked up, only to see the sky cranes flying over their heads. The sky cranes fell directly in front of them, and the Zhang family members in some gray clothes got off the back of the sky cranes and walked towards them. The lead person is about 27 or 8-year-old. He is imposing, but not too flamboyant. He looks extremely handsome and extraordinary. Zhang Xiao, what do you mean? And Xing obviously recognized the leader and stared at him with a frown. Zhang Xiao said, I'm sorry, I have something I want to ask you too. What's the matter? And Xing asked. Have you met my sister Zhang Yuji after you got off the plane? Zhang Xiao asked. Didn't she go to rest on the plane? We haven't seen her since then. What happened? Need our help? And Xing said. Zhang Xiao looked at and Xing and Zhou as if to confirm whether they really did not see Zhang Yuji, and then saluted. Slightly, thank you too. If you see my sister Zhang Yuji in the future, please notify me as soon as possible. The Zhang family must be serious. Thanks. Okay, if we see her, we will contact you as soon as possible. And Xing said. Zhang Xiao didn't hesitate. After leaving, he took the Tianhe team and left directly, looking very anxious. It seems that the little princess of the Zhang family is very worry-free. And Xing smiled. The two went to the casting temple while talking. Unfortunately, the casting temple was guarded. Zhou Wen could only see the gate from a distance, and there was no way to see if there was a small hand pattern at close range. A little disappointed, they followed Xing to the port. The two were about to rent a boat to go to sea, but saw a man in a suit and hat on a boat waving to them. Why did you come here? It's been a long time for you. The man raised his head slightly and spoke to Zhou Wen and Xing. When the two of them saw her face, they were both startled. The man in men's clothes turned out to be Zhang Yuji. What are you still doing? Come up quickly, don't you want to go to the Aegean Islands? Zhang Yuji greeted them on the boat. How do you know? Zhou Wen and Xing looked at each other in surprise. The matter of going to the Aegean Islands was decided after they got off the plane. Zhang Yuji actually knew that. He was still waiting for them here. They couldn't think of when Zhang Yuji overheard them. If I want to. No, I can naturally know, the boat is about to leave, can you get on? Zhang Yuji said. Do you know that your brother Zhang Xiao and the others are looking for you? And Xing asked. Don't worry about them. If you don't get on the boat, I'll leave by myself. Zhang Yuji pouted, and was about to start the engine. Zhou Wen and Xing thought about it and had to get on the boat first. Zhang Yuji looked very excited. After starting the engine, he drove the boat towards the sea and shouted excitedly, I want to conquer the entire sea. How old are you, yet so naive? And Xing said with a smile. I like childishness, and you are childish if you don't agree. Zhang Yuji retorted. Let me go ahead. There are dangers in the sea. And we must take the right route to avoid unnecessary troubles to the greatest extent. And Xing came to Zhang Yuji and said. All right. Zhang Yuji handed over the task of sailing to Xing, walked to the bow, stood on the bow and stretched out his hands, facing the wind as if he was about to embrace the sea. After leaving the sea, all electronic instruments were affected, and various errors occurred. The mobile phone could be turned on. But there was no signal, and it was also prone to crashes and other phenomena. Because the sea is too dangerous, Zhou Wen did not brush the dungeon and kept an eye on the sea. Not long after entering the sea, they suddenly heard a strange singing. The three of them looked in the direction of the singing. They saw a protruding reef on the sea in the distance, and a young woman was sitting on it and singing. But after a closer look, I found that the woman had no legs and a fish tail, and she was a legendary mermaid. Seemingly feeling the gazes of the three, the mermaid stopped singing, plunged into the sea water, and soon disappeared. A mermaid, it turns out to be a mermaid. We are so lucky. I heard that mermaids in the sea are very rare. I never thought that we had just gone out to sea, and we encountered one. Zhang Yuji said. And Xing said, mermaids are also called sea monsters in some myths and legends. It is a bad omen to meet them when they go out to sea. Why? Zhang Yuji was slightly startled, and asked in disbelief. In myths and legends, the sirens, the sea monsters with the face and the body of a fish, are the daughters of the river gods. They have songs that can confuse people, so that the sailors are bewitched by the singing and sail to the reef involuntarily. In the end, the ship crashed and died. And Shung told them a story about the kraken. Fortunately, they were not sailors in myths and legends, and they were not confused. The journey went smoothly. Although they saw some alien creatures in the sea, no one came to attack them. When Zhou Wen saw an island, and Xing drove a boat around the island and had no intention of going to the island. "Why don't you go to the island?" Zhang Yuji asked strangely. "There is the legendary island of Crete. You may not be familiar with this name, but you should have heard of the Minosa's palace, right? The legendary Minoan cow is inside. Those who entered the labyrinth are currently, so far, no one has been able to come out alive." And Xing said. The boat left the island and headed deeper into the ocean. And Xing was really familiar with this place, and there was basically no danger on the road. When he arrived at an unremarkable island, and Xing pulled the boat over. "Is this island also a dimension domain?" Zhang Yuji looked at the island, but didn't see anything like a palace. The dimensional fields of the Aegean Sea generally exist in the form of palaces, and most of those godlike existences are in palaces. Certainly, the dimensional field in the ocean is not as clearly divided as the dimensional field on land. In fact, the entire Aegean Sea is a huge dimensional field. And Xing jumped onto the beach, pulled the boat up, and continued, "There are many water element elves on this island. You can try your luck. If you are lucky, a water element elf companion egg will explode, and you will enter later. If you take an adventure in the dimension field, you don't have to worry about the water source." Zhou Wen and Zhang Yuji both know the importance of water. If you are trapped in a dimensional field for a long time, as long as there is water to drink, you can still persist for a while. Although Zhou Wen has stored a lot of food and water in the Chaos Orb, there is no need to worry about the problem of water, but for ordinary people, it is very important to have a companion pet of a water element elf, even if it is only legendary. It's just that the water element elves are also rare, and they can only be seen in the sea. However, those who can go out to sea must be at least epic, and they may not be able to find water elves when they go out to sea. The three of them got on the island, and after walking a short distance, they saw a blue water ball jumping up and down on the grass, like a football made of jelly. That is the most common water element elves, legendary dimensional creatures, and generally have two talent skills, water gun and water polo, which can attack from a long distance. And Xing pointed to the water ball and said, "It's just a ball of water, shouldn't the attack power be strong?" Zhang Yuji saw that the water element elf was very cute, and it made people want to squeeze and hug. Have you ever seen a high-pressure waterline cutting machine? Granite and steel are hard enough, right? Water can easily cut them apart. Don't underestimate the power of water, it will kill people. And Xing said straightly. While the three of them were talking, the water element elf had already spotted them and wanted to bounce off the grass. When they were in the air, they sprayed a jet of water towards Zhou Wen at the front. The water column was only the thickness of a finger, but its speed was astonishingly fast. Zhou Wen dodged to avoid it, and the water column sprayed directly out for more than 10 meters, leaving a deep depression on a reef. Zhou Wen pulled out the bamboo knife and slashed at the water element elf, splitting the body of the water element elf. It's useless to cut off The water element if you want to kill the water element spirit. There is a water element crystal in its body, and you can kill it by smashing the crystal, and Xing said. Zhou nodded and looked at the body of the water element elf carefully. Sure enough, he saw a dark blue bead flowing in its body. Cut it off with a knife, and cut the bead off. The water element elf fell directly with the bead this time. At the same time, a crystal fell out. Good luck, the first water element elf crystallized, but unfortunately, it is not a companion egg. And Xing said with a smile. Zhou was constantly looking for the water element elves on the island, and wanted to explode a companion egg, but Zhang Yuji had no interest in the companion egg. He was just traveling, holding his mobile phone, and taking a few photos from time to time. Why is that water element elf a bit different? When Zhou and the others came to a waterfall, they saw a somewhat strange water element elf. The general water elf is blue, it looks like a ball, but it is in the shape of a water drop, but this water elf is silver, and its shape is not a water drop, but a snake. This should be an advanced water element elf, maybe an epic big guy, be careful yourself. And Xing said irresponsibly. Zhou was really careful. He directly summoned the stone armor and put it on without getting close to the silver water snake elf. He summoned the tyrant sword and slashed it with a sword from a distance. The water snake didn't even dodge, and when it opened its mouth, it spewed silver water, but the water it spewed was a little strange, it turned out to be in the shape of fangs. The sword light slashed over, and the water snake's fangs were directly smashed to pieces, and the sword light kept slashing towards it. Seeing that the situation was not good, the silver water snake turned around and dived into the water pool below the waterfall. Its body was similar to water. When it entered the water pool, it disappeared immediately, and there was no way to tell its location with the naked eye. Fortunately, Zhou has the ability to listen carefully, and the ability to listen to the earrings can ignore the color, and immediately saw the position of the silver water snake in the pool. Zhou chased after him, and a sword light slashed into the pool. Bang! The surface of the water was cut by the rotating sword light. And the body of the silver water snake in the water was also cut open, and even the water element crystals in its body were also cut into pieces. I saw a silver crystal-shaped companion egg fell out and sank to the bottom of the pool. A companion egg exploded? Zhou stood next to the pool and observed it for a while. Seeing that there were no traces of other dimensional creatures in the pool, he jumped into the pool and dived towards the bottom of the pool. Zhou reached out and picked up the companion egg. He was about to get off his body and float, but suddenly he felt a huge suction force from the bottom of the pool, causing his body to sink instantly, as if being sucked away by a toilet. Whoa! Zhou fell down with the current, and found that there was actually a huge space under the pool, with the rushing sea water below. Zhou too looked up, but he didn't find the hole where he was washed down. The top of his head was a black rock, without any gaps. A sword slashed at the rock, and Jianguang smashed a large piece of the rock, but there was still a rock behind. Zhou slashed several swords, all of which were rocks, and there was no exit at all. To the place where the underground sea water is flowing, there is light coming from there, as if it is the exit of the tunnel. Zhou had no choice but to follow the water and head towards the exit there. As long as he can get out, it shouldn't be difficult to go back to the pool. Soon, Zhou rushed out with the current. After going out, he found that it turned out to be the exit of a waterfall. After Zhou Wen came out of the waterfall, he was directly suspended in the air, but he was shocked by what he saw. Because this waterfall and the water pool below, no matter how you look at it, they are the one he fell from just now, but he clearly fell into the bottom of the water pool. How could he come out of the waterfall above? Zhou Wen looked around carefully, and there was nothing wrong. The surrounding environment was exactly the same, that is, the pool where he fell, but there were no Ansheng and Zhang Yuji next to the pool. They won't go to the pool to find me, right? Zhou Wen thought to himself, and flew higher, wanting to confirm whether they were still on the island. Flying into the air, the originally small island was immediately caught in Zhou Wen's eyes. A very beautiful island, full of green meadows, surrounded by clear springs and flowing water. But when Zhou Wen's eyes fell on one place, the pupil shrank sharply, and on a grassy slope, an apple tree grew. There was only one apple on the huge apple tree, but that apple was a little unusual. It was like a gold cast, exuding a dazzling brilliance. Under the apple tree, there was a large black lizard lying on his back, and the lizard was even bigger than an elephant. Zhou Wen soon realized that it was not a lizard, but a giant dragon from the myths and legends of the Western District. Because lizards can't grow wings, the giant dragon has two folded wings on its back. Golden apple. Dragon. Zhou Wen was in shock. This is a bit similar to the myths and legends that Zhou Wen has read. In the legend, the human hero, Peleus, married the goddess of the sea and invited all the goddesses to their wedding, but only did not invite the goddess of discord, Eris, and Eris held a grudge at the wedding, took out a golden apple and gave it to the guests present, with the words, "To the most beautiful goddess." As a result, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite quarreled over the golden apple, which eventually led to a human battle. Legend has it that the golden apple tree in the holy garden is guarded by a 100-headed dragon, but that is just a legend, and it doesn't look like a holy garden here. The black giant dragon under the golden apple tree doesn't look like 100 dragons, it only has one head. Zhou Wen didn't know what the golden apple was for, and he didn't want to snatch it, nor did he intend to disturb the black giant dragon. Although it might not be 100-headed giant dragon, the giant dragon itself was also a legendary mythical creature, and Zhou Wen didn't want to take risks. But what confused Zhou Wen was that before they went to the island, they didn't see a golden apple tree, let alone a giant dragon. Why these things suddenly appeared now? Zhou Wen looked at the entire island, but did not find Ansheng and Zhang Yuji. What was even more strange was that even the boat they had placed on the beach was gone. Could it be that? In fact, this is not the island just now, but it looks a bit similar. When I passed through the hole under the pool just now, I have arrived at another place? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more likely it was. Bang bang. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he heard two sounds of water, as if a stone had fallen into the water. He turned his head to look, and saw Ansheng and Zhang Yuji fell from the waterfall and fell into the pool, causing a lot of excitement. Big splash. They were all right, and soon climbed out of the water pool, but Zhou Wen felt a little bad. He turned to look at the black giant under the apple tree, and he saw that it had woken up from a deep sleep. And he got up and looked up at the waterfall. Zhou Wen, what are you doing up there? Zhang Yuji called out to him when he saw Zhou Wen flying in the air. As soon as Zhang Yuji's voice came out, the black dragon seemed to be completely awake, raised his head, and pricked up his ears, staring straight at the direction of the waterfall. Zhou Wen knew that they couldn't see the giant dragon and the golden apple tree in the distance, so he quickly made a mute gesture to them, and he fell down, dragged them and flew into the cave at the source of the waterfall. Boom! As soon as the three talents entered the cave, they saw the black giant flying towards the sky, like a black lightning, and landed next to the water pool. A pair of dragon eyes looked around, as if they were looking for something. After turning around for several times beside the water pool, after confirming that it was not found, it slowly walked towards the direction of the apple tree. The three people who held their breath in the waterfall cave dared to breathe. Strange, I have been to this island many times. There are only some water element elves, how come there is a dragon suddenly? And Xing said with a frown. It's more than that. Zhou repeated his findings, and speculations. Zhang Yuji's eyes lit up, that is to say, we are not on the original island now. When we passed the passage under the water pool, we have entered another dimension. This is an undiscovered dimension domain. There is a dragon here, and there is a golden apple? Is that really the golden apple of fairy tales? How do I know this? Zhou shook his head and said. And Xing said, every mythical creature is not easy to mess with, even if it's just a relatively weak existence in myths and legends, it's not something we can deal with now. Don't make the idea of the golden apple, let's swim back from the waterfall channel first. At first glance, it would be best if you can go back. If you can't go back, then go to the pool for an interview. Maybe you will be sucked again and you will be able to leave here. Zhou agreed. And he didn't want to take risks. Although Zhang Yuji was very interested in the golden apple and fairy tales, he could only leave with the two of them. A terrible thing happened. There was no way back at the end of the waterfall, and after they got down into the pool, there was no strange suction at the bottom of the pool. After coming out of the water pool, the three returned to the waterfall cave. Zhang Yuji thought for a while and said, I remember hearing from the elders at home that once you enter some different dimensional fields, unless you get a special item in the dimensional field, otherwise you will not be able to leave until you die inside. It seems that this different dimensional field should be the kind of death field you mentioned. After entering, either you will die or the dimensional creature will die. There is no third way to go. And Xing said. Zhang Yuji thought for a while and said, if we leave this island, will we be able to leave this dimensional realm? I've seen it in the air before, and I was able to see distant islands before, but there's nothing here. The sea is endless as far as the eye can see. Zhou said. So we are really trapped here. This small island is not big. It is estimated that the black dragon or the golden apple is a special item in the dimension field. Kill the dragon or get the golden apple. We may leave here. Zhang Yuji said excitedly, if we kill that giant dragon, will we become the first batch of dragon-slaying warriors in human history? If you're not afraid of becoming a dragon's poop, you can try it. Zhou is more inclined to find a way to get the golden apple. The death probability of fighting with mythical creatures is too high, but if you go to pick apples, you don't necessarily need to fight dragons. They all have a lot of companion pets. Use companion pets to lure the black dragon away, and then go to pick golden apples. It should be much safer. And Xing also agreed with Zhou idea. Yuji, you stay here, Zhou, and I will try it first to see if we can lead the dragon away and pick off the golden apple. Why did you let me stay? Zhang Yuji asked in confusion. Because the two of us are going to be thieves to steal apples. If the two of us can't do it, then it's your turn to appear as a dragon slayer. Anson said. That's right, I can't do anything sneaky. Zhang Yuji nodded. And Xing asked Zhou Wen where. He saw the golden apple tree and the details, and then he sneaked out of the waterfall cave with Zhou Wen. I have the vitality skill to restrain my breath. I should not be discovered by the giant dragon if I get closer. When I get close, I will summon a companion pet to try to see how powerful the giant dragon is. And Xing said to Zhou Wen, and people were already lurking out. Zhou Wen saw that he was like a snake, walking silently in the grass. If he hadn't seen it with his eyes, he would have hardly felt his existence. He couldn't help admiring that Xing was indeed an old fritter. Much more complete. Zhou Wen didn't have a similar vitality skill, so he couldn't guarantee that he would not be discovered by the giant dragon. So he didn't get any closer, so he found a relatively high position nearby and looked at the golden apple tree and the black giant dragon from a distance. It didn't take long for Xing to reach the place. Less than a kilometer from the golden apple tree. He was close to the ground, and the armor on his body changed color automatically, almost blending with the grass. Then Zhou Wen saw that he had summoned a leopard-like companion pet, ran towards the golden apple tree, and made a roaring sound at the same time. The black giant hadn't fallen asleep at all, so he stood up immediately and saw the leopard-like companion pet, his wings slammed, and black lightning flashed across the sky. The leopard was not an opponent at all. A flame had just spewed out of his mouth, but the black dragon swallowed the flame together with the leopard. What a fast speed! Zhou Wen was secretly shocked. The speed of this giant dragon was almost comparable to that of the mythical creature in the temple. That looked like a wolf but not a wolf, like a tiger but not a tiger. Although it is still a little worse, it is no longer a speed that epic humans like them can compete with. The leopard was also an epic creature, and in front of the black dragon, there was no room for resistance. And Xing lay still on the grass. After the giant dragon swallowed the leopard's companion pet, it roared violently a few times, and shuttled back and forth on the island like lightning, as if looking for other intruders. Zhou Wen also lay in the grass and did not dare to move. Several times, the black dragon almost flew past him, making his heart come to his throat. This is not a game. Once discovered by the black dragon, it is estimated that 8 or 9 times there is only one dead end. After waiting until the black dragon quieted down and returned to the golden apple tree, after a while, it seemed to be a little tired. When he was resting under the tree, and Xing quietly retreated and gave Zhou Wen a wink. The two slowly retreated to the waterfall. Because the sound of the waterfall is very loud, it can cover up their voices. Even if there is a little movement here, it should not attract the attention of the giant dragon too much. This island is too small. With the speed of the black dragon, no matter where we lead it, he can immediately return to the apple tree. It seems that the trick of turning the tiger away from the mountain may not work. Returning to the cave. And Xing said, to adjust the tiger away from the mountain, the tiger must be far enough away. Now, as long as they get close to the golden apple tree, they will be driven back by the giant dragon to kill them, so this strategy is obviously useless. What do you think? And Xing asked Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen thought about it and said, it's definitely not possible to fight recklessly. The probability of death is too high, so we can only think of other ways. After a pause, Zhou Wen continued, I have an idea. If I can wrap my head around the dark dragon for a few seconds, will you be sure of picking the golden apple? How many seconds can you hold on? And Xing asked after thinking for a while. At most 10 seconds, at least 5 seconds, but before that, I need to confirm it again with a companion pet to be able to judge the exact time. Zhou Wen said after serious consideration. If you can entangle it for 6 seconds, I can pick the golden apple. Back. And Xing said after careful calculation. Then give it a try. Zhou Wen planned to try again to see what kind of abilities the black dragon had. I still have a lot of companion pets on my body. Try it a few more times. Be sure to try the black dragon's ability clearly, and then it's not too late to start. And Xing said. Can I do something? Zhang Yuji asked. Please cheer for us here. And Xing said. To her. Okay, I'll cheer for you. Zhang Yuji didn't really plan to be a dragon slayer. Besides, she was only a legend, not as good as Zhou Wen and the others. It was just a joke before. Zhou Wen and Xing went out of the cave again, found a hidden location to summon companion pets, and left there. Companion pets in different positions in advance. After everything was arranged, those companion pets launched to the black dragon in different positions. Attacked. And Xing's companion pets emerge in an endless stream, and Zhou Wen's companion pets are also many. But the companion pets of the two are basically meat buns and dogs that never return. Zhou Wen used the bloodworm and wanted to sneak into the black dragon's body, but the bloodworm died automatically as soon as it got into its skin. There are also epic poisonous bats, which were swallowed by the black dragon after flying over in the air. The two of them sacrificed at least 30 or 40 companion pets in total, and none of the companion pets could last 5 seconds in front of the black dragon, which made them fully realize the horror of the black dragon. Of course, this was also because neither of them was willing to use their beloved companion pets. And all they took out were some cannon fodder companion pets. However, the different attack appearances of various companion pets allowed the black dragon to use some of its abilities, giving Zhou Wen and Xing a clearer understanding of the black dragon. The speed is much faster than ours, not to mention the power. One of my power-type epic companion pets is easily crushed by it, and it is not afraid of wind, fire, and lightning, has high resistance, and does not breathe fire, but he will spray poisonous smoke. And Xing said the results of his own observations. And then looked at Zhou Wen and asked, what do you think? Can you hold on for a few seconds? I would rather underestimate than overestimate. 7 seconds. Zhou Wen calculated many times in his mind, taking into account his various abilities, and finally gave such a conservative number. Enough, let's make a plan first. I'll lurk near the apple tree first. My limit distance should be within 500 meters, and then you use the companion pet to lead it away. Try to hold it for 7 seconds, the remaining leave the next thing to me. And Xing said while drawing a picture on the ground, explaining the whole plan clearly. Remember, we only have one chance, we will die if we fail. And Xing said to Zhou Wen when he was about to leave the cave. Understood. Zhou Wen nodded solemnly. The two went out of the cave according to the plan, and Xing quietly lurked close to the apple tree. His ability to restrain breath and camouflage was very strong. Zhou Wen watched Xing advancing on the grass and could hardly tell the difference between him and the grass. The closer to the black dragon, the slower. And Xing's speed, the whole person, is like slow motion. A few hours later, and Xing was only 400 meters away from the apple tree. And the ear of the black dragon moved suddenly. Both Zhou Wen and Xing's Hearts came to their throats at once, and Xing lay there motionless. Zhou Wen's heart was beating wildly, and he even forgot to breathe. After a while, the black dragon's ears drooped down again, and Zhou Wen felt a little better in his heart. And Xing was extremely bold, and he continued to climb another 20 or 30 meters, making Zhou Wen's heart almost stop. Zhou Wen knew that for every centimeter and Xing approached the black dragon, the danger of exposure would increase. He originally said that he would stop at a distance of about 500 meters from the apple tree, but now he has entered within 400 meters. His danger to reduce Zhou Wen's risk. The closer he is to the apple tree, the faster he can get close to the golden apple, and the sooner the black dragon will turn to chase him, and Zhou Wen's risk will be relatively reduced. Finally, and Xing made an agreed gesture. And Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that it was time for him to appear. After retreating to the edge of the island, Zhou Wen summoned his companion pet and made adequate preparations, before shouting, "Big lizard, I'm here, come and eat me." The black giant dragon, who was resting under the golden apple tree, heard Zhou Wen's voice, his ears perked up, and his body stood up. After determining the position, he flapped his wings violently, and instantly broke through the air. He rushed towards where Zhou Wen was. Black lightning flashed across the sky, appearing in Zhou Wen's sight almost instantly. Zhou Wen summoned a row of King Kong warriors to stand in front of the black dragon. These were originally the food left to the tyrant beeman after they were brushed out before, but later the tyrant beeman ate the yuan spar directly. There is no use anymore. Black rushed over like lightning, and the Vajra warriors were directly hit and flew all over the sky. Zhou Wen had a bamboo sword and a tyrannical sword in one hand. Black light shot out of the black giant dragon's eyes, directly blasting the magic star wheel and gear sword light, but his body rushed towards Zhou Wen without a pause. Zhou Wen launched a ghost step and instantly moved more than 10 meters to the left, while silently counting in his heart, 1 second. And Xing over there has rushed towards the golden apple tree like a ghost, and the speed is equally terrifying. The speed of the black giant dragon was faster than Zhou Wen, who used the ghost step. His wings swung violently, but the huge body dexterously drew an L shape in the air, directly catching up with Zhou Wen, and spewing a large amount of black poison from his mouth. The smoke rolled towards Zhou Wen like a flood. A purple bell appeared in Zhou Wen's hand, and when he shook it at the black dragon, the billowing black poisonous smoke was sucked into the bell. The black dragon was a little stunned, but then it rushed directly towards Zhou Wen, opening its mouth wide, trying to swallow Zhou Wen directly. Zhou Wen shook the bell in his hand. Black poisonous smoke billowed out from the bell, and rolled back the poisonous smoke that the black dragon had just spewed back, while using ghost steps to quickly move away. 2 seconds. Zhou Wen counted in his heart. The black giant rushed into the poisonous smoke and temporarily lost his vision. Under his anger, he let out a roar, like a giant thunder blasting, and the shock wave directly dissipated the poisonous smoke. Body. The roaring sound is an area. Attack. There is no place to dodge. Zhou Wen can only take this blow hard, activate the ancient emperor's life-defying soul, and use the demon dragon's real body at the same time. When it is completed, the shock wave has already arrived in front of him. Bang! Zhou Wen raised his fists in front of him. His body was pushed back by the force of the shock wave, and his legs plowed out 2 deep scars of dozens of meters. On the ground, the black giant seemed to sense something, but it didn't chase Zhou Wen anymore, and turned around and wanted to rush back. Zhou Wen knew that Xing had reached the range of the golden apple. tree, which attracted the attention of the black dragon, which was going back to protect the golden apple. Zhou Wen naturally couldn't let it go, otherwise Xing would be in danger. Seeing that the black dragon was about to fly away, a purple light flew from the diagonal and slashed on the wings of the black dragon. The purple light was a short ancient copper sword, and the black dragon's wings, which were covered with scales, were cut open by the ancient copper sword. Well done. As far as Zhou Wen could see, he saw the demon baby hiding in the grass with a scabbard expression on his face. After the ancient sword slashed the black dragon, it was flying towards the grass. Roar! The giant dragon let out an angry roar. How could it have suffered such a loss? Its wings were slashed, and it did not run back in anger. It turned into lightning and rushed to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen must be swallowed and killed first, and go back to protect the golden apple. The black dragon is so fast that people can't see its huge figure at all, only a black lightning can be seen across the void, incredibly fast. Zhou Wen is used to this kind of speed. He has to brush mythical creatures every day. Although the big snake is a little slower than the black dragon, it is not too slow. And the other mythical creature is even faster than the black dragon. Be quick. Zhou Wen was calm as usual. And the demon dragon's real body burst into a terrifying speed and quickly rushed into the sea. In the sky, he is not the opponent of the black dragon, but in the sea, the dragon with two wings is not as flexible as him. Those huge fleshy wings will become an obstacle to its movement in the water. Seeing Zhou Wen rushing into the water, the black dragon hesitated for a while, but did not chase after him. It seemed that he was about to turn around and return to the golden apple tree. 3 seconds. While Zhou Wen counted. Silently, he got out of the water and switched back to the killer, holding the banana fan, facing the black dragon for 3 consecutive fans. The 3 tyrannical winds set off huge waves, which rolled towards the black dragon in the air. One wave hit its body one after another. The other side of the demon baby was also hiding in the dark, and sent out an ancient sword attack. After that, he attacked the black dragon. The black dragon was injured by the ancient sword before. At this time, he saw the purple light flying, and the wind and waves were rolling back. The fierceness was completely stimulated. 2 pairs of wings appeared, incarnating into a 6-winged black dragon, with black flames burning on his body, and the 6 wings fluttered at the same time. The 6-winged black dragon, like a dragon, with black flames burning in its eyes, like a demonic abyss, swooped down violently, and the speed increased again, to an unbelievable level, so that Zhou Wen couldn't even react in time. This kind of change has not been tested before, but Zhou Wen has long thought that there may be accidents. Not without mental preparation. The moment the 6-winged black dragon rushed into the sea, Zhou Wen had already teleported away using the Lost Kingdom. Boom! The sea surface exploded with waves of dozens of feet high, and the huge 6-winged black dragon rushed into the sea. The black flame on its body was able to burn in the sea, and it was not affected by the sea water at all, but the sea water was evaporated in large quantities. The distance of the lost country teleportation is limited. After Zhou Wen teleported, he was shocked by the shock wave on the 6-winged black dragon and flew upside down in the water. The 6-winged black dragon found Zhou Wen's trace and rushed over immediately. It was still very fast, but it was no longer as indistinct as before. Obviously, the resistance of the sea water caused it considerable trouble. Behind it, a turbulent white foam flow was formed, which was formed by the vibration of its 3 pairs of fleshy wings. Zhou Wen knew that the more bubbles there were, the greater the resistance it received. Now, he switched back to the ancient emperor state. The demon dragon's real body cooperated with the 9 dragons' movement technique, constantly moving its position in the sea, dodging the 6 wings. Attack of the black dragon. 4 seconds. Zhou Wen only feels that life is like a year now. The demon dragon's real body has greatly increased his vitality, consumption, but in such a battle, it is impossible for him to switch back again. As long as his speed slows down, he will definitely be killed by 6 pterodactyl devoured. After failing to catch up with Zhou Wen several times in a row, the 6-winged black dragon became furious again, and the dragon scales on its body stood up like an angry cockfight. Suddenly, those scales bloomed like lotus flowers. Countless scales flew in all directions, cutting the sea, water, and instantly arrived in front of Zhou Wen. There were too many scales, and Zhou Wen had nowhere to dodge, so he could only grit his teeth and clench the tyrant sword and bamboo sword, and forcibly chop them up. The tyrannical sword and the bamboo knife slashed above the scales, and with the help of the power of the demon dragon's real body, they even smashed the 2 scales in front, but the scales at the back shot wildly like a hail of bullets. Zhou Wen desperately swung his sword to resist, but he still couldn't stop it. A ray of scales swept across his body, and he cut the mutant stone armor one by one, together with the flesh and bones inside, and the blood immediately dyed the sea water red. Zhou Wen's body flew out, leaving a long bloody water in the sea, like a blood dragon. 5 seconds. The demon dragon's real body has automatically expired, and Zhou Wen can only switch back to the killer. Although his vitality is instantly full, the injury on his body is real, and he has no chance to switch back to the real body of the demon dragon, because the 6-winged black dragon has broken through the sea and rushed up like a wild beast. If Zhou Wen switches back to the ancient emperor of the reverse life now, he will use the real body of the demon dragon again. It was enough for the 6-winged black dragon to kill him hundreds of times just because his body stiffened in that instant. Forcibly turning on the Sai of the king, a powerful force suddenly filled his body, but it also made his injured body even more painful. Without fighting the 6-winged black dragon, Zhou Wen used the ghost step with all his strength, rushing out of the sea like a cannonball, using the ghost step continuously in the air, and moving towards the beach. The duration of Wang Ji's Sai is limited. Zhou Wen's body cannot withstand such a strong force, which is not enough to support him to kill the mythical creature in battle. If the mythical creature is not dead, he will explode himself. The 6-winged black dragon also rushed out in the air. Its speed immediately soared. Even though Zhou Wen used Wang Ji's Sai, he was quickly pulled closer by it. The sound of the dragon roar sounded behind him, and Zhou Wen could already hear the terrifying shock wave roaring towards him. Zhou Wen held the tyrant sword in his hand, and cut out a magic star wheel with his backhand. Under the blessing of Wang Ji's Sai, the blood-red sword light will abruptly cut the shockwave open and slashed towards the head of the 6-winged black dragon. The 6-winged black dragon flapped its wings unexpectedly, dodging the magic star wheel. It could be seen that the power under the blessing of Wang Ji's Sai was a little bit dreadful, and it did not use its own body to forcibly resist it like before. After dodging the magic star wheel, the 6-winged black dragon chased after him again, but he didn't want to. The magic star wheel flew back upside down, slashed directly on its back wing, and opened again on the flesh wing. A mouth, dragon blood flowed out. Immediately, Gongwu was incapable of cooperating with the power of Shang Wangji's Sai, and even the six-winged black dragon couldn't resist and was injured. But such a wound was nothing to the six-winged black dragon, but it made it even more furious, chasing after Zhou Wen like a madman. 6 seconds. Zhou Wen was still counting. Suddenly, a long whistling sound came from the golden apple tree. Zhou Wen knew that Enxing had succeeded, and this was the signal that he had succeeded. Zhou Wen fled desperately for his life, but the six-winged black dragon behind was chasing him closer and closer. The banana fan in Zhou Wen's hand was facing the six-winged black dragon's mad fan, but it could only make the impact speed of the angry six-winged black dragon a little slower. The devil infant controlled the ancient sword to stab at the six-winged black dragon again in the dark, but this time it did not dodge or evade, and was still chasing Zhou Wen frantically. The ancient sword pierced directly into its neck, and the blade was completely submerged in flesh and blood, but the six-winged black dragon seemed to have no feeling at all, and caught up again. And Zhou Wen's body could no longer withstand the power of Wang Ji's Sai, and the bones in his whole body were almost shattered, and the wounds on his eyes, ears, nose, and body were constantly bleeding out. Damn it! Zhou Wen found that he couldn't get rid of this crazy six-winged black dragon. It's going to be desperate. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth, knowing that he really wanted to risk his life this time. And let him die, otherwise he would die today. Enxing grabbed the golden apple and was rushing towards him frantically, but he was too far away and it was too late. Seeing that the furious six-winged black dragon had chased behind Zhou Wen stopped abruptly, holding the knife in one hand and the sword in the other. The power of Wang Ji's Sai burst out completely, and he didn't care whether his body would explode. Slashed at the six-winged black dragon. The angels flew outside, the sword light was like a shuttle, the sword light was like a shadow, and the sword light and sword shadow flickered constantly, turning into a stream of light that swept across the body of the six-winged black dragon. The six-winged black dragon roared in the sky, and its 6 wings vibrated wildly, blocking Zhou Wen's sword and shadow like a magic blade. Bang! Zhou Wen's body flew out like a projectile, hitting the mountain wall 1,000 meters away, knocking out a big hole in the mountain wall, and the smaller half of the mountain wall shattered and collapsed. On the other side of the six-winged black dragon, 4 of its 6 wings were cut off, and one half was attached to its back, and only one was intact. Zhou Wen felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were bleeding. After struggling a few times, he could not stand up. The six-winged black dragon stared at Zhou Wen, and the dragon's eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. In the next second, the six-winged black dragon opened its dragon mouth and spewed out magical flames like a volcanic eruption. The flame destroys the sky and destroys the earth, and it can destroy almost everything. Not to mention that Zhou Wen is seriously injured and can't resist at all. Even if he is not injured, he may not be able to block this blow. Zhou Wen could only watch the magic flame spray out, and was really powerless to resist. Enxing is still about 1 kilometer away from Zhou Wen. His face is dignified, he puts the golden apple in his hand on the ground, his vitality explodes, his hands make a weird gesture, and his eyebrows flicker. In an instant, Enxing's figure blurred for a moment, as if it had become a phantom, but that was only a momentary thing, and soon the figure became real again, but the person was not Enxing, he became a seriously injured Zhou Wen. But where Zhou Wen was before, Enxing appeared there. Boom! The terrifying magic flame of the six-winged black dragon directly hit Enxing, and even the mountain wall behind it was smashed into pieces. Asheng. Zhou was shocked, struggling to stand up, but fell to the ground several times. The dust dissipated, and in the rubble all over the ground, and Xing was covered in blood, and his armor was broken. He pressed his hands on the ground and stood up staggeringly. The six-winged black dragon in the rage opened his mouth and wanted to spew flames again. Zhou himself had no fighting strength. And Xing's situation was not optimistic either. The six-winged black dragon felt the Tian wind, turned back and spewed out a magic flame, collided with the Tian wind, and immediately smashed the Tian wind away. The banana fairy was shaken and rolled in the air and flew far away. You are a piece of flying in the wind leaf. The six-winged black dragon also turned his head and looked towards Zhou. Finally, his eyes locked on Zhou. His eyes were full of hatred. He dragged his broken fleshy wings and walked towards Zhou step by step. It seemed that he wanted to swallow it raw. Only with Zhou can the hatred in his heart be eliminated. And Xing summoned a bow and arrow, and a sharp arrow shot at the six-winged dragon, but the six-winged dragon ignored it. The sharp arrow shot on the wound on its back and penetrated deeply. But the six-winged black dragon completely ignored it and still walked towards Zhou, as if there was nothing else in his eyes except Zhou. Golden apples, throw away the golden apples. And Xing shouted at Zhou. Zhou grabbed the golden apple on the ground and threw it into the distance, but the six-winged black dragon didn't look at the golden apple at all, and walked firmly towards Zhou, who had difficulty even standing up. The dragon's mouth opened, revealing terrifying fangs. It seems that today is doomed. I should have known earlier that I should not enter the dimensional field in reality. Every time I enter the dimensional field in reality, an accident will happen. Is it because I hit the evil and collided with the dimensional field? Zhou thought self-deprecatingly. And Xing kept attacking the black six-winged dragon, trying to attract its attention, but the black six-winged dragon already hated Zhou so much that he ignored his attacks at all. Although Xing's attack caused some injuries to the black six-winged dragon, but it couldn't really damage the six-winged black dragon. Roar! The six-winged black dragon had already rushed in front of Zhou, and it was about to devour Zhou when it opened its mouth. Zhou's thoughts were spinning, but he couldn't think of any other way to survive. And Xing summoned a sword, jumped on the back of the six-winged black dragon, and stabbed the six-winged black dragon into its wound. He felt that the murderous intent in his eyes was blazing, and he didn't spit out demonic flames. Only by chewing on Zhou's bones and flesh can he dispel the anger in his heart. Seeing that Zhou was about to be swallowed, he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him, blocking the six-winged black dragon's fang-filled mouth. Zhang Yuji, are you crazy? Zhou cried out when he saw that Zhang Yuji was standing in front of him. Zhang Yuji stood in front of Zhou, but did not mean to back down. He clasped his hands together and put them on his chest, looking at the six-winged black dragon as if praying, and said, "Please, don't hurt him, okay? You beg it for a fart, get out of the way." Zhou thought to himself, aren't you courting death? Your small body, that is, adding a dish to the six-winged black dragon, you have not swallowed both in one bite. But what surprised Zhou was that the six-winged black dragon didn't bite down directly. Looking at Zhang Yuji, he seemed a little hesitant. Both Zhou and Xing looked at Zhang Yuji in shock, and Xing also stopped the sword in his hand, for fear of angering the six-winged black dragon. Zhang Yuji approached the six-winged black dragon, put his hand on its face, and said gently, "Please don't be angry anymore." The six-winged black dragon stared at Zhang Yuji, making a low whine in his mouth. It seemed that he would devour Zhang Yuji in anger at any time. But he never acted as if he was hesitating. Flutter. Suddenly, the blood of the six-winged black dragon was blooming on the chest. The dragon's blood spurted out like a spring, and a purple light spurted out along with the blood. It was the ancient sword of the demon infant. Before the ancient sword was inserted into the neck of the six-winged black dragon, the six-winged black dragon ignored it, but did not know when the ancient sword actually pierced its body and got into the heart, and at this time it broke open and rushed out. Immediately, the six-winged black dragon was seriously injured. Boom! The six-winged black dragon's body erupted with magical flames, and the terrifying power directly turned thousands of meters into ruins. And Xing's first reaction was to dodge in front of Zhou Wen and raise a shield to resist the terrifying eruption of magical flames. The shield shattered instantly and turned into fly ash. Xing followed Zhou Wen with one hand, pressed the other hand on the ground, brought Zhou Wen together, and instantly escaped into the ground. But the terrifying power turned the earth into flying ash. Zhou Wen only felt that Xing on him slammed into him heavily, and then the two were thrown out together. The next second, he felt a large amount of cold sea water pouring in. When the terrifying magic flame stopped, the small half of the island was destroyed, forming a deep pit with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. The sea water poured in. Zhou Wen and Xing barely surfaced, and it was Banana Fairy who pulled them from the sea water. The two of them basically had only half their lives left, and their eyes fell on the position of the black six-winged dragon. Only the ground there was not destroyed. It stood like a stone pillar in the center of the big pit, and the six-winged black dragon stood there, looking at the front, staring at Zhang Yuji in front of him. His eyes were very strange. Zhang Yuji was so close to the black six-winged dragon that she was not damaged at all. Judging from her appearance, it should be the power of the black six-winged dragon that erupted in that situation and still avoided her. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," Zhang Yuji cried while holding the six-winged black dragon's chin. Boom! The six-winged black dragon's body fell to the ground with a slam, and the vitality of his body was gradually cut off, but his eyes were not closed, and he just stared at Zhang Yuji like that. There seemed to be doubts, sadness, and anger, which were indescribably complicated. Banana Immortal pulled Zhou Wen and Xing to the platform hard. They were all injured, but after being washed by the sea, there was not much blood on their bodies. They just fell to the ground and didn't even have the strength to sit up, and their whole body hurt. Terrific. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji, who was crying while sitting in front of the six-winged black dragon's body, and was about to say something, but suddenly saw a golden beam of light rising from the sea. In the beam of light, a golden apple surfaced and slowly rose into the air. The golden apple was obviously the one that Zhou Wen threw out, but at this time it seemed to have life, and it was suspended in the air, exuding a dazzling divine light. Above the golden beam of light reaching the sky, a golden light and shadow descended slowly from the sky like a god. The figure seemed to be condensed from golden brilliance, descending with terrifying coercion. Like a prison, like the sea, as if it was the world supreme existence. The golden light and shadow descended along the golden beam, and did not stop until the golden apple, reaching out and holding the golden apple. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen and the others heard an indescribable voice in their minds, humans, you have completed the trial of our clan in the world. Leave your names, and you will receive the gift from my clan award. I don't want it. Zhang Yuji shook his head and said, the tears still on his face. Zhou Wen and Xing looked at each other, and Xing nodded slightly to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen thought about it and said to the golden light and shadow, poison. Boom. With Zhou Wen's voice, the entire island vibrated, as if the birth of the universe was repeating itself. The vicissitudes of life, and the destroyed island was rapidly recovering under the shroud of golden brilliance. The sea receded, the earth was flat, the rocks flew upside down to restore the mountain walls, the grass sprouted and grew again, and a golden apple grew again on the golden apple tree. Under the golden apple tree, another black dragon appeared. It looked very similar to the one Zhou Wen and the others killed. But it was a little different. The corpse of the six-winged black dragon that Zhou Wen and the others killed gradually decomposed and disappeared, leaving only a dimensional crystal in the end. Under the apple tree, there was one more thing. It was a golden monument. The top line of the monument was engraved with the words poison, and there was nothing underneath. In the name of the gods, I will give you the golden apple. The golden light and shadow held the golden apple, and the brilliance on the golden apple flickered. After a while, the golden light and shadow gradually faded, and the brilliance on the golden apple also converged, slowly moving towards Zhou Wen flew over. When the golden light, shadow, and beam disappeared, the golden apple also fell into Zhou Wen's hands. Although it was still the golden apple, Zhou Wen felt a little different. How are we going to get out? Zhou Wen said involuntarily. When he saw that the golden light and shadow disappeared. Try to get out of the way. And Xing said. Let's go. Zhou Wen helped Zhang Yuji up, and picked up the six-winged black dragon's dimensional crystal. It is a skill crystal, but I don't know what skill it is, and the mythical dimension crystal has high requirements for attributes. And it is not so easy to absorb. The three came to the water pool again. This time, the water pool sucked them in directly. When they came out of the waterfall again, they found that they had returned to the original island. Their boat was parked on the beach, and the distant islands were also faint visible. Do you want to continue to go to other dimension fields? And Xing asked Zhou Wen. Our injuries are so severe, we don't know when we can take care of them or how to get there. Zhou Wen felt that he must be at odds with the real dimensional realm, and it is best not to go to any dimensional realm. The three got on the boat. Zhou Wen and Xing were too seriously injured, and it was really unfit to move around, so Zhang Yuji sailed the boat, and Xing was in charge of commanding, and returned to the peninsula of the gods along the way. We have 2 trophies in total, the golden apple and the 6-winged black dragons. Crystallization of vitality skills. Yuji, you can choose one. Zhou Wen put both items in front of Zhang Yuji. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuji, he might already be dead, and he couldn't hold on to the demon infant's ancient sword breaking out of his heart. Zhang Yuji really had this qualification. No, I don't want to see anything related to it again. Zhang Yuji shook his head and said. Are you all right? Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji and asked. Zhang Yuji's state is obviously a bit strange. She would be so sad for a dimensional creature, and the 6-winged black dragon did not hurt her at the moment of such rage and the final death blow, which is obviously not right. Zhou Wen estimates that this may be related to Zhang Yuji's cultivation of vitality, or her fate. Zhou Wen has heard before that someone's fate can communicate with dimensional creatures, and Zhang Yuji's ability is obviously not as simple as communication. I'm fine, just get used to it. Zhang Yuji smiled reluctantly, but it could be seen that she was still in a very bad mood. Zhou Wen saw that she really didn't want it, or even a little disgusted, so he gave both things to Ensheng. Ensheng took the dimensional crystal and left the golden apple to Zhou Wen. You take this, maybe it will be useful in the future. Zhou Wen and Ensheng had nothing to be polite, and put away the golden apple directly. Zhang Yuji didn't want to mention what happened on the island at all, and Zhou Wen and Ensheng couldn't ask any more questions. While the boat was still on the way, Zhou Wen and the others saw a group of cranes coming out of the sky. And soon before their boat, Zhang Xiao fell off the back of the cranes, and saw that Zhou Wen and Ensheng were seriously injured, and their faces changed greatly. Ignoring the two of them, walked directly to Zhang Yuji, and asked eagerly, Yuji, are you alright? I'm fine, thanks to Zhou Wen and Ensheng for protecting me. I wasn't injured, but they were seriously injured. I have to thank them well, Zhang Yuji said. Both Zhou Wen and Ensheng immediately understood that Zhang Yuji said this, because he was afraid that the Zhang family would cause them trouble. Thank you too for protecting Yuji. If you need anything in the future, please let me know as much as possible. Zhang Xiao said to Zhou Wen and Ensheng, and then called an epic powerhouse from the Zhang family to come down and use rare healing techniques to treat them on their bodies. At the same time, the Tian team also protected Zhang Yuji from returning home. After returning to the port, Zhou Wen and Ensheng's injuries were much better, and the Zhang family soon took Zhang Yuji away, like protecting a real princess. Originally, I heard that the little princess of the Zhang family was very favored, but I thought it was because the Zhang family only had such a daughter, but now it doesn't seem that simple. That may be a reason, but the most important reason may be her life and death. It's related to the situation. Ensheng said to Zhou Wen. After watching the Zhang family protect Zhang Yuji from disappearing, Zhou Wen nodded, and he naturally saw that Zhang Yuji had a problem himself, and then thought that she had slept in a coffin on the plane before, which made it even more problematic. Don't think about it too much, find a place to live first, and heal the wounds on your body. We're so seriously injured, I'm afraid it will take a while to heal. Fortunately, the people from the Zhang family helped us deal with them just now. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether I can participate in the auction the day after tomorrow. Ensheng said. They found a hotel to stay, and both of them were injured. After arriving, they went back to their rooms to rest. The Zhang family's epic powerhouse's healing technique is very strong, but it is impossible to completely repair their damaged internal organs and bones. Even with their physique and self-healing ability, they don't have 10 days and a half months. Yes, even fighting will be difficult. Zhou Wen was lying on the bed, holding a mobile phone in one hand and a golden apple in the other, and was taking pictures of the golden apple. Although it was a gift from the gods, there was no manual for this thing, and the god didn't tell Zhou Wen what it was for, so Zhou Wen could only study it himself. Fortunately, Zhou Wen had a mysterious mobile phone and took a picture of the golden apple, only to see that the information of the golden apple appeared in the mobile phone. Golden apple, Aegean Protoss treasure, use it to change one's fate at random. Zhou Wen looked at the annotated materials and couldn't help but startled slightly. He never imagined that there would be such a thing in the world. And it would even be able to change his fate. The golden apple's ability to change fate can undoubtedly give those who have a bad fate a chance to be reborn from the ashes, but Zhou Wen is quite satisfied with his fate and has no plans to change it. This golden apple is for him. It is of no use. Zhou Wen thought about it, and put the golden apple into chaos space first. Although this thing is useless to him, it is very valuable, probably even more valuable than mythical companion eggs. Fate is not something that can be controlled by human beings. It is related to the vitality of cultivation, and it is also related to factors such as one's own physique, so there will be great variables. Even if he cultivates the top-level vitality art, his own conditions are also very good, but he can't stop the relatively useless fate. Just like a senior from the Dugu family, his vitality art is naturally the best, and his physical quality is inherited from the Dugu family. Of course it is not bad. Moreover, that person has been very talented since he was a child, and he can learn everything at once. He is considered by the Dugu family as the hope of revitalizing the family in the future, and he spent a lot of effort and resources to cultivate. As a result, when he condensed his fate, the condensed fate was called the God of Not Killing. At that time everyone thought that was such an awesome name, this fate must have been blown up, but it turned out that he, who had the fate of the God of Not Killing, could not hurt himself no matter what skills or weapons he used. Opponent. His fate made him unable to kill anyone, even wounding people. A person who couldn't kill even the weakest dimensional creature, wouldn't he be useless? Examples like this are not uncommon among the 6 major families. Although such extremes are only a few, there are still many people who hope to change their fate. Zhou Wen heard Wen say that the Cape family also had an unlucky ghost, which was really unlucky. If you sell the golden apple to such a person, I am afraid that in exchange for the mythical companion egg, that person will definitely agree, if he has it. Before the auction started, Zhou Wen didn't go anywhere, just rested peacefully in his room, and kept flashing the game dungeon. After the battle with the 6-winged black dragon, the mutant stone scorpion armor was smashed, and the mutant scorpion died naturally. Zhou Wen lacked the most important piece of armor, so he could only use ordinary scorpions, and wanted to get a scorpion armor. Although there is no mutant stone monster with high defense, there is no other way. Without that stone tool, there should be no second mutant stone monster. If it weren't for the defensive power of the mutated Shimon's armor, he might have died long ago when he was fighting the 6-winged black dragon. After taking the little tiger to brush on the Zhuolu battlefield for 2 days, the armor did not explode, but another poisonous white shadow exploded. The little tiger just made the explosion rate higher, but what it can explode is not something Zhou Wen can control, unlike Wang Lu, who can do whatever he wants. The auction is about to start. We should go too. And Xing came to call Zhou Wen to attend the auction. Zhou Wen followed Xing to the auction. When he arrived at the venue, he took an auction brochure to read. In addition to the invisibility cloak, I found that there are many good things at the auction. Although there are no mythical companion eggs, there are quite a few epic companion eggs, many of which are exotic-style companion eggs, and even angel companion eggs are sold. What surprised Zhou Wen the most was that there were even constellation companion eggs. This time, the ones that appeared at the auction were those of the constellation Equestria, but the booklet did not clearly state what the companion eggs of Equestria were. It seems that we have a good relationship. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Zhou Wen was reading the brochure in the hall. Someone walked over, sat down beside him and said, "Li Mabai?" Zhou Wen turned around and saw that it was Li Mabai. However, he looked at Li Mabai carefully, but found that something was wrong with him. The breath on his body was very weak, almost like an ordinary person who had not practiced. Didn't Li Xian tell you? My cultivation has been abolished. Li Mabai said lightly. Is it the day of the birthday banquet? Zhou Wen looked at Li Mabai in surprise and asked. I originally wanted to use my own life and soul to promote Li Xian's growth, but that kid was too frustrated and failed. Li Mabai briefly talked about how he used evil King Gu to help Li Xian become an epic. Zhou Wen didn't quite believe Li Mo's vernacular, looked at him and said, so, what you do is for Li Xian's good? You don't make sense, don't you? In the ancient city of Guide, Li Xian almost died. Li Mabai said lightly, it's not good for him. I just want to achieve my goal. He is just a tool to me, but unfortunately, this tool is too useless. What about the ancient city of Guide, don't you? Don't know that Sumiantu is also my person? If they dealt with my stupid brother together at that time, do you think he can still live? Zhou Wen was startled for a while. Li Mabai's words seemed to make sense. What about the time at Lianqi? If it wasn't for me at that time. Before Zhou Wen finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Mabai. Don't you think it was you who died at that time? Li Mabai said blankly. Zhou Wen carefully recalled the situation at the time and couldn't help being a little stunned. He realized that it seemed to be the case. It seemed that Sumiantu's target from beginning to end seemed to be him, not Li Xian. I originally thought that he is from the Li family after all, and he has the same blood as me. He should be able to do something. I didn't expect that after all, he is still a guy who can't support the wall. So let him be a mud for the rest of his life. After you go back, help me tell him that no one will trouble him again. Let him be the third young master of the Li family at ease. Li Mabai said. Zhou Wen didn't know whether this was true or not, and he couldn't believe Li Mabai. He had to wait until he went back to ask Li Xian before he could confirm the truth, so he didn't want to talk too much with Li Mabai. Li Mabai didn't seem to want to talk to Zhou Wen duo, so he got up and left the hall with a girl. The girl had been silently following behind Li Mabai, not saying a word from beginning to end, as if she was Li Mabai's bodyguard. I heard that Li Mabai of the Li family is a person. Today, I look at it, and it is indeed extraordinary. Even if his practice is completely destroyed, he does not see any decadence. And Xing said aside. Can he start again? Zhou Wen asked. Difficult, if he forcibly transferred his life and soul as he said, then his life and foundation must have been completely destroyed, and he is not as good as ordinary people. The same kind of vitality art can't be cultivated even with a vitality. There is no way to cultivate the C's vitality art. It is necessary to cultivate a kind of vitality art in other positions. It is possible to start again, and if you want to recast the fate and the soul, the difficulty is probably 10 times greater than that of ordinary people. After all, when a person condenses his life for the first time, he has already used up his most essential potential, and if he wants to condense again, he has inherent flaws, and even if he condenses successfully, there will be some deficiencies, and Xing said. After a pause, and Xing said again, however, a person's strength is not simply measured by the strength of the battle. This Li Mabai, no matter how weak his fate, is still a guy who cannot be underestimated. To fight against him, you must be careful. Zhou Wen nodded. A person who can be so cruel to himself can't simply measure him by the strength of his combat. The An family is considered a wealthy family in the East District, but here they can only sit in the hall like everyone else. The Zhang family should have a single room, and Zhou Wen did not see Zhang Yuji in the hall. After the auction started, Zhou Wen watched from the side and had no plans to shoot. The pony constellation companion egg was photographed by a person from the West District, and Zhou Wen didn't figure out what companion pet it was in the end. During this period, Zhou Wen saw Li Mabai make a few shots. In addition to some companion eggs in the Western District, he also filmed a vitality art called Constellation Chart. The last one that appeared was the invisible cloak companion egg. The competition was fiercer than Zhou Wen had imagined. There were too few channels for ordinary people to acquire mythical companion pets. Even if they knew that the possibility of hatching the invisibility cloak was very low, there were still a lot of them. Local tyrants want to try it. Zhou Wendao wasn't afraid to spend money, but by the end of the shoot, the price of the invisibility cloak was out of control, and An Sheng had already bid to the limit. Someone was still bidding, and in the end they could only watch the invisibility cloak being photographed by a VIP room. I didn't expect the price of the invisibility cloak to be much higher than the last time. An Sheng said helplessly. Zhou Wen is also very helpless. Although he has a lot of yuan spar on hand, he can't use it directly as money. After all, and the price this time is too high. After the auction, Zhou Wen did not leave the peninsula of the gods immediately, and planned to take this opportunity to visit the Temple of Athena to see if he could find the little hand pattern, otherwise this trip would not be in vain. This time Zhou Wen made up his mind, even if he was killed, he would not enter the dimensional realm, just look outside. Humans on the Peninsula of the Gods discovered a temple. The temple has no name, only a shield-shaped carving. On the shield, there is also a head of a beautiful goddess. Many people guess that it is the temple of the goddess of wisdom, because the head of the goddess of wisdom often engraved on shields in ancient times, it represented protection and defense against aggression. But so far, no one has been able to prove that it is the temple of the goddess of wisdom, and the temple has not been fully developed, and many people died in it. Now the peninsula of the gods allows anyone to enter the temple to explore, in order to attract more free hunters to join the exploration. Zhou Wen didn't mean to venture into the temple. He came purely to see if there was a small hand pattern. Besides, his injury was not yet healed, and it was not convenient to fight. An Sheng rented a car, pulling Zhou Wen to the temple. After more than 3 hours, the two came to a huge stone palace. Zhou Wen saw the shield logo above the palace gate from a distance, as well as the profile portrait of the woman in the middle of the shield. This woman's head is obviously the appearance of a person from the West District, which is different from what Zhou Wen has seen on the anchor pattern before. In addition to the shield and the woman's head portrait, there are many ancient European patterns next to it. Before Zhou Wen looked at the patterns carefully, the mysterious mobile phone vibrated automatically. Zhou Wen took out the mobile phone and pointed it towards the palace, and the camera function automatically locked a pattern. Small hands pattern in. Press the camera button, and the screen changes to loading, which makes Zhou Wen very happy. It seems that the dimensional realm in the Western District can be downloaded as well. It would be great if you could download all the temples of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus as a copy of the game. It is best to download the 12 Titan gods, as well as the temples of chaos and the 5 primordial gods. Zhou Wen just thought about it, not to mention that most of the temples of the 12 main gods have not been discovered, and the temples of The Titan gods are even more missing. Even those that have been discovered are mostly controlled by several families of the Gods Peninsula. The average person can't get close at all. I was thinking about what other dimensional fields to look at, but suddenly I saw a group of people surrounded by one person and came to the temple. Brother, who is that person, who seems to be famous? And Xing asked a passerby, pointing at the star-like man. Don't you even know Lucas? That's the pride of our Gods Peninsula. At the age of 20, he was promoted to an epic existence, and he also killed the Cyclops alone, fought the Sea Snake King in the sea, and created his own creation. The world-famous Lucas Vindictive. The crowd was flying. Zhou heard that this man's record was so brilliant, he must be an extremely powerful character. He couldn't help but stop and watch for a while. I thought that the man should have come to explore the temple, but who knew that he would hold a fan meeting and autograph at the entrance of the temple. Lucas. Lucas. All the fans, brothers and sisters, shouted his name loudly. Is this Lucas really that strong? After the passerby left, Zhou asked Xing in disbelief. Maybe it's a different folklore. I've heard of his name, Lucas, but I haven't seen him before. He's only active in the Peninsula of the Gods. He's a famous free hunter. He's probably in his 30s. Many good records are quite famous in the Peninsula of the Gods, and I have never heard of Lucas Dochi. And Xing said. You too, yes, that's you, fans from a foreign land, let the great Lucas sign your autograph. Zhou and Xing were standing outside the crowd chatting, but they didn't know which tendons in Lucas' head were not aligned, so they pointed at the two of them and shouted. Zhou turned his head and looked around, and found that the two people from the East District looked around. And the others were typical of the Gods Peninsula. Obviously, the two fans that Lucas mentioned should be him and Xing. Many fans of Lucas looked at them with envy. Don't doubt, don't be excited, my friends, it's you. You have come from afar, Lucas can't let you down, come, my friends, with the signature of the great Lucas, and Lucas, the luxurious one-day trip to Cass, where you can eat, pack, and fight monsters, will allow you to leave a good memory in the beautiful Peninsula of the Gods. When you go back, you can tell your friends in the East District what a wonderful place the Peninsula of the Gods is. Of course, and how handsome and charming the great Lucas is. Lucas pointed to Zhou and said. Cough, Master Wen, I don't think he is malicious, and I have heard a little about his style. I still have to respect the enthusiasm and kindness of others, and have demeanor and courtesy. And Xing whispered to Zhou. So Zhou and Xing, in the envious eyes of many fans, boarded the temporary stage built by Lucas. Come on guys, you want the great Lucas to sign somewhere on your body, on your chest, or on your ass? Just kidding. I only sign women's asses, Lucas said with a smile. Zhou really couldn't appreciate Lucas' humor, let alone let him doodle on his clothes, so he took out a book and handed it to Lucas. Please help me sign here. Friends from the East District are reserved. Well, that's what you want. Lucas swiped his pen like flying, and signed his name on Zhou book. Where's this friend? Lucas looked at Xing again. Please sign here, too. And Xing turned a page and pointed to the blank space of the book. You people from the East Side are too strict. Young people should be more indulgent and don't be ashamed to express their love. Well, I should sign a special order for you, Lucas said, swiping and signing. But this time he signed not a name, but a sentence. 2. My dear friend, your favorite Lucas. Lucas wrote and read, and finally signed his name. Zhou didn't know An Xing's expression, but he almost laughed. And Xing said to Lucas expressionlessly, "Thank you for your signature, we still have something to do, I'm afraid we have to go." "Don't be in such a hurry to go, there is also a luxury tour that includes food, travel, and monsters. You have the opportunity to get in touch with the great Lucas and see how I hunted dimensional creatures. All the benefits today will belong to you, today is your lucky day, come young friends." Lucas put his arms around Zhou and An Xing's shoulders one by one, and then said to those fans, "Thank you for your support, Lucas wants to entertain fans and friends from the East District today, so I'm sorry." Saying that, he snapped his fingers handsomely, and a companion pet that looked like a dinosaur appeared in front of him. He flew on it and waved to Zhou and An Xing, "Don't be shy, don't be too surprised, try ride on the Tyrannosaurus, this is the gift you deserve." Lucas. A group of fans cheered and applauded the lucky Zhou and An Xing, as if to encourage them to be brave. Zhou and An Xing looked at each other, and Xing nodded, and they turned over the back of the Tyrannosaurus together. Lucas patted the Tyrannosaurus handsomely on the head. "Old man, we're off." The Tyrannosaurus roared very cooperatively, provoking wild cheers from the young fans, and then ran towards the other side of the street. Zhou and An Xing were dumbfounded. After listening to Lucas talking at the gate of the temple for so long, they thought he was going to go in and explore the temple. Who knew that he didn't enter the temple and rode down the street on a Tyrannosaurus dragon? Many teenagers on the Peninsula of the Gods, when they saw him, they all cheered, and Lucas greeted them handsomely. "Is this guy a star or an epic powerhouse?" Zhou looked strange. The Tyrannosaurus ran for a while and came to the casting temple. Lucas showed his pass and brought Zhou and An Xing in together. "Didn't you say that only residents of the Peninsula of the Gods can enter the Temple of Forging?" Zhou asked An Xing suspiciously. An Xing obviously didn't know why Lucas was able to bring them in, but Lucas said dashingly, "The great Lucas is the ambassador of the Federation's free hunter, and in the Peninsula of the Gods, only I can bring you all entering here. Now you should understand, what a rare opportunity this is." "Great Lucas, can I take a few pictures in front of the gate of the Forging Temple?" When they approached the big gate of the Forging Temple, Zhou discovered the pattern of the small hand and quickly said to Lucas, "Haha, you are really a clever ghost, do you want to take the opportunity to take a photo with me?" "Of course you can, today is a special treat for you." Lucas put his muscular arm around Zhou and said enthusiastically. Zhou had no choice but to take a few pictures with Lucas first, and then took advantage of An Xing's photo with Lucas and took a picture of the small hand with a mysterious mobile phone. "I originally thought that there was no hope of entering the Forge Temple this time, but I didn't want to have a chance to download the Forge Temple. I really want to thank this great Lucas." After the group photo was over, Lucas took them into the Temple of Forge. The inside of the temple is like a forging field. There are forging machines everywhere. There are huge steel furnaces, workbenches, and some utensils. Zhou can't name them. However, the hot air in the steelmaking furnaces was rising, and there was actually a juicy metal boiling, and from time to time, a fire spirit could be seen beating inside. "Is that a fire element elf?" Zhou asked, pointing to a red ball of fire. "Almost, but its correct name should be steel furnace fire spirit. It is a type of elemental spirit." It has a very high temperature and can breathe high temperature flames. It is a very powerful legendary creature. Lucas said, summoning out, with a long-handled giant axe in hand, he rode a Tyrannosaurus, to charge over, and a cool slash directly splattered the sparks of the steel furnace fire spirit, and exploded directly. Lucas raised a shield in the other hand to block those sparks and prevent Zhou Wen and Enxing from being affected. The steel furnace fire elf was killed by him with an axe, and Lucas smiled and said to them, "It's a pity, there is no dimensional crystal, and there is no companion egg. It seems that your luck has not arrived yet." Lucas rode the Tyrannosaurus, dashing all the way in the forging temple, beheading several steel furnace fire elves, and also killing a few dimensional creatures like metal robots. Tough. However, his luck is obviously very ordinary. He killed more than 10 legendary creatures, and only one power dimension crystal was exploded, which was still legendary. Finally, it seems that your luck is not too bad, accept it, don't be polite to the great Lucas, you deserve it. Lucas handed the dimensional crystal to Zhou Wen, and then directly, he took out his mobile phone and took a selfie for himself and Zhou Wen with the dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen was sweating furiously in his heart, thinking, this person is also considered a top-quality person. It is really amazing in the world. Such a person is actually a famous epic powerhouse in the Peninsula of the Gods, which is really unexpected. Lucas took them through the corridors in the palace, killing all kinds of dimensional creatures, but they were all legendary. Most of them were steel furnace fire elves, and occasionally some metal robots appeared. Suddenly, a fireman with a body like lava appeared in front of him, and Zhou Wen immediately recognized that it was the epic fire elf man brought by the man they met before. Your luck is really good, you actually met an epic fire elf. It seems that Lucas has met a real opponent today. Guys, you can watch the battle from the sidelines. After beheading the fire elf, if it can explode a companion egg, then you are really lucky. Lucas let the two people get off the Tyrannosaurus, and he rode the Tyrannosaurus and rushed to the fire elf. The fire elf was nearly 3 meters tall. Lucas rode a Tyrannosaurus to fight with the fire elf. Zhou Wen frowned as he watched. To be honest, the fire elves have good fire power, and they are not afraid of being injured. They are indeed a bit strong, but Lucas is also one of the famous epic powerhouses in the Gods Peninsula. He is actually indistinguishable from the fire elves. Win or lose, it looks very fancy, with various bombardments of giant axes, various collisions of shields and flames, plus the roar of Tyrannosaurus and the roar of fire elves. It is simply an epic monster duel. If this is a movie, Zhou Wen can give him a score of 9 to 9, and the visual effect is still very good. But from Zhou Wen's personal point of view, this Lucas is too bad. His fighting talent is average, and his level is really limited. With an epic-level Tyrannosaurus, an epic-level companion pet weapon, and an epic-level armor on his body, he even fought a fire elf back and forth. Except for dishes, Zhou Wen has no other words to describe him. Is this person really a famous epic powerhouse who is famous on the Peninsula of the Gods? Zhou Wen Wang said to Enxing. Well, it should be. Enxing's expression was relatively calm. Obviously he had seen the wind and waves, and was not too surprised. Zhou Wen naturally refused to believe that the Gods Peninsula was at this level. If the top epic powerhouses of the Gods Peninsula were at this level, I am afraid that the resources here would have been taken away by other forces long ago. After fighting for more than half an hour, the fierce battle ended. in Lucas' victory, but the fire elf also left scars on his body. Lucas also showed off his injuries to Zhou Wen and Sheng, and took selfies. However, Lucas is really a generous person. The fire elf broke out a crystal of vitality skills. He actually gave it to Zhou Wen and Sheng as promised, but he still took pictures naturally, and his movements were extremely skilled. Your luck is really good, to be able to explode the fire elf crystal. This is a good thing to kill 100 fire elf people, and it is possible to explode 2 or 3. Lucas stuffed the crystal to Sheng. He also asked, add a friend, and I'll send you a copy of the photo later. I didn't install this software, let Zhou Wen add you. And Sheng responded quickly and kicked the ball directly to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was not good at words, so he had to add Lucas' friend, and then saw that this guy had already published the photo just now, also included some lines. Although he suffered a little injury, it was worth it to be able to let the fans from the East District see the strength and charm of Lucas. Among them are several photos of him being injured in the battle against the Fire Elves, as well as photos given to Zhou Wenjing. The following comments are all envious, all shout 666, and some people praise Lucas invincible. This guy, not being a star is really a waste of talent. Zhou Wen secretly thought. Lucas continued to hunt down dimensional creatures in the forging temple with 2 people. He was obviously familiar with it. He traveled back and forth in the palace corridor like a spider web and found a lot of dimensional creatures. Guys, it's time to rest. As a great hunter, you must know how to enjoy life and combine work and rest so that you can always be in the best fighting state. Lucas said, from the back of the Tyrannosaurus. Inside the box, I took out a folding chair and table, and there was a parasol inside. This guy actually made it like drinking coffee by the sea. He arranged various things in the forging temple, and even prepared the food, which looked very rich. Zhou Wen and Sheng just wanted to move their mouths when they heard a click. Lucas took another selfie, and then quickly typed a few words and posted it on the internet. Zhou Wen saw Lucas' information from his friend's feed, which was the picture he just took, with the text heroes. Halftime break. Zhou Wen and Sheng ate on their own, not to mention, the food that Lucas brought was really good. Zhou Wen had never tried this exotic food, but he ate a lot. The 3 of them were eating, but suddenly they felt that the temperature around them was much higher. The air that was already very hot, because of the existence of those huge steelmaking furnaces, was now almost unbearable, and the hair was about to be scorched. Zhou Wen turned his head to look, and saw a dimensional creature with flames burning all over his body. A pair of butterfly-shaped flame wings behind his back, and a flame crown on his head, flying out of another palace. What is that? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. No, it's the Queen of Flame Furnace, come up, let's go. Lucas was surprisingly fast, and he didn't want those chairs and tables, jumped directly on the back of the Tyrannosaurus, and shouted to Zhou Wen and Sheng. What are you running? Kill it. It would be great if the companion eggs could be exploded. Zhou Wen had heard from that passerby before about the Queen of Flame Furnace, and knew that it was a mutated epic creature, with strong flame ability, and very rare. I can still fight her alone. But if you are here, it will inevitably be affected. How can the great Lucas hurt you? After sending you out, I will fight her again. Before Lucas finished speaking, he saw Zhou Wen summon a sword, and slashed out a sword light with his hand. The sword light burst out, directly smashing the body of the Queen of Flame Furnace. The flames splashed all over the sky, and a companion egg fell out. The great Lucas opened his mouth wide and stared at the Ba Jian in Zhou Wen's hands. His chin was about to fall to the ground. What's going on with this guy? It looks like he's not yet 20 years old, right? He's still a student. Right? How could he kill the queen of the flame furnace so easily? Countless thoughts flashed through Lucas' mind. The sword light of that sword is too strong, isn't it? The queen of flame furnace is also very strong in the epic level, and she can't even block a sword light. It must be that the sword is too strong. Otherwise he is so young, it is impossible to have such power. No. Only when you are promoted to the epic level, can you hatch an epic companion pet, that is to say, he is at least an epic level. Zhou Wen has already picked up the companion eggs of the Queen of Flame Furnace in the past. The epic Flame Furnace Queen is still very useful. She has powerful fire ability and has performed well in many fields of human beings. Young man, your strength is good, you're about to catch up with me. Have you graduated from college? Lucas asked with a big smile, thinking to himself, this guy may just look young. He looks more tender. In fact, he is already relatively old, and he is probably almost the same as me, in his 30s, yes, that must be the case. Not yet, still in school. Zhou Wen replied. Lucas froze for a while after hearing this. And he smiled reluctantly, and continued to ask, how old are you? Lucas was thinking, I just graduated from college. And was promoted to the epic level when I was 20 years old. The Eastern District should now be the same as our God's Peninsula. They are about 16 or 17 years old to go to college. If he is. If you are a senior, it should be 20 years old, that is, you are as young as me and promoted to epic level, and the great Lucas has not lost. Freshman year. Zhou Wen put away the companion eggs and said, are you going to school late? Lucas couldn't believe that Zhou Wen was promoted to epic level at the age of 16 or 17. It's not too late, go to school at a normal age. Have you stayed a grade? No. Lucas looked at Zhou Wen strangely, and after a long while he put his arms around Zhou Wen's shoulder and said, with such an achievement at such a young age, it seems that you will be as great as Lucas in the future. Zhou Wen thought to himself that this person's face was not so thick, but he was not bad. Lucas, thank you for your hospitality today. It's time for us to leave. If you have the opportunity to go to the East District in the future, you can contact us. Zhou Wen said to Lucas. Where are you going? I'll take you there anyway. Lucas patted his Tyrannosaurus Rex and thought to himself, fortunately, I have such a domineering companion pet mount, this is not something I can easily get my hands on. Stuff, I paid a lot of money to get it. Thank you for your kindness, but we don't need it anymore, we can go back by ourselves. And Xing said, summoning a mount. Lucas saw clearly the appearance of the mount, and his eyes widened immediately. It was also a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the size was similar to his Tyrannosaurus Rex, the whole body was made of metal. It looked like a metal statue, not a tyrannosaur. A living creature. This is an epic mutated metal Tyrannosaurus? Lucas had seen the introduction of this mutated metal Tyrannosaurus on the ranking of companion pets announced by the Federation, which was several streets stronger than the Tyrannosaur. After Zhou Wen and Xing said goodbye, they rode away on the mutant metal Tyrannosaurus. Lucas came back to his senses, and quickly uploaded the photo of the corpse of the Queen of the Flame Furnace, just now on the internet, along with a text explanation. Today, I hunted down a very rare Flame Furnace Queen with my friends from the East District. I'm so happy. Your mount is good, where did it come from? Zhou asked, while looking at the mutant metal Tyrannosaurus. I got it when I went to Dinosaur Island. There are dinosaurs everywhere. If you are interested, I will take you to see it later. And Xing smiled. Let's go to the nearby shrine first. Zhou also wanted to go to other shrines to see if there were any small hand patterns, and it was best to download a few more copies. Do you want to visit other temples? Let the great Lucas show you the way, otherwise, many-dimensional fields of the Gods Peninsula are not allowed to enter by outsiders. Lucas chased after him on his Decepticon. Why are you so embarrassed? Zhou said. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, they're all friends. Lucas said boldly. Lucas took them to several more famous dimensional fields on the Peninsula of the Gods, such as the Music Hall of Apollo, the god of light. It may sound a bit odd, but the Olympian gods generally have multiple priesthoods. And Apollo is more versatile and has many priesthoods. The Music Hall is just one of his temples. Zhou found the little hand pattern outside the Music Hall and downloaded it. After that, I went to several other temples, but Zhou didn't find the little hand pattern. After one day, I downloaded 3 copies in total. Forge temples, music temples, and damnations. The first copy that Zhou downloaded was actually called the Cursed Magic Palace, which surprised Zhou. Athena was the goddess of wisdom and, in some legends, the goddess of war, but the name of the curse should not be related to her, and the Magic Palace, 2 words, obviously not the name that the main god's temple should have. This made Zhou realize that the palace did not belong to the goddess of wisdom. If people in the Peninsula of the Gods explored it as the temple of the goddess of wisdom, they would suffer a big loss. Originally, Zhou wanted to go to a few more dimension fields, but after receiving a call, Lucas hurriedly bid farewell and left, as if there was something urgent. Zhou and Xing could only go back to the hotel first, because the Zhang family had already left the Peninsula of the Gods, and when they went back, there was no downwind to take, so they had to take the Federal Airlines plane back by themselves. When he was about to book a flight ticket, Zhou received a call, which turned out to be from Lucas. Dear friends, if a police officer asks you to go back and assist in the investigation, don't panic. It's just to assist the investigation, and I will rush to the police station to testify for you. Lucas said thoughtlessly. What happened? Why were we taken by the police to assist in the investigation? Zhou asked suspiciously. Lucas said, the invisibility cloak companion egg that Lord Urger spent a lot of money on has been stolen. The thief is a man with a face from the east, so all the people of the east in the Peninsula of the Gods must be investigated and cannot leave the Gods for the time being. Peninsula, but you don't have to worry at all, you were with the great Lucas when the invisibility cloak companion eggs were stolen yesterday, and I will testify for you. Thank you, Lucas. Zhou sincerely thanked him. Although he was not afraid of being investigated, it was indeed a good intention for Lucas to inform them in advance. The invisibility cloak companion egg was stolen, who did it? Zhou hung up the phone and said to Xing, who was beside him. It's hard to say, there are too many people who want the invisibility cloak companion eggs, and it's not reliable that they only look like people from the East District. There are some rare vitality skills and companion pets that have the ability to change their appearance. And Xing said. When the two were talking, they heard a knock on the door, and when they opened the door, it turned out that the local police came to them to assist in the investigation. Zhou Wen and Xing cooperated very well with them too. The police station, and then saw a lot of people from the East District being brought, including Li Mabai. Most of the people who were brought back were from the East District who had participated in the auction. Zhou Wen and Xing were interrogated respectively, but they were released soon. My friends, you are all right, I have made it clear to them, you have been with me yesterday, and there is no chance to steal the companion eggs. But until the prohibition order is lifted, you still cannot leave the Gods Peninsula for the time being. Lucas walked over and said enthusiastically, that's fine, so I can entertain you for a few more days. Lucas, do you know what kind of person stole the invisibility cloak companion egg? Xing asked. Lucas said, it was a man from the East District. He played a companion egg merchant and entered the house of Lord Urger. After he left, the companion egg of the invisibility cloak disappeared. From the monitoring point of view, it was an East District man. It's hard to tell how old you are, you know, in our eyes, you guys in the Eastern District are actually similar in length, and it's hard to tell the age apart. Can we watch the surveillance screen? Xing asked. Again. I'm afraid not, but if you just want to see what the thief looks like, just look at this. Lucas handed Xing a piece of paper. It was a wanted notice with a photo on it. It really looked like a man from the East District. He should look like he was in his 20s or 30s. Do you know him? Lucas asked. I don't know. Xing took a closer look, then shook his head and said. Zhou Wen looked at the portrait and felt that he should have never seen a man with this appearance, but he didn't know why, but he looked a little familiar. After looking carefully again, Zhou Wen shook his head and said, I really don't know. Back at the hotel, Xing said to Zhou Wen, maybe this will be an opportunity. Since the invisibility cloak companion egg has been stolen, it is an unknown thing. Maybe we have a chance to get it. We don't even know who stole the companion egg, what chance can we have? Zhou Wen said. The terrain of the Gods Peninsula is treacherous, and there are dimensional fields everywhere. There are not many ways to go. It is not easy to escape with the invisibility cloak companion eggs. We may not have no chance. Xing said. I'm afraid that person hid in the dimensional realm with the companion egg, and will come out after a year and a half. No matter whether the companion egg is hatched or not, it will be impossible to catch him again. Zhou Wen shook his head and said. Then it depends on the strength of the local tyrants of the Gods Peninsula in Urger. Anyway, we have nothing to lose. Xing smiled. Zhou Wen returned to his room, ready to brush a refreshed dungeon. Among the 3 dungeons, he had already visited the forging temple once in reality. Although he did not go deep, he was not in a hurry to brush it again. Zhou Wen hesitated for a while and chose to enter the cursed palace first. Unknown things are interesting, and Zhou Wen also wants to see what it is like in this cursed magic palace that has been misrepresented as the temple of the goddess of wisdom. Entering the game copy, the blood-colored villain appeared in a palace. The palace was ancient and splendid, with many exquisite statues and patterns, but it gave people an eerie feeling. It looks so gloomy. It's not a serious temple at first glance. How can those people think this is the temple of the goddess of wisdom? Zhou Wen watched the Q version, and felt so gloomy and scary. The real temple is definitely more eerie. Zhou Wen didn't know that, in fact, many temples were very eerie. Without seeing the dimensional creature, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored villain to walk into the palace. Just a few steps away, a stone statue next to him suddenly came to life. The stone statue was a warrior holding a sword and a shield. When Zhou approached him, he suddenly came to life, and the stone sword in his hand slashed down. There was no need for Zhou to take action. The Queen of Flame Furnace, who was following the blood-colored villain, spewed out a burst of flame and directly blew the stone statue into pieces. When Zhou returned to the hotel before, he hatched both the Flame Furnace Queen and the Silver Water Snake companion egg. Fireforge Queen, Epic. Fate, the body of the fire element. Soul of Life, Flame Crown. Strength, 36. Speed, 37. Physical Fitness, 32. Vitality, 37. Talent Skills, Fire Bomb, Furnace Fire. Fire Elemental Affinity. Associated State, Flame Crown. The attributes of the Queen of Flame Furnace are also first class in the epic level, but compared to Beijian, the attack power is still a lot worse, and her companion state is a blessing to the fire power, which is of little use to Zhou. However, the Queen of Flame Furnace has a great advantage. Her fire elemental body fate, coupled with fire elemental affinity chi skills, can allow her to release fire element chi skills for a long time. The large area flame attack of furnace fire can turn a range of nearly 100 meters into a sea of fire, and it can last for a long time. Although Banana Fairy's Tian wind is stronger, it needs Zhou to use it constantly, and if the fire of the furnace is thrown out, the area will be continuously burned by the sea of fire within an hour, and no matter how many monsters come in, they will die. Of course, the dimensional creatures that can withstand the fire of the furnace are another matter. By taking her out to kill monsters, Zhou can avoid being entangled by a large group of ordinary monsters, which is much more convenient, and the efficiency of killing monsters will also be much improved. Originally, Zhou thought that this place was called the Devil's Palace of the Curse, and there should be many monsters using the power of the curse. Who knows that there are all stone monsters, stone warriors, stone lions, stone giant, scorpions, and stone statues everywhere in the entire magic palace. There was no response either. Later, Zhou was too lazy to distinguish between those stone statues that were alive and those that were dead. When he got to a place, he directly let the Queen of Flame Furnace throw into a fire of the furnace, turning the inside into a sea of fire, and put it inside. All the statues were burnt to death. There are constantly prompts to kill dimensional creatures on the screen of the mobile phone, and a lot of dimensional crystals have exploded. In the case of bringing the little tiger, the properties of the dimensional crystals that burst out are quite good. And many of the property crystals have exceeded 30 points. There is also a crystal of vitality skills, which was left by a stone statue warrior. Taking the Queen of Flame Furnace all the way, the road ahead was blocked by a palace, and the stone gate of the palace was closed. On the stone gate, Zhou saw the carving on the gate of the palace again. There is a woman's profile on a shield, but the difference is that the woman's face on this shield is a frontal face. It can be seen that it is a very beautiful girl. Her eyes are as seductive as the sea. Although it is only a sculpture, it makes people can't help but take a second look. Zhou just glanced at it, and felt his ears heat up. The listening earrings exuded a strong burning sensation, and then he felt terrifying vitality pouring into his body, filling his body with vitality, and it was still overflowing. Such a terrifying vitality. If there is no truth listening earring, I am afraid that the blood-colored villain has died now? Zhou was shocked. Zhou found that as long as the blood-colored Dylan didn't look at the beautiful eyes of the stone gate. He would not have a reaction when listening. That is to say, the eyes of the beautiful stone sculpture were the source of the problem. Zhou closed his eyes, relying entirely on Dilly's hearing. The beautiful eyes on Sherman were completely useless. Coming to the gate, Zhou manipulated the blood-colored villain and tried to push open the stone gate with all his strength, but the stone gate remained motionless, as if it was welded to death. Zhou slashed a few times with Ba Jian, and the stone gate seemed to be protected by divine power. Ba Jian's attack was invincible, and there was no way to leave a sword mark on the door, let alone split it open. Since there is a door, you can definitely go in, but how do you get in? Zhou groped for the door, hoping to find the mechanism to open the door. When Zhou hands touched the eyes carved by the beauty at the same time, he heard a click, as if some mechanism had been opened, and the door opened automatically and retreated to the left and right sides. The gate opened, revealing the palace inside, only to see a dark area inside, without any light. Zhou scanned the palace with the ability to listen carefully, and saw many stone pillars and some braziers. However, because the palace is too large, the power of listening to the truth cannot hear the deepest part, but within the range that can be heard, no dimensional creatures or stone statues have been found. Zhou controlled the blood-colored villain to step into the palace. After the blood-colored villain stepped into the palace, the gate of the palace closed automatically, and the 2 rows of braziers in the palace were automatically lit, extending to the deepest part of the palace. Zhou looked at the innermost, and saw that there was a throne there, and a beautiful girl was sitting on the throne. Her face was exactly the same as the beautiful pattern on the shield, and she seemed to be walking out of the painting. It's just that she is more charming than the portrait, especially those eyes, although they are the Q version. They are full of temptation, and people's eyes can't be removed from her eyes at all. After just one glance, the blood-colored villain's body immediately underwent a special change. The blood-colored body turned into a stone, turned into a stone statue, and then the game screen went black. Dead. Why is it useless to listen? To earrings? Zhou felt a little strange. The listening earrings were obviously effective before, but why did the listening earrings have no effect at all after seeing the girl in the palace? Even if the girl is mythical, the listening earrings are not strong enough to withstand such a powerful force, but they are not unresponsive at all, which makes Zhou feel very strange. Since the earrings didn't respond, there is only one possibility. The eyes of the girl in the palace and the eyes of the beautiful girl on the shield are not the same power. Zhou thought about it, and there was only one possibility. This made Zhou more interested in the girl, reborn from a drop of blood, entered the cursed palace again, and killed all the girls' palaces all the way. After entering it, Zhou kept the blood-colored villain with his eyes closed this time. Don't look at the girl at all, in order to avoid being petrified by the girl's gaze. Sure enough, this method is feasible, as long as he doesn't look into the girl's eyes, he will not be petrified. Will this girl be the creature in the myth and legend? Zhou had read the myth of the Gods Peninsula before. When he saw that the girl's eyes had the ability to petrify, he thought of a famous monster in the myth, that is Medusa. In ancient mythology, Medusa is a natural monster. Her head will be engraved on the shield, which has the effect of warding off evil spirits. There are also myths that Medusa is a beautiful girl who holds her own beauty and tries to compete with the goddess of wisdom, but she was decapitated by the goddess of wisdom and inlaid on the shield. Modern people generally believe that Medusa has the head of a human and the body of a snake with hair like a poisonous snake. However, in ancient mythology, Medusa has only her hair and is a poisonous snake, and the rest are no different from humans. Zhou doesn't know which myths and legends are suitable for the different dimensional realm, but if this girl is really Medusa, then it seems that the possibility of the latter is relatively high. The girl sat on the throne, watching the blood-colored villain approach step by step, without any movement, just sitting there quietly. Zhou approached the girl cautiously, and had already walked to the throne, but still did not see any movement from the girl. It can't be a dummy, right? Zhou murmured to himself, but how do you see the girl in front of her with bright eyes and white teeth, beautiful and indescribable, especially the beautiful long hair, which has an indescribable style? What do you think? Not like a dummy. The blood-colored villain had already walked in front of the girl, and the girl was still sitting there quietly, motionless, only looking at him with her eyes, and did not intend to speak. It's not really a fake, is it? Zhou thought to himself, stretched out his fingers, and pinched the girl's face. Flesh and body temperature, obviously not a dummy. When Zhou met the girl's face changed suddenly. Almost in an instant, the girl's beautiful face became as terrifying as a ghost, and her hair also turned into a poisonous snake. The beautiful girl turned into a terrifying banshee. Behind her, a pair of swan wings appeared, with a mouth full of fangs, making a weird hissing sound at Zhou. Zhou couldn't help but opened his eyes and glanced at her, and the listening earrings suddenly emitted scorching energy, which almost burned Zhou's ears, and at the same time a lot of vitality poured into his body. Strange. Why is it useful to listen carefully? Zhou wondered in his heart, but it was too late to think about why. The poisonous snake full of the banshee had already swallowed him. The terrifying poisonous snakes were innumerable, covering almost the entire palace, leaving Zhou with nowhere to dodge. Zhou drew his sword and slashed at the poisonous snake in front of him, but the poisonous snake in front was cut and wounded, and more poisonous snakes rolled up around him, directly wrapping the blade of Beijian, and even the poisonous snake bit on Beijian. The blade of Ba Jian was bitten off. With a move in Zhou's heart, he switched the ancient emperor's scriptures, summoned the ancient emperor's fusion, and used the demon dragon's real body at the same time. Under the blessing of the powerful demon dragon, the blood-colored villain ignored the bites of the poisonous snakes and rushed towards Medusa. The poisonous snake bit on the scales of the demon dragon, leaving only shallow tooth marks. Although there is a snake venom invasion, Zhou's own toxin resistance is high, and with the blessing of the demon dragon's real body, those snake venoms can't help him at all. With both hands, the poisonous snake that was grabbing at him was torn off, but the man rushed towards Medusa, punching Medusa's chest with a punch. Not to be outdone, Medusa fought with Zhou. Her speed was faster than Zhou's, but Zhou Wenqiang's strength was not as strong as the demon dragon's real body. The original body of Zhou's demon dragon can only last for 10 seconds at most, but Zhou has been looking at Medusa's eyes. The petrification ability of Medusa's eyes has been transformed into majestic vitality through listening earrings, allowing Zhou to gain a lot of vitality supplement, so that you can use the dragon's real body for a longer time. Medusa's strongest petrified eye is useless to Zhou, and the long hair full of poisonous snakes has little effect on Zhou. Although there is a lot of vitality replenishment, but for the demon dragon real body, it is still not enough to support consumption. After a long time, the demon dragon real body will still be unable to support it. Moreover, even if it can support it, the real body of the demon dragon is not enough to kill Medusa. At most it can only remain undefeated. With a move in his heart, Zhou Wen simply used the vitality technique Fei Wei Fei Xian directly in the state of the demon dragon's real body, and burst out an incomparably powerful force at one time, and wanted to take the opportunity to kill Medusa. One after another light and shadow crisscrossed, leaving scars one after another on Medusa's body, but they failed to kill her. It was Zhou Wen himself who was splashed by the blood spurting from Medusa's body. And suddenly appeared signs of poisoning. Because of the excessive consumption of vitality, the vitality could not keep up with the supply. The real body of the demon dragon disappeared automatically, and the blood-colored villain was also bitten to death by the poisonous snake in the sky. Having the true body of Di Ting and the demon dragon, it was an accidental restraint of Medusa, which allowed me to compete head-on with Medusa, but if I want to kill her, it is still a bit difficult, but the opportunity is already great. Zhou Wen thinking about how to kill Medusa. Before thinking of the way to kill Medusa, Zhou Wen didn't go to curse the magic palace. The explosion rate there was a little too low. Even with the blessing of the little tiger, nothing good was revealed. After resting for a while, Zhou Wen reopened the game and went to the music hall. After entering the music hall, Zhou Wen immediately saw a winged note flying in the air, looking both weird and magical. When the note flew, it also made a strange sound wave, releasing the attack ability similar to the sound wave. It's just a legendary sonic attack, which is of no use to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen chopped up the note with a single sword. Kill the legendary creature Note Elf and discover the dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen saw a dimensional crystal falling out, but it was only a speed 14 crystal, so he was lazy to pick it up, and continued to walk into the music temple with the little tiger. Inside the temple of music, note spirits fly out from time to time. Although they all look the same, they all have wings on each note, but they are still slightly different. And their sonic attacks are also somewhat different, but they are useless to Zhou Wen. After brushing for a while, a lot of dimensional crystals and even vitality skills crystals did explode, but these note elves are legendary, and they are really not of great use to Zhou Wen. My dear friends, you are about to be free. Lucas called, said very excitedly. What happened? Zhou Wen was used to Lucas' mindless way of speaking. The thieves who stole the invisibility cloak. Companion eggs have been found, and the prohibition order can be lifted soon, Lucas said. Found it? Who is it? Zhou Wen asked in surprise, thinking that the local giants in the Gods Peninsula are really efficient, and they found someone so quickly. I don't know yet, but he has been trapped in the newly discovered temple of the goddess of wisdom. He should not be able to escape. I believe he will be caught soon, Lucas said. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, and said to himself, isn't that the newly discovered temple of the goddess of wisdom, the devil's palace of cursing? Have you sent someone in? Zhou Wen asked. I went in, but I encountered some troubles. Only one of the masters who went in came out. Now Lord Urger is gathering people, and he will definitely be able to catch that person in the next few days. Lucas said. Do you know what the problem is? Zhou Wen had already guessed a few things in his heart, and it is estimated that 9 out of 10 were recruited in front of Sherman. It's not certain yet. According to the epic powerhouse who came back, he saw that the epic powerhouses were turned into stone statues from a distance, and he didn't know what happened. Lucas said roughly. As expected. After hearing it, Zhou knew that those people really had a problem in front of the stone gate. And the Medusa statue on the stone gate was turned into a stone statue. However, the development of things did not go as smoothly as Lucas predicted. Several days passed, and the prohibition order was still not lifted. Zhou and Anxing could only stay in the Peninsula of the Gods. According to Lucas, recruited a lot of experts to go in, but most of them were killed or injured, and he was still unable to catch the Eastender. Now they have also begun to suspect that it is not the temple of the goddess of wisdom, but the palace of the witch Medusa, because there are many epic powerhouses who were petrified in front of the gate. This is a strange thing. And Xing frowned and thought. What's wrong? Zhou asked. The peninsula of the gods is someone else's territory after all. A person from the East District can cause such a big storm. Sent so many epic-level powerhouses in, but none of them were able to catch them out. This is very problematic in itself. After a pause, Anxing said again, I think there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the person has hatched the invisibility cloak, so he can survive under such pursuit. Is there another possibility? Zhou asked. There is another possibility that is interesting. Maybe someone is playing tricks behind the scenes and wants to do something about the invisibility cloak to those wealthy families in the Peninsula of the Gods. And Xing said with a half smile. Dong dong dong. The door of the room was suddenly slammed, and the sound was loud. Both Zhou and Anxing felt very strange. There was a doorbell in the room, so why did they knock on the door instead of ringing the doorbell? When he opened the door, he saw that it was Lucas. My good friend, this time our good luck has come. Lucas didn't see anything out of the way, he went straight into the door, sat on the sofa, poured a glass of water on himself, and drank it to Zhou after one sip. Anson said. Could it be that the thief was caught? Zhou said. If he is caught, what good luck do we have? No one can catch the thief, and no one has been found. Lord Urgel suspects that he has entered the palace to hide, but because no one can open the palace gate, so Lord Urgel released a bounty task, and anyone who can open the gate of the palace can get a large bounty. Lucas looked at Zhou and Anxing, and asked expectantly, how about, let's work together? Team up to open the gate of the palace? Zhou felt a little strange when he heard it. The gate of the palace is not difficult to open. Just walk to the gate with your eyes closed, don't look at the eyes of the beauty statue. And then press both eyes of the beauty statue with both hands at the same time. It's that simple. No one was able to open it, which made him feel a little weird. In fact, Zhou was wrong. It is not difficult to avoid being petrified, because the beauty on the door will be petrified only when you look into her eyes, unlike Medusa in the palace, even if you don't look at her eyes, as long as they are seen by her, will also be petrified. But even if it won't be petrified, now everyone knows that the owner of the palace may be Medusa, who would dare to touch Medusa's eyes. So things are stuck here. And no one has been able to open the gate of the palace. Opening the door of the palace is such a trivial matter that the great Lucas can go alone, so why are you looking for us? Anxing joked. Lucas did not blush, and said with a smile, great heroes also need partners, just like the 6 heroes of the Federation. The 6 heroes work together to create a legend of the Federation. I think we can form a group of heroes, open the gate of the palace together, and leave a legendary story. What do you think? How much is Urger's bounty? Zhou asked. 10 epic-level companion eggs, and they are all produced by the Pluto Palace. They are all good things. Ordinary people can't enter the Pluto Palace at all, and there is a permanent pass to the Peninsula of the Gods, which can permanently enter and exit the public dimension of the Peninsula of the Gods. This is a reward set for foreign freelance hunters. Lucas said. It sounds good. What are the epic companion eggs from the Pluto Palace? Zhou was a little interested. They are all companion eggs of some underworld creatures. There are many kinds, and they are almost impossible to buy on the market. The Hall of Hades is the family reserve of Lord Urger, and outsiders are not allowed to enter at all. Lucas didn't seem to know much. How? Think about it. The three of us will go together, the companion eggs will be divided equally, and the pass will belong to you. Lucas continued to persuade. Yes, but I have one more condition. Zhou thought about it and said. What conditions? Lucas asked suspiciously. I want to go to the Hall of Hades to have a look. I only need a chance. Zhou wanted to go to the Hall of Hades to see if there were any small hand patterns. Zhou has heard of the Pluto Palace on the Peninsula of the Gods. It is said that it is the domain of Pluto. There are many dimensional creatures in the underworld, which are very different from ordinary dimensional creatures. Can't we change the conditions? For example, add 2 more companion eggs or something? Lucas said with some embarrassment. No. Zhou answered with certainty. Then let me talk to Lord Urger. By the way, how much do you know about the palace? Are you sure you can open the door? Although Lucas thinks Zhou Wen and Ansheng are very strong, if you go with them, there may be a chance open the gate of the palace, but there is no absolute certainty. I just want to try my luck, but if the conditions are negotiated but the door cannot be opened, it would be a bit too shameful. I heard that it should be Medusa's palace? If so, maybe I can open the door. Zhou said. How sure is it? Lucas asked. If it's Medusa's palace, it's probably 90% sure. Zhou replied. Lucas was overjoyed, patted his chest and said. If that's the case, then wait for my good news. I will definitely be able to convince Lord Urger. After Lucas left, Ansheng asked Zhou, are you really sure to open the gate of that palace? Now that our injuries are not healed, we are not suitable for doing too risky things. You also know that I have a companion pet that can resist the power of the curse. Medusa's petrified eye is actually a curse power, and it has no effect on me. If you just open the door, you don't need to risk it. What risk? Zhou Wen explained. That's good, but you still have to be careful. You can't be careless just because you have a companion pet. There are too many strange powers in this world. No companion egg is absolutely invincible, even if it's a mythical companion pet. Ansheng Jingrong said. Zhou knew that Ansheng was afraid that he would suffer a loss because of his carelessness, so he nodded and said, don't worry, I know what to do. This is not an exaggeration at all. He now knows the cursed palace well. As long as he does not enter the palace where Medusa is located, there will be no danger. Lucas came to Urger's house in a hurry. Urger was just receiving guests. Henry, let me introduce to you, this is Lucas, the first free hunter in our gods peninsula. Urger pointed to the man sitting on the sofa and introduced Lucas. Lucas, this it is the enjoyment of the Cape family, the famous free hunter, and has the reputation of the Gun King. Nice to meet you, I'm Lucas, the first free hunter on the peninsula of the gods. Lucas stretched out his hand and said. Henry sat on the sofa, but he didn't mean to stretch out his hand, didn't even move, glanced at Lucas, and said. With some contempt, the free hunter of the peninsula of the gods, the great Lucas, I also have this name. Heard about it? After finishing speaking, Henry looked at Urger and said, since you have such a great free hunter to help you, why do you want to come to me? Why don't you let this great Lucas help you? Open the gate of the palace? Urger coughed lightly. Lucas is good at fighting head-on. Dealing with this kind of evil power is not his specialty, so I would like to ask you to help us to open the gate of the palace. Of course it's okay for me to take action, but I have one condition. Henry said, glancing at Lucas, who had withdrawn his palm and stood aside with a half-smile. What do you see me doing? Lucas felt a little strange. I've seen the news you posted recently. You and Joanne have a very good relationship, right? Henry said. So what? Lucas frowned slightly. It's very simple, you take this thing first. Henry handed a bottle to Henry. When Lucas took the bottle from Henry's hand, he felt a little itchy on his finger. He raised his hand and saw that there was a red dot on his finger, as if bitten by some insect. Lucas didn't care, holding the bottle and asking, what is this? It contains water. You just need to pour the water in the bottle into the water Joanne drinks and let him drink it. Henry said, then I can help you open the palace gate for free. Impossible, I won't help you do those dirty things. Lucas put the bottle heavily on the table, turned to Urger and said, Lord Urger, I don't need their help, I have already found Joanne and the others. Come with me to the palace and I promise to open the gates of the palace. Urger hesitated. Lucas continued, Sir, please trust me Lucas, I will definitely be able to open the gate of the palace and help you catch the thief. Urger looked at Lucas, then looked at Henry, and finally said to Henry, if your excellency is willing to help, all my previous promises are valid. Henry sat on the sofa without answering Urger, picked up the bottle of water that Lucas put on the table, looked at Lucas and said, I think, you will agree, right? Of course not, who do you think of? The great Lucas? Lucas said angrily. Really? Henry looked at Lucas, but his eyes became more and more strange. There seemed to be something shaking in his eyes, and his pupils became very strange, as if a mosquito was trapped in a glass ball. Or something like a bug. Ah. Lucas' tongue felt like there were countless insects gnawing at his bones, his face turned pale in pain, and beads of sweat came out from his forehead. Despicable, Dick, what did you do to me? Lucas nearly fainted in pain, glaring at Henry, and said angrily. Henry, how dare you do something to my people at my place? Urger's expression turned cold as he stared at Henry. Henry showed an indifferent expression, put the bottle in front of Lucas, and said lightly, do as I say, otherwise you will not die, but this kind of pain will continue until you die. If you don't believe it, you can go to someone to try it out and see if it can relieve your pain. After that, Henry got up and saluted Urger slightly. Dear Mr. Urger, I believe I will be able to serve you soon, and look forward to the next meeting. If I were you, I would immediately relieve Lucas' pain. Urger waved his hand, and several epic powerhouses immediately surrounded him. Mr. Urger, I hope you can think clearly. Joanne is the enemy of our Cape family. Are you also an enemy of our Cape family? Henry strode away after speaking, ignoring those epic strong. Urger gritted his teeth. But after all, he did not order to attack Henry. Lucas, you know how powerful the Cape family is. They are the uncrowned kings of the Western District. We don't have the ability to compete with them yet. After Henry left, Urger said to Lucas reluctantly, looked at the small bottle of water. Lucas wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reached for the small bottle. Zhou Wen and Ensheng were waiting for news from Lucas at the hotel, and it didn't take long for Lucas to come back in a hurry. Lucas, how are things going? Zhou Wen asked. I've been rushing back all the way, I'm really thirsty, and I'll talk about it when I take a sip of water. Lucas said and sat on the sofa in the living room by himself. He picked up the teapot and poured a glass of water on his own. After drinking it in one gulp, he filled it up for himself and poured a glass for each of Zhou Wen and Ensheng. I haven't agreed on the qualifications for the Hall of Hades, Lucas said with a teacup. Is the pass to the Hall of Hades so valuable? Can outsiders even take a look at it? Zhou Wen said with some surprise. Although the qualifications for the Hall of Hades have not been negotiated, I have already negotiated with Lord Urger, and it is granted that you can leave the Peninsula of the Gods ahead of time. You can pack up and go to the airport with me later, Lucas said. Thank you so much, Lucas, but we still want to stay here for a while, and have no plans to leave for the time being, Zhou Wen said with a sip of water. Seeing Zhou Wen drinking water, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief and said, since you don't plan to leave, can you think about it again and go with me to open the gate of the palace? All the bounty I mentioned before belongs to you. I don't want anything, so you can do it for me. Okay, as I said earlier, the companion eggs are divided equally, and the pass belongs to us. Zhou Wen nodded, since he couldn't get the pass of the Hall of Pluto. He could also accept a few companion eggs of the Hall of Pluto and passes of other temples. Of course, Zhou Wen's main purpose is to hope that the people in Urger can find the thieves, otherwise they will have no chance to fish in troubled waters. Haha, I knew that Lucas' friends are all friends. Lucas put his muscular arms around Zhou Wen's neck and laughed loudly. Lucas soon took Zhou Wen and Ensheng to the cursed palace, which had been blocked by Urger's people, and no one could enter or leave without his order. Lucas is of course an exception. After showing his credentials, he took Zhou Wen and Ensheng into the cursed palace together. Because many people had rushed into the cursed palace to look for the thief's trail before, the stone creatures on the road ahead had almost been cleaned up. The three of them, Zhou Wen, walked all the way to the place where they were approaching the gate of the palace, and they did not encounter the last creature. There is the gate of the palace in front, put this on, otherwise even if you accidentally see the girl's eyes on the door, it will be petrified. Lucas took out 3 pairs of blindfolds, and gave 2 pairs to Zhou Wen and Ensheng, and put them on by himself. A pair. Zhou Wen and Ensheng put on their blindfolds, and then continued to walk forward together. Zhou Wen has the ability to listen carefully. Even if he has no vision, there is no problem. Ensheng is similar. Wearing the blindfold seems to be the same as not wearing it, and it is quite flexible. Only after Lucas put on the blindfold, he seemed to become a little clumsy, and his walking became a little sluggish. Zhou Wen didn't urge him, he walked slowly to the gate of the palace, pretended to fumble on the gate a few times, and pressed the eyes of the girl statue with both hands. The gate of the palace automatically slid open to both sides, and the gate of the palace suddenly opened. It's open, you can take off the blindfold. Zhou said. Lucas took off the blindfold and found that Sherman was gone. He was overjoyed and took out his mobile phone with his backhand. He stood in front of the gate and took a picture with Zhou and the others, and uploaded it to the internet. The great Lucas and his friends have opened the gates of the Palace of Mystery and Terror. Go back to the hotel first. I'm going to collect the bounty from Lord Urger, and I'll send it to you later. After leaving the cursed palace, Lucas said while riding his Tyrannosaurus. Zhou and Xing were about to leave, and Lucas said again, the Peninsula of the Gods has not been peaceful recently. You must not eat or drink indiscriminately, and you must check it out. Got it. Zhou smiled and waved, and left within. Xing. Lucas galloped down the street on a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and many young people cheered and waved to him when they saw him, and Lucas also responded enthusiastically. After leaving the city, Lucas' face darkened, and he rode the Tyrannosaurus to a manor owned by the traffic police. Tell Henry the First have done what he asked me to do, Lucas said to the goalkeeper. Please come in, Lord Henry is waiting for you. The gatekeeper seemed to have known that Lucas would come, and said with a smile. Lucas followed the man into the manor, and soon saw Henry, who was sitting in front of the swimming pool basking in the sun, holding a delicate antique gun in his hand, constantly wiping it carefully with a cloth. Henry, I have done what you asked me to do. Please lift the restraint on me immediately. Lucas took out the small bottle and placed it on the table in front of Henry. But the water-like liquid inside was gone. Henry glanced at the bottle on the table, suddenly picked up the antique gun in his hand, and pulled the trigger at Lucas. Lucas' response was not slow, and he blocked his body with his shield, but the bullet was very evil. It turned a corner, bypassed the shield, passed through the gap in his armor, and shot into the muscle. The strange thing is that the bullet was not metal, but a gray-white bone. After drilling into the muscle, many tiny blood vessels were born on the bone bullet, which were connected with Lucas' muscles and blood vessels, as if parasitic in his muscles generally. Lucas only felt severe pain in his half-body, and he felt paralyzed. He had to kneel on the ground with one leg and press his hands on the ground to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Henry looked at Lucas coldly, and said contemptuously, Do you think I'll be as stupid as you? Do you think I don't know if you dump things? Since you are so great and willing to sacrifice for your friends, then I will fulfill you. Despicable villain, how could the great Lucas betray his friends? You have found the wrong person. Lucas stood up abruptly, holding a giant axe in both hands, and slashed towards Henry. Poor and ignorant guy, do you think those little brats call you a great Lucas, and you are really a big man? That's just the self-exaggeration of the ignorant. In the eyes of the real strong, you are nothing but a humble reptile who can stab you to death with just one finger. Henry sat there, not even moving. However, Lucas felt that his heart seemed to stop beating, and his body could not move any further. You hit my bone-eating worm first, and now you are hit by my parasitic bomb. And you want to fight with me? It's really stupid. Lucas looked at Lucas, who was frozen there, and continued. Food bone worms will continue to gnaw at your bones, until there is no bone residue left, and only a pair of flesh and blood skins will be left, like a pile of rotten meat, great Lucas, when you cry bitterly, when you kneel down and beg for mercy, when you want me to give you a death, you ignorant poor bastard will know what true greatness is. The great Lucas will never give in to anyone. Lucas was trembling all over, his veins bursting all over his body, as if he wanted to move his body. but he couldn't get his body to move, and there were bursts of heart-piercing pain from his bones, as if thousands of insects were eating his bones. Blood began to ooze from Lucas' eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Only an ignorant bug like you dares to claim to be great. I'm afraid you have never seen what is the real power, the first free hunter in the peninsula of the gods? The name itself is a kind of ridicule. Thank you, you really take yourself seriously. There are many powerhouses in the gods' peninsula. When will it be your turn? Henry said contemptuously. I am the first free hunter on the peninsula of the gods, and I am the great Lucas. Lucas gritted his teeth and said, his body trembling violently. Arrogant and stupid guy. Henry pouted and said, I am the great Lucas. I am the first hunter on the peninsula of the gods. I am the irreplaceable Lucas. Lucas's 7 orifices were bleeding, but his eyes were full of determination. The low-class people are boring. Henry's face changed suddenly before he could finish his words. I am the great Lucas. With the roar of Lucas, terrifying power erupted from his body, and golden light burst out from him, like a golden god's light and shadow, covering him body of. The next second, the parasitic bomb that bound Lucas' body exploded, forcibly squeezed out by his muscles, and the blood vessel-like meridians were completely disconnected. Holding the giant axe in his powerful hands, he slashed down wildly with a dazzling golden light. Boom! The huge manor was divided into 2 by the divine light that erupted from the giant axe, cutting a huge gap. Henry stood sideways on the edge of the gap. The armor on his chest seemed to have been cut off, revealing the muscles on his chest, and there were scratches of blood on it. Henry's face was extremely pale, and there was still a look of horror on his face. The tip of his nose had been cut off, and he was bleeding. If he wasn't careful enough, if he didn't react fast enough, if he was hit head-on by the blow just now. In the words, I am afraid that he has died under the terrifying golden light. In front of the great Lucas, you are nothing but a running bug. The golden divine light on Lucas dissipated, and the godlike light and shadow also disappeared, and the giant axe fell on the ground, holding both hands holding the handle of the axe. He was able to barely keep his body persevering, but his eyes were full of contempt when he looked at Henry. While talking, he even took out his mobile phone, took a selfie of himself, looked at the photo and said to himself, as expected of the great Lucas, he was so handsome and charming. Even when he was deworming. Cut off all the limbs of this bastard, and I will make him lie down in front of me like a bug. Henry was irritated by Lucas' eyes, who he regarded as a bug. How dare he use such eyes? Looking at him is simply the greatest insult to him. Several epic powerhouses around Henry immediately surrounded him, but they were all cautious and did not dare to rush to Lucas immediately. After all, the blow from Lucas just now was so terrifying, it split the manor in 2. The gap is still there, shocking. What are you afraid of? Can't you see that he has no power? Henry said angrily. No, he has. A voice came from outside the manor. Why are you here? Lucas turned his head to look, and the people he saw turned out to be Zhou Wen and Ensheng. As your strength, how could we not come? Wouldn't that make him right? Ensheng said with a smile, but his eyes were a little cold. In fact, when Lucas went to find them today, Ensheng and Zhou Wen saw that something was wrong with him, but he didn't say anything. Imagine seeing something like this. Seeing the 2 of them, Henry sneered and said, Zhou Wen, you came just in time. Liz and John's account, it's time to settle with you, and Ensheng, right? You broke Liz by yourself. Is the sea of anger, right? It's me. And Xing said calmly, it seems that it's too cheap to just get rid of Chi. She should be killed. Really? That's really unfortunate. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to touch a hair of my Cape family in the future. Henry said, raised the antique gun in his hand, pointed it at Zhou Wen, and continued, if I were you, I would stop right now, otherwise the bone-eating worms in Lucas would go wild with the sound of my gun, gnawing away the bones in a moment. You paid so much, and you don't want to watch him die so painfully, right? Lucas is right, you are really a dirty bug. Zhou Wen didn't stop, he still walked towards Henry, grasped the handle of the bamboo knife in his hand. And murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I told you to stop, didn't you hear? Do you want to watch him die? Henry squeezed the trigger and shouted at Zhou Wen. Bone Eater is your companion pet, right? If you die, your companion pet will naturally die out, and the threat of Lucas will naturally disappear. I'm still 35 meters away from you. Left and right, before your gun goes off, I'll cut off your head, you can shoot if you don't believe it, but if I were you, I'd take back the bone worm immediately. Because I'm not a person who likes to kill, don't give me a reason to draw the sword. Zhou Wen continued to walk towards Henry. Henry seemed to have heard a very ridiculous joke, and said with a smile, if the person who said this is in Tianzua, I will do as he said. You don't think your father married in Tianzua's mother? Is it really in Tianzua's younger brother? Even if you are in Tianzua's younger brother, as long as an Tianzua is not here, you are not qualified to say this to me. With that said, Henry pulled the trigger hard. The slender and powerful fingers held the handle of the sword, and the sword was drawn out like a cloud of water. The light of the knife suddenly appeared, it was unbelievably fast, everyone only felt a flower in front of them, and Zhou Wen and his knife seemed to disappear. When they saw Zhou Wen's people again, they saw that he had arrived behind Henry, holding a thin knife as clear as a mirror in his hand. The tip of the knife pointed diagonally to the ground, and a drop of blood slowly flowed from the blade. It dripped from the tip of the knife to the ground. The moment the blood dripped on the ground, there was only a click, and the antique gun in Henry's hand was divided in two from the middle, and then it was Henry's body, even the face full of horror and disbelief was the same. Split into two. Henry, sir. The epic powerhouses who followed Henry were stunned. When they were at Cape's house, they only knew that Zhou Wen was protected by the Yin family, but he was just a student who was sheltered by the Yin family. However, this student slashed Henry with one sword. Even if he was placed in the Cape's house, which was full of masters, Henry could be regarded as a first-class master. Such a person did not even block Zhou Wen with a knife, which made them horrified, and had no fighting spirit in their hearts. When they reacted, they all turned around and fled. And Xing appeared like a ghost, and a small knife that looked like a dagger flickered in his hand. In just a moment, he killed the epics, without leaving behind the knife, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Wiping the blood on the dagger, and Xing said nonchalantly, let's go first, leave it to me here. It's not good. Lucas recovered from the shock and looked at Xing strangely. Leave it to him, he is more professional than us. Zhou Wen took Lucas and walked out. Lucas, your axe was too strong just now, how did you do that? Zhou Wen and Lucas rode the Tyrannosaurus to the city, curious in their hearts. The strength of Lucas, when he slashed that axe far exceeded his usual strength, it was a world of difference. When Lucas heard Zhou Wen compliment him like this, he immediately became happy, and said proudly, "The great Lucas is not blown out, my destiny is a hero of glory, and my destiny is to believe in the God of war. When glory and faith fight, unparalleled power can burst out." Zhou listened, and his expression became strange. Although Lucas said that he was very strong, and his fate and soul were indeed very strong, but his strength was very strange. It can be said that most of the time, his fate and soul were useless. Because of his fate and soul, he was destined not to fight for himself. In most cases, the glorious hero fate can be activated only when he fights for others. And Lucas's own beliefs must be firm. The more he believes in himself, the stronger his life and soul will be. If he has a ghost in his heart and does something that violates the glory of a hero, his destiny will not work at all, and because of his shame in his heart, his belief in the God of war will also become very weak. But in one case, Lucas can become extremely strong. If many people identify with him from the bottom of their hearts and worship him, then his life and soul will become extremely powerful. It's a strange fate and soul, Zhou secretly said in his heart. By the way, don't put the photo you just took on the internet, and don't mention it again in the future. Just treat it like you haven't seen Henry. Zhou said, took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. The dead tree did not respond at all, and did not appear and absorb Henry's corpse as before. Of course, I'm not a fool, Lucas said. Took out his mobile phone, and deleted the photos he took before. The Cape family is the uncrowned king of the Western District. Although Lucas is a celebrity on the Peninsula of the Gods, he is still far from being able to compete with them. If he is entangled by them, he will be in big trouble. Just after deleting the photo, Lucas' cell phone suddenly rang. After Lucas answered, his face suddenly became ugly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "What? Medusa in the palace broke the ban. How could this be?" Zhou expression changed when he heard Lucas's words. He knew very well how terrible Medusa was. If Medusa really broke the ban, then this city, and even the entire peninsula of the gods, would become a human world. Demon domain. Sorry, I have to go back immediately. I'll have a chance to chat later, Lucas said to Zhou. Let's go have a look together. Zhou thought this was a bit strange. Medusa is in the palace. Someone enters the palace. If she touches her, she will transform into a banshee and attack humans. But after entering the palace, the gate of the palace will automatically close. Medusa should not run out of the palace, at least she never ran out during the game. Could it be the thief's ghost? No matter how Zhou thought about it, he felt that this incident was not right. Maybe it had something to do with the thief. Okay. Lucas was not polite to Zhou either, urging Tyrannosaurus to run towards the city with all his strength. Before I got to the city, I saw a crowd of people fleeing towards this side. Many people saw Lucas and were asking for help. Lord Lucas, there are dimensional creatures that are destroying the city. Go and see. Look. Lucas asked the direction clearly, and immediately rode the Tyrannosaurus against the flow of people and ran away. Not long after entering the city, I saw that there were no people on the bustling city streets in the past, but there were many more stone statues. Those stone statues were old people with children and some animals. They maintained various postures, or fled in panic, or fell to the ground, and a puppy was urinating on a telephone pole, but it turned into a stone. Many buildings were also destroyed and set on fire, and the city seemed to have become a ghost. When When saw those stone statues, he knew that it was Medusa's handwriting. Unlike the stone statues on the gate. Even if he didn't look into her eyes, as long as he was seen by Medusa's petrified eyes, he would still be petrified. Lucas' face changed greatly, and among those petrified, there were obviously people he knew. There was a helicopter flying by in the sky, and Lucas hurriedly chased in the direction where the helicopter flew. Turning 2 blocks, he saw a young woman running wildly ahead. Lucas chased after him and shouted, "Barbara, what are you doing there?" The young woman turned her head to see Lucas, and was overjoyed. "Lord Lucas, go and see, Medusa is destroying the entire city, and no one can save the city except you." "Where is she? What happened? Why did Medusa run out of the palace?" Lucas asked. "I don't know. After you sent the news, Lord Urger sent someone into the palace, but it didn't take long for the banshee Medusa to run out of the palace, and all the people and creatures that her eyes saw. They have all become stone statues, even companion pets are no exception, because I have a special companion pet to protect me. I was not petrified and escaped the catastrophe," Barbara said. "Where is she?" Lucas said. "She's over there, I'll take you there, but you'd better not ride the Tyrannosaurus. If she sees it, it will be petrified directly." Barbara pointed to the Tyrannosaurus and said, "Okay." Lucas put away the Tyrannosaurus, holding a shield in one hand and a giant axe in the other, and ran in the direction Barbara pointed. Barbara also followed, but when she saw Joan was running over there, she said to him, "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being petrified by Medusa? Why don't you flee to the underground air raid shelter as soon as possible? I'll take a look over there and see if I can help." Joan wasn't very afraid of Medusa. Listening to Heart could perfectly restrain Medusa's petrified eyes, and the demon dragon's real body could barely compete with Medusa. Although he can't kill Medusa, he doesn't need to be afraid of Medusa. Seeing that Joan had already run over, Barbara didn't say anything, but she was a little disapproving. Joan seemed to be a student, even younger than her. "Where can I help? If Medusa really sees it, I am afraid it will be petrified immediately." After running for a short distance, he heard the sound of an explosion from the next street, and saw several helicopters strafing the ground in the sky, and Lucas climbed directly to a building. Joan and Barbara also climbed up. After reaching the top of the building, they ran to the other side, looked down, and saw a banshee with a height of 3 or 4 meters and hair like a poisonous snake, standing on the top of a 3-story building. The hair seemed to be infinitely stretchable, and it flew into the air and wrapped around a helicopter, directly smashing the plane into pieces and exploding. An epic powerhouse riding a flying eagle broke through the air, holding a spear in his hand, and wanted to attack Medusa in midair, but Medusa just turned his head and glanced at him, and the epic powerhouse flew with him. The eagle companion pet, petrified together, fell from the air, and fell directly to pieces. There were cannonballs bombarding in the distance. The cannonballs exploded, and fragments of Yuan Jin were sputtered, but they did no harm to Medusa. In the nearby building, someone was constantly shooting Medusa with gold bullets, and many people used companion pets to attack her. But it turned out to be useless. Medusa swept her gaze, and all the companion pets she saw were turned into stone statues. The long hair of the flying poisonous snake got into the building and killed the soldiers and policemen. Any human being bitten by a snake's hair will turn into blood in a moment. The snake hair curled up the tanks and threw them directly into the sky, and when it fell, it smashed the nearby buildings and collapsed. The terrifying Medusa raged in the city, but no one could stop her. Humans became vulnerable in front of her. Even epic powerhouses would only dare to control their companion. Pets to attack her from afar. Dare to be seen by her sight. Boom! A nearby building collapsed suddenly, and many of the humans who were originally hidden inside ran out crying in horror. Medusa looked over at a glance. And suddenly a group of humans were directly petrified, with various expressions of horror on their faces. Bang! The shattered floor fell down, instantly smashing those petrified humans to smithereens. Damn! Lucas grabbed the giant axe and wanted to jump to a relatively short building next to him. Why are you going? Joanne pulled him and asked. I ran behind him and hit her head with an axe, like a prince in myth and legend, and chopped off her head, Lucas said. You don't have the prince's diamond sword, invisible hat and flying shoes. Do you think you can succeed? Joanne has also heard the myths and legends mentioned by Lukaku. With the help of the goddess of wisdom, they took several artifacts before they snuck off Medusa's head. You just carry a broken axe over there, and it's amazing if you can chop it down. Everything is done by human beings. Some things always have to be done by someone. The great Lucas can do it. Lucas ran out, jumped to the roof next to him, and then walked forward with a cat on his waist, preventing Mado from letting him. Shaw found him and continued to move towards another building, constantly approaching Medusa. Joanne frowned slightly. Although what Lucas said made sense, he knew very well how powerful Medusa was. Even if Lucas could burst out the power of the blow from the manor again, it would be difficult to hurt Medusa. But in this case, even if Joanne persuaded Lucas, he would definitely not listen to him. Even if he knew it was death, he would definitely go. Little sister, you said just now that you have a companion pet that can resist Medusa's petrified eye, right? Is that really the case? Joanne asked Barbara, beside him. You're a little brat. Who's your little sister? Is it better that I'm older than you? Barbara glared at Joanne and said, Well, miss, you said that there are companion pets that can resist Medusa's petrified eye, right? Joanne looked at her and asked. So what? Don't make any crooked ideas. Barbara looked at Joanne vigilantly and said. Joe. When pointed in the direction of Lucas, it's too dangerous for Lucas to fight Medusa. Why don't you lend him your companion pet to use? You think I don't want to, but my companion pet is a piece of clothing, which is only useful when worn on the body. The clothes made by the companion pet can't be worn by other people. How can I help him? Barbara said. Clothes? Invisibility cloak? Joanne asked in surprise. Unless Medusa can't see the invisible cloak, Joanne doesn't know what other clothes can avoid being petrified by the petrified eye. What do you think? How could I have an invisibility cloak? My companion pet is a sunshade, which has no invisibility function. Barbara pointed to the cloak-like clothes on her body and said. Is this the clothes made by the companion pet that can resist Medusa's petrified eye? Joanne looked at the clothes on Barbara. The clothes were very wide, like a cloak robe, and wrapped all of Barbara's body inside. It looked silver on the outside, very eye-catching, and it seemed that it was unlikely to have the ability to be invisible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it can resist Medusa's petrified eye. At that time, Medusa's eyes looked over, and many people around me were petrified. Only I escaped. And nothing happened. Barbara said. What companion pet is your sunshade made of, and what's the use? Zhou Wen asked. The sunshade is a legendary dimensional creature I encountered at the seaside. After killing it, its name is Yinyubai. And the associated state is the sunshade. It has a certain defense power, but the defense power is not strong. Mainly, it is fireproof, and after wearing it, even the flames of the fire elves can't hurt me in the forging temple. Is it just fireproof clothes? Or a legendary low-level companion pet that can resist Medusa's petrified eye? The more Zhou Wen listened, the more incredible it became. There are too many armors with fire resistance, and there is no petrified eye that can prevent Medusa. Believe it or not, I'm telling the truth anyway. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't quite believe it, Barbara said angrily. Sunshade, fireproof, wait, is it because of this? Zhou Wen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. As far as Zhou Wen knows, snakes actually have poor visual ability and can be said to be super short-sighted, and some snakes have infrared pyrogen detectors that can sense the body temperature of organisms to track their prey. Medusa is not a snake, but if she is regarded as a snake, if her petrified eyes also have infrared pyrogen detection function, this can explain many things. For example, why her petrified eyes can only petrify living things, but not those dead objects such as buildings. Another example is why Barbara's sunshade can hold Medusa's petrified eye. That is because the sunshade is not only fireproof, but also prevents Barbara's own body temperature from dissipating. So Medusa can't see her, naturally cannot petrify her. Of course, the petrified eye cannot be as simple as detecting body temperature, it should be more advanced, so even companion pets can be petrified, but by analogy, you can probably know the main function of the petrified eye, and you can find a way to crack it. Although Zhou Wen is not afraid of the petrified eye, Lucas has no such ability. When I thought of Lucas, I saw that he had already run to the bottom of the 3-story building where Medusa was standing. This fool doesn't really want to fight Medusa, right? While Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he saw Lucas holding a giant axe and jumping up suddenly, with a terrifying golden light, from without hesitation, he slashed towards Medusa's neck from behind. Lord Lucas! Come on! Barbara waved her fists excitedly, cheering for Lucas. It can be seen that Lucas has a high status. In her mind, Zhou Wen was also a little surprised by the strength of Lucas. He had just exhausted his vitality not long before, but now he was able to burst out the axe that was not inferior to the matter, which was indeed surprising. Could it be true that idiots are not afraid of getting tired? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Lucas attacked Medusa from behind, thinking well, but unfortunately Medusa not only has a pair of eyes, the snakes that her hair turns into are all her eyes. Just as Lucas jumped up, he was discovered by Medusa. Medusa turned her head and looked at Lucas, who was in the air, slashing the giant axe with both hands. It's over. Zhou Wen sighed in his heart, although he wanted to help Lucas, but now it was too late to take action, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to deal with Medusa, just to ensure that he escaped. An unexpected thing happened to Zhou Wen. Medusa's eyes fell on Lucas' body wrapped in golden light, and he was not able to directly petrify his body, but the golden light on Lucas's body exploded. The golden light and shadow like a god also disappeared, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Boom! Lucas' body crashed into a building, shattering the glass windows of the building. Even Lord Lucas. Barbara covered her mouth and widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Go and see what happened to Lucas, I'll lead Medusa away. Zhou Wen saw that Medusa was chasing after Lucas, so he said something to Barbara and walked outside the building. Rush away. You don't want to die? Barbara reacted and wanted to pull Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen had already rushed out of the building. The sword light like a sunlight wheel violently rotated and slashed towards Medusa, and the poisonous snake on Medusa's head greeted the sword light. Those poisonous snakes that could even smash a helicopter were actually caught by the sword light. After cutting off several strands, it fell to the ground and turned into black hair. Medusa didn't pursue Lucas anymore, and turned her head to look at Zhou Wen. Barbara was shocked, thinking that Zhou Wen was dead this time, but then she was surprised to find that Zhou Wen, who fell on the long street, was not petrified. When Barbara was amazed, Zhou Wen's figure flickered and ran towards the other end of the long street. The speed was so fast that people could barely see his trajectory, like a ghost, appearing every other distance, incredibly fast. Medusa screamed sharply, as if she had turned on the accelerator, chasing after Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't intend to fight Medusa at first. His injuries are not yet healed, and he is not suitable for high-intensity battles. If he really fights, I am afraid that a fierce collision of forces will tear his internal organs again. Ghost Step, constantly using Ghost Step, under the lock of Slaughterer's infinite vitality, Ghost Step was used continuously by Zhou Wen, tempting Medusa to go in the direction of the ocean. Seeing that Medusa was led away by Zhou Wen, Barbara quickly jumped downstairs and ran towards where Lucas fell. Lucas vomited blood, and part of the skin on his chest was petrified, but it didn't look serious. Before Barbara ran to the place, Lucas had crawled out of the ruins by himself. Where's Medusa? Lucas looked around, but didn't see Medusa. I was led over there by the boy who came with you. Barbara pointed in the direction where Zhou Wen left with a strange expression, and then couldn't help asking, Lord Lucas, who is he? Who? He can ignore Medusa's petrified eye, and his speed is so fast, I have never seen a person as fast as him. Barbara wanted to say faster than you, Lord Lucas, but finally swallowed that sentence. He is my friend of Lucas, a stronger hero than me. Lucas said that he had chased out, striding in the direction where Zhou Wen lured Medusa to leave. A hero more powerful than Lord Lucas? But he is still so young, how is this possible? Barbara was shocked. Gritting her teeth, Barbara saw that there was a motorcycle next to her, because the owner had been petrified and the key was still on it, so she rode it directly, turned the key, the motorcycle started normally, and chased in the direction where Zhou Wen and the others left. Not only Zhou Wen, but many epic powerhouses in this city have chased after them. Although they dare not confront Medusa head-on, they can't just let Medusa be a disaster. It's a pity that their speed was much slower than Zhou Wen and Medusa, and they were quickly dumped and disappeared. Bang! Medusa's body smashed through the thick wall and came directly out of a building. The poisonous snakes full of heads spit venom, and it seemed to rain down on Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen dodged behind another building, the venom was poured on the wall, and the wall made of reinforced concrete was directly corroded with many holes. When Zhou Wen used ghost steps continuously, he was still not as fast as Medusa. He could only rely on various buildings and terrains to barely guarantee that Medusa would not catch up. Medusa's speed is too fast, I wouldn't be so struggling to change to a mythical creature. That is not a speed type. Zhou Wen's figure flashed, and a bewitching gaze almost rubbed his cheek and shot. It. The cafe shoots. Zhou Wen soared into the air, avoiding the flying gravel and various glass fragments. His toes stepped on the flying piece of glass, and he used the ghost step to move his position again. But before Zhou settled down, he saw that Medusa had already rushed to the position where he landed, and a head full of poisonous snakes rolled over. Instantly switched to the fate of the great demon god. The white shadow of poisonous wings appeared behind him, and with a flutter of his wings, Zhou figure rushed into the sky, avoiding the devouring of those poisonous snakes. Medusa's feet suddenly exerted force, and the hard concrete floor cracked, but her people shot up like cannonballs, chasing after Zhou and grabbed Zhou eye with amazing fingers in both hands. Body flying in the air. Zhou body drew a strange arc in the air, like a flying fairy, with a three-point elegance in the danger, avoiding Medusa's repeated attacks and rushing into the 20 floors of a building. Bang! Medusa also slammed into it, directly knocking a large hole in the wall, and there were sputtering debris everywhere. Zhou seduced Medusa all the way to the beach. He originally wanted to get rid of Medusa in the city, but he couldn't get rid of her. He could only try to see if he could get rid of her in the sea. Between chasing and fleeing, Zhou tried his best, but he was barely able to avoid being caught by Medusa, and it was impossible to fight back. Not to mention that the injury on his body is not yet healed. Even when he is at his best, he is not a match for Medusa. After running for more than an hour, he finally came to the sea. Zhou plunged into the sea, the 9 dragons' art unfolded, and swam towards the depths of the sea. Although there are many dimensional creatures in the sea, it is not easy to find a terrifying existence like Medusa. But Zhou soon discovered that his decision did not seem to be so correct. After Medusa chased into the sea, her speed was not affected at all, and she was still so fast. But the poisonous snake became more flexible, like a fish in water, constantly attacking Zhou in the sea. Zhou immediately remembered that in the legend, Medusa seemed to have an affair with the Sea Emperor Poseidon, and it was obviously not difficult for her to fight in the sea. In the sea, it was not conducive to using ghost steps, so Zhou had to rush out of the sea again and use the fate of the great devil to rush into the sky. Medusa shouldn't have the ability to fly, right? I fled to the sky. I don't believe she can catch up. Zhou broke out of the water, summoned the poisonous white shadow and wings, and rushed towards the sky. Medusa also jumped up from the ocean, like a ferocious monster in the sea, rushing towards Zhou with claws and claws. Her eyes kept shooting light, and her snake hair also rolled towards Zhou. When Zhou figure was constantly changing, drawing strange postures, moving in the air, but it seemed that the top, bottom, left, and right were on the ground, constantly using force to move, dodging Medusa's repeated attacks. Bang! Medusa's leap was exhausted, and she fell back into the sea, causing waves of more than 10 meters, and she really couldn't fly. Zhou was instantly overjoyed. When he was in the game, he was enclosed in the palace. Zhou had no chance to fly high in the sky at all. He didn't expect Medusa to have such a weakness. But before Zhou was happy, he saw the swan-like wings spread out behind Medusa and flew up again. Your sister, why didn't you use the wings just now? Zhou could only continue to escape, but he still couldn't get rid of Medusa, and he was chased by the sky and the ground. It's not the way to escape like this. How can we get rid of her? Zhou did not have the fearless spirit of sacrifice as Lucas. Now he just wants to get rid of Medusa. As for whether Medusa will harm the world in the future, it is not under his control. He doesn't want to die anyway. Suddenly, Zhou moved in his heart and flew in one direction. The direction he was going was the island that Ensheng took him to before. Zhou thought, maybe he could use the magical waterfalls and pools there too. Get rid of Medusa, because he has cleared the dimensional field and left his name on the golden steel in the dimensional field, so he will not be trapped in it again. You don't have to worry about being trapped inside and unable to get out. As long as you can avoid Medusa's pursuit, quietly lurking in it for a while, and then come out after Medusa leaves. Killing the six-winged black dragon again, he still does not have such strength. Last time, he also joined forces with Ensheng, and he was able to kill the six-winged black dragon with the help of Zhang Yuji. This time, he was the only one, and the serious injury did not heal. If I really want to anger the six-winged black dragon, I am afraid that there is only one dead end. Zhou lured Medusa to the island. After a while, Lucas and a group of epic powerhouses chased the sea. At the sea, they found traces of battle, but no one was found. A seaside resident shivered and told them that they were heading towards the sea. Medusa is already extremely terrifying, and the sea is full of dimensional creatures. When other epic powerhouses heard that Medusa was led into the sea, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking with luck, maybe Medusa won't come back after being led to the sea. Lucas didn't care so much, jumped on a boat directly, started the engine, and was about to chase into the depths of the sea. Lord Lucas, I'll go with you. Barbara rushed over on a motorcycle, threw the motorcycle on the ground, and jumped onto the boat. Go down quickly, the sea is too dangerous, Lucas said. Lord Lucas, have you forgotten? I came to the peninsula of the gods from the sea. I was originally a daughter of the sea. I can help you track your friends and Medusa on the sea. It's just you, even if you open it. They can't be found even in the boat. Barbara said that she had started the boat. Lucas was right when he thought about it. Looking at the endless sea, he didn't know how to find Zhou and Medusa except for a general direction. Then, fight with the great Lucas, girl. Lucas said from the bow of the ship, looking at the sea. After a lot of hard work, Zhou finally returned to the island where the water elves were born. Now he is not in the mood to kill those water elves. After a few ups and downs, he rushed into the waterfall on the island and plunged into the pool. Bang! Zhou just got into the pool, and Medusa's eyes fell on the pool, blasting the water into waves several meters high. After the water pool was calm, there was no Zhou in the water pool. The waterfall cave ***. Zhou followed the water flow down, and soon came out of the waterfall cave. Not seeing Medusa's shadow, Zhou breathed a long sigh of relief and said, Medusa can't see my body in the pool, but don't jump down. But whatever he was afraid of, it happened. Zhou only heard the sound of rushing water coming from the waterfall cave, and Medusa had already broken through the water and rushed out. I'm going to die. Zhou hurriedly dived under the pool, wanting to get out again. But Medusa's snake hair has already got into the water pool, where it is simply like a snake's nest, with countless poisonous snakes twisting in the water pool. This guy's IQ is too high, he actually knew how to cut my way out. Zhou was depressed, but he could not move his body to avoid Medusa's attack. Bang bang! Medusa's eyes shot in all directions, blasting the surrounding rocks and grass, making a huge noise. Zhou suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was already so difficult to deal with a Medusa. If she made such a fuss, the Six-winged black dragon would definitely be awakened, and it would be even worse to face two terrifying mythical creatures. Now, Zhou can't wait to have an invisibility cloak and immediately disappear in front of Medusa. Roar! A roar came from the center of the island, and the giant dragon was awakened, turning into a black lightning and rushing towards it. Come and bless, although they are all dimensional creatures, but they are not the same species, maybe it will be a hostile relationship, let them fight for themselves. Zhou prayed secretly in his heart. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that his ideas were too naive. After the giant dragon rushed over, he ignored Medusa at all, and when he opened his mouth, a poisonous smoke was sprayed at Zhou. It's really miserable now. Zhou suddenly realized that I shouldn't be here. It's too late to say anything now. There is a black dragon in front and Medusa in the back. They attack Zhou one after another, completely cutting off the possibility of Zhou's escape. Even if you use ghost steps, it is impossible to pass two mythical creatures faster, no matter whether you are going forward or backward, you will end up dead. Seeing the two mythical creatures, Zhou had been surrounded by one after another, and there was no chance of escape. Zhou gritted his teeth and switched the fate of the great demon god. The Lost Kingdom ring appeared on his finger, and he turned the ring. Zhou's body suddenly disappeared from the pinch. Lucas and Barbara drove the boat to find the traces of Zhou and Medusa in the sea. I am afraid that my friend is already very bad, although he is very strong, but in the face of existences such as Medusa, it is difficult for even a god to survive. No, Barbara, you underestimate my friend Lucas. He is a great human hero like me. I firmly believe that he must be safe and sound. Maybe now he has killed Medusa, we must find him quickly, and we cannot let him enjoy the glory alone. Lucas had a firm look on his face, still standing on the bow looking at the surrounding sea, looking for Zhou's trace. It's impossible. That's Medusa. The Banshee in myths and legends, even the legendary human prince, borrowed a lot of artifacts from the goddess of wisdom to defeat her. Barbara said in her heart. He muttered, but did not dare to speak. There seems to be an island over there, go there and have a look. Lucas commanded. On the island, Zhou's figure appeared on the back of the six-winged black dragon after disappearing for a moment. Without any hesitation, Zhou put one hand around the black six-winged dragon's neck. On that palm, he was wearing a silver spider silk glove. After touching the scales on the black six-winged dragon's neck, it immediately adhered firmly. In the past, feeling that Zhou was on its back, a terrifying black flame suddenly erupted from the six-winged black dragon, trying to shake Zhou off its back. However, Zhou was already prepared to transform into the real body of a demon dragon, stick to it, and let the black flames on its body erupt, just not let go. Medusa was originally attacking Zhou, but because she was on the back of the six-winged black dragon, her eyes suddenly fell on the six-winged black dragon. The petrified eye falls on Zhou, and through the effect of listening to the earrings, it will only increase Zhou's vitality, and can continue to maintain the state of the demon dragon's real body. But the six-winged black dragon did not have such ability, and when Medusa's petrified eyes saw it, the scales on its body began to petrify. Roar! The six-winged black dragon was furious, and the demonic flames rose on its back. The two hidden pairs of wings appeared, turning into a real six-winged black dragon. The petrified scales on its body were broken like a stone shell, revealing the new scales below. The six dragon wings spread out fiercely. drawing out terrifying black flames, strangling towards Medusa like a blade formed by the condensed black flames. Not to be outdone, Medusa waved her snake hair to meet the black flame blade chi, and the blade chi collided with the snake hair. Although the blade chi was broken, the poisonous snakes were also cut off a lot. For a time, the two mythical creatures were furious and started a monster-like duel. Zhou was firmly sucked on the back of the six-winged black dragon. No matter how fierce the six-winged black dragon fought, it was not thrown off. Zhou sky spider gloves have a very strong stickiness. Once they are stuck, unless he releases them, he can only chop off his hands. In such a terrifying battle, it is not easy to survive. Fortunately, Zhou has the real body of a demon dragon, otherwise it is just the aftermath of the battle, or the black flames that erupted from the six-winged black dragon, which is enough to kill he has. And there is also a crucial link. Medusa's petrified eye provides Zhou with an endless stream of vitality, otherwise he will not be able to persist. Only the demon dragon's real body protects his body. In such a battle, he will be killed in an instant. Zhou hugged the black six-winged dragon by the neck and lay on its back. If Medusa wanted to kill him, she would definitely attack the black six-winged dragon. How could the black six-winged dragon be bullied by her? The mountain wall above the island that was killed for a while shattered, and the earth cracked. The venom corroded all the rocks, and the black flames turned the originally green island into a sea of fiery ruins. Only the location of the golden apple tree was not damaged, as if it was guarded by a mysterious power. Zhou wished he couldn't escape from the black six-winged dragon immediately. Now that the black six-winged dragon and Medusa were fighting, even without him, the two monsters probably wouldn't give up. But now Zhou really can't run away. The force field generated by their battle pressed Zhou on the back of the six-winged black dragon. If Zhou forcibly rushed out, he would be terrified when he was in midair. Sexual force hits, but will be involved in their battle. I feel the pain in the internal organs is severe. It is estimated that the previous injury has been torn again. Although there is a demon dragon to protect the body still bears a lot of force, and blood is constantly seeping from the nose and mouth. Damn. Zhou Wenxiang endured the pain, hugged the six-winged black dragon's neck tightly, and stuck his body on its scales as much as possible to reduce the extent of the impact. The six-winged black dragon is worthy of the existence that guards the golden apple, and it can even fight against the famous banshee in myth and legend like Medusa. Although Medusa's petrified eye has some effect on it, it is difficult to completely petrify it. The petrified part is only the scales on the surface. After it is broken, new scales grow below. The battle between these two monsters allowed Zhou to see some of the abilities that they did not use when he fought them before. Because Zhou strength has not reached that level, when they are fighting Zhou, there are many skills that are not necessary to use. Now that I have met an equal opponent, I have used all kinds of skills. Let Zhou open his eyes. Zhou secretly rejoiced in his heart that they were able to kill the six-winged black dragon last time, and it was pure luck. If the six-winged black dragon hadn't been angered by him and ignored it, the demon baby had the opportunity to stab the ancient sword into its heart. Otherwise, fighting head-on, he and Anxing team up, and it is estimated that he will only be tortured. Of course, Zhang Yuji also played a key role, otherwise Zhou would be dead. Zhou had the intention to summon the demon baby and let her come again, but in this situation, even if one of them can be killed, the other cannot be dealt with by Zhou. and in the end, there is only one dead end. When Zhou was thinking about how to survive, the six-winged black dragon had already thrown Medusa on the ground and bit her head when it opened its mouth. The poisonous snake on Medusa's head rolled over, but was bitten by most of the six-winged black dragon. Suddenly, blood and tears rolled out of Medusa's eyes, and two strange lights shot out from her eyes. The petrified eye has no real light, and Medusa has another skill that shoots light in the eyes, but it is not the petrified eye, it only has powerful destructive power, but no petrification power. But the light shot out this time was different from the other two. The light from the bloody and tearful eyes shone on the black six-winged dragon, causing the black six-winged dragon's body to start to petrify. The petrification this time was different from before. Not only the scales on the surface were petrified, but the interior of the six-winged black dragon was also petrified, but the petrification speed was not very fast. Roar! Black flames rose from the black six-winged dragon's body, bursting out with terrifying power, trying to resist the petrification of its body, but this time it was useless, and more parts of its body were petrified. First the chest and head and face, then the front legs, then the body and the hind legs. In just a moment, the six-winged black dragon is about to turn into a statue. What's the situation? Could this be Medusa's real power of the petrified eye? I was just playing around before? Zhou was shocked. What's even worse is that the power of the listening earrings has gradually become unable to resist the petrified light, and Zhou skin after the demon dragon transformation has begun to show signs of petrification. Can't wait. Zhou knew that if he waited any longer, he was afraid that his life would be gone, so he immediately summoned the demon baby and the plantain fairy. He held the fan transformed by Banana Fairy in his hand, and it was a fan facing the Medusa below. The strong wind blew away Medusa's snake hair. The demon baby didn't hesitate, the ancient sword broke out of the sheath, turned into a purple light, and stabbed directly at Medusa's head. The six-winged black dragon has not yet completely petrified, and it is still pressing on Medusa. Medusa is unable to dodge, so she can only twist her head, trying to avoid the ancient sword. However, the ancient sword was too close to her, and she could not avoid it completely. With a flash of purple light, the ancient sword pierced into her left eye. Immediately, she saw blood flow out from the broken eye, and Medusa there was also a shrill scream. Medusa let out a painful scream, and a huge force surged from her body, shaking the half-petrified six-winged black dragon out of 12 meters. She grabbed the hilt of the ancient sword with her fingertips, like pulling a thorn, pulled the ancient sword out of her eyes, and threw it out. Zhou jumped off the back of the six-winged black dragon, looked at Medusa's eyes, and saw that the eye she was stabbed by the ancient sword was red with blood, and the blood kept gushing out, and it looked badly injured. When Zhou was discovered, Medusa was about to rush over angrily, but the petrified black dragon over there made a clicking sound, and the petrified flesh and bones cracked open, and it forcibly rammed into Medusa. Medusa was hit right and immediately rolled out, only to see another flash of purple light, and the ancient sword thrown by Medusa flew back, while she was entangled with the six-winged black dragon, stabbed into her other eye again, and the demon baby hid in the distance with a look of indifference in his eyes. Medusa's eyes were completely blind, and she suddenly turned into a poisonous snake that lost its fangs. Although her combat effectiveness was still terrifying, it was not as tyrannical as before. The six-winged black dragon dragged the half-petrified body to fight with the blind Medusa, and the battle was still inextricable, but Zhou was finally able to escape the predicament and escaped from the battlefield, watching the two monsters fight there. The earth trembled, and the two monsters fought close to hand. The ground cracked and the mountain collapsed, as if the world was ending. Zhou hid from a distance and saw that Medusa and the six-winged black dragon had crashed into the sea together, and the waves crashing in the sea caused surging waves, and couldn't help secretly. Delighted, it's a lose-lose fight, maybe I'm really lucky this time, maybe I can pick up a bargain, and maybe kill two mythical creatures at once. Thinking about it in my heart, I saw that the six-winged black dragon and Medusa had already sunk into the sea, and I could only see the rough sea, but I didn't know what the battle situation was. After a while, the sea calmed down, but a lot of red liquid spread out. Will they both die? If they die themselves, will the crystals and accompanying eggs in their bodies remain? Zhou was considering whether to go into the sea to retrieve the corpses, but suddenly saw the sea water spewing like a volcano. Her face was covered in blood, her body was covered in scars, and Medusa, who also had a broken arm, rushed out of the sea. The ancient sword in her eyes hadn't been pulled out yet. But at this moment, she ignored it and rushed towards Zhou screaming. Although her eyes were blind and she lost the ability of petrified eyes, the poisonous snake on her head still allowed her to have vision, and she would not be completely blind. Zhou turned around and ran. Although Medusa looked miserable, she was still a mythical creature after all. In this state, she was able to kill a six-winged black dragon. This kind of strength is really terrifying. Medusa was chasing desperately behind, and seemed to have hated Zhou very much, but Zhou soon discovered that her speed was much slower. Zhou was not as fast as her in using ghost steps before. But now he can use ghost steps, but he can open up the distance. Medusa's speed is indeed much slower, which is completely different from before. Zhou felt a lot more at ease, rushed into the waterfall pool, and returned to the island in reality. Medusa also rushed out, but Zhou found that her speed was getting slower and slower, and her body was bleeding continuously, and it seemed that her breath was rapidly weakening. She's dying? Zhou was overjoyed, seeing that Medusa's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and her body was getting slower and slower. More importantly, the ancient sword of the demon baby had completely disappeared into her. In the eyes, I am afraid. It has been pierced into the brain. Although Medusa no longer poses a threat to him, Zhou still tries to keep the same distance from her. Who knows if Medusa will explode in the end, just like when the six-winged black dragon died. But Zhou soon discovered that Medusa was really dying. As she walked along, there was a large pool of blood dripping on the ground, and the wound on her body was bleeding all the time. With her physique, the wound should not be bleeding all the time. Right, apparently, the six-winged black dragon had a strange power that prevented her wounds from healing. The current Medusa, even walking, has become swaying, like a staggering old woman. Where is the power of the past? When Zhou retreated to the beach, Medusa seemed to know that she had run out of fuel, and burst out with her last strength, screaming and rushing towards Zhou. The momentum of her flutter seemed to be quite strong, but the strength was far from enough, and there was no such terrifying power fluctuations before. Zhou directly summoned the Ba Jian, and slashed a sword light at Medusa, who was flying in the air. Lucas and Barbara drove the boat to the vicinity of the island. Lucas, who was looking around, saw Zhou standing on the beach. He was overjoyed and was about to call him, but suddenly he saw Medusa. Ling Kong pounced on Zhou. Barbara also saw this scene and suddenly screamed. But in the next second, Zhou drew his sword and slashed towards Medusa, who was flying towards him. The strong sword light, like a sunlight wheel, slashed diagonally above Medusa's neck, and then saw Medusa's body fly upside down under the impact of the sword light, and the gear-like sword light continued to under the rotating cutting. The flesh and bones of the neck were broken, and finally a head was chopped off and flew into the air. Barbara's screaming stopped abruptly. Her mouth was open, her eyes widened at this incredible scene. The Banshee Medusa, who ravaged the entire city and left countless epic powerhouses on the peninsula of the gods helpless, was decapitated by a sword, which is unbelievable. Lucas was also surprised, and then subconsciously took out his mobile phone and took a photo there. Click. The picture on the mobile phone screen freezes. Under the setting sun, a man is standing on the beach with his back to the camera, holding a big sword that points diagonally to the ground. Opposite the boy, the body of the Banshee Medusa floated into the air, blood sprayed, and a head flew into the air. The whole picture looked extremely tense and had an indescribably violent beauty. The calmness of the man holding the sword forms a strong contrast with the twisted poisonous snake and the blood sprayed on Medusa's head, which makes people feel a sense of blood boiling for some reason after seeing this kind of photo. Lucas saw the photo himself, and suddenly on a whim, after adding a line of explanatory text, he tried to upload it directly to his online account. The last days of Medusa, a near god hero comes. As soon as this photo came out, it immediately detonated the internet. Countless people from the peninsula of the gods left comments below after seeing this photo for the first time. Although the people who pay attention to Lucas are basically young people from the peninsula of the gods, but because of this, they know more about the horror of Medusa. Many people have seen Medusa ravage the entire city with their own eyes. They don't know how many innocent citizens have been victimized, and so many epic powerhouses have been ruthlessly killed by Medusa. Even people who have never fought against Medusa know that these legendary banshees must be mythical. Now that Medusa was beheaded, they were both surprised and happy. Many people left a message below asking Lucas, wondering if Medusa was really beheaded, and many people were asking who the man who killed Medusa was and who was the man holding the sword. Then this photo and Lucas's message spread on the internet at the speed of light, triggering a tsunami of internet discussions. There are two main points of discussion. One is the authenticity of the photo, and the other is who is the man holding the sword. Lucas's personal homepage is about to be maxed out, and everyone is waiting for Lucas' reply. But Lucas didn't read the message. After he posted the photo, he boarded the island with Barbara. Haha, I knew you could do it, you are a hero as great as Lucas. You saved our city. Lucas stepped forward and gave Zhou a firm hug. I'm not as great as you. Zhou words were not ironic, but sincere. Lucas knew that he couldn't do it, but he was just doing what he could do. Although there was a little accident, it was not his original intention. One day, you will surpass me. Lucas looked confident, patted Zhou shoulder and said, go and see your spoils, it is your deserved reward and a hero medal. Zhou rolled his eyes in his heart, obviously he was cutting meat and digging treasures. Why did he become so righteous and awe-inspiring when he said it from Lucas' mouth? Zhou is also welcome. This is the mythical creature he killed at the risk of his life, so naturally, he can't let it go. Soon, Zhou found a dimensional crystal in Medusa's corpse. There was also Medusa's light and shadow in the dimensional crystal, which was obviously a crystal of vitality skills. Old friend, you are so lucky to have obtained Medusa's Vitality skills. Come on, let me take a photo of you and upload it to the internet together with the photo just now, so that they can witness the heroic moment together. Lucas said he was going to take a picture with his phone. What did you say? Joanne quickly stopped Lucas, stared at him and asked. I said take it and upload it online together. This is your heroic history, Lucas said. No, what do you mean? By the photo just now? Joanne asked again. That's it, I just took a picture of you and uploaded it to the internet. The response is very good. You will soon become a well-known hero. Lucas opened his personal homepage and showed off, as if showing that photo to Joanne. Joanne looked at the number of replies below, and it turned out that there were already more than 60,000, and it was still increasing, and his face suddenly turned green. Quick, delete the photo. Joanne was really in a hurry. Originally, the Supervision Bureau and the 6 major families did not know that he had been promoted to the epic level. If they knew that he had been promoted to the epic level, and also killed dimensional creatures like Medusa, they would send people to trouble him in the future. You will be more careful, and the people you send will be even more powerful. Isn't this causing trouble for yourself? Why delete it, isn't it good? Lucas asked suspiciously. I don't want to be a hero, and I don't want to be famous. Lucas, you must not say anything about today's affairs, and don't let others know that I killed Medusa, okay? Joanne also knows that the deletion is no longer available. Used, I am afraid this photo has been forwarded many times. He looked at the photo carefully and found that there was only one back, and because the Bagian reflected the sunlight, the body of the sword could hardly be seen clearly. And even his back was affected by the light and shadow, so it should not be so easy to recognize. Although I don't know why you have such a strange request, as your friend, I respect your decision. Is this photo still deleted? Lucas said. Forget it. Joanne shook his head, and now deleted again, a little too much to hide. Joanne looked at Barbara again and asked, Miss, can you help me keep this secret? No. Barbara shook her head. Barbara, he's my friend. Lucas said anxiously. Barbara took out the notebook and pen from her arms, handed it to Joanne, blinked, and said, It's okay if you want me to help you keep a secret, but you have to sign me. Why do you want me to sign? Joanne frowned slightly. He still has a fresh memory of Yake's affairs, and usually doesn't sign autographs easily. Fool, because you are her hero. Lucas patted Joanne on the back and said, with a big smile. Joanne saw that Barbara's face was flushed, and only then did he know that he thought too much. I can sign it for you, but don't tell anyone about it, okay? Joanne took the notebook and pen and signed his name on it. Okay. Barbara took the book, carefully looked at Joanne's signature, then closed it cherishedly, held it in her arms, and thought happily in her heart, Of course I will keep it a secret for you, only you are the hero who killed Medusa, only I have your signature, this is my hero and secret. Are you going back with us? Lucas asked Joanne. I'll go back with you, it will inevitably be suspected, you go back first. Joanne didn't go back with them, and it wasn't all because of this, he still wanted to go inside the island to see if the 6-winged black dragon died. If it dies, there may be crystals and other things left behind. If you can get a companion egg, it will be even better. Even if nothing is left, it would be nice to pick another golden apple. However, Joanne remembered that the golden apple had just grown up last time. And it has not grown up yet. It is estimated that it has not yet matured. After Lucas and Barbara left, Zhou entered the dimensional realm through the water pool again, and went to the apple tree to have a look. The golden apples were only just growing, and they were still far from mature. Even if they were picked now, it would be fine. Use. No relics of the six-winged black dragon were found on the island. Zhou came to the seawater area where it fought against Medusa, summoned the silver water snake, and let it go down to see if he could find anything. As soon as the silver water snake entered the sea, it merged with the sea, as if it had disappeared. Zhou let it search the seabed, and after a while, he saw a silver water snake biting something and drilling out of the sea. Zhou saw that it looked like a black pineapple without leaves, and after a closer look, he found that it was an egg covered with scales. A six-winged black dragon's egg? Zhou was overjoyed. The silver water snake delivered the egg to Zhou, who looked at it with the mysterious mobile phone. And it turned out to be a mythical companion egg. Six-winged guardian dragon, mythical level. Fate, guardian dragon. Soul of life, wings of black flame. Wheel of fortune, the last guardian. Strength, 69. Speed, 68. Physical fitness, 68. Vitality, 65. Talent skills, poison breath, dragon's wrath, hell demon flame, slash with 6 wings. Associated state, demon flame dragon wing. The real mythical companion, pet. Zhou was surprised and delighted. This was the first time he had seen a real mythical companion egg. The ones on him now only have the potential of myths, but no one has really promoted myths. The closest to the real myths is the devil infant, but her own attributes are too low, and she needs to grow again, otherwise she can only stay far away. If you release the flying sword, you cannot directly participate in the battle. This six-winged guardian dragon is a genuine mythical level. If it can be hatched, it will undoubtedly be a huge increase in strength for Zhou. With it, Zhou has a much greater chance of defeating the mythical creatures in the temple. The requirements for vitality must be very high, but my slayer has the ability of infinite vitality, so he should be able to hatch it, right? Zhou thought, and took a picture of the six-winged guardian dragon with a mysterious mobile phone, and then let the blood color the villain tries to hatch it. The hatching was surprisingly smooth, and the blood-colored villain who opened the killer easily hatched the six-winged guardian dragon, and a tattoo of a six-winged guardian black dragon appeared on his back. Zhou excitedly summoned the six-winged guardian dragon. Watching a black dragon appear in front of him, the feeling was indescribable. However, the six-winged guardian dragon that appeared in front of Zhou had only 2 dragon wings, not a 6-winged state. After Zhou let it use the soul, the 6-winged guardian dragon became the 6-winged state, and its strength was greatly improved. Let the 6-winged guardian dragon use all its skills. Zhou found that this guy's skills are not complete, several skills less than the real 6-winged guardian dragon, but these 4 skills are almost enough. What makes Zhou more concerned is its wheel of fortune, and the magic baby also has a wheel of fortune, but it is written on 1 turn, and there is no annotation. The 6-winged guardian dragon is different. It reads last guardian after its wheel of fortune, and there are also annotations. The last guardian, the miracle of the guardianship of life. Although there are annotations, Zhou still doesn't quite understand what it means. Zhou asked the 6-winged guardian dragon to demonstrate, but it couldn't demonstrate it either. In any case, having his first real mythical companion pet still makes Zhou very excited. Riding the six-winged guardian dragon, Zhou Wen flew in the sky and found that it was not as comfortable as he imagined. The flying state of this guy was too violent and not stable at all. Riding it was like riding a wild horse. That's a very bad feeling. The legendary Dragon Knight in the Western District doesn't look as cool when riding a dragon. Zhou Wen took the dragon back, glanced at the unripe golden apple, and finally gave up. The thought that was taken off left this mysterious dimensional realm. After returning to the peninsula of the gods, he quickly contacted Enshing. "Is it you who killed Medusa?" Enshing asked directly after seeing the photos on the internet. Zhou Wen recounted the situation at the time, and Enshing was not as excited as Lucas and the others, and said to Zhou Wen a little seriously, "Master Wen, you only have one life, and he doesn't only belong to you. I hope you don't use him to do such a dangerous thing next time. Originally, I just wanted to lure Medusa away, and then throw it away. I didn't expect that I couldn't get rid of it no matter what, and finally I had to." Zhou Wen explained. "There can never be another next time. Forget it, I'll take you back quickly. I can't let you stay outside. It's only been a few days since you came out, and you almost died twice. I'd better let you go back. Let's play games in class honestly." At the academy, Enshing said, "Has the ban on the peninsula of the gods been lifted?" Zhou Wen asked. As soon as the Medusa incident came out, the peninsula of the gods was already in chaos, and the prohibition order is of no use. Now the thief is afraid that he has already left the peninsula of the gods, so there is no need to continue the prohibition of leaving the country. Enshing, after a pause, he said, "You come back quickly, I'll go book a flight right now." Zhou Wen returned to the hotel, and Enshing didn't say anything, but he booked the earliest flight ticket to leave the peninsula of the gods, and they can leave here early tomorrow morning. When Zhou Wen was resting, he turned on his mobile phone and looked at Lucas's personal homepage. There were more than 200,000 messages under the photo, and the latest messages were all asking who the hero who was almost a god was. Because after Lucas came back, the death of Medusa has been confirmed, and now they just want to know who killed Medusa. Fortunately, because the photo is only of the back, and because of the light, it is not very clear. Even Enshing relies on guessing. It should be impossible to recognize Zhou Wen Lai with such a photo. No matter how much the people of the Supervision Bureau guessed, they probably wouldn't think of him. After all, in the eyes of the Supervision Bureau, he was just a student who had not been promoted to the epic level. This photo is not only popular on the peninsula of the gods, but even the top federal officials have noticed this photo. After all, Medusa really appeared. Such creatures are undoubtedly mythical, and they are also very concerned about people who can kill mythical creatures. It's not that no one in the Federation can kill mythical creatures. At least there are such people in the 6 major families, but that is when relying on mythical pets. And the number is not large, there are only a few in a family. Now suddenly there is a person who can kill mythical creatures, which naturally attracts the attention of many forces. Not only the 6 major families, but also the bigwigs in many places are also guessing who this person is, and whether it is the 6 major families people. But few people really knew the answer. Early the next morning, Enshing took Zhou Wen to the airport. Zhou Wen was sitting in the waiting room, while Enshing went to the bathroom and was sending a message to say goodbye to Lucas. One person walked to the chair behind Zhou Wen and sat down. Zhou Wen didn't pay attention to the man, but after he sat down, he leaned on the backrest and sat back. To back with Zhou Wen, the back of his head touching Zhou Wen's hair. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, and was about to lean his head forward, not so close to him, when he heard a voice from behind. It seems that you have been doing well recently. Zhou Wen's body trembled when he heard this voice, and he was surprised and happy. He wanted to stand up and look back at him, but he heard him say, "Just sit like this, and don't move." "Zhongxia, where have you been during this time, and why are you here?" Zhou Wen lowered his voice and asked. He heard it just now, and the voice belonged to Zhongxia. He knew that Zhongxia's situation might be worse than his, and the Supervision Bureau at least dared not blatantly arrest him and Hui Haifeng, but they were not so polite to Zhongxia and Jiang Yan. "Walk around and take the group of dogs from the Supervision Bureau." Zhong Xia leaned back against Zhou Wen and said in a relaxed tone, "It's you, the speed of your growth is really surprising. It's you. Did you kill Medusa?" "It was an accident." Zhou Wen paused and said, "I got what you left, and it's on me now. I'll give it to you." "No, that's a souvenir for you," Zhongxia said lazily. "Did the teacher use that method?" Zhou Wen asked again after being silent for a while. "Who knows?" Zhongxia pouted and said, "Even if you know what method was used now, what's the point?" Zhou Wen was right. When he thought about it, he didn't know what to say for a while. "Did Medusa explode a companion egg?" Zhongxia asked. "No, there is only one crystal of vitality skills," Zhou Wen answered truthfully, although the two people have been together for a long time, maybe because they are also Wang Mingyuan students, they are in the same situation, or for other reasons. Let President Zhou Wen, he felt that Zhongxia was a little different from others, and he was not willing to perfunctory Zhongxia unless it was necessary. "Lend the Medusa crystal to me. And hand it to me from the left, where the surveillance camera can't take it," Zhongxia said. "What do you want it for?" Zhou Wen said, took out the crystal of Medusa, and handed it to Zhongxia from the side. "He has seen the requirements of Medusa crystal, 41 points of physique and 21 points of curse attributes, which Zhou Wen cannot meet. In addition, there are requirements for fate and fate. Zhou Wen does not know whether his several fates and fates are effective, and it is still uncertain. However, it is only the attribute requirements that doom Zhou Wen to be unable to use Medusa crystals in a short time, and if necessary, he can go to the Cursed Palace to brush Medusa again. You needed to do one thing, don't ask me what it is, I don't want to say it." Zhongxia took the dimensional crystal, and after a while, touched Zhou Wen's hand again and said, "This thing is for you, take it as interest." Zhou Wen took it over and looked at it. Seeing that it was a box, he was about to open it, but he heard Zhongxia say, "Don't look now, look for a place where no one else is." Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but Zhongxia had already stood up. "I hope that when we meet again next time, I will still be me." After all, Zhongxia walked out of the hall, and Zhou Wen sat there without moving. It's not hard to look back, what's hard is to meet. When Enxing came back, Zhongxia had disappeared from the crowd outside. If it wasn't for the box in his hand, Zhou Wen would almost doubt whether what happened just now really happened. The scene of Wang Mingyuan cooking for the four of them and playing cards with them seems like it happened yesterday, but today they can't even look into each other's eyes even when they sit down and talk. This damn world. Zhou Wen scolded in a low voice, as if to vent some emotion in his heart. Lucas said he was going to send them off, but Zhou Wen told him not to use it. The reason why Enxing didn't let Zhou Wen inform him in advance was because he didn't want him to send them off, lest someone with a heart would associate the person in the photo with Zhou Wen. And Xing sent Zhou Wen back to the academy all the way. Looking at his posture, Zhou Wen was absolutely not allowed to have any more accidents. In fact, Zhou Wen didn't have the energy to make trouble, and the injury added to the injury. Now, he really doesn't even want to move. Back in the dormitory, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already noon. Still not feeling hungry, Zhou Wen didn't go to eat either. Thinking of the box Zhongxia gave him before, he took it out from the Chaos Pearl and opened the box, to have a look. Nothing? Zhou Wen couldn't help but startled slightly. The box turned out to be empty. No. Zhou Wen quickly realized that the box was not empty, because the box was made of paper and was very light. But Zhou Wen could feel the weight of the box was quite heavy, as if there was a piece of iron inside. Could it be? Zhou Wen thought of something and put his hand into the box. In the empty box, there seemed to be something blocking Zhou Wen's hand and did not let his hand go in. Where Zhou Wen's fingers touched, he seemed to have touched something icy cold, and where his fingertips touched, the space was slightly distorted by the naked eye, as if a transparent plastic sheet had been crumpled. No way. Zhou Wen's expression became strange. He took out the mysterious mobile phone, took a picture of the inside of the box, and suddenly saw a row of information displayed on the mobile phone. Invisibility cloak, mythical. Just looking at the top row of information, Zhou Wen flashed a lot of thoughts in his mind, and wanted to understand a lot of things. The person who stole the invisibility cloak companion egg was Zhongxia? Zhou Wen recalled carefully, and suddenly understood why he felt a little familiar when he saw the photo of the thief. Thinking about it now, the thief's appearance and even his body are different from Zhongxia, but there is a unique temperament of Zhongxia between those eyes. Zhongxia stole the invisibility cloak, not because he was blocked in the cursed palace, but he originally stole the invisibility cloak to deal with Medusa's petrified eye, right? Zhou Wen gradually thought about the cause and effect of the incident. Obviously, Zhongxia was not able to hatch the invisibility cloak either, so he was not able to kill Medusa, but he did not know what means he used to get Medusa out of the cursed palace. Based on Zhou Wen's understanding of his character, Zhongxia must have wanted to use those masters on the peninsula of the gods to kill Medusa. As for how many people would die, Zhongxia probably wouldn't take it to heart. As a result, Medusa was killed by Zhou Wen, so he came to see Zhou Wen, otherwise Zhou Wen would not know that he was the one who stole the invisibility cloak, and I am afraid he would not even know that he was here. Zhongxia, what the hell are you doing? Zhou Wen was a little worried in his heart. Zhongxia's personality is too extreme, and his talent is extremely high. If he is really evil, he may become a big devil like Jing Daoxian. Looking at the invisibility cloak companion egg in his hand, Zhou Wen's expression became very complicated. He originally went to the peninsula of the gods for the invisibility cloak, but he never imagined that the invisibility cloak would reach him in this form. Zhou Wen carefully read the information on the invisibility cloak, but felt that there were some problems. Invisibility cloak, mythical. Fate, seamless. Soul of life, battlesuit. Wheel of fortune, god-possessed. Strength, 54. Speed, 71. Physical fitness, 67. Vitality, 72. Talent skill, invisibility. Associated state, invisibility cloak. There is no problem with the attributes, the Wheel of Fortune is a bit strange, and the annotation says that it is a miracle of the gods. All these are not a problem. But the current invisibility cloak is a companion egg, but in its information, there is no companion egg written, which is the same as the companion pet that has been hatched. Zhou took out the companion egg in a transparent state from the box. You could touch it. It was in the shape of an egg, the size of a football. I tried to inject my own vitality into it, but the invisibility cloak companion egg did not respond at all, and did not accept his vitality at all, let alone actively absorb it. I don't know what method Zhang used to bring the invisibility cloak back to the companion egg state. Although the current invisibility cloak has no owner, the appearance is still the same as the ordinary companion egg, but in essence it has already hatched. No wonder after so many years, no one has been able to hatch it again. Zhou had long been mentally prepared, and it was not surprising that he was not able to hatch. Holding the companion egg, Zhou switched the vitality technique to First Order of Chaos, and then tried to inject his vitality into the companion egg. Legend has it that the invisibility cloak was obtained from the temple of the bisexual god King Farnaz, and the relationship between Farnaz and Chaos is very subtle, and they are still from the same god. Zhou thinks that maybe First Order of Chaos will some use. In the end, Zhou was not disappointed. After transforming the primordial qi art into the First Order of Chaos, the invisibility cloak actually accepted Zhou's primordial qi, and the entire companion egg trembled slightly. Zhou was overjoyed and accelerated the input of vitality, but the companion egg still only trembled slightly. When Zhou exhausted his vitality, the invisibility cloak stopped moving. What's the situation now? Can it work? Zhou tried several times. When he input his vitality, the invisibility cloak's companion egg responded. When he stopped, the invisibility cloak's response disappeared, but it didn't. Hatching signs. Zhou thought about it and thought that this might be related to the low level of his First Order of Chaos. His First Order of Chaos was just getting started, and he didn't even condense his fate. If he could practice it more advanced, he said it might be possible to hatch an invisibility cloak. Zhou had to put away the invisibility cloak first, even if he went to practice First Order of Chaos now, it would not be able to improve in a while. Although the invisibility cloak can't be used for the time being, but this trip accidentally got the companion pet of the six-winged guardian dragon. You can try it out and see if you can fight the big snake in the temple. Zhou took out his mobile phone and turned it on. Zhuelu copy. Coming to the temple guarded by Orochi again, Zhou summoned the six-winged guardian dragon himself and let it go in and fight the Orochi. The speed of the six-winged guardian dragon is slightly faster than that of the big snake, but its power is obviously not as strong as that of the big snake, and a terrifying collision of forces erupted in the palace. Dragon breath, magic flame, poisonous smoke. All kinds of power erupted, and the blood-colored villain was only affected, and he was almost killed. Fortunately, Zhou opened the real body of the demon dragon in time, so he was not killed. Seeing that the six-winged guardian dragon was at a disadvantage, but the Orochi couldn't kill it for a while, I couldn't help but be overjoyed. With the six-winged guardian dragon as the main force, he might have the opportunity to kill the Orochi. Maybe, then. No need to get the invisibility cloak again. Zhou summoned the demon baby and the banana fairy, and was about to rush in to help, but he saw the big snake's eyes turned into mirrors again, and then glanced At the six-winged guardian dragon, the body of the six-winged guardian dragon disappeared suddenly, as if it was projected into the eyes of the big snake, and the next second Zhou Wen saw the death reminder of the six-winged guardian dragon quickly turn around and run. But it was still a little late to run, and the big snake glanced at it, and then the screen of the mobile phone went black. What kind of vitality skill is that? Do you want to be so shameless? Even the mythical six-winged guardian dragon will die if you look at it. You just don't give people a way to live? Zhou Wen was very depressed. After re-entering the game, Zhou Wen tried a few more times. If Orochi didn't have that kind of vitality skills, he and the six-winged guardian dragon might not have the power to fight. But every time Orochi used that skill, he and the six-winged guardian dragon were instantly killed, and there was no room to fight back. Zhou Wen could only take the six-winged guardian dragon to another shrine, but the result was even worse. That dimensional creature, which looked like a wolf but not a wolf, and a tiger but not a tiger, directly killed the six-winged guardian dragon with speed. The speed is far faster than that of the six-winged guardian dragon, and its claws are almost indestructible. The six-winged dragon's wings are all torn off after just a few encounters. Although it is also a mythical creature, the six-winged guardian dragon is significantly weaker than these two. This is also related to the incomplete skills of the companion pet. If it is a six-winged guardian dragon with complete skills, it should be able to hold on for a while. Can't kill these two guys, can't I kill those weak ones? Zhou Wen took the six-winged guardian dragon and went to the underground sea, thinking that he would use the six-winged guardian dragon to torture the 9 black dragons pulling the cart. It is also mythical level, the black dragon is locked, and its strength is greatly reduced, and it is definitely not as strong as the six-winged guardian dragon. Zhou Wen confidently took the six-winged guardian dragon to the underground sea, rode the dragon to the sea, and was ready to kill. But as soon as they entered the sea and saw the 9 black dragons, the black dragons seemed to be blown up, and the chains on their bodies broke automatically. Then a tragic scene happened. The six-winged guardian dragon was like a lamb that entered the wolf pack, and was scrambled and eaten by 9 vicious black dragons. What's going on here? Can they break free from the chains without opening the chariot door? Zhou Wen looked at the blackened game screen and felt extremely depressed. Zhou Wen tried to go to the underground sea again. This time it did not summon the six-winged guardian dragon, and the 9 black dragons did not break free from the chains. But when Zhou Wen summoned the six-winged guardian dragon, the 9 black dragons broke free from their chains as if they had been beaten with blood, and ate the six-winged guardian dragon and the blood-colored villain again. Being a human being, you should be more pragmatic. Zhou Wen has not recovered from his injuries. He lost a lot of blood before. Now he really doesn't want to waste blood anymore. Go to Hulao Pass. In the entire Hulao Pass, the only dimensional creature that Zhou Wen had not killed was the masked monster. The various vitality skills of the masked geek emerge in an endless stream, and they are very bizarre. Although Zhou Wen is not afraid, he cannot kill him. Now that with the help of the six-winged guardian dragon, Zhou Wen felt that it was time to try again. The six-winged guardian dragon, the queen of the flame furnace, the magic baby, and the banana fairy, as well as several other commonly used companion pets, Zhou Wen summoned them all except listening truth. The Hulao demon general was simply not enough to watch, and the six-winged guardian dragon sprayed him to death with a breath of poison. After entering the city, the queen of flame furnace sent out the fire of the furnace, turning the surrounding into a sea of flames, and any demon soldiers and generals who came were a word of death. The masked monster tore beans into soldiers, and cut paper as generals, and it was of little use. It couldn't stop the queen of the furnace of flames, who set fire everywhere. No matter how much she came out, she was burned to death. The flame furnace queen's own combat power can only be regarded as average, but when it comes to brushing low-level monsters, she is really a good hand. An invincible existence, and several mythical pets are not as easy to use as her. Thinking about how embarrassed he was when he entered the city, and looking at the style of trampling on the ancient city now, Zhou Wen felt that he was indeed making progress. Under Zhou Wen's order, the six-winged guardian dragon immediately rushed towards the masked monster, spewing poisonous smoke from its mouth. And the magic flame swept over its body, directly burning the masked monster to ashes. It is a pity that only a piece of yellow paper was burned to death, and the masked monster appeared in another place. The six-winged guardian dragon roared and rushed over again, killing the masked monster again, and the result was still a yellow paper. Although the level and strength of the masked monster are far inferior to the six-winged guardian dragon, his technique is too mysterious. The six-winged guardian dragon has attacked several times, but he has not been able to kill him. This guy's skills are amazing. If he can reveal a skill, then he will really earn it. Is the immortal cable more powerful, or is his yellow paper avatar more powerful? Sprinkling beans to become soldiers and paper cutting to become generals are also different. Very good, but it doesn't seem to be very useful. It's okay to deal with low-level monsters, but basically useless against high-level existences. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The masked monsters chased by the six-winged guardian dragon scurried around the city. When the six-winged guardian dragon exhaled its dragon breath again, he saw the monster throw a rope into the air, and a dark cloud appeared in the air, and then he took 3 or 2 steps. He pulled the rope into the clouds. The six-winged guardian dragon blew away the dark clouds with a mouthful of magic flames, but the shadow of the masked monster disappeared. A pair of dragon eyes glanced around the city, but did not see the masked monster appear. The six-winged guardian dragon was furious, and the magic flames erupted on its body, burning all the magic soldiers and generals around it to death, but saw a magic soldier jumping up from the magic flames, turning over the city wall, and changing his body shape from the magic soldiers. He took the appearance of a masked geek, cut beans with one hand and cut paper with one hand, and sprinkled it into the air, and immediately turned into magic soldiers and magic generals all over the city. The six-winged guardian dragon rushed over and smashed the masked monster into pieces, but it turned into scraps of yellow paper all over the place. This skill is too perverted, even mythical creatures can't help him. Who is this guy? Zhou Wen was stunned. Zhou Wen, a dimensional creature, has also seen a lot. Generally speaking, high-level creatures directly crush low-level creatures. Like this epic guy, he can actually play with mythical creatures. This is the first time Zhou Wen has seen it. How can I kill him? While Zhou Wen was thinking, he saw the 6 wings of the six-winged guardian dragon dance wildly, shooting out a magic flame like a sword, sweeping away many magic soldiers and magic generals in the city. Kong, the masked monster, had nowhere to hide, and was forced out, pulling the rope and trying to escape into the dark clouds. Before he entered the dark cloud, a purple light suddenly flew past, cutting off the head of the masked monster along with the rope. Thump! The headless corpse of the masked monster fell with the rope and fell to the ground. The purple light turned into a flying sword and returned to the scabbard in the demon baby's arms. However, Zhou Wen soon discovered that the corpse that fell on the ground turned into a puppet. On the puppet's eyebrows, a little red is lit, like a drop of blood. Kill the epic creature Yadi clone puppet and discover the dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen originally thought it was an empty rejoicing, but he didn't expect to see the prompt on the phone, and a dimensional crystal also fell out at the same time. Zhou Wen saw that there was no light and shadow of a masked monster in the dimensional crystal, but there was a shadow of a magic talisman. Although it felt a little strange, he was still overjoyed. Although it was not a companion egg, he was very satisfied with the crystal of vitality skills. I don't know which skill it is. Zhou Wen picked up the crystal of vitality skill and wanted to absorb it. The fate is incompatible, it cannot be absorbed. A prompt popped up on the phone, which made Zhou Wen slightly startled. Myth-level skills require fate and life soul, which he knows. But epic-level vitality skills also require fate, which is a bit too rare. Zhou Wen switched his fate to try. But the ancient emperor's fate, Octoprejna, and the great demon god were all useless. When Zhou Wen switched to Tao, he finally absorbed the crystal of vitality. A strange power gushed out from the crystal, and penetrated into the body of the blood-colored villain, opening up a new circulation channel of vitality in the blood-colored villain. A strange flow of information entered Zhou Wen's brain. Absorb the crystals of Yadi's clone puppet, and comprehend the epic-level vitality skill avatar. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Is this Yadi's stand-in technique? It should be the skill of paper talismans, right? With that skill, I don't need to be afraid of death anymore, it means I have countless lives? After Zhou Wen carefully studied the information on the avatar, the expression on his face became a little strange. He couldn't think of any other way. The avatar was the skill that the paper talisman died for, but this skill was not as simple as he looked, because this thing was not meant to be used immediately if you wanted to. You must prepare the avatar in advance. It can only be used during battle. This kind of vitality skill cannot be used temporarily, it needs to be prepared for a long time in advance, and the process is quite complicated. The only thing that comforts Zhou Wen is that it takes a lot of vitality to make a stand-in. Fortunately, he has the soul of a killer, which is almost infinite vitality, so there is no need to worry about the lack of vitality. Zhou Wen found a tool and planned to try to make a stand-in. In fact, yellow paper, wood, stone, metal, etc., even a piece of tile, can be used as the basic material for the avatar. But generally speaking, when making an avatar, jade and plant materials have the highest success rate. Zhou Wen took a piece of ordinary paper, which should be made of plant materials, and the success rate should not be too low. Concentrating and calm, Zhou Wen used the avatar skill, stretched out his fingers, condensed his vitality on the fingertips, pressed it on the white paper, and drew a strange rune. But before the rune was finished, the paper shattered, unable to withstand the erosion of vitality. I have only drawn the talisman this time, and it has not been successful yet. Zhou Wen's vitality has already been consumed 7 to 78. However, the Taoist body recovers its vitality very quickly. Zhou Wen Dao doesn't need to worry about the lack of vitality, but this avatar is not drawn, but it is a bit of a waste. Ordinary paper didn't seem to work, so Zhou Wen found a piece of wood, which was removed from a packing box and was a relatively common pine wood. In the end, before Zhou Wen finished drawing the avatar on it, the pine board couldn't bear its vitality and shattered. Zhou Wen was ruthless, so he directly found a steel plate and came back and drew a symbol of vitality on it. This time, the steel plate did not crack, but the symbol of vitality that was drawn dissipated at once, as if writing with gasoline on it, and it quickly evaporated. Dropped the same. It doesn't seem to be a matter of materials. Whether the avatar can be successful or not, there should be a certain chance, not just drawing it and using it. Zhou probably already understood the reason. So he continued to try to draw avatars with paper, and drew dozens of them in a row, but none of them were successful. And the white paper was all broken. This success rate is too low, right? If it is someone else, the vitality recovery can't keep up, even if you can't draw so many avatars in one day. If you can't even succeed in one day, the probability is about to catch up with the purchase. It's a lottery ticket. Zhou was a little unwilling, and continued to draw, but he ran out of paper and a notebook, and he still failed to get one. Zhou temper is a bit stubborn. If he fails to draw a picture, he feels uncomfortable in his heart, but he can't find any more paper at home, so he left the dormitory and planned to go to the supermarket to buy some diaries. Symbol. As soon as he walked out of the Four Seasons garden, he saw Wang Lu coming back from outside. After seeing Zhou, Wang Lu blinked and said, "When did you come back? You didn't even say a word, and asked me to help you raise antelopes and birds." 2. Foodies, isn't it too much? I just came back, I haven't been here yet. Zhou coughed lightly and said. He really forgot those two guys. You came back just in time. This is the food you bought for them. Bring them back. Wang Lu handed Zhou the 2 bags he was carrying. Zhou saw that there were all kinds of snacks in the bag, and they were all not cheap brand goods. Student Wang Lu, you don't need to feed them these things, just feed them whatever you want. Zhou was speechless, thinking, do you have mines at home? Does feeding them cost such a luxury? Isn't it bad to torture small animals? Wang Lu said, with a smile. After a while, Wang Lu said again, by the way, the time for your return is just right. There will be an event in Xianwen tomorrow, so come and join us. What activity? Zhou asked. Li Xian said he was going to Laojun Mountain to see the wordless monument, Wang Lu said. Go to Laojun Mountain to see the wordless monument? Zhou was a little stunned. They had been to Laojun Mountain once before. After returning, Li Xian swore that he would never go to that ghost place again in his life. Now he actually went to Laojun Mountain to see the wordless monument. It seems that the matter of Li Mabai has really hit him a lot. Zhou secretly said in his heart. Are you going? Wang Lu asked. Go. Zhou thought. For a while, since Li Xian was determined to practice hard, of course he should support it. By the way, bring the antelope with you when you go. Zhou felt that this time might be an opportunity to see if the antelope would return to the golden summit of Laojun Mountain by itself. When I arrived at Wang Lu's dormitory, I saw that the antelope was still sleeping lazily on the sofa, while the bird was standing on the table, watching the entertainment program on TV. There are also 2 tables on the table, one with melon seeds in one plate, and one with melon seed skins. I saw that it was very skilled at nibbling a melon seed, and spit the melon seed skin into the other plate. Zhou watched with sweat all over his head. I thought to myself, sure enough, you can't give pets to women. It's only been a few days, and it has become like this. It seems that if you go out, you have to give it to Li Xian. And Zhou found out that both of these guys have gotten fat, not growing, but really getting fat. The bird used to be a small hawk with a streamlined body. Now this guy is fat like a duck. Walking and dragging, Zhouwen was really worried about whether it could still fly. No, I have to educate it. Well, let it become an excellent phoenix. Who has seen a phoenix like a fat duck? Zhouwen made up his mind to exercise it well in the future. It seems that we really should find a dimensional field and let it hone it. Zhouwen stared at Xiaoyao, thinking about which dimensional field to take it to. The bird shivered. Inexplicably, looked away from the screen, saw Zhouwen, and immediately flapped its wings excitedly and flew over. Zhouwen opened his hands and wanted to hug it, but who knew that the cargo was halfway through the flight, because his body was too fat, and he fell down. He beat his wings a few times before he stabilized his body and didn't fall into a dog to eat shit. Zhouwen saw black lines all over his head. This thing really can't fly. Practice, you must practice hard. Zhouwen secretly ruthless. As for the antelope, Zhouwen didn't dare to touch it, just pretended he didn't see it. He took the antelope and the bird back to his dormitory. Early the next morning, Zhouwen went to buy breakfast and delivered it to Wang Lu. After getting up and eating, the two went to the Xianwen Club together. The people from the Xianwen Society were basically all there. And busy people like Gu Jingze and Huang Ji actually came too. Feng Qiuyan also brought Mingxiu and Tian Zhenzhen. Plus old members such as Fang Ruoxi and Tian Shandong, and the group took the school bus together and headed for Laojun Mountain. This is an activity that Xianwen Club applied to the school. The driver and the escort's mentor are all from the school, so you don't need to worry too much about safety. Zhouwen didn't worry about his safety. With the six-winged guardian dragon, there are only a handful of people in the Federation who can kill him. Even if he can't beat him, Zhouwen is confident to save his life. The fat bird was lying on Zhouwen's lap. The antelope occupied 2 seats, and they were all brought over by Zhouwen. After the group came to Laojun Mountain, Zhouwen and Li Xian were familiar with each other, and soon came to Laojun Mountain's wordless monument. When they went up the mountain, they met a few people. Those people didn't know what they were doing, and they stopped in front of the wordless monument. They seemed to be looking at the wordless monument. Jun Lao, your surname is Jun, this is Laojun Mountain again, I think this is your blessed land. A middle-aged man flattered the old man beside him. Zhouwen and his party came to the wordless monument, preparing to watch the wordless monument. Several classmates, can you wait a moment and watch the wordless monument later? The middle-aged man walked over and said. Why? Li Xian asked. This is Jun Tingyu Jun Lao, a Taoist expert in our eastern district. He came to study the wordless monument. If you watch it now, you will be affected by the power of the wordless monument, which will inevitably disrupt Jun Lao's research. The middle-aged man said. It's okay, let them see it first. Jun Tingyu spoke from the side. Jun Tingyu spoke, but the middle-aged man didn't say anything else and returned to them. Zhouwen and his party took out what they had prepared, and then prepared to start watching the wordless monument. Because after watching the wordless monument for a long time, it will be affected by the wordless monument, and it will be like a person who is full of energy and can't be idle, doing things that require physical strength, so they have prepared some tools, when the time comes can do what they want. For example, Tian Shandong prepared 2 dumbbells. Later, he wanted to lift dumbbells to consume his physical strength. Tian Zhenzhen prepared a yoga mat and planned to do yoga. Except For the classical, everyone prepared their own tools. When Juntingyu saw what they prepared, he seemed quite interested, and looked at it with a smile. Mr. June, I heard that the power of the wordless monument can make people feel excited, so if you use this excited state for study, can you improve your grades? Asked Li Mingcan, a middle-aged man. Juntingyu smiled and said, this idea is very good, but it is very difficult to implement in practice. It is said that Laojun Mountain is the place where the ancestors of Taoism retreated, and his thought is mainly a word of Tao. Taoism is natural, and seeks the origin of all things. I can't fully understand the meaning and power of this wordless monument, but according to Laojuan's thinking, it must be a kind of power to pursue nature and return to self. Elder June, can you be more simple? We still can't understand it so profoundly. Li Mingcan said. If my guess is correct, the wordless tablet should be able to induce its own innate potential, so when it comes into play, human beings will act according to their own heart, put aside the constraints of the world, and do what they want most in their hearts. Things to do. Things that are prepared in advance are only things that people think they should do, but what they want to do in their hearts will not be affected by external worldly factors, so what they do after watching the wordless monument, often it's not the same as what I want to do now. Like a student, he thinks he should study hard, but it's just in the society, he thinks it should be done because of external factors, but what he really wants to do in his heart is not necessarily to study, or more than 95% of the people, deep down they don't want to study, so even if they bring books, they won't read them. Is there no way to solve this problem and use the power of the wordless tablet for what I want to do? Li Mingcan asked again. When the influence was relatively low at the beginning, it was possible to control it a little, but after watching it for a long time, the instinctual potential of the heart was fully stimulated, and it was difficult to control. Unless it is a Saint Buddha, it is difficult for anyone to control themselves. Instinct that is inspired. Juntingyu said. When several people were talking, Zhou Wen and the others were already sitting in front of the wordless monument, staring at the wordless monument. The longer you look at the wordless monument, the more severe the impact will be, but it also depends on the firmness of your own will. If you have a firmer willpower, then even if you watch it for a long time, you will be less affected than the average person. But this kind of firmness is not necessarily a good thing, but may be a hindrance. Due to the influence of external factors, human beings will do many things that go against their original intentions. For example, many people feel that work is a burden, and they are more eager to go out without worry. However, due to various external factors, but you can't help but restrain your inner urge to do the work you don't want to do, and you have to find ways to make yourself able to devote yourself to the work. If the will is too strong, it is very likely that you will forget your instinctive pursuit, and it will be difficult to stimulate your innate potential. So, aren't the things they prepared completely useless? Li Mingcan said, looking at the tools Li Xian and the others prepared. Unless his original intention is consistent with his current thinking, it is really not very useful. Juntingyu said very conservatively. In fact, he thought that those things were basically useless. Originally, I wanted to bring books and wanted to learn more, but luckily I didn't bring them. Li Mingcan said with a smile. Juntingyu said, it's not that you can't read books, but you need to like it yourself. From watching some behaviors behind the wordless monument, you can also see part of a person's future potential. Who will practice boxing subconsciously, then his future cultivation in boxing will definitely be outstanding. If a person sees the wordless monument and subconsciously practices swordsmanship, then his swordsmanship will be very superb. In the future. They were chatting all the time and didn't deliberately look at the wordless monument, so they were less affected. Zhou Wen and the others have been looking at the wordless monument at close range. Tian Xiangdong, who has the worst will, was quickly affected. After watching it for a while, he couldn't sit still. What Mr. Jun said is true. The things he brought are useless. But what kind of potential does his running in circles represent? Does it mean that he will be very good at light gong techniques in the future? Li Mingqian asked. This is not very easy to interpret. It can be interpreted like this: it is also a possibility. Jun Tingyu actually has another explanation, but he did not say it. Running may also be a manifestation of psychological escape. Zhou Wen looked at the wordless monument for a while, hoping to see something. Maybe he could make his Dao body go further and condense the soul of life. But who knows that even if he runs the vitality art from the wordless tablet, there is no response to the wordless tablet. After watching it for a while, I was really bored, and said that I took out my mobile phone and sat there to start the copy. Zhou Wen's move immediately attracted the attention of Li Mingqian and others. Li Mingqian asked, curiously, Elder Jun, after seeing the wordless monument, that students started playing games. What does this mean? Jun Tingyu shook his head and said, although people naturally like to have fun, most people still have some pursuits in their subconscious, and if they are completely addicted to games like this, their future achievements will not be too high, and/or his achievements will be in the game. Jun Tingyu's words have already been said very euphemistically. In such an era, a student who is addicted to games will obviously not achieve anything. Zhou Wen naturally heard what they said, but he never cared much about what others said, so he still played games and dungeons on his own. After the antelope arrived at Laojun Mountain, he walked on his own, which made Zhou Wen secretly happy, but he didn't expect the fat bird to follow, which made Zhou Wen a little depressed. Maybe it's because they'd been together for a long time. These two guys are getting to know each other more and more, and the birds and the sheep are getting more and more in harmony. After a while, several other people gradually started to move. The yoga mat Tianjinjin took was not used, but he practiced swordsmanship. This is normal, but the next few people are a little abnormal. Huang Ji, like Zhou Wen, actually took out his mobile phone and started playing games like crazy. Classical took out a lot of food from his backpack, basically all kinds of jerky and chicken legs, and sat there to eat. Wang Lu prepared things like easels and pens, and really started painting there. This time, Li Xian was completely different from the last time he came. The last time he came, he did push-ups so frantically that he couldn't lift his arms for 2 days after returning. But this time, he actually sat there doing nothing, closed his eyes as if he was resting, and didn't know what he was thinking. Elder Jun, look at them. Li Mingqian looked at Jun Tingyu and didn't know what to say. Jun Tingyu shook his head and sighed. There are indeed some problems with the potential of these students, not eating or playing games, and resting with their eyes closed. If the students in our federation have such thoughts in their hearts, then the federation is afraid that there is no future. Jun Tingyu is really worried about the future of the federation. The federation is already in the heat of the fire. These young people are so depraved in their hearts. It is hard to imagine that the future federation will rely on these all day long thinking. How can young people who play games, eat meat, and draw pictures hold up? Even if Li Mingqian has no research on the wordless monument, he can see that playing games, eating meat, painting, etc. is definitely not a good performance of potential. Finally, the person who made Jun Tingyu's brow stretch appeared. Mingxiu stood up, took out the practice sword on his knees, and started practicing the sword. The swordsmanship he practiced is the same as that of Tian Jinjin. In fact, Tian Jinjin's swordsmanship was originally learned from him, so naturally it is exactly the same. But the difference is that Mingxiu didn't practice his swordsmanship completely, he just kept drawing his sword and stabbing, doing the same action over and over again. Elder Jun, what does this student mean by repeatedly drawing out his sword like this? Li Mingqian finally saw a decent one and asked Jun Tingyu. Jun Tingyu praised and said, "Okay, this student is really good." Also ask Jun Lao to advise, "What's so good about this student?" Li Mingqian said following Jun Tingyu's words. Although there is only one style, but it can be seen that his foundation is very stable. He is as quiet as a virgin and moves like a rabbit, his hand holding the sword is steady and powerful, and the sword he stabs is accurate and fast. He has such a foundation, but he is still pursuing perfection, is not satisfied with his own achievements, and can endure boredom and loneliness. This student's future achievements in swordsmanship must be no trivial matter. If nothing else, he will be a celebrity in swordsmanship in the future. Jun Tingyu is not stingy with himself. Words of praise. One is indeed because Mingxiu is very good, and his praise is not an exaggeration, and the other is because after seeing Zhou Wen's crooked melons and jujubes, it is simply amazing to see such an excellent student as Mingxiu. If we can have more young people like this in our federation, why don't we worry about not being able to create a place to live in the future? Some even wished that he was his own student, and that he would cultivate him with all his heart, so that he would become a useful material for the Federation in the future. Li Mingqian also sighed. It seems that the younger generation in our Federation still has talents, not all of them who eat, drink, and have fun. While they were talking, they saw Feng Chuyan also stand up, then replace the knife with the hand and start practicing the knife technique. Li Mingqian saw that Feng Chuyan's moves were simple and not very flashy, but there was a unique momentum, and he felt that this student seemed a little different. And Feng Chuyan's swordsmanship fell in Jun Tingyu's eyes, but it made Jun Tingyu's eyes light up, and said a little excitedly, "Wizard. Really a genius." "Elder Jun, what's the matter?" Li Mingqian was taken aback. Jun Tingyu is usually immortal and has the feeling of being an expert in the world. I have followed him for so long, and I have never seen him like this. Bad performance. Jun Tingyu stared at Feng Chuyan without blinking, as if appreciating a peerless treasure. This student, at such an age, has actually practiced such a sword technique. He is simply a natural swordsman. No, it should be said that he is a natural sword king. Jun Tingyu is a discerning person, otherwise he will look at it. Feng Chuyan's swordsmanship is good. Feng Chuyan's swordsmanship has indeed become popular, and he will have the opportunity to become a master-level existence in the future. How can Jun Tingyu not be surprised when he sees such a swordsmanship on a teenage boy woolen cloth? The last time he saw such a sword technique, it was a well-known swordsman master in the Federation. That person has been famous for 20 or 30 years, and his life is already going downhill, and it is impossible to go further. But Feng Chuyan is the rising sun, and his future achievements are limitless, and no one knows how far he can go in the future. It's perfect, there is such a perfect genius in the world. This trip to Laojun Mountain is not in vain, Mingqian, please help me get his contact information later. By the way, there is also the student who practiced swords. There is such a thing, talented young man, there is hope for the future of our federation. Jun Tingyu's excitement has been difficult to calm down. Now he just wants to bring these two talented young people into his school, ask them which school they are from, what grade they are in, and if possible, he hopes to bring them directly to his school as his graduate student. Take it with you to teach. And let them study at the academy where they work. I'm going to ask them now. Li Mingcan could naturally see that Jun Tingyu really valued these two young people, and was ready to go there now. Don't disturb them. Wait for them to go after their practice. It's inevitable that they will be interrupted in the past, and it will be bad if it has an impact. Jun Tingyu quickly grabbed Li Mingcan and prevented him from disturbing Feng Xiao, Yan and Mingxiu. Jun Tingyu watched from the side, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the two were pleasing to the eye, and the more he looked at it, the more he thought it was something that could be made. Then he looked at the crooked melons and cracked dates, and the more than 10 kilograms of jerky were about to be given by the foodie. After eating it all, I couldn't help but sigh. The same students, how come the gap is so big? Jun Tingyu was very patient, so he found a place not far away to sit down, watching Feng Chuyan and Ming Xiu practice. The more he watched, the more he liked it. Zhou Wen is brushing the copy of the forging temple, and Zhou Wen has already been to the cursed palace. With the addition of the six-winged guardian dragon, he is not Medusa's opponent in the cursed palace. The main reason is that the palace is so big, and Medusa's power is swept away, and the space to avoid is too small. He and the six-winged guardian dragon can only confront Medusa head-on. Medusa's terrifying petrified eye, both he and the six-winged guardian dragon were petrified, and the demon baby had no place to hide. It was easy to die in the palace and could not play her true role. So Zhou Wen simply stopped cursing the magic palace for the time being, and wanted to see what was in the depths of the music hall and the forging temple first. In the training temple, Zhou Wen summoned the Queen of Flame Furnace, the six-winged guardian dragon, and the luck goldfish, and then brought the little tiger and rushed all the way. The luck goldfish is in the casting temple. The attribute has become lucky +4, occasionally it will fluctuate up and down, plus the luck of the lucky little tiger +5, a total of 9 points of luck is not a joke. The explosion rate has almost increased, doubling it. Zhou Wen felt that the drop rate was particularly high when he spawned monsters, and the probability of generating vitality skills and companion eggs was also much higher. However, Zhou Wen has no interest in general vitality skills and companion pets. The companion eggs that are often produced here are legendary steel furnace fire elves. Although fire-type companion pets are very good, there are flame furnace queens and steel furnace fire elves. Of course it's useless. Flame cannon, metal punch, and flame body protection are the most frequently used vitality skills here. Zhou Wen has already learned all of them in a short time, and they have all risen to the 9th rank. It's just that these vitality skills are very general, and Zhou Wen usually doesn't use them. The Queen of Flame Furnace is obviously a rare monster. Zhou Wen passed through several huge palaces and corridors, and finally encountered one. Unfortunately, only one crystal of power exploded after killing it. Going further inside, there are some common dimensional creatures such as steel furnace fire elves, hammer metal men, etc. If you didn't want to see what was in the depths of the forging hall, Zhou Wen would be lazy to kill them. Buzz. Buzz. When Zhou manipulated the blood-colored villain to a large hall, he heard a very strange sound from inside, like the roar of machinery. Sure enough, as soon as the blood-colored villain entered the hall, he saw a strange metal monster lying in it. It looked like a chariot, a bit like a tank, but it was round in shape and looked like a tank. Small flying saucer with wheels. It is more than 3 meters high, more than 5 meters in diameter, and there are many holes around it. When the blood-colored villain came in, the weird chariot spun, and flames spewed out from the holes around it. Because of the rotation, the chariot was like a huge metal spinning top that breathed fire. Bang! The six-winged guardian dragon slapped it down with one paw, directly smashing the weird chariot into a pile of scrap metal. Kill the epic creature chariot of fire and discover the dimensional crystal. Finding that it was a 38-point vitality crystal, Zhou picked it up, held it in the hands of the blood-colored villain, and continued to walk forward. Going further inside, there are more such chariots of fire. After killing 20 or 30 chariots of fire, a companion egg of the chariot of fire exploded. The attributes of the chariot of fire are good in the epic level, but it is of no use to Zhou, but a skill of the chariot of fire caught Zhou's attention. The vitality skill is called Rampage. When the chariot of fire uses this skill, it will be in a state that is almost invincible, or in a state of dominance. Even the six-winged guardian dragon cannot do it during that time. Just shoot it to death. This skill is a good thing, but the chariot of fire itself is too weak. I don't know if it can fit Rampage onto other pets. Zhou thought about it carefully, and suddenly a thought came into his mind. Recently, he has been trying to find a way to get the companion pet of the armor type. Since the death of the mutant stone monster, Zhou has no decent armor companion pets on his body. Ordinary scorpion armor is too weak in defense, and it is not very useful in front of mythical creatures. It is like a paper paste and cannot meet Zhou's needs. Since there is no ready-made armor companion pet, can I synthesize one myself? By combining the fate, life, soul, and skills I need into a companion pet, perhaps I can create a companion pet that is stronger than the mutant scorpion. What about the armor companion pet? Let me think about it. The best fate is the Vajra body of the three-eyed Vajra warrior, which strengthens the defense a lot, and can also have Vajra non-bad skills, which one is better for the spirit of life. Zhou calculated silently. It is obviously not enough to only consider the fate, soul, and skills, because there is still a problem of fit. If the fit is too low, even if the two pets have the fate and skills that Zhou needs, etc., and it is difficult to integrate successfully. And after the fusion of the two pets, its attributes will also change, and it may not be able to retain the life or skills that Zhou wants, so it is almost impossible to synthesize it once or twice. Zhou thought about the various pet attributes he knew. Although there were several skills and fates that he thought were good, he still felt that it was not perfect, and after trying it out, the fit between some pets was too low. It is almost impossible to succeed in multiple synthesis. Just when Zhou was worried about this, a dimensional creature appeared in the depths of the casting temple that Zhou had never seen before. The six-winged guardian dragon slapped it down with a claw, and saw the golden pattern on the body of the armored warrior cast like pig iron, strange and beautiful, appearing on the black-gray armor, making the original ordinary. The armor has become gorgeous and bright. When the six-winged guardian dragon's claws slapped the top of the armored warrior's head, but it was blocked by its arms. The stone floor under its feet was torn apart, but the armored warrior itself was not damaged. Hey! This guy is interesting. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. When? The six-winged guardian dragon slammed down with claw after claw, hitting hard on the arm of the armored warrior, smashing the armored warrior into the floor like a nail, but the armored warrior suffered several heavy blows. The armor at the arm position has only some slight cracks, and it is not broken. When? It was another heavy blow. The shiny patterns on the armored warriors, like magma, shattered under the heavy blow. As the patterns shattered, the armor was also shot into pieces at the same time. It turned out to be just an empty shell. There are no other creatures in it. Kill the epic creature, Divine Mark Heavy Armored Warrior, and discover the dimensional crystal. This guy is an epic creature, and he can actually block several consecutive blows from the six-winged guardian dragon. Is this defense good? What is the light pattern on his body? Skill? Fate? Or fate soul? Zhou Wen came interested. Look for this kind of heavy armored warrior in the forging temple. Fortunately, this kind of epic level heavy armored warriors of the gods is not uncommon, but only in a nearby area. There is a square behind it. There are many heavy armored warriors with gods in the square. Weird buildings in the mountains. The building was entirely made of metal, and it looked like half a huge metal hull was embedded in the mountain wall. Above the building, there was a metal statue holding a casting tool, which was supposed to be the god of forging. Those god-patterned heavy armored warriors are the guards guarding this temple nearby. Zhou Wen saw that there was no other way to go. Knowing that the strange metal palace might be the end of the forging temple, he was not in a hurry to go in, but went outside to hunt for the god-patterned heavy armored warriors to hunt. There are only more than 100 divine marked heavy armored warriors nearby. It is actually not that easy to explode the companion eggs. Zhou Wen is already mentally prepared to reapply several times, but the double lucky blessing of the little tiger and the goldfish under the circumstances, he even broke out the companion eggs of the divine mark heavy armored warrior. Zhou Wen hurriedly checked the attributes of the divine rune heavy armored warrior, and was overjoyed at this look. Divine mark. Heavy armor, epic. Fate, reloaded warrior. Soul of life, God's blessed war pattern. Strength, 36. Speed, 29. Physical fitness, 37. Vitality, 34. Talent skills, Fist of War, Rampage, Heart of Rage. Associated status, heavy armor. It seems that those magma-like patterns should be the battle pattern of his life and soul, and he also has the ability to rampage. I don't know if this guy can fuse with the three-eyed King Kong warrior, and if he can form a body with a King Kong, the companion pet of fate and divine mark and fate soul, when the armor is in state. I wonder if the defense will be improved a lot. Zhou Wen does not have a three-eyed King Kong warrior now, but ordinary King Kong warriors also have a Vajra body. It is not necessary to use the three-eyed Vajra Lux. Put the companion eggs of the Shenwen heavy armor warrior and the King Kong warrior together, check their fit, and find that there are as many as 76. There was not much hesitation at the moment, and I directly chose to fuse. As a result, with a bang, the companion egg and the Vajra warrior disappeared together. And the fusion failed. Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't believe that the fit of 76 would fail to merge, and he also brought two lucky pets by his side. It seems that goddess of luck occasionally hits tons. Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Fortunately, King Kong warriors and Divine Rune heavy armor warriors are not uncommon. One legendary rank and one epic rank are still relatively easy to brush, but all the Divine Rune heavy armor warriors here have been killed by Zhou Wen. Able to refresh them. Zhou Wen did not refresh immediately, but walked towards the Palace of Forging. He wanted to see what was in the Palace of Forging first. The door of the metal hall is very heavy. Zhou Wen manipulated the blood-colored villain with all his strength before pushing the door of the metal hall open a gap. A red-hot breath rushed out from the hall, almost making an epic powerhouse like Zhou Wen feel a little unbearable, and it felt like he was about to be cooked. He quickly used the anti-born ancient emperor's life soul, which made him feel much better. Then he pushed open the metal door little by little, and looked into the hall at the same time. I saw that there was a huge stove in the hall. On the stove, there was a golden trident, which was indescribably gorgeous and noble, as if it was a divine object from the heaven. Golden trident? Zhou Wendao had heard of such a weapon. According to legend, the weapon of the Sea Emperor Poseidon is the Sea Emperor Trident, which is the magic weapon that controls all the sea areas of the world and has the power to destroy the world. The Sea Emperor Poseidon relies on the power of the Sea Emperor Trident, launched a flood that destroyed the world, trying to compete with the goddess of wisdom for control of the land. There are various myths and legends about the origin of the Sea Emperor Trident. One of the legends is that the Sea Emperor Trident is a magical weapon created by the god of forging. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't know whether this golden trident was the Sea Emperor's trident, and in other religious myths and legends, the trident represented the weapon of Satan the devil, because its shape was one long and two short. Very similar to a certain trait, considered a symbol of evil. This is the palace of the god of forging, and it should have nothing to do with Satan the devil. Zhou Wen thinks that the former is more likely. Even if this is not the trident of the Sea Emperor, it should be a good weapon. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he saw a strong golden divine light emitting from the golden trident, and the flames in the furnace also rose wildly, turning the entire hall into a sea of fire. The flames were very terrifying. With Zhou Wen's physique, he couldn't resist it, and he was about to be burned to death by the flames. The little tiger was even more unbearable, and died tragically in the flames, and was directly burned to fly ashes. Goldfish and the Queen of Flame Furnace are not afraid of flames at all, and the six-winged guardian dragon seems to be fine. They are not afraid, but Zhou Wen has no way not to be afraid. With a thought, the six-winged guardian dragon turned into 6 fire wings, and appeared behind the blood-colored villain. The flames on the dragon wings fought against the surrounding flames, which made Zhou Wen feel a lot better. The silver water snake was also summoned and sprayed water to fight the surrounding flames. Unfortunately, its water flow was obviously a little weak. As soon as it encountered the flames, it was directly evaporated, and it was of no use. Zhou Wenjing wanted to go over and try to see if he could pull out the golden trident, but suddenly saw the stove shaking. The golden trident flew out of the stove by itself, and then pointed at the blood-colored villain. Boom! The golden light burst from the trident, melting the entire hall into the golden light like the sun. Zhou Wen saw that the entire screen was covered with golden light, and he could not see anything. When the screen of the mobile phone was restored, it was already dark. Come down, it is obvious that the blood-colored villain is dead. What is this? Zhou Wen was a little depressed, but he was instantly killed. If he knew this, he shouldn't have turned the six-winged guardian dragon into dragon wings. With the six-winged guardian dragon standing in front of him, he shouldn't. It would be so easy to get killed. Zhou Wenjing wanted to be reborn from a drop of blood and enter the game again, but heard that several people who had been resting not far away came towards them, and couldn't help but look up. Mingxiu first stopped practicing. The influence of the wordless monument has disappeared on him. Mingxiu was about to look at the wordless monument again, and then continued to practice, but saw Jun Tingyu bringing someone over. "Classmate, can we have a chat?" Jun Tingyu couldn't wait to see Mingxiu stop practicing. "Hello, what's the matter?" Mingxiu looked at Jun Tingyu suspiciously and asked. Jun Tingyu looked at Li Mingcan, because there are some things that he really can't say. But it's hard to impress a talent like Mingxiu if he doesn't say those words. Of course Li Mingcan understood what Jun Tingyu meant. He coughed lightly and said to Mingxiu, "Classmate, what's your name? Which college do you study in?" "My name is Mingxiu. I'm a freshman at Mingqing College. I'm currently studying at Sunset College." "Is it only a freshman?" Jun Tingyu's eyes lit up. Mingxiu was even better than he thought. He originally thought that Mingxiu might already be a junior or even a senior, but he was still a freshman. Younger and better than he imagined. And hearing that Mingxiu is a student of Mingqing College, just an exchange student studying at Sunset College, Jun Tingyu's confidence is even greater. If it is really a student of Sunset College, with Mingxiu's excellence, he will definitely be focused on training, but Mingqing College is much worse, and it is not on the same level as Sunset College. And the Imperial Capital Academy where he is located will never be inferior to Sunset Academy, and its ranking is even higher. As long as he gives enough chips and sincerity, he is not afraid that Mingxiu will not be tempted. Whether to be an exchange student at Sunset College, or to go directly to Imperial College to be his graduate student, students with normal judgment should know how to choose. "Mingxiu, classmate, let me introduce to you. This old gentleman, Junting Yujun, is the tutor of Imperial College, also serves as the honorary vice president, and is a famous Taoist expert." Li Mingcan said a lot of titles, even if, without the latter titles, just being the tutor of Imperial College, it is enough to be respected. "Mingxiu, classmate, are you interested in studying at Imperial College?" "I just have 2 graduate students, and I can still apply for a bursary." Jun Tingyu interrupted Li Mingcan and said that Li Mingcan had gone too far. Only then did Mingxiu understand that the old man in front of him actually wanted to take him to study at Imperial College. "Sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you." Mingxiu directly rejected Jun Tingyu without hesitation. He didn't want to come to Sunset Academy, nor would he want to go to Imperial Capital Academy. "Why? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me, and I can find a way to help you solve it." Jun Tingyu was slightly startled, and was very surprised. He didn't expect Mingxiu to reject him directly. "There is no difficulty, but I still hope to stay in Sunset College to study," Mingxiu said. "If I remember correctly, the exchange students of Mingqing College should only study at Sunset College for 3 months. Right? You will go back to Mingqing College in 3 months, right?" Jun Tingyu looked at Mingxiu and asked. "I wonder if I remembered it wrong." "That's right, I have less than a month left in Sunset Academy." Mingxiu nodded and said. "Then why don't you want to go to Imperial College?" Jun Tingyu was even more incomprehensible. "Because someone here can teach me things that I can't learn anywhere else," Mingxiu said seriously. Seeing that Mingxiu was serious, Jun Tingyu didn't seem to be perfunctory. After thinking about it, Jun Tingyu said, Sunset College is indeed a very good college, not much inferior to our Imperial College, but the teaching level here will be better than that of our Imperial College. The Imperial Capital Academy is excellent, but not necessarily the mentor of the entire Sunset Academy. Jun Tingyu, only serve Leng Zongjing. Your mentor should not be Leng Zongjing, right? No. Mingxiu shook his head. Slightly. Then who is your mentor? Jun Tingyu asked again. It doesn't matter who my mentor is, because I want to stay at Sunset Academy, not because of my mentor, it's because there's a guy here, and for me, he's the best coach that no one else can replace, and he taught me how to use the sword. Mingxiu said. Oh, who is he? Jun Tingyu was a little interested. Being able to teach such an outstanding student as Mingxiu, Jun Tingyu believes that he must be a highly respected tutor, or a master of swordsmanship, perhaps a small stove opened by the academy for Mingxiu. But who knew that Mingxiu turned his head, pointed his finger in one direction, and said, It's him, he's my coach. Jun Tingyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the coach Mingxiu mentioned was also here, but when he looked in the direction of Mingxiu's finger, he suddenly showed a shocked expression. Because of the direction of Mingxiu's finger, there is only one person there, that is Zhou Wen, who is playing games there. At this time, Zhou Wen has re-entered the dungeon and continues to play his game. It seems that the battle is very fierce. You said that the student who was playing games was your coach? Jun Tingyu thought that Mingxiu had made a mistake. Such a talented student, someone who can teach him, is naturally a real strong man. How could he be a student, and a student like that? Yes, he is my coach, and he taught me how to use the sword, so even if there is less than a month left, I hope to be able to learn with him. Mingxiu said seriously. Jun Tingyu, Li Mingcan and others were speechless with their mouths wide open. Seeing Mingxiu's expression, it didn't seem like they were talking nonsense. However, in order to study with a student for a month, they gave up following Jun Tingyu to become a graduate student at Imperial College. Opportunity, which is simply beyond their comprehension. Mingxiu classmate, you should think about it again. Although that classmate may have some advantages, but compared with a famous mentor like Jun Lao, there is definitely a gap. You are too young, maybe not too good. Understand, many of the students taught by Jun Lao are already famous epic powerhouses in the Federation. Li Mingcan said. Jun Tingyu, the tutor of the Imperial College, the honorary president, the famous Taoist, has the reputation of a famous Taoist, and his own strength is outstanding. He has also taught Li Zijian, Zhang Huayu, and other famous epic powerhouses in the Federation, and cultivated for the Federation. There are no less than 30 epic-level powerhouses. Mingxiu told Jun Tingyu's glorious deeds like a treasure. But in the end, he bowed slightly to Jun Tingyu and said, Thank you for your kindness. If I had not met a coach before I came to Sunset College, I would have agreed to go to Imperial College with you without hesitation, but now, even if it's only for one day, I want to be able to learn with the coach. Jun Tingyu and Li Mingcan were both a little stupid, watching Mingxiu turn around and walk to the wordless monument, sit down and continue to look at the monument, but did not recover for a long time. Suddenly, they only heard the sound of a sword going straight into Yunxiao. They turned their heads and looked around, only to see Feng Chuyen turning her palm into a sword, and slashing backwards into the sky, like a blue dragon against the sky. It was as if the sky would be cut open by him. Spirit of life. He actually condensed the soul of life. Oh my God. How old is he? Jun Tingyu trembled and stared at Feng Qiuyan in disbelief, looking like he had seen a ghost. With the development of the times, various dimensional fields have been developed, more and more geniuses have emerged among human beings, and the epic level age also has a trend of younger age. But even if the geniuses of the six major families are now generally in their 20s or 30s, they have the opportunity to advance to the epic level. And they must be people with extraordinary talent. In front of this student who is still in college, he has been promoted to epic and condensed the soul of life. Even Jun Tingyu, who is accustomed to seeing geniuses in Imperial College, can't help but be surprised and happy at this time. This is a once-in-a-century genius. We must find a way to bring him in. We must not miss such a genius. Jun Tingyu now only wants to accept Feng Qiuyan as his graduate student. Inspired by the power of the wordless steel, Feng Qiuyan kept practicing the sword. And finally realized something, only to feel that there was a chi in his heart that had to be released. And he couldn't help but burst out with real power, and cut out the sword that slashed the sky against the sky. After the beheading, Feng Qiuyan's mood calmed down a lot, withdrew his palm and restrained his vitality. Hello, classmate, I'm Jun Tingyu, the tutor of Imperial College. What's your name, classmate? Jun Tingyu couldn't wait for Li Mingcan to help him this time. Wind and autumn geese. Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan looked at Jun Tingyu with some doubts, not knowing why he found him. Student Feng Qiuyan, are you willing to be my graduate student and go to Imperial College with me? I can apply for the highest bursary for you, and you can directly work and study in my laboratory, participate in the project I am researching, and during this period, you can enjoy the treatment of a researcher, and I will also apply for the access rights of all the dimensional fields of Imperial University for you. Jun Tingyu couldn't wait to throw out all his chips, he really wanted Feng Qiuyan so much. Thousands of troops are easy to obtain, but one general is hard to find. There are many human beings who can practice cultivation, but very few have the opportunity to hit the mythical level. It has been so many years, and there are still very few who have the ability to hit the mythical level. In Jun Tingyu's view, Feng Qiuyan is the person who is likely to hit the mythical level. If he can get his careful training, he may become a legend in the Federation in the future. Sorry, I have no plans to leave Sunset College, Feng Qiuyan said. Jun Tingyu has experienced what happened to Mingxiu before, and her psychological tolerance is much greater. After being rejected, she is not too excited, so she asks Feng Qiuyan, why did you reject it? Is the treatment of Sunset Academy better than mine? I'm just a freshman at Sunset College. I don't have any special treatment, and I don't need any special treatment, Feng Qiuyan said. It's freshman again. Jun Tingyu looked at Feng Qiuyan with more fiery eyes. This is simply a posture of the sky. A freshman, now only 16 or 17 years old, an epic of 16 or 17 years old. It's amazing, the 6 major families can't find a few such strong geniuses. No, I must find a way to poach him from Sunset College. Judging from his appearance, he should not be short of money. And his background must be unusual. If the surname is Feng, is it a child of the Feng family? Jun Tingyu pondered for a while. He asked again, although the surname Feng is the first surname in ancient times, there are not many people with the surname Feng in modern times. There are two more famous families with the surname Feng these days. They are in the imperial capital and Guihai. Which one are you? Return to Haifeng's house. Feng. Chuyan replied. Jun Tingyu was overjoyed when he heard it. Old Master Feng born of Gue Haifeng's family, and I are good friends. We have a very good relationship. I also know a little about your Feng family's vitality formula. If you are willing to go to Imperial Capital Academy with me to study, I can provide you with a special crystal of the wind attribute, enough for your cultivation. The special crystals of the wind attribute cannot be bought with money. It is only possible to obtain them by killing the dimensional creatures of the wind system. However, the dimensional creatures of the wind system are relatively rare, and the explosion rate of the wind attribute crystals is low. Gue Haifengjia's family inheritance vitality art requires a lot of wind attribute crystals to be able to upgrade to a higher realm, so that the wind attribute crystals of Fengjia have never been enough. It has to spend a lot of resources to acquire it at a high price, and even that is not enough. He made such a condition, it can be said that he paid a lot of money, and even Jun Tingyu felt a little distressed. In his opinion, Feng Chuyan has no reason to refuse, and the crystallization of the wind attribute is too important to the Feng family. Sorry, I didn't plan to leave Sunset Academy. Feng Chuyan did not hesitate and rejected him again. Jun Tingyu was a little stunned, looked at Feng Chuyan and asked, "Can you tell me why you don't want to go to Imperial College?" Li Mingcan and others also looked at Feng Chuyan. They really couldn't think of why Feng Chuyan refused those conditions that Jun Tingyu gave to any college student. I am afraid that person would follow Jun Tingyu to the imperial capital without hesitation. College, let alone a freshman, even a well-known researcher, is more than enough. What's more, Jun Tingyu is still willing to take out his own collection of wind attribute crystals, which is a good thing to lose lottery tickets in the sky. They really can't figure out why Feng Chuyan refused. Is his brain broken? Feng Chuyan said as a matter of course, because there are coaches here, but not at Imperial College. Hearing the word coach, Jun Tingyu, Li Mingcan and others all jumped in their hearts, thinking, no way? Jun Tingyu looked extremely strange, glanced at Zhou Wen, who was playing games not far away, then looked at Feng Chuyan and asked, "Which coach are you talking about?" "He's right there." Feng Chuyan pointed to Zhou Wen, who was playing games. Although he was already mentally prepared, when Feng Chuyan really pointed at Zhou Wen, the expressions of Jun Tingyu and others became extremely wonderful. Jun Tingyu's mood was extremely complicated, and the look in Zhou Wen's eyes became very strange. Li Mingcan couldn't hold his breath anymore and couldn't help but ask, "Feng Chuyan, you said he was your mentor, so can you tell us who he is?" "His name is Zhou Wen. Like me, he is a first-year student of Sunset College." Feng Chuyan replied. Jun Tingyu's heart jumped again when he heard it, a first-year student again? Li Mingcan continued to ask with some puzzlement, "It's also the first year, can he be stronger than you?" Li Mingcan actually wanted to say, "What qualifications does he have to be your coach?" It's just that he is still a person who wants face, and he is embarrassed to say such words directly. However, in Li Mingcan's mind, Feng Chuyan is already a genius he has never seen before. It is understandable to say that he has a mentor or a famous coach as his coach, but he is also a first-year student, and the guy who is addicted to games turns out to be Feng Qiu. The coaches of Yan and Mingxiu, Li Mingcan felt that this was not credible at all. It was likely that Feng Chuyan and Mingxiu were perfunctory for them, and it was just An excuse for not wanting to go to Imperial College. Feng Qiuyan heard Li Mingcan's question, and immediately said seriously. Of course the coach is better than me. Compared with the coach, the gap between the earth and the sky is the difference between me and the coach. I am far less than the coach. To be able to practice with the coach, that is the luck of my life. Jun Tingyu and Li Mingcan were both dumbfounded, and they couldn't help but look at Zhou Wen and Zhou Wen, who was addicted to the game. They really had no way to associate such a student with the image, Feng Qiuyan said. Am I really misunderstanding? That student is really a genius stronger than Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan? Jun Tingyu already had self-doubt. He could see that Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan had a lot of admiration for Zhou Wen between their words, and that kind of heartfelt emotion couldn't be faked, it couldn't be perfunctory him. But Jun Tingyu couldn't believe that the guy who played the game was better than Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan has been promoted to the epic level at such a young age, which is a rare harmony in a century, but he admires Zhou Wen of the same age like a student and a teacher. He really can't imagine what kind of person Zhou Wen is. Is there really such a genius in the world? Jun Tingyu looked at Zhou Wen with an extremely complicated mood. Li Mingcan and others also looked at Zhou Wen, and couldn't help swallowing. Even Feng Qiuyan didn't think he was as good as him. It was even more difficult for them to imagine what kind of genius he was. Teacher, does the act of playing games have a deeper meaning? Li Mingcan doubted his previous judgment. Although he knew it was not good to question Jun Tingyu like this, he couldn't help but ask questions. Jun Tingyu is also a little murmured in his heart now. After carefully observing Zhou Wen, who is playing games, he feels that it is indeed a bit unusual. Seeing his calm expression and outstanding temperament, although he is playing a game, he gives people an air of calmness, which seems to be really different. In fact, this is all the psychological effect of Jun Tingyu. Although Zhou Wen is indeed not as simple as playing games, but from the outside, it is really no different from ordinary people playing games. You can see that there is a ghost in the sky. When Zhou Wen was playing a game, his mobile phone suddenly rang. It was his usual mobile phone. Hearing the voice of the text message, Zhou Wen immediately shuddered. Because this sound was specially set by him, it will only be this sound when Lord Emperor sends a message. Zhou Wen didn't dare to neglect, and quickly took out another mobile phone from his pocket, and sure enough, he saw that it was a message from Lord Emperor. For so long, I still haven't seen the same thing I want. I think you haven't taken this Emperor's business to heart. You should really be punished, otherwise you think this Emperor will only scare people. Play. Zhou Wen broke into a cold sweat when he saw this message. He was afraid of death, and even more afraid that Lord Emperor would give him some broken limbs, which would be really miserable. Lord Emperor, I have been hunted and killed recently, and I haven't been able to buy those equipments for you. Don't worry, I'll find a way to buy them for you right away. Even if I break the pot and sell iron, I will definitely help you buy all those equipments. Zhou Wen said this, there were too many things in a while, and he really forgot about it. It's too late. Lord D replied with only 2 words. Zhou Wen hurriedly tried his best to explain that he was really afraid of being given a wish by Lord D to have his limbs amputated. A good young man had his limbs amputated just because of a few broken instruments. But no matter how he explained it, Lord Emperor didn't reply, which made Zhou Wen feel very bad. Zhou Wen's use of mobile phone to communicate with Lord Emperor fell into Jun Tingyu's eyes, but Jun Tingyu's eyes lit up, and he said a little excitedly, "Genius. This person is really a genius." Several people in Li Mingcan were startled by him. Li Mingcan quickly asked, "Elder Jun, did you find anything?" Jun Tingyu said, "I'm getting old, and I was really wrong before. This young man is really a great genius. It's no wonder that even people like Mingxiu and Feng Chuyan admire him so much. Elder Jun, how did you see it? Tell us about it." Li Mingcan was itching to hear it. Jun Tingyu pointed to Zhou Wen, who was sending a message on his mobile phone, and said, "The wordless monument is a force aimed at people's hearts. Even the top epic powerhouses will do it wholeheartedly after being affected by the power of the wordless monument. The original wish in my heart, until I am exhausted, will never be distracted by it, and there is no way to be distracted. But look at him, when he is playing games, he can still use another mobile phone to type and send messages continuously, which means that his mind is not completely affected by the power of the wordless monument, and he can still use the power of the wordless monument. Keeping one's own will, this person's will is so strong that it is simply appalling, even a saint, with such a strong will, this person must be extraordinary, no wonder, no wonder." The more Jun Tingyu looked at Zhou Wen, the more he felt different, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that he had an outstanding temperament, and he had a faint demeanor, so that he could no longer see Zhou Wen as a junior. How did Zhou Wen know that Jun Tingyu would decipher so many things? Because he practiced the original qi art of the wordless tablet. He was not affected at all. Where did he need to use the will and the power of the original word tablet to fight? But there is one thing that Jun Tingyu hits right: Zhou Wen's willpower is indeed extraordinary. Zhou Wen sent several messages, but Lord Emperor did not reply. He knew that this matter was going to become a big problem, and he felt that it was not appropriate to stay here any longer. He had to quickly find a way to protect himself and fight against the coming anger of Lord Emperor. In front of so many people, he can't make a big deal, and he must quickly find a place where no one else is. Zhou Wen put away his mobile phone and stood up. Seeing that Li Xian and the others were still immersed in their own world, he walked out and said to the tutor who was supervising them, "Teacher, there are some things in the academy, I need to go back first." After receiving the approval of the instructor, Zhou Wenjin was about to go down the mountain first, but was blocked by Jun Tingyu. "I'm Jun Tingyu from Imperial College. I wonder if my little friend has time to chat with me." Jun Tingyu didn't think of Zhou Wen as a student. "I'm really sorry, I need to go back to the academy because of something urgent. Let's talk about it later." Zhou Wen turned around and left. "Why is this person so rude?" Li Mingcan said. Jun Tingyu didn't take it seriously, but felt more and more that Zhou Wen was unusual, and said ponderingly, "Geniuses have their own personalities, and Zhou Wen is indeed not an ordinary person, which is understandable. I will visit him at sunset academy by myself tomorrow." Li Mingcan wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw an antelope and a golden falcon-like bird descending from Laojun Mountain. The antelope followed behind Zhou Wen, and the birds hovered above his head, as if they were guarding his average. Li Mingcan, Jun Tingyu, and others were stunned. The animals in Laojun Mountain are not ordinary things. They are sheltered by Laojun Mountain. This kind of thing just feels weird. Zhou Wen went down Laojun Mountain all the way, and then went straight to the academy, feeling uneasy along the way, not knowing how Lord Emperor would deal with him. Zhou Wen returned to the academy in fear all the way, and nothing happened until he returned to his dormitory. Zhou didn't dare to be careless, summoned all the companion pets he could use, and stopped sleeping in the bedroom, so he stayed in the living room with antelopes and birds beside him, which made him feel safer. Strange to say, since Lao Junshan came back, the bird that was fat like a fat duck has lost weight again. Zhou was not in the mood to study how Xiaoniao lost weight in such a blink of an eye. He sat on the sofa, put a few notebooks next to him, and painted avatars page by page. This is a good thing to save lives. If you can get this thing out, even if Lord Emperor wants to deal with him, maybe it can save your life. After painting one painting after another, the success rate of the avatar is really low, but the so-called practice makes perfect. Zhou painted more, and gradually got some feeling. Although it is said that this is a skill obtained from the crystallization of vitality skills, it is Zhou who actually draws the talisman. When Zhou discovered the drawing of the talisman, if he only drew the talisman according to the drawing method of the symbol and used vitality to draw the talisman, then the probability of success would be pitifully low. The lines of this avatar seem to imply some kind of mystery. Zhou felt and thought about the strangeness of those lines, and gradually gained some gains. This avatar is drawn with my own vitality, and the drawn lines also imply some kind of mysterious power related to myself. It looks like a talisman, but it is actually a kind of understanding of myself, and it is also a relationship between myself and myself. A way to communicate with foreign objects. Zhou thought while drawing. Zhou painted for one day, and then another night at night. Until the next morning, he did not know how many scrapped avatars he had drawn. Anyway, he was about to use up several thick diaries, so he finally let him painted one. That is to say, Zhou has almost unlimited vitality to use. If this is replaced by someone else, he will not be able to draw so many times even in a month or two. Although the avatar is easy to use, it is too difficult to draw a talisman. It's really not easy to get a talisman. Zhou held the drawn avatar and was a little excited. With this talisman, it is equivalent to one more life. But unfortunately, the avatar can only be used by himself, because the avatar painted by Zhou is closely related to himself and can only help him prevent disasters. As for what kind of disaster the avatar can prevent, this Zhou doesn't know much. Although it is not easy to draw talismans, Zhou had an unexpected harvest. To draw talismans, he needed to sense the connection between himself and external objects. During this period, Zhou continued to use Dao tactics, and as a result, he gained some understanding of Dao tactics. The way of Taoism is natural. If you want to condense the soul of life from the way of Taoism, I am afraid that you have to work hard on the unity of heaven and man. Zhou thought to himself. Although there is only a few eyebrows, as long as there is a direction in everything, there is a possibility, not as blind as before. Now Zhou didn't have time to feel the nature, so he put the drawn avatar close to him, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. Drawing an avatar consumes both vitality and energy. He has been exhausted after drawing for so long, not to mention that the serious injury he suffered before has not healed. Now that he has the avatar to protect him, he can finally sleep in peace. This sleep was really sweet. Because he was too tired, Zhou slept very deeply. He was woken up when the doorbell rang. Who is this? Zhou stretched and opened his mouth to ask. Meow. But Zhou voice made him startle, and he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. But when he stretched out his hand, Zhou was stunned. What kind of hand was that? It was a small fluffy paw. The nails on the paw were like hooks. It should be the position of the palm, but now it has it was a pink tender meatball that resembled a plum blossom shape. What's wrong with me? Zhou Wen was horrified and wanted to stand up and look at himself, but he soon discovered that, my body has become very strange, and there is also a problem with the viewing angle. All kinds of furniture and other things around have become very large. And the clothes he wore yesterday, right under his feet, also looked very big, as if they were worn by giants. Zhou Wen suddenly had a very bad feeling, and hurriedly ran to the mirror and looked in the mirror. Meow. Looking at the cat with black flowers and white background in the mirror, Zhou Wen felt a little stupid, covered his mouth with his hands in horror, and the little cat in the mirror did the same. At the door of the dormitory, a tutor rang the doorbell several times, but no one opened the door, so he said apologetically to the old man next to him, Elder June, I'm so sorry, it seems that he should go out. June Tingyu was very disappointed. In order to come to Sunset College, to visit Zhou Wen, he did not hesitate to find a friend of Sunset College, but Zhou Wen was not there. It's okay, then. I'll come again next time. June Tingyu could only return in disappointment. In the dormitory, Zhou Wen was about to explode, twisted, made various gestures, and tried to lift his tail. He just wanted to prove that the little cat in the mirror was not himself. But unfortunately, no matter what he did, the little cat in the mirror made the exact same action. What's even more frightening is that Zhou Wen tried to use his own vitality technique, or summoned his companion pet, but he didn't respond at all. Lord Emperor, it must be a ghost from Lord Emperor, it's hateful, I have an avatar on me, how can there be a problem? Zhou Wen ran to his pile of clothes, scratched with his claws a few times, and found that the avatar was inside the clothes. It didn't move. It didn't work at all. I won't just become a cat, will I? Zhou Wen quickly took out his mobile phone. Fortunately, it is not a pure fingerprint unlock, but can also be unlocked with a pattern, otherwise Zhou Wen can't even open his own mobile phone. Unlocking the phone, he immediately sent a message to Lord Emperor, Master Emperor. You turned me into this, how could I go out to the street and buy those instruments for you? Zhou Wen knew that he could only impress Lord Emperor with his own interests, and begging for mercy was probably useless. This emperor has a way to find someone to send things. Who said you must buy it? As for you, you must be punished. Lord Emperor finally replied with a message. Zhou Wen sent a few more messages in the past, wanting to impress Lord Emperor, and quickly change himself back into a human form, but those messages were all lost in the sea. Lord Emperor didn't reply to his messages at all. It seemed that he was determined to let him be a cat for the rest of his life. What should I do? Is there any way to restore my body? Zhou Wen tried various methods, but he is just a cat now, and his body structure is completely different from before. The vitality art and various companion pets that he cultivated in the past cannot be used. What else can be done? Both the antelope and the bird looked at him with interest, and the antelope touched his head with its hoof, as if to comfort him. But Zhou Wen saw a suppressed smile in its eyes. The bird was jumping around him and sticking to his side, as if to compare with him to see who was taller, but when the bird stood, it was really taller than Zhou Wen, who had 4 claws on the ground. A little bit higher. No, I have to find a way to recover my body. Zhou Wen moved, using his claws, to hide his mobile phone and the bracelet inlaid with chaos beads, and then walked towards the door of the dormitory. Looking at the world from the perspective of a cat, the perspective is obviously much lower, and even the dormitory door has become very large in his eyes. Zhou jumped up, wanting to jump up, hold the handle, and unlock the door. In the past, at such a height, he only needed a slight jump to go up, but now that his claws were stretched to the limit, he was still a considerable distance away from the door handle, and his body had already fallen. Zhou fell to the ground and used all his strength to jump up again, then jumped up and opened the door handle. Although he is used to walking on 2 feet, if other students and tutors in the school see a cat walking on 2 hind legs, it will be very bad. So Zhou could only lie on the ground and walk like a cat. Although there was no problem with the cat walking like this, Zhou felt very awkward. When he went out, Zhou planned to go to the principal's office. Now that he is in this situation, most people may not be able to solve it, so he wants to find Leng Zongjing, the real principal of Sunset College. I heard that Leng Zongjing is also good at deciphering illusions. Zhou felt that it was impossible for him to become a cat just like that. Maybe it was just illusions. Zhou thought to himself. Anyway, he is also a student of the academy, so Leng Zongjing shouldn't let him die, right? However, Zhou has no certainty about whether Leng Zongjing can turn him back into a human body, and he just wants to try his luck. As soon as he walked into the yard, Zhou heard the door of the small building next door slamming. Zhou hurriedly ducked into the grass next to him, hid in the grass, and peeked at the yard next door. Sure enough, Wang Lu came out from the inside, carrying 2 garbage bags in his hands, looking like he was going to throw out the garbage. Zhou didn't want those who knew him to know that he had turned into a cat. Whether it was Li Xian or Wang Lu, they would definitely laugh at him for a long time. And as a cat, he has no clothes on his body. Although he has hair, he will still feel very uncomfortable if he is seen by people he knows, so he has no idea of contacting Li Xian and the others for the time being. Although Zhou knew that Wang Lu should not recognize him who turned into a small cat now, but just in case, it is better to be careful. When Wang Lu was far away, Zhou Kai was going to leave in another direction, planning to take a detour from the old school district behind Four Seasons Garden to the principal's office, so as not to meet so many students and tutors. Although he turned into a cat, but he didn't wear any clothes, Zhou couldn't bear the gazes of others. The gate of the yard was locked from the inside. Although Zhou could jump up and open the door, it was too conspicuous. Looking at the wooden fence of the yard and his body, Zhou felt that his current body it's not difficult to get out, although it looks a little fat, but most of it should be hair. Zhou came to the wooden fence, chose a relatively large gap, and stuck his head out. The result was still perfect, and his head got out without any pressure. If he waited for his body to drill out again, but his stomach was stuck, as if something caught his fur, and if he forcibly drilled, feeling a little sore. Poor kitty, where did you come from? Why are you here? Zhou Wenjing wanted to retreat, but heard a familiar voice. Not good. As soon as Zhou heard the voice, his face suddenly turned ugly. Wang Lu didn't know the reason, but he went back and returned. Zhou struggled to get back into the yard, but he didn't know what hooked the fur on his belly, and he couldn't get out even when he stepped back, feeling that his belly was about to be torn apart. Poor little guy, why are you so stupid? Wang Lu squatted down, stretched out his hand to hold Zhou, and then reached down with the other hand to help him untie a wire, which made Zhou get out of trouble and finally got out. Zhou Wen wanted to leave, but was grabbed and hugged by Wang Lu. Although it looks like a stray cat, it's not a precious breed, but it looks pretty, so come back with me, okay? Zhou Wen struggled hard, trying to escape Wang Lu's claws, but finally broke free. After falling to the ground, he immediately let go of his claws and ran away. Strange, that kitten would reject me? Wang Lu was a little surprised. He didn't expect this cat to be so difficult to get along with. The stray cats she met before were all easy to get along with. Zhou Wen escaped out of the Four Seasons garden as if he had escaped for his life, and ran a long way. Only then did he slow down and feel that his body was a little tired. Since he practiced, he hadn't felt so tired for a long time. We must recover as soon as possible. Zhou Wen continued to walk forward, but if he didn't go far, he saw a few fierce tigers standing in front of him. No. It should be said that it is a blocking cat. At the corner of the building in front, 4 cats came out, all grinning at Zhou Wen, as if warning him not to enter their territory. The 4 cats were all a circle bigger than Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen looked at how these 4 guys looked familiar. After a closer look, he remembered that these 4 guys were the ones who were secretly fed in the past. Zhou Wen still remembered that one of them was called Xiaomei, with a pure white body, only with a orange-red hair on the forehead, which looked very striking. However, when Zhou Wen saw it before, it was still a small milk cat, and now it is about the same size as its mother, and it is bigger than the current Zhou Wen. I'm just passing by, I have absolutely no intention of grabbing territory with you, and I don't mean to offend you. Zhou Wen was talking, but when he got to his mouth, it turned into a meowing sound. He slowly walked to the side, wanting to go around from the side. Past. Meow. Xiaomei and the others didn't care so much, they just rushed up to clean up the intruder Zhou Wen. I'm going, tigers don't show their power. You really think I'm a cat? Zhou Wen was depressed and could only prepare to fight. Although he is now a cat body and has lost his strength, his reactions and various skills are still there. Under the siege of Xiaomei and the 4 of them, he is still very brave, using his coquettish walking and pulling to contain the 4 cats. And then smashed them one by one, and the little paws beat them hard, making Xiaomei and the 4 of them scream. Haha, fight with me, how far are you? Now you know who is the real king here? Zhou Wen beat the 4 cats to the ground, and held Xiaomei with his paws. He was complacent. When suddenly I felt the flesh on my back being grabbed and picked up, and then I heard a familiar voice. You can't do that. Zhou Wen grabbed his claws, trying to break free from the palm that was holding him, but he was unable to break free. The scene in front of him changed, and Zhou Wen's eyes soon saw a face, a ferocious face, but the eyes on that face were looking at him with indescribable tenderness. Are you also abandoned by your master? You must be hungry when you came here? Eat something first. Gugu said, and put Zhou Wen on the ground next to him, where there were 2 cat food trays, one inside milk was poured and one had cat food in it. Zhou Wen has never seen Gugu be so gentle to people, and he has never seen him talk to people in such a gentle manner. These are 2 people who are completely different from the Gugu he knows. Eat quickly. Zhou Wen was placed next to the plate with milk, and Gugu squatted aside and looked at him. Xiaomei and the other 4 cats all stared at him, but they didn't dare to come, just meowing in the distance. Xiaomei, Xiaoyong, you can't do this, they are just like you, they are all homeless poor fellows, you should love each other. Gugu said to the 4 cats. Zhou got goosebumps when he heard it. He turned around and wanted to leave here. In order to be afraid that the classical would catch him again, he ran with all his strength. But when he ran out a short distance, he didn't hear Gugu's footsteps chasing after him. Instead, he heard the voice of a strange man coming from a distance. How are you doing what I asked you to do? It's been so long, you can't do such a trivial thing. Well, you're not afraid of Zhou, are you? Zhou didn't intend to stop, but after running a few more steps, he heard his own name. He couldn't help but stop and turned his head to look over. I saw a boy in a school uniform standing opposite the classic. Zhou didn't know the boy, but he seemed to be a senior in the senior year, a little older than him. Why do you want to move, Zhou? When? Gugu looked at the boy and asked. You don't need to know, just do what I say. The boy curled his lips and said, I'll give you the last 3 days, if within 3 days you haven't done the things I gave you. If so, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you keep that secret any longer. Think about it for yourself. After saying that, the boy turned and left with a cold face. With Zhou Wen's understanding of the classics, this guy should be someone who is not afraid of the sky and the earth. If someone dares to threaten him like this, no matter who the other party is, he should punch him directly. Right? But this time, Gugu actually watched the arrogant boy leave without any intention of doing anything. Zhou was very curious in his heart. He didn't know who the boy was, and what was he going to do to Gugu? What kind of handle does classic have to be caught in his hand? After thinking about it, Zhou didn't leave immediately. He wanted to find out what was going on. After all, this matter involved him. If he didn't figure out who was behind the scenes, similar incidents might happen in the future. Zhou walked up to Gugu. Gugu saw it. His fierce face showed a little tenderness, squatted down and put the milk plate in front of Zhou again. Hurry up and eat. Zhou was a little anxious in his heart. Gu Jing was obviously not a person who likes to talk. If he wanted to wait for him to talk to himself and tell what happened, it would be unrealistic. How can Gugu tell the cause and effect of things? Zhou had countless thoughts flashing in his mind, but he couldn't come up with any solution. After changing back to human, ask about classical? This is obviously not a good idea. His relationship with the classical is not that close, and he is only a little stronger than the unfamiliar classmates. If you ask him face to face, maybe he will turn his face on the spot. We'll tell him what? When Zhou was thinking, Gu pushed the milk to Zhou mouth again. How could Zhou drink the milk for cats? He subconsciously turned his head to the side, indicating that he didn't want to drink it. But Zhou action fell in the eyes of the classical, but Gugu sighed softly. Do you think this is wrong too? Do you think I did something wrong? Zhou nodded subconsciously, but just after nodding, he regretted it. He is a cat now. How could he understand classical words? Gugu looked at Zhou in surprise, but his ability to accept is obviously stronger than Zhou imagined. He didn't even doubt Zhou, thinking that Zhou was a very spiritual cat. I also know that this is wrong, but if I don't do that, they will tell me that I have the blood of a dimensional creature, and then everyone will treat me as a monster, not a person. Classical said. Zhou was so surprised that he almost cried out. He never imagined that the classics would have the lineage of dimensional creatures. Could it be that one of the classical fathers or mothers is a dimensional creature? Can humans and dimensional creatures combine to give birth to offspring? Countless strange thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. But for so long, Zhou Wen and the others have treated me like ordinary people, not afraid of me because of my appearance. Rejecting me, and treating me as one of them. How can I do such a thing? You say what should I do? Gugu looked at Zhou Wen and said bitterly. Because of his own problems, the classical has no chance to make friends with humans, and he also does not communicate with humans. In front of a cat, he can safely say what he thinks, which is not a kind of sadness. Beat him, beat that tortoise son to death. What kind of human is not human? Don't say you have any dimensional biological bloodline, even if you are a beast, I won't mind. Zhou Wen wanted to say this, but opened his mouth, but it became a meow. Zhou Wen had no choice, but to raise a paw, pointed to the direction the boy had left just now, and pointed it forcefully several times, meaning to let Gugu beat him. Seeing Zhou Wen's reaction like this, Gu Jingzi seemed to understand something, and his eyes became firm. I know what to do, Gugu said to Zhou Wen, then stood up and strode in the direction the boy left. Zhou Wen hesitated for a while, but chased after him. He still wanted to know what the boy's purpose was against him, and he might be able to hear it later. But after turning into a cat, Zhou Wen's vitality was gone, and the fastest speed was the speed of a domestic cat. How could he catch up with the classical? When he caught up with the classical, when he saw that the classical was already standing in front of the boy, it seems to be talking to a boy. I can't start with Zhou Wen, you can change to another condition. Zhou Wen vaguely heard the classical voice saying this. For another condition? What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? You don't really think Zhou Wen and the others regard you as a friend? Biological blood, do you think they will still want you to stay in the Shanwen Club? At that time, they will only treat you as a monster, and look at you like those pigs and dogs, they are all beasts. The boy pointed to the classical nose said. This has nothing to do with you, Gugu said with his head lowered. Why doesn't it have anything to do with me? After all, we are also good friends, aren't we? The boy smiled and patted the classic on the shoulder, and continued, have you forgotten our friendship? I always remember it. The classical pupil shrank, but he still didn't say anything. Think about it, the current Zhou Wen is the second me in the future. The boy narrowed his eyes and said, things gather together, people are divided into groups, your background is destined that you will not have real human friends, except humans like me will not accept you like a monster. If you don't move Zhou Wen now, he will know your true identity in the future, and he will not hesitate to make a relationship with you, or even kill you. After a pause, the boy said again, you don't know what happened to his teacher Wang Mingyuan, do you think he still admits that he is Wang Mingyuan's student? If Wang Mingyuan appears again, it means that he will still think about it. Killing Wang Mingyuan. Those have nothing to do with me. Classical said blankly. It has nothing to do with you? Then, is it okay even if everyone knows how your mother gave birth to you? The boy narrowed his eyes and stared at Gugu. Gugu suddenly changed his face. He raised his head sharply, glared at the boy and said, Lu Kaida, if you dare to reveal half a sentence, I will definitely kill you. I'm just talking, how could it be leaked? We are friends, I will keep your affairs a secret for you and won't let anyone know. But Zhou Wen's affairs, you must help me deal with it, otherwise the time will come. I can't live, some things are hard to say, Lu Kaid was talking when he suddenly saw a cat jumping up, its claws grabbed from his face, leaving a few bloodstains on his face. Zhou Wen listened to it for a long time, and was about to explode with anger. Although it was incomplete, he could guess the general ins and outs. Classical is not a normal human being, and it is not his own fault, but originated from the previous generation. Lv Kai did not know what method he used, became Gu Jing's friend, and knew his secret, and in turn threatened Gu Jing with this secret. Zhou Wen can also understand why Gu didn't fight back. Like Gu Jing, he is a person who doesn't want to cause trouble to others, especially his relatives. If it's just about his identity, I believe Gu Jingza will definitely not be threatened by him, and he would have beaten him long ago and didn't even know his mother. But this also involved Gu Jing's mother's reputation, so even though Gu was extremely angry, he didn't dare to do anything to Lu Kaide. There is no doubt that Lu Kaide is by no means a fool. He must have some kind of evidence in his hands, and even if he dies, this evidence will still be circulated. Only in this way can he threaten the classics. The more he understood the classics, the more uncomfortable Zhou Wen felt in his heart. When he saw Lu Kaide's face, he couldn't help it, so he went up and gave him a few paws. Now Zhou Wen only hates that he has lost his strength, otherwise, these few strokes would have to slap Lu Kaide's face to pieces, but now he can only leave a few bloodstains. Damn cat, you bastard, Gu. What kind of stuff are you raising? Lu Kaide was furious and was about to catch Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen ran away and jumped on the back of the classical. Stop. Gu blocked Lu Kaide. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill this bastard. Lu Kaide said that he wanted to catch Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen was lying on Gu Jing's shoulder, looking at him with a half-smile, as if mocking him. Gu Jingza didn't let go, but reached out to stop Lu Kaide. Lu Kaide was extremely annoyed, but was stopped by Gu and couldn't catch Zhou Wen, but he didn't give up because of this. He took 2 steps back and suddenly summoned a companion pet. The companion pet was a weird flying knife. After flying out, it bypassed the classical and stabbed towards Zhou Wen on his back, as fast as a bolt of lightning. Zhou Wen was shocked. It's not good to scream, he is only a cat now, and the flying knife with such a fast speed, I am afraid it is difficult to escape. A big hand suddenly grabbed the blade of the flying knife trembled in Gu Jing's hand, but there was no way to break free. Classic, let go. Lu Kaide shouted angrily. He's just a cat. Gu held the flying knife, but blood dripped between his fingers. I'll say it one more time, let it go, otherwise everything about you will spread throughout Luoyang tomorrow. Lu Kaide glared at the classics and said violently. Gu still held the flying knife, did not speak, just looked at Lu Kaide. Lu Kaide was even more annoyed. He summoned another knife and slashed at Gu's body, shouting, get out of the way, do you hear me? Gu didn't move, and was slashed by Lu Kaide on the shoulder, and the blood flower floated out, but Gu's body is really strong, that knife only hurt his flesh and was not able to cut into his bones. Lu Kaide still didn't give up, slashing at Gu's body one by one, slashing blood marks on Gu's body, and even the flesh on his face was ripped open. I have to say, the classical body is really strong. Under such a slash, only the flesh is injured, the blade is cut on his bones, and the sound of Jin Ming's symphony can even be heard. The reason why Lv Kaide was so angry was not entirely because Zhou Wen scratched his face, but because Gu repeatedly disobeyed his orders, which made him very angry, and deliberately wanted to move him. Zhou Wen scratched his face, it was just an excuse, that's it. Beat him up. Zhou Wen became anxious when he saw Gu Jingzi allowing Lu Kaide to chop motionlessly. Do you think of yourself as the same kind of beasts? Do you think of them as more important than your life? Monsters are monsters. Lu Kaide scolded while beheading. Zhou Wen couldn't listen to Gu when he saw that he was motionless. He saw an opportunity and jumped out from his shoulders. His claws danced quickly and directly. Caught Lu Kaide's eyes. Ah! How could Lu Kaide think that a cat could actually pass through his knife net? And the distance was too close. Zhou Wen's claws injured his left eye. He covered his eyes with one hand. And blood suddenly overflowed from his fingers. Come out. I'm going to kill you. Lu Kaide covered his eyes and became furious. The knife in his hand turned into a dazzling light and slashed towards Zhou Wen. This guy's strength is really good. Zhou Wen has never heard his name at all. It can be seen that he is never famous in the academy, but he has legendary strength, and he is still the top one. Obviously, he usually hides his strength. From a point of view, he is not an ordinary person, and he must have a plan. Gu saw Zhou Wen caught in a blade of light, his eyes widened suddenly, his strength exploded violently, his powerful body rushed directly into the sky of blade light, one hand hugged Zhou Wen, and the other hand violently shot out. Hearing the sound of an explosion, the sword light in the sky dissipated, and the long sword in Lu Kaide's hand was broken inch by inch. Gu, do you dare to fight with me? Lu Kaide stared at Gu Jing with gnashing teeth, as if he wanted to bite someone. Why don't you dare? A voice came from the corner of the building. Both Lu Kaide and Gu were trembling. They couldn't help turning their heads to look. They saw a gentle-looking young officer in a military uniform and white gloves. Come over here. It's finally here. Zhou Wen breathed a long sigh of relief. Zhou Wen knew that he was just a cat now, and that he had lost his strength. He must not be able to deal with the current situation. Fortunately, he still has the ability to send text messages. I saw the classical mobile phone in the place where the cat was fed, so I contacted first. And Sheng let him rush over as soon as possible. This matter could not be solved purely by force, even killing Lu Kaide would be useless, otherwise Gu Jing would have taken care of it himself, and he would not have been threatened by Lu Kaide. When Lu Kaide saw Sheng, he turned around and wanted to run, but before taking a few steps, a dagger in Sheng's hand was already on his neck. What are you doing? I'm a student of the academy. Lu Kaide asked calmly. And Sheng said lightly, I don't need to know who you are, but you are dead. Classic, don't save me yet. Lu Kaide shouted in the direction of the classical. And Sheng calmly said. To Gu, Zhou Wen asked me to come here. He has already told me about your affairs. He asked me to tell you, trust him, and leave everything to me. Classical, you should be clear, what will happen if I die? Elves Kaide knew that Classical was his only life-saving straw. He had heard of Sheng's name. If he could come to Luoyang to perform a mission, how could he not know about Sheng, the famous Sheng from the Yin family? Gu held Zhou Wen, pondered for a moment, and then nodded slightly to Sheng. The corners of Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile. The edge of the dagger in his hand had already pressed into the skin of Lu Kaide's neck. You can answer whatever I ask, I don't want to hear a nonsense. Sheng said. Lu Kaide opened his mouth to say something, but Sheng continued, if you Waste my time. I don't mind using memory deprivation directly to get the information I want to know directly from your brain. Lu Kai's expression changed drastically, hesitating as if he was thinking about a decision. Don't try to commit suicide. I didn't let you die. Even the king of hell can't take your life. And Xing said again lightly. If I tell everything, can you give me a way out? Lu Kai said through gritted teeth. Yes. And Xing replied. You swear. Lu Kai had no other choice. He was already meat on the chopping block at this time. So he could only gamble. He didn't want to die. And Xing kept his expression still, and swore that if he breached the contract, he would die or something, and then he asked Lu Kai about the classics. Because Gu Jingza was by his side, Lu Kai didn't seem to be lying, and explained everything clearly. He has a recording of classical, and the content of the recording is the dialogue between classical and him. At that time, classical regarded him as his only good friend, so he said everything. This recording, Lu Kai did not give anyone, but he registered several accounts online and set up automatic update. If no one changes the automatic update time, the recording and the articles he wrote will be sent. And Xing didn't listen to the recording, but just deleted everything. Where is the backup? Don't tell me I don't have it. After Xing deleted it, he looked at Lu Kai and asked. In an ancient Greek book on the bookshelf of my classmates in my dormitory, no one will look at that book. Lu Kai replied. Next, Xing asked Lv Kai's origin. He admitted that he was a field worker, trained by the Supervision Bureau. He was admitted to Sunset College to monitor the Anjia and Sunset College's principals and tutors. He recently received a task to find a way to get Zhou Wen back to the headquarters. That's why the classics are used. I've explained everything, can you let me go now? Lu Kai said after a long time. You have explained everything, but how do I know if you are telling the truth? And Xing said calmly, looking at Lu Kai. What I said is true. It's all to this point. I don't need to lie to you. Lu Kai said. That may be the case. The stakes are very important. I have to verify it myself. And Xing said, a black flame appeared on his body. Floating towards Lu Kai, CC got into his brain. You swore to let me live, otherwise you'll have to die. Lv Kai shouted in horror. He probably guessed that this was and Xing wanting to deprive him of his soul and memory, but he desperately tried his best to deprive him of his soul and memory. I struggled, but my body couldn't move. Before you came to Luoyang, you should have known that I have a nickname called the Devil's Adjutant, right? Is there a devil who keeps the promise? Xing said to Lv Kai with a smile. You can't do this to me, you can't. Lu Kai was shocked and angry, his eyes were full of despair, anger, and unwillingness. The pain that went straight into his soul was as if his brain had been cut off a little bit, making him want to scream wildly in pain. But with his mouth open, he couldn't make a sound. And Xing just looked at him coldly, the black flames on his body continued to penetrate into his brain, and Lu Kai's eyes gradually lost focus. When the devil-like flame emerged from Lu Kai's brain and returned to Xing, Lu Kai had already become a cold corpse, with a distorted expression of pain on his face. And Xing opened the folded cloth bag he brought, put Lu Kai's body in it, and said to Gugu, in the future, apart from Zhou Wen and me, no one will know about you anymore. Unfortunately, there is no way. Mute me and Zhou Wen together, that's the only way. Thanks, thanks. Goo goo. Said these 2 words a little jerky, he had never said such 2 words before. Don't say those 2 words. You don't need to thank anyone, because that person is your friend. After Enxing finished speaking, he left with Lu Kai's body. A friend? The classical expression became strange. In the past, he may have believed that there would be friends. At that time, he was moved by Lv Kide and regarded him as a real friend, but the result was betrayal. Since then, he would rather be in the company of cats than humans, let alone believe in anything. Friend. Although he still doesn't believe it, there is a little change in his heart. At least, Gugu believes that this matter is really solved, and he will no longer be threatened in the future, and he will not do those things he is unwilling to do. I'm finally free. Gugu came back to his senses, and lifted the little cat in his arms with a smile on his face. In his opinion, this little cat has brought him luck, so that he can finally be himself. Gu Jingze held Xiao Hua Mao in the air with a sincere smile on his face. Although he was still so vicious, he couldn't help but want to laugh with him, and Xiao Hua Mao also had a smile on his face. At this moment, Gugu suddenly felt that the weight of the little cat in his hand was getting heavier and his body shape was also changing, but in the blink of an eye, the little cat held by Gu Jing turned into a big living man. Looking at each other, the air seemed to condense at this moment, and the smiles also condensed on the faces of the classical and Zhou Wen. The breeze was blowing, and Zhou Wen only felt a little cold all over his body. We must conquer the copy of Chess Piece Mountain. Zhou Wen, who returned to the dormitory, was secretly ruthless. In a week, prepare everything I need, otherwise it won't be as simple as a cat next time. Lord Emperor sent a message. Obviously, Lord Emperor didn't intend to keep Zhou Wen as a cat, but just made him a cat for a while, which was a warning to him. Now Zhou Wenhui's intestines are all green. If he knew this, he would just stay in the dormitory honestly. What are you doing out? Thinking of the scene of looking at the classical 4 eyes just now, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to dig into. Although Zhou Wen has made up his mind, he must find a way to break Cheesy Mountain, find Lord Emperor, and then turn her into a cat and lift her up. However, now it is still necessary to make Su and Wei Snake first, so that she cannot see the problem. After breaking the Cheesy Mountain in the dungeon and finding her flaws, she will go to Cheesy Mountain in person and clean up her. I will buy it as soon as possible. Zhou Wen replied with a message. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen sent another message. I was chased and killed before, and I fled into a dimension field, where I found a huge snake. Zhou Wen clearly described the physical characteristics and abilities of the big snake in the temple, just to ask Lord Emperor if he knew what dimensional creature it was. Anyway, he can't help Lord Emperor now, so he might as well use it first. What kind of big snake? That is the candle dragon, one of the branches of the dragon family. It has vast magical powers. A pair of eyes can affect the sky and the day. When it opens its eyes, it is dawn, and when it closes its eyes, it is dark. It is a very powerful ancient creature. The Emperor is still far behind, but it is not comparable to your mere human beings. If you meet it and come back alive, it is your good fortune. Lord Emperor replied. Lord Emperor is really knowledgeable, so what kind of torch? Dragon's eyes are really powerful, it can kill many human powerhouses just by looking at it, it is simply invincible. I wonder if Sir Emperor, can you crack its terrifying ability? Zhou Wen sent another message. It's called Dongzhu Vision. It's a pretty good ability, but what's so difficult for this emperor to break it? Just use the invisibility technique. To make it invisible, and then you have to kill or scrape it, so I don't want to let this emperor like it. Lord Emperor replied. Could it be that you are as strong as the emperor, and you can't compete with Zhulong head-on? Zhou Wen said deliberately. Lord Emperor's statement is similar to what Zhou Wen thought, but although he has an invisibility cloak in his hand, that thing has not yet hatched, and it is impossible to be invisible. It's not easy to defeat it head-on. This emperor can kill it with a wave of his hand, so that it can't open its eyes at all, or use a treasure mirror to reflect its sight, so that it will suffer the consequences. Lord Emperor is a proud person, the news came back immediately. Master Emperor is really excellent. I don't know what kind of treasure mirror can reflect the candle dragon's whole candle vision. Zhou Wen was very happy when he heard it. If it is only a mirror that can reflect the vision of the whole candle, then he is really hopeful to kill the candle dragon, and there is no need to wait for the invisibility cloak. You don't want to kill Zhulong, do you? I'm afraid you don't want to court death, right? Lord Emperor obviously had come to think of it and sent a message. I just asked casually, where dare to kill the candle dragon? Zhou Wen denied. The kind of mirrors you humans are making now have a very good reflection effect, enough to reflect the candle dragon's vision of the candle, but those mirrors are too fragile, and they will break when they encounter external forces. In addition to the vision of the candle, the dragon's body itself, it's not something that mere humans can deal with. If you want to die, you can try it. Lord D said. Hearing what Lord D said, Zhou Wen was really excited. He didn't expect that an ordinary mirror could deal with the candle dragon, so he had a great chance of killing the candle dragon. I'm just asking casually, even if the candle dragon asks me to kill it, I don't have time, and I have to help you to buy things. Lord D. By the way, I also encountered a terrifying dimensional creature before, that dimensional creature. It looks like a wolf but not a wolf, like a tiger but not a tiger. Zhou Wen continued to inquire about the news from Lord Emperor. Lord Emperor really knows everything, telling Zhou Wen that Qiongqi, who may be one of the four ancient beasts, not only has the ability to devour everything, but also has a terrifying speed, which is even more difficult to handle than the candle dragon. And Lord Emperor also told Zhou Wen a strange method. She said that if you want to deal with Qiongqi, you must find a wicked person to deal with it, and the possibility of killing it will be very high, but if a good person goes fighting with Qiongqi, even if this good person has the same fighting ability as that wicked person, or even stronger than the wicked person, in all likelihood, he will not be able to fight against Qiongqi, and he will be swallowed by it. Zhou Wen was skeptical about this, and didn't know if Lord Emperor was telling the truth or whether he was just talking about it. Zhou Wen believes that he is not a good person, but he is not a wicked person, so there is no way to test it. Remember, you only have 1 week. If I don't see those things again by then, you are ready to be in bad luck. Lord D sent the last message and ignored Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen contacted Li Xian, gave him the list, and asked him if he could help buy this item. Li Xian replied to him after a while that there was no problem. Zhou Wen transferred the money to him and asked him to use the Li family's relationship to help him purchase, while he himself was thinking about how to kill Zhulong. Although he knew that the mirror might be helpful for killing the candle dragon, ordinary mirrors could not be brought into the game, so Zhou Wen had no way to test the feasibility of this statement. Go directly to Zhuolu. Ruins? Zhou Wen didn't dare to take this risk, not to mention whether what Lord Emperor said was the truth. Even if it was the truth, the mirror could only reflect the vision of the whole candle, which had no effect on the other abilities of the candle dragon, and it was too easy to break. No, Zhou Wen will lose his life. How can I get a mirror into the game? Zhou Wen thought about it, and then went to the internet to check the information to see if there were any companion pets that could be turned into mirrors. Under this investigation, there are quite a few. For example, Kunlun Fairyland has a kind of bright jade fairy mirror, which can be turned into an ancient mirror, but that thing itself is relatively rare, and Kunlun Fairyland is too dangerous. It's a life and death situation, and it's too far away from Zhou Wen. Several other places where mirror-type companion pets are produced are either too far away or too dangerous. When Zhou Wen was worried, he accidentally saw some companion pet introductions in the West District, and his eyes lit up. Among those companion pets, there is an epic companion pet called the Sun Beast. Its companion state is a mirror, and it has a good ability to reflect light. The key is that the place where the Sun Beast is produced is in Zhou Wen's mobile game, and that place is called the Music Palace. Zhou Wen picked up his mobile phone and started the copy of the Palace of Music. He came here once before, but because there were only those legendary note elves for a long time, Zhou Wen felt that it was meaningless to brush, so he did not continue to brush. Unexpectedly, there are such good things as sun beasts in the music hall, and now he desperately needs mirror companion pets, so he rushed in without hesitation to brush sun beasts. According to records on the internet, Zhou Wen knew that the dimensional creatures such as sun beasts are actually very rare in the music hall, and only one appears occasionally. Basically, few people see more than 2 sun beasts appearing in music at the same time within the palace. And the sun beast is not the real boss of the music hall. It is said that there is a lyre in the deepest part of the music hall, and everyone who has seen the lyre is dead. Zhou Wen felt that this was very contradictory. Since everyone who had seen the lyre was dead, how could anyone know that there was a lyre there? Therefore, sometimes legends are legends which are not credible. Zhou Wen didn't plan to look for the lyre. After entering the music hall with his pet, he ran to the area mentioned on the internet, trying to find out if there were sun beasts in the game. Legend has it that the sun beast is shining brightly, like a small sun, and it can be seen from a long distance, and it usually appears in the music fountain square of the music hall. Zhou Wen rushed all the way to the music fountain square. 6 wings and the Queen of Flames opened the way. Various note elves were killed by Zhou Wen, and a lot of crystals and companion eggs exploded. Zhou Wen found that there are 7 kinds of note elves in total, and each note elf has only 1 vitality skill, but the vitality skills of the 7 note elves are different. Although they are different, the effect is similar. They are all sonic attacks. For Zhou Wen, there doesn't seem to be much difference. Zhou Wen didn't care at first, but killing, Zhou Wen felt a little interesting. These sonic attacks form shock waves through the superposition of medium shocks and amplitude waves. 7 different sonic attacks form different shock waves, which made Zhou Wen feel a little interesting, so he hatched some note elves and rode on the back of Liui. While moving forward, he is still studying the sonic attack of the note spirit. I don't know how many note elves have been killed, and finally came to the music fountain square. On the huge square, there are 7 fountains. Those fountains do not spray water jets all the time, but as if they are playing music. They spray water jets rhythmically, sometimes high here, sometimes low there. It stopped spraying every now and then. It looked very interesting. On the music fountain square, there are note elves. Floating everywhere, one by one, colorful, winged note elves flying all over the sky, just like the colored paper at the wedding, but there are more. The six-winged guardian dragon roared, and the magic flame erupted from its body, instantly killing a large number of note elves, but the musical fountain plaza was quite large, and note elves were everywhere. And soon new note elves rushed over. Let his companion pet kill the note elves, while Zhou himself looked around, trying to find the sun beast. However, after scanning the entire musical fountain square, I did not see the legendary sun beast like a small sun, but a strange dimensional creature caught Zhou Wen's attention. Since entering the music hall, the dimensional creatures Zhou Wen has seen are all kinds of note spirits, probably those 7. But the dimensional creature I saw this time was not a musical note elf. It was a harp. The whole body of the harp was golden, but it was not like metal, but carved from wood with gorgeous and exquisite patterns. The last time Zhou Wen went to the Peninsula of the Gods, he also learned about this kind of musical instrument. He also saw harps there, and all the harps he saw were very large. But the harp in front of it is very small, about the size of a violin, and it has a pair of wings, just like those note spirits. Still a golden light. I sensed that Zhou Wen's companion pets were raging on the music fountain square, and the strings on the harp made a melodious sound without wind. Although its voices vary, it seems that the sound it makes is not aggressive. But in the next second, Zhou Wen discovered a strange scene. As the sound of the harp sounded, the countless musical note spirits on the entire musical fountain square were arranged regularly, and they sounded in rows, as if responding to the sound of the harp. The innumerable note spirits in the entire music square formed a resonance, emitting a huge sound wave. The power of the sound wave actually killed the powerful epic creatures like the Queen of the Flame Furnace and the White Shadow of Poison, and the body was directly shaken by the sound wave. Broken. Even the six-winged guardian dragon, under the impact of the sound wave, took a few steps backwards, and the magic flame on his body swayed. Roar. The six-winged guardian dragon was furious and made a roaring sound. The demonic flames on its back rose, turned into 4 wings, and entered a 6-winged state. Poisonous breath was exhaled from its mouth, turning it into a terrifying tide. All elves are killed in seconds. The strings of the harp continued to sound automatically, and the note spirits in the entire musical fountain square also responded to it, sending out terrifying sound waves to fight against the poisonous breath of the 6-winged guardian dragon. The powerful 6-winged guardian dragon was actually blocked by the sound wave attack. In the shock of the sound wave, the poisonous breath shattered and rolled back. As for the blood-colored villain, he had already withdrawn from the music fountain square under Zhou Wen's control, and turned into the demon dragon's real body, so that he could resist the power attack of the sound wave. Zhou Wen was not surprised, but delighted, because it made him see a possibility. Legendary-level dimensional creatures have the largest number, so the burst of companion eggs is also the most, but no matter how many legendary-level companion eggs are, even if they can form a legion, the real combat power is not high. This is because the suppression of absolute power is so severe that even thousands of withered bones cannot kill a human wearing epic armor. Therefore, the low-level companion pet legion basically does not have much effect, and it is not very useful when dealing with those powerful dimensional creatures. However, the golden harp and these note spirits were able to combine their powers to the extent that they could compete with the six-winged guardian dragon, which was a bit formidable. There are so many note elves in the music hall, and the probability of exploding companion eggs is not low. If I can have the ability like the golden harp, can I form a note elves army? Zhou thought to himself. The six-winged guardian dragon competed head-on with Sonic, but it could not take advantage of it, and was forced back again and again by Sonic, but could never rush past. However, those sound waves can't hurt the six-winged guardian dragon. They can only temporarily stop it. Every time the six-winged guardian dragon launched an attack, some of the note spirits would be shaken to death. As the number of note spirits decreased, the power of the sound wave also weakened. The defeat of those harps and note spirits is only a matter of time. Zhou did not feel that the golden harp was useless because of this. You must know that the note elves it integrates are only legendary. If a large number of epic note elves can enter its queue, the power of the sound waves formed is not so simple. Now, as long as there is a strong enough force to join, it may not be impossible to defeat the mythical creature. Zhou was in no mood to wait for the six-winged guardian dragon to defeat it, and secretly summoned the demon baby, who found an opportunity and quietly released the flying sword. The flying sword flew in by the sound wave when it was neutral, and cut the golden harp in half. Kill the epic creature golden harp and discover the companion egg. Zhou was overjoyed. He didn't expect that today's luck would be so good that a companion egg would explode at one time. Losing the integration of the golden harp, the hundreds of thousands of note elves became a mob again, and could no longer compete with the six-winged guardian dragon. The six-winged guardian dragon rushed over. The elf was killed, and a lot of crystals and companion eggs exploded. Because there are too many, even if the explosion rate is not high, a lot of companion eggs are still exploding. Zhou controlled the blood-colored villain, picked up the companion eggs of the golden harp and the ordinary note elf, and directly chose to hatch. In a short time, Zhou hatched hundreds of note spirits, and on his left arm 7 small musical symbols appeared, and each musical symbol was very dark in color. For the same kind of companion pet, their tattoos are in the same position and will overlap. The more the number, the heavier the color of the tattoo pattern. The attributes of those note elves are not much different, all have only one sonic skill, and there is not much difference, so Zhou did not only look carefully at each, but focused on the attributes of the golden harp. Golden harp, epic. Destiny, the symphony of destiny. Soul of life, the soul of music. Strength 32, speed 39. Physical fitness 31. Vitality 40. Talent skill, the first movement of the symphony of destiny. Associated state none. Zhou read the various information on the golden harp and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Its ability is obviously not just as simple as integrating the note elves, as long as it is the power of the music department, it can be integrated by it. If Zhou can obtain a large number of high-level phonological creatures, epic level, or even mythical level existences in the future, and then use the power of the golden harp to integrate them, the power that can be erupted is simply immeasurable. In this regard, although the golden harp is only epic, its value may be higher than some mythical ones. Of course, the premise is that Zhou has enough music companion pets to cooperate with the golden harp, otherwise it is only its own power, which can only be regarded as the last in the epic level. After all, the skill of the golden harp itself is not strong, and it can even be said weak. With the golden harp, Zhou was in a good mood. He took the six-winged guardian dragon and continued to kill the Node Elves. Now he is not in a hurry to find the Sun Beast. Hundreds of thousands of Node Elves in the square were killed by the six-winged guardian dragon. Wanton killing, Zhou followed behind to pick up things. After the entire music fountain square was emptied, Zhou obtained a total of more than 200 Node Elves, and the poor little tiger was killed when the golden harp was in full swing. Otherwise there would be more. Don't worry, there will be time to brush slowly in the future, and sooner or later you will be able to form a legion. Not finding the Sun Beast, Zhou continued to walk forward with the six-winged guardian dragon and entered the hall behind the square. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw a group of brilliants appearing in the innermost part of the hall. I saw the six-winged guardian dragon and the blood-colored villain. The six-winged guardian dragon doesn't care so much. It directly sprayed the magic flame. The light met the magic flame and was not shattered. It was just scattered and reflected by the magic flame, and the rays of light shone on the walls and pillars of the palace, causing blue smoke to rise from the irradiated place. The magic flame separated the beam and directly burned the body of the Sun Beast. Zhou didn't even see what the Sun Beast looked like, and the Sun Beast was already killed. Kill the epic creature Sun Beast and discover the dimensional crystal. Zhou looked over and found that it was just a power 34 crystal. Completely useless. There were no other Sun Beasts or dimensional creatures in the hall. Zhou turned around, and after leaving the hall, he went to other buildings near the music fountain square. Finally, I found some note spirits, and an epic musical frog. It can attack with sonic waves and is extremely fast, but it was easily killed by the six-winged guardian dragon. After turning around, except that he did not dare to go to the last music temple, Zhou almost cleaned up the music temple, and found no golden harp and Sun Beast again. In desperation, Zhou could only withdraw from the copy of the music hall, and went to the forging temple to brush it again. Luckily, he found a companion egg of a god-patterned heavy-armored warrior, which was hatched immediately. Now Zhou is still trying to figure out a way to bring out a companion pet with an armor. The fit between the Xunwen heavy-armored warrior and the King Kong warrior is more than 70, and the success rate is still very high. Zhou second synthesis is not so unlucky. With the legendary King Kong Li Shi as the main pet, and the companion eggs of the Xunwen heavy armor warrior as an auxiliary, an epic King Kong Li Shi is synthesized. King Kong Lux, epic. Fate, King Kong's hide. Soul of life, God's blessed war pattern. Zhou was overjoyed when he only looked at Fate, and Fate, it was just perfect, it was exactly what he wanted. But after looking at the attributes, Zhou frowned again. 27, 32, 29, 34, the epic King Kong warriors, the attributes are really too low, and the skills are not ideal, only the golden bell and the fist of war. What do you want to have another reconciliation with? Zhou thought to himself, the best synthesis plan is to get the three-eyed King Kong warrior's King Kong not bad skills, so that he can increase his attributes and have a good skill. The golden bell and King Kong are not bad, and the defense can be improved. The only problem is that the explosion rate of the three-eyed King Kong Lux companion egg is also very low. Zhou has been working hard at dungeons recently. Every time he enters the music hall, he can only encounter one Sun Beast, as well as the casting temple and the three-eyed King Kong warrior. Zhou has also been brushing as For the golden harp, I haven't seen it since the first time. In such a huge music hall, there is only one sun beast at a time, which makes it more difficult for Zhou Wen to obtain the accompanying eggs of the sun beast. Fortunately, in addition to the sun beasts, Zhou Wen can also farm rare dimensional creatures such as little tigers, Yachty clone puppets, god-patterned heavy-armored warriors, three-eyed king Kong warriors, and mutant tyrannical snakes. Some companion pets are not of high level, but their skills or lifestyle are really easy to use. Now brush a few more, and when you get together in the future, you may be able to use them. While brushing pets, Zhou Wen found another good place. The place Zhou Wen found was not in Sunset College, but a dimensional field in Luoyang. It was not too famous, and most people rarely go there, because there are fewer dimensional creatures there, and the explosion rate is also low, making it even more troublesome to kill. Most people are reluctant to go, but Zhou Wen thinks that it is a good place. The dimensional field that is specially asked for leave is Peony Garden. There is a local legend that in ancient times, a generation of queens in the Eastern District ordered 100 flowers to bloom to cheer her up after getting drunk in Chang'an. Hundreds of flowers originally had different blooming seasons, but due to the empress' obscenity, they had to bloom at the same time. The empress looked happy, but found that among the hundreds of flowers, there was one flower that never bloomed, and was still standing in the 100 flowers with dry branches and dead leaves in between. That is peonies. The queen was furious and demoted the peony to Luoyang, but who knew that when the peony arrived in Luoyang, she immediately raised her head in full bloom, and the flower seemed to be a red glow. After hearing about it, the queen became even more angry, and ordered the peony to be burned to death. Who knew that when the fire burned, the peony would bloom even more beautifully? This peony garden is said to be inherited from the peony flowers that the queen demoted to this place at that time. Of course, that's just a legend. No matter how powerful the queen in the world is, it's impossible to control the blooming and falling of flowers, so why the peony garden can become a dimensional field is still a mystery. The peony flowers in the peony garden are all dimensional creatures, and some people have cut them down before. Unfortunately, the peony flowers will not explode with dimensional crystals and accompanying eggs, and slowly no one will come here to cut peonies. There are two kinds of dimensional creatures that peony garden can really kill. One is bee-like dimensional creatures, and the other is butterfly-like creatures, but these are few, and it is more troublesome to find, and they are all poisonous, and there is nothing good to do. It exploded, so the peony garden gradually lost its attention. The reason why Zhou Wen came to the peony garden was not to kill those bees and butterflies, but because there were few people in the peony garden, and it was said that there was a fairy root in the peony garden, which was the closest thing to nature. Zhou Wen just wanted to come here to play games. While playing games, he sensed the fragrance of birds and flowers, which is considered to be close to nature. Maybe he could have a further understanding of Taoism, and maybe he could condense the soul of life. Condensing the life soul and promoting the life soul are not simple things. It not only requires a lot of practice, but also comprehension and chance. The Slayer, the Ancient Emperor, and the Lost Kingdom have not been able to go further for the time being. Zhou Wen can only study it first. Daoju and Small Prajna. Zhou Wen came to the peony garden, and sure enough, he saw the flowers here, and at a glance, hundreds of miles were filled with purple and bright red, like a sea of flowers. The beauty was suffocating. The beauty of peony is oppressive. Some people think it is too gorgeous, some People think it is glorious beauty, and some people say that peony is the queen of flowers. Zhou has no research on flowers, but thinks that these peony flowers are really beautiful, because they have transformed into dimensional creatures. And the beauty of peony flowers has become even more thrilling. Zhou walked into the garden and found a stone pavilion in the sea of flowers. While sitting in the stone pavilion and playing games, he felt the fragrance of birds and flowers. The peony garden is indeed a little different from other dimensional fields. It is quiet and elegant, and the fragrance of flowers is refreshing. Except that the beauty of peony flowers is a little too thrilling. It is indeed a good quiet place. However, Zhou didn't have any special comprehension. He played the game while running the Daoju, and the Daoju did not improve. Zhou simply concentrated on playing the game. Don't think about anything else. After playing for a few hours, I heard footsteps. Zhou didn't want to pay attention, but the footsteps came towards Shitting, so he listened with his ability to listen carefully. There were two people, a middle-aged man and a boy of 11 or 12 years old. The two of them served strangely. They were wearing plain clothes, with robes on the outside, not the clothes of the locals. The middle-aged man walked in front, and the young man followed behind the middle-aged man with a sheath knife in his hand. The two walked all the way to the stone pavilion, not walking fast, as if they were wandering leisurely, enjoying the scenery of the peony garden. To be honest, peonies are indeed beautiful, but after looking at them for a long time, even the most beautiful things will make people feel a little aesthetic fatigue, which is why many people always feel that the things in their hometown are not as good as the things outside. In fact, it's not because things are bad, but because people's hearts are changeable, and things are rare and valuable. The middle-aged man had been watching the peony flowers for a long time, but he was still full of interest, carefully looking at the peony flowers that he could see. The young man's temperament was obviously not as calm as that of the middle-aged man. After watching it for a while, he felt bored, but he still followed the middle-aged man honestly and didn't overstep it. It seemed that the tutor was good. "Teacher, there are already people in this pavilion." The two came to the stone pavilion, and the boy saw Zhou in the pavilion, and said disappointedly. The middle-aged man didn't mind, standing outside the pavilion, and asked, "This little friend, can you let us rest in the pavilion for a while?" "Of course, Shitting is a shared facility, you can use it as long as you want," Zhou said. After the middle-aged man thanked him, he walked into the stone pavilion with the young man. The young man was carrying a large box on his back. He put the box down, opened it, took out a piece of cloth and spread it on the ground, took out a small wooden table, and some odds and ends. It looked like it's like a picnic, but the tools on the table seemed to be only for making tea. The middle-aged and the teenager sat down at the small wooden table respectively, and the teenager could make tea with those complicated tea sets. "Meeting is fate, little friend. If you don't dislike it, why don't you try the tea from our hometown?" the middle-aged man said to Zhou. "I got it with good intentions, I'm not thirsty yet." Zhou continued to play the game after finishing speaking. The middle-aged man didn't mind either, and he looked quite comfortable while drinking tea and enjoying the flowers. "Teacher, there are so many famous dimensional fields in Luoyang, why do we have to come to Peony Garden? Even dimensional creatures are hard to see here. Is there any special place?" asked the middle-aged man. "Flowers are like life, plum blossoms are proud, chrysanthemums are noble, blooming in the season when other flowers wither, so the first impression will make people feel that they are different. But peony is different, its blooming time is not unique. Many flowers will it blooms in the nearby time period, but in this season of blooming flowers, it is still able to dominate the crowd. The other kind is different, the kingly way is different, the middle-aged man said. The young man seemed to understand, but looked up at the peony flowers outside the stone pavilion. After thinking about it, the young man said, I still like the cherry blossoms in our hometown. They are not so gorgeous, but they are just as beautiful, and they wither at the most beautiful time. They will not slowly wither and wither like the flowers here, which makes people think heroes are too late. The splendor of a moment is of course the most beautiful, but life is not just a moment, and the cherry blossoms are not only open for a year, the middle-aged man said after drinking a cup of tea. The young man hurriedly made another cup for the middle-aged man, but after the middle-aged man drank it, he said, the temperature of this tea is still a little worse today. Teacher, it's been so long since you've been out, you always let me make tea, when will you teach me kendo? The boy couldn't help asking. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, you've been with me for 17 days. Since you set out, and you can't bear to ask until now. It shows that your father's teachings are quite different. Please make it clear, teacher. The boy saluted. My kendo is a bit different from yours. I focus on one word for understanding. I have taught you for 17 days, and you haven't even understood it yet. When you understand it, it's when I teach you the moves. Middle-aged, said the man. You taught me 17 days? The young man was slightly startled, looked at the middle-aged man with some doubts, and said, but these 17 days, we have been traveling. You either let me do some chores, or let me make tea. Where did you teach me something? So you haven't realized yet. The middle-aged man smiled. After all, a young man is a young man. These 17 days seem to have consumed all his patience, and he can't help but retort, if I knew everything, my father would not let me worship you as a teacher. Ask the teacher to teach me. With that said, the young man bowed down in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, your realm is not enough. The young man was a little unconvinced, raised his head and said, I am 12 years old this year. I have been promoted to legend. I once went to Tian Academy to compete with the top 10 geniuses in kendo, and I have played all over Tian Academy, and no one is my opponent. The realm is not enough. So who else has enough? After all, learning is just learning, it doesn't mean anything. And this world is very big. Tian Academy is not equal to the whole world. The middle-aged man said lightly, seeing that he couldn't impress the middle-aged man. The young man couldn't help but get angry, but his teacher was too famous, and his tutor did not allow him to contradict the teacher too much. There was a suffocating fire in his heart, and there was nowhere to vent. When the boy was feeling uncomfortable, he suddenly thought of Zhou Wen on the other side of the stone pavilion. He stood up, walked to Zhou Wen, bowed slightly and asked, may I ask if you are a local here? Person? No, I came here to go to school. Zhou Wen replied. The boy's eyes lit up when he heard it, looked at Zhou Wen and asked, which college are you a student from? Sunset Academy. Zhou Wen replied casually when he saw that he was still polite. I've heard of Sunset College. The college that the Federation ranks in the top 10 should be the best college here, right? The boy's eyes brightened. It should be, Zhou Wen said. After hearing this, the teenager turned to the middle-aged man and asked, Teacher, Sunset College is one of the top 10 colleges in the Federation, and it ranks above Dongtian College. They don't know who I am, so naturally they won't let me. If you can defeat the best student of Tian Academy, will you be able to teach me kendo? The middle-aged man just smiled and said nothing. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Seeing that the teacher did not answer, the young man bowed and said, "Then I will be the teacher, you agree?" With that said, the young man got up and walked to Zhou again and asked, "Excuse me, who is the strongest student in Sunset Academy now? Is it the strongest?" Zhou really thought about it for a while, and then replied, "If it is recognized as the number one, it should be the president of the student union, right?" "What's his name?" the boy asked. "We go," Zhou replied. "Is Wei Gu?" The young man recited it a few times, then walked up to the middle-aged man and saluted, "Teacher, I will go to Sunset College to challenge their strongest student. After I return victoriously, you should be able to teach me kendo, right? There is a student from Sunset College here. Why do you want to be far away?" The middle-aged man glanced at Zhou and said with a smile. The boy said, "What I want to defeat is the strongest student of Sunset College, not an ordinary student. But in my opinion, he is better than you." The middle-aged man said. The teenager naturally refused to believe it, looked at Zhou and asked, "What level are you at Sunset Academy?" "It's very weak. It's not a good thing. You should go to Sunset College to find Wei Gu." Zhou said. He was not interested in dealing with this child. "Teacher, it seems that this time, you have misunderstood." The teenager looked at the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man ignored the young man, looked at Zhou and said with a smile, "Little friend, may I ask where did you rank in the last unified examination of Sunset College?" "It's barely 10th. Zhou replied. After listening, the teenager looked at Zhou again, nodded for a while, and said, "The 10th is indeed a bit worse, but since the teacher has spoken, I will defeat you first, and then challenge the number one Wei Gu." Speaking, the boy made a strange gesture and said, "Please accept my challenge." "Sorry. I don't have time," Zhou said while playing a game. He was not interested at all in this boy, nor in bullying children. The boy couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhou attitude made him feel despised. "I'm the real Sakura, please enlighten me." The young man put on a knife stance and held the handle, as if he would come out at any time. Zhou has already refused, there is no need to say it a second time, just ignore him and play games on his own. A flash of anger flashed in Ben Jianying's eyes, and she yanked out the knife, only to see the light of the knife flickering, slashing towards Zhou like lightning. Zhou was still playing games, without raising his eyelids. Those knife lights just cut past him in the end. Although it looked dangerous, he didn't even hurt a corner of his clothes. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He got up and said, "Sakura, please step back, he is not of the same level as you." Ben Jianying was originally unconvinced in her heart, and when she heard the teacher's evaluation, she was even more dissatisfied. But his teacher had already stood up, and as a disciple, he had to observe etiquette, so Ben Jianying could only step aside and get sullen. "I'm in Yasakai, may I ask your little friend's name?" The middle-aged man looked at Zhou and asked. "Don't dare, my name is Zhou." Zhou put down the phone in his hand and replied. Because Zhou had never heard of the name Yasakai, he didn't think there was anything, but this name was considered a splendid name in another region, or even in the entire Federation. Speaking of the swordsman Yasakai, many kendo practitioners know that he used to practice second-class swordsmanship. 10 years ago, he was already a generation of kendo masters, and he was also a famous local handsome man. However, Zhou Wen had no idea about this, and he had never heard of Chiyasa's name. Seeing that her teacher, Chiyasakai, solemnly declared her name, Zhou Wen was just sitting there talking and couldn't help but snorted coldly, feeling that Zhou Wen didn't respect his teacher Chiyasakai enough. Chiyasakai didn't care, and said with a smile, "Little friend Zhou Wen is studying at Sunset College. Are you familiar with Principal Leng Zongjing? It's rare to see Principal Leng, he has long stopped teaching." Zhou Wen answered truthfully. "Isn't your mentor Leng Zongjing? So who is your mentor, little friend?" Chiyasa was slightly surprised. Zhou Wen was so young, and he already had such a realm of cultivation. He thought that Zhou Wen should be a student of Leng Zongjing. This time he came to Luoyang to challenge Leng Zongjing. "Princess," Zhou Wen replied subconsciously. Because after the princess left, Zhou Wen had a lot of things, and had little contact with the new mentor. The impression in his mind was still when the princess was a mentor, and the princess and Wang Mingyuan were both members of the Luoyang royal family, so Zhou Wen subconsciously was more willing recognize the princess as her own mentor. Chiyasa thought for a while, but he had never heard of the name. In fact, Chiyasa didn't look down on the other tutors of Sunset College. He felt that the only one in Sunset College that could be worth fighting for him was the principal Leng Zongjing. He didn't know much about other mentors, only a few more prestigious mentors. Although those mentors are relatively well known in the Federation, Chiya Sakai really did not regard them as opponents. Although Zhou Wen is not a student taught by Leng Zongjing, but since he is a student of Sunset Academy, and he has achieved such achievements at such a young age, Chiyasa also wants to know how far Zhou Wen has come. At the beginning, Chiyasa only saw that Zhou Wen's temperament and cultivation were good, and in front of their master and apprentice, he was still calm and unaffected by them, and felt that this young student was good. Later, Ben Jining tried to test Zhou Wen and wanted to force Zhou Wen to take action. Only then did Qi Ji see that Zhou Wen was really unusual, and his martial arts realm was not low, but it was impossible to tell how high it was. "Nothing else, I want to continue playing games." Zhou Wen lowered his head and wanted to continue playing games. Chiya Sakai was non-committal, looking at the peony flowers outside the stone pavilion. A gust of wind blew, and a withered petal fell down and blew into the stone pavilion. She stretched out her slender fingers and sandwiched the petal between her fingers. "Little friend, look at the difference between this petal." Saying that, Chiyasa held the petal between her index and middle fingers and stretched it out in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen suddenly felt a slight tremor in his body, and couldn't help raising his head to look at Chiyasa. The speed at which Chiyasa's fingers stretched out was not fast, but when that finger landed in Zhou Wen's eyes, the situation was completely different. The vitality of the entire peony garden seems to move with Chiyasa's finger, as if Chiyasa is the master of this peony garden, and the 800-li peony garden moves with his power. Zhou Wen felt that he was not facing Chiya Sakai, but facing the hundreds of millions of flowers in the entire peony garden. The power condensed on the petals was as invisible as the sea of flowers, and suddenly felt to great pressure. Zhou Wen looked serious, sitting on the bench. He pointed like a sword and reached out to the petals sent by Chiya Sakai, pinching the other side of the petals. In an instant, Zhou Wen only felt a strange force impact. Flowers bloom and fall, sunrise and sunset, from life to death. Zhou Wen only feels that his body is rapidly aging. And time is passing by rapidly. A strange look flashed in Chiya Sakai's eyes. He used to practice the second class first class. The so-called second class first class. The general truth is that the sky has the sun and the moon. And people are divided into yin and yang. The 2-day first-class samurai usually holds a big sword in the right hand and a small sword in the left hand, and one yang and one yin generate infinite changes. Chiya Sakai's own talent is extremely high. After experiencing a lot of tempering and comprehension in the dimensional field, not only has he practiced the second class first class to the extreme, but he has also created a genre of his own from the basics of the second class first class, so that his strength has improved greatly. This genre not only pays attention to yin and yang, but also has a great relationship with time and life and death. Chiyasa has not named this genre yet. This time he came to Luoyang to challenge Leng Zongjing. Created this genre named because Zhou Wen is a student of Sunset College. Chiya Sakai just planned to use his new technique to test his Xinqing cultivation base and realm, and did not want to really do it with him. However, when he used the withered glory in the sword technique, he found that Zhou Wen was unmoved at all and was not affected at all, so he could not help but gradually strengthen his kendo will. The vicissitudes of life, the sun and the moon, Zhou Wen felt as if there were countless flowers from blooming to decay, as if the entire peony garden had become a tomb of flowers, and he also went from young to old, as if he was about to die. Seeing that Zhou Wen was still unmoved, Chiya Sakai couldn't help but be extremely surprised. He had already regarded Zhou Wen very high, but he never thought that the young man in front of him seemed to be stronger than he thought, so he couldn't help but think. It also strengthened a bit of kendo will, and changed from life and death to the intention of withering glory. Van Jining watched from the side, but didn't feel anything, only to see Zhou Wen and Chiyasa holding the petals on one side, one standing and the other sitting, both motionless. Hama Sakura was a little puzzled. She didn't know what her teacher Chiya Sakai was doing, but she didn't dare to disturb her, so she could only wait patiently. But looking at it, Benzen Sakura's eyes widened. He saw that his teacher Chiya Sakai's headband was broken, and his long hair was scattered. The long black hair was gradually turning white. In just a moment, the long black hair turned snow white. "Teacher, what's the matter with you?" Ben Jining turned pale in shock, stood up quickly, and wanted to rush over and push Zhou Wen away. Bang! But Ben Jining only took a few steps towards Zhou Wen, and she felt that she had bumped into a terrifying and unparalleled force. Her body involuntarily flew out, and landed outside the stone pavilion. Blood spilled from her mouth, and her bones were broken. A few looked at Zhou Wen in the stone pavilion in horror, struggling several times, but could not get up. After Zhou Wen came to the peony garden, he has been running the Taoist art. Chiyasa's kendo will oppressed him, making him feel withered on life and death, but this oppression did not shake Zhou Wen's will, but suddenly seems to be enlightened. With Zhou Wen's perception, the Taoist formulas on his body have also undergone some strange changes. The Taoist body and spirit are shaking, and the whole body and mind seem to resonate with all things in the world, thus constantly changing and condensing in his body. At this time, Zhou Wen actually began to condense the soul of Dao Ju. Chiyasa didn't know that his kendo will was useless to Zhou Wen at all, but instead became Zhou Wen's help, which made him constantly feel something. Seeing that Zhou Wen was still unmoved, Chiya Sakai was in shock, and pushed the will of kendo that he had understood to the limit. The vitality had been integrated into it. It was not just a simple test, but it was already a real competition. force rushed towards Zhou Wen through the petals held by the two of them. This unnamed sword has still not been able to shake Zhou Wen. Qi Yasa has pushed the sword intent to the extreme, but Zhou Wen is still unmoved. His sword power with the meaning of life and death withered glory, after impacting Zhou Wen, disappeared without a trace. Like a stone sinking into the sea. Qi Sakai's surprise was no trivial matter. With the comprehension of this sword, he pushed his life and soul to the perfect level, and he also planned to challenge Lung Zongjing with this sword. But who knew about this sword? Even a student of Sunset College couldn't do anything. For a time, Qi Yasa only felt that all his thoughts were gone, he only felt that there was no love for life. And his black hair turned white in a short period of time. How does Qi Yasa know that his sword, even if it is against Lung Zongjing, can't be ineffective, but Zhou Wen's Taoism and the condensing soul are the nemesis of his sword? If he uses life soul to fight Zhou Wen is by no means his opponent, but with the life and death power of this sword alone, he can't help Zhou Wen at all. Zhou Wen now only feels that his energy is condensing towards his brain, and the power of Qi Yasa's sword has also been sucked in, and some kind of power between heaven and earth is also flowing towards his brain, like the Yangtze River usually poured in. Zhou Wen only felt that in his mind, a crystal had condensed. The crystal was very strange. It seemed to be in his brain, but it was not in any part of the brain. As if it only existed in his consciousness. But Zhou Wen can clearly feel its existence. As soon as his life and soul was completed, Zhou Wen suddenly felt refreshed, as if his whole body had been reborn. Endless vitality poured out from the crystal-like life and soul, making him feel like bathing in a clear spring. Qi Yasa couldn't accept the fact that he was even inferior to a student at Sunset Academy, and he couldn't accept the fact that the swordsmanship he had learned for so many years was of no use at all. When Zhou Wen's life-soul was condensed, the power of the life-soul fluctuated, which also caused Qi Yasa's life and soul to vibrate, and a sword-soul, like a demon, appeared on Qi Yasa's body. The real Sakura looked stupid. He never imagined that his teacher, Qi Sakai, the world-famous swordsman, would actually use his life spirit when he was competing with a student. That is the perfect sword saint of life and soul reincarnation. I don't know how many epic powerhouses have been defeated by the sword saint of reincarnation of Qi Yasakai. It is a supreme being with the power of life and death. In the next second, Hama Sakura saw Qi Yasakai's white hair flying, the sword saint of Samsara and Qi Yasakai merged into one, and a great sword made of light and darkness appeared in Qi Yasakai's hand, and the piece was the petals have been melted away by a terrifying force. Qi Yasa held the sword in his hand. With all his thoughts in despair, he no longer had any extra thoughts. He just wanted to prove himself and his own swordsmanship, and slashed down at Zhou Wen with one knife. When the knife light passed, the surrounding flower sea was affected by the force of the knife. Half of the flowers were in full bloom, and the other half of the flowers were withered, just like the separation between heaven and hell. The teacher actually used this knife. Bensen Sakura was shocked to the extreme. Qi Sakai not only used his life and soul, but also used his strongest sword. This sword, Masakura, was only heard from his father, and he had never seen it before. His father, who saw Qi Sakai's sword, originally had the same strength as Qi Sakai, and finally decided to give his favorite son, Hama Sakura, to Qi Sakai for teaching, and Qi Sakai respected him. Ji said that he is the first person in Kendo. Benjanin followed Qi Yasakai. and wanted to learn this sword most, but Chiyasukai had never used it, so he had never even seen it before. Today is the first time he really saw the sword. However, the sword that was described by Motoka as a demon-killing god was actually used by Chiyasukai to fight against a student, which made Momo Sakura feel a little incredible. However, he finally saw the power of this knife. It was really a knife like a god. It was only affected by the power on the knife, and the peony garden became a hell. It's no wonder that even a person like his father respects his teacher so much. With such a powerful sword, who else in the world can compete? Benzen Sakura admired in her heart. But in the next second, Benjanin stayed on the spot, her eyes widened to the extreme, but her pupils contracted like the tip of a needle, looking into the stone pavilion in disbelief. I saw that Joe-Wen was still sitting on the bench in the stone pavilion. He was not moved by Chiyasa's sword like a god, nor did he stand up, but just held a green bamboo in his hand. The knife light suddenly appeared, and there was actually a knife in the green bamboo. Benzen Sakura has never seen such a gorgeous and domineering trick. That glamorous knife light, while cutting through the void, also left an indelible mark on Benzen Sakura's mind. When Hanma Sakura wanted to see the light of the sword clearly, she found that the bamboo sword had returned to the scabbard, as if it had never been touched. But when he looked at Chiyasukai again, the knife in his hand, which was formed by light and darkness, suddenly broke apart, turned into little stars and shattered and dissipated, and the terrifying sword intent also shattered. I lost. Chiyasukai stood there, staring at Joe-Wen blankly, but his eyes seemed to have lost focus. Benma Sakura sat on the ground. He couldn't accept the result. Chiyasukai, the man known as the #1 swordsman, his teacher Benma Sakura, was defeated by a student who was not much older than him. Looking at Joe-Wen, who was still sitting in the stone pavilion, Benjanin suddenly felt that it might not be a person, but a devil, and the knife just now came from the power of the devil. But that coquettish and gorgeous knife left an indelible mark in the depths of his soul, which made him unable to stop thinking about it over and over again. Teacher. Moto Sakura suddenly saw a thin line of blood appear on Chiyasa's neck, and she couldn't help but turn pale with fright, and wanted to rush over. If I were you, I wouldn't touch him, Joe-Wen said. After listening to Joe-Wen's words, Benjanin trembled, stood outside the stone pavilion, did not rush in, stared at Joe-Wen, gritted her teeth and asked, Your Excellency has already won, do you still want to kill them all? Joe-Wen pointed to Chiyasukai and said, I'm not a murderer, what would I kill him for? Your teacher is probably fighting between heaven and man at this time. If you disturb him, I don't know what the consequences will be. Benzen Sakura looked at Chiyasukai half doubtfully, seeing that he was standing there dumbfounded. His eyes were very empty, and the wound on his neck was only a skin injury, not very deep, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What's the name of the knife your teacher used just now? Joe-Wen looked at Ben Zhenying and asked. Just now, because he saw Chiyasukai's sword intent, he realized some meanings of life and death, and then he understood the relationship between human beings and all things in nature, so that he could condense the soul of life from the Tao body. From this, we can see that Chiyasukai, that move is really great. Benjanin doesn't dare to despise Joe-Wen anymore now, although the age difference between the two is not big, but Benjanin regards herself as a junior, and replied cautiously, that trick doesn't have a name yet. 2 days of first-class swordsmanship as a foundation, and then comprehend the 4 seasons withering prosperity and the method Of reincarnation of life and death, a self-created one-style swordsmanship. So it is. Zhou Wen nodded slightly, got up and was about to leave. He came to the peony garden originally to see if he could condense the life and soul of the Taoist body. Although the peony garden was not able to help him, Chiyasa did a favor for him, which was considered a crooked fight. Hundreds of no taboos, initial body, heaven and man are one, and all laws are inviolable. With the appearance of the soul, the word taboo behind the vitality also disappeared. This is the soul of life condensed by the Taoist body. It is a bit strange. It is a crystal in the consciousness. It seems to have a substance, but it does not seem to have a substance. It is such a life soul that blocks Chiyasa's life to death move, letting the that Kurong death power is useless to Zhou Wen, so Zhou Wen was able to defeat Chiyasa Kai. In terms of sheer strength, Chiyasa Kai's perfect level Samsara Sword Saint is much stronger than Zhou Wen's life and soul. If he doesn't use that move, but simply uses ordinary vitality to fight Zhou Wen's sword will do that. It's impossible to win so cleanly. Seeing Zhou Wen walk out of the stone pavilion, Ben Jining said anxiously, "Teacher, what happened to him?" "I didn't hurt him, it's just that he couldn't figure out some things himself. If he figured it out, he would be fine," Zhou Wen said without looking back. Ben Jining hesitated for a while, seeing that Zhou Wen was about to go far, and finally couldn't help shouting at Zhou Wen's back, "What's the name of your knife?" "Flying Immortals outside the sky," Zhou Wen replied, as he walked, and soon disappeared into the flowers. Heaven, outside, flying, immortal. The bewitching and gorgeous knife flashed in Ben Sakura's mind. Again. The gesture shocked his heart and made him unforgettable. There were two people, one old and one young, one stood in a daze in the stone pavilion, and the other stood outside the pavilion in a daze. After a while, Ben Jining suddenly heard the sound of awe, and quickly turned to look at Chi in the stone pavilion. "Yasa." Seeing Chiya Sakai spit out a mouthful of blood, Ben Jining hurried in to help Chiya. "Sakai, teacher, what's the matter with you?" Chiya Sakai spat out a mouthful of blood, but her face was much better. She wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, but a smile appeared on her face. "So it is. No wonder I haven't given that knife a name, so it's in my heart. Deep down, I have long known that this knife is not correct, and now I finally understand where I am wrong." Saying that, Chi Ji looked around, but did not see Zhou Wen, so he asked, "Where is Zhou Wenjun?" "He's back," Ben Sakura replied. "Why didn't you stop him?" Chiya Sakai blurted out. Ben Sakura thought to herself, "It's like you can't stop others, what can I do to stop him?" Naturally, Ben Jining didn't say these words. Chiya Sakai probably realized that what she said was wrong, so she asked Ben Jining again, "Have you ever asked him what the name of the knife he just made?" "He said it's called Feixian," Ben Jining replied blurtedly. Chi Yasa nodded and said, "It turns out that the sword is called Feixian outside the sky. My sword technique is going the wrong way, blindly pursuing the method of life and death withering prosperity, but I have lost the essence of the first class for 2 days, and I am arrogant to think that swordsmanship I have reached the pinnacle, and I want to challenge Leng Zongjing. I didn't expect that even a student from Sunset College can break my swordsmanship. Well, after this battle, I finally see the road ahead clearly, and I have to go back and recorrect my swordsmanship. Would you like to practice with me? One day as a teacher, life as a father." Ben Jining immediately worshipped. "Okay, then let's go back." I want to correct the sword technique again. In the future, my faction will be called Tian Liu. Chi Yasukai said seriously. Flying Immortals in 2 days? Hamasakura looked at Chi Yasukai with some doubts. My kendo comes from Tian first class, and the sword that Zhou Wenjun used to wake me up is called Tian Feishian, so as to show respect, so my faction is called Tian Liu. I hope that after you inherit my kendo in the future, you can go further, use my 2-day flying immortal style, to defeat his heavenly flying immortal. Chi Sakai said. Flying immortals in 2 days? Benjaning muttered to herself, and Zhou Wen's coquettish and gorgeous knife could not help but emerge in her mind. The 2 masters and disciples stopped looking for Leng Zongjing, so they left Luoyang. Zhou Wen didn't take this matter to heart, but he didn't know that Liu became a mainstream kendo sect overseas in the next 2 days. This is all a matter of the future. After returning to the dormitory, Zhou Wen began to study 100 no taboo Fate Soul. He wanted to know what use this Fate Soul was. What is currently known is that it can break the power of Kurong's death, but this is obviously not the real effect of the 100 and no taboos. After opening the game dungeon, Zhou Wen entered the Temple of Forging, trying to see if Bai Wu Taboo could block the power of the flame. The result was tragic, and the blood-colored villain was almost burned to death. Can't you block the power of flame? Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and changed another copy, went to the music hall, and wanted to try to see if he could resist the sound wave. The result was still useless. After turning on 100 no taboos, the result was the same. As if it was not turned on. The sound wave bombarded the blood-colored villain, sending the blood-colored villain flying out several meters, and Zhou Wen twitched in pain. No way? Could it be that this thing can only block the power of Kurong's death? Zhou Wenjing saw a sun beast rushing out of the palace when he was depressed. Zhou Wen didn't want to try again. He summoned the 6-winged guardian dragon and let it kill the sun beast directly. Zhou Wen brushed so many times, but no companion eggs were released. This time, he didn't think about it at all, but unexpectedly the sun beast turned companion eggs exploded. It's finally here. Zhou Wen left the unforbidden things behind, and his mood became complicated. With the sun beast, he can finally fight the torch dragon. Zhou Wen couldn't kill a lot of sun beasts, but it was the first time that he could clearly see what it looked like. Because the light on the sun beast is too strong, it usually looks like a small sun when seen, but in fact, the sun beast is a small beast in the shape of a crystal. Sun beast, epic. Fate, son of the sun, soul of life, sunshine. Strength, 39. Speed, 38. Physical fitness, 39. Vitality, 39. Talent skill, solar arc associated state, crystal mirror. Zhou Wen summoned the sun beast and turned it into a companion state. A mirror like a sun disk appeared in his hand. It looked very beautiful. The mirror could clearly illuminate Zhou Wen's shadow, even compared to the current glass mirror. Even more clearly. Looking at the crystal mirror, Zhou Wen thought of a question. The mirror was more than enough to cover his face, and barely enough to cover his chest, but it was absolutely impossible to cover his entire body behind the mirror. Zhou Wen didn't know if blocking only a part of his body would be of any use to the candle dragon's vision. With the sun beast, Zhou Wen opened the game copy and planned to give it a try. Came to the temple again, summoned the 6-winged guardian dragon, and let it rush into the temple as a pioneer. The blood-colored villain was also under The control of Zhou Wen, cooperating with the six-winged guardian dragon and the candle dragon. Because Zhou Wen didn't know. When the candle dragon would use the whole candle vision, he kept paying attention to the eyes of the candle dragon secretly. Zhulong's eyes are usually dim, but when using the whole candle vision, it will first become brighter, and then turn into a mirror. The process in the middle is very short, it is only a momentary thing. Zhou Wen must summon the sun beast when the candle dragon happens to use the whole candle vision, which is also difficult. Because the sun beast is only epic, it can't bear the terrifying fighting power if it is summoned too early, so Zhou Wen can only do this. He couldn't be more familiar with the candle dragon. When the candle dragon used the whole candle vision, Zhou Wen rushed in front of it for a moment and summoned the crystal mirror, blocking the face of the blood-colored villain. The next second, Zhou Wen saw a strange scene. The crystal mirror and the blood-colored villain's faces were all right, but the body disappeared, and then the game screen went black. No. One lied to me, Lord Emperor. The mirror is really useful, but this crystal mirror is too small. Zhou Wen was not discouraged, and now it is clear that the mirror can restrain the candle dragon, and killing the candle dragon is only a matter of time. He searched the internet again to find out if there were any larger mirror companion eggs, but he was a little disappointed. The known mirror companion pets were all relatively small, and it was basically impossible for a whole person to hide behind the mirror. The largest known companion pet mirror is a magic mirror in the West District, but that magic mirror is mythical, and so far, the 6 major families have not been able to break it. It seems that there is no way to get a big mirror. Is there any other way? Zhou Wen thought hard about how to use the smaller crystal mirror to perfectly break the whole candle horizon. Zhou Wen kept coming up with new strategies and kept trying, spending a lot of time on dungeons every day. Zhou Wen hadn't been able to deal with the candle dragon, but he got a 3-eyed Vajra warrior companion egg. Zhou Wen combined it with the epic Vajra warriors he had previously combined. They were also Vajra warriors, but the degree of fit was only over 60. After hesitating for a while, he still chose to synthesize. And then watched the companion eggs of Vajra Lux and 3-eyed Vajra Lux gradually engulfed by the brilliance, and finally merged into one. When the brilliance dissipated and a King Kong warrior appeared on the game screen, Zhou Wen's hanging heart was released. The attributes of the resynthesized King Kong Lux have improved a lot, reaching more than 30, and the luck is quite different. As an auxiliary material, the 3-eyed King Kong Lux, its King Kong non-defective skills have been retained. In this way, King Kong Leisure has the 3 skills of Golden Bell Cover, King Kong Indestructible, and Fist of War at the same time. The Fist of War is of no use to Zhou Wen, mainly because of the 2 skills of Golden Bell Cover and King Kong Not Bad, which have a large bonus to defense. When he went to the temple to fight the candle dragon again, Zhou Wen summoned the King Kong Leisure to see how its defensive ability was. The result surprised Zhou Wen. King Kong Leisure used both the Golden Bell Hood and King Kong's indestructible skills, plus the Blessing of God's Blessing War Mark. He even took a tail blow from the candle dragon and slammed his body against the wall of the palace. Was not seriously injured. This seemingly ordinary Vajra warrior finally endured 4 attacks from the torch dragon before being killed. This was beyond Zhou Wen's expectations. Among the epic companion pets, there are not many who can withstand the candle dragon without dying in one blow. The King Kong warrior actually took 4 blows, which can be regarded as heaven-defying. It's a pity that King Kong Leisure can't block Dongzhu's vision. This Vajra warrior looks the same as an ordinary Vajra warrior, but its own strength is far superior to that of a Vajra warrior. If ordinary people treat it as a Vajra warrior, I am afraid they will suffer a big loss. This is an advantage. Zhou Wenqin, thinking about whether to find a recognized weak chicken companion in the future, and then combine various powerful skills on it, so that when facing the enemy, you can be surprised. Thinking of the weak chicken companion pet, Zhou Wen thought of the lucky little tiger. This guy is indeed the weakest among the epics. Except for the lucky attribute, he is useless. Wait for a little tiger to come out later, and try to see if you can make a powerful little tiger. Zhou Wen summoned the King Kong warrior and turned it into golden soft armor to wear on his body. This time, I found that it was a little different. The soft armor made by ordinary Vajra warriors was woven from gold threads, the color of pure gold, without any patterns. Zhou Wen's soft armor has a gleaming God's bless battle pattern on it, which looks very dazzling. Zhou Wen didn't like being dazzling, because that would make him a big, eye-catching target. Vajra Lux is made of soft armor, and armor can be worn on the outside. I can use the heavy armor warrior as the main material, and the companion egg of the King Kong Lux as the auxiliary material, to form a god pattern heavy armor with the life of the Vajra body. The armored warriors are here. Zhou Wen said he would do it. The Shenwen heavy armored warriors and the King Kong warriors were not difficult to explode, but there was a problem when they were synthesized. After the combination of the two, the Shenwen heavy armor warrior did not obtain the fate of King Kong Li Shi, but the original fate, but one more skill. I tried to synthesize it several times, and the results were different each time, sometimes with more skills, sometimes with less skills. Only in the third time I combined the Divine Rune Heavy with the Vajra Body Fate and the Divine Bless Battle Pattern Fate Soul Armored Warrior, but that God-marked Heavy Armored Warrior didn't even have a skill. When Zhou Wen was frantically brushing dungeons and petting him, a strange thing happened in Luoyang City. An intersection in the urban area was blocked by a huge black cube. The side of the black cube was about 50 meters long. It was very huge. It didn't look like metal, but it didn't look like stone or plastic. The strange thing is that no one knows when the black cube appeared there. And Xing, who was in charge of investigating this matter, looked at the nearby surveillance and found that the black cube seemed to appear out of thin air. The video was still watching for a second. Without it, it will be there in the next second. Such a strange thing. There are 10 n-dimensional creatures inseparable, in order to avoid accidents, and Xing mobilized many experts in the Sunset Army to study how to get rid of or destroy the black cube. However, they have used many methods, but they have not been able to remove the black cube, nor have they been able to damage it. Even the most destructive weapons and vitality skills that can be used at present have not been able to damage the black cube in the slightest. Some people wanted to dig up the concrete pavement under the black cube and then use some tools to move it against the black cube, but soon they found out that the black cube was actually suspended in the air. After the ground was dug out, right, it doesn't have any effect, still can't move. Although the black cube has never been a threat, and Xing still made the worst plan, evacuated the nearby residents, temporarily isolated the area, and sent troops to station to avoid accidents. Within 2 days, and Xing received a lot of news, and the results were surprising. It turned out that not only Luoyang, but many cities in the 4 federal districts had the same black cubes. Now everyone is working on the black cube, and until now, no one has been able to determine what it is, and no one has been able to destroy or move it. Many people are as worried as in Sheng. The black cube is like a huge time bomb in the city. Maybe it will cause a terrifying disaster. Visions appear frequently, and these days are becoming more and more uneven. And Xing sighed. And Tianzhua was looking at the information sent from all over the world. Even the cities of the 6 major families had black cubes, and the 6 major families had nothing to do with them. The 6 major families have dispatched mythical companion pets, trying to destroy or find out what the black cube is, but the result is not very good. The power of the mythical companion pet still can't hurt the black cube. And Tianzhua frowned at the information sent back from various places, and his brows gradually wrinkled. Black cubes are popping up all over the world, which is obviously very unusual. Have you noticed that these black cubes only appear in areas where humans gather, but no black cubes are found in the wild and dimensional fields? And Tianzhua said, "You suspect this is a conspiracy against humans?" And Xing immediately understood what Tianzhua meant. Although I don't want to see such a thing happen, but all the current analysis of phenomena indicates that those black cubes are aimed at humans. And Tianzhua looked solemn. The water comes to cover the soil, and the soldiers come to block it. Who have you been afraid of, Lord Overseer? And Xing deliberately said in a relaxed tone. And Tianzhua smiled slightly, stopped talking about it, and asked in Sheng, "How's the progress over Zhuolu?" Progress is no progress. Those experts have analyzed it for so long, and they probably guessed that the big snake is the legendary candle dragon, and the other mythical creature is Qiongqi, one of the 4 beasts. Other than that, there is no progress, unless there is a myth-level power intervenes, otherwise it is impossible to break the temple. And Xing said, "How is the mood of the person at home?" And Tianzhua asked after a while. "It looks the same as usual, eat what you like and buy what you like, but as you can see, Madam still can't put it down." And Xing said, after a long silence. And Tianzhua suddenly said, "How long does it take to go back and forth to Zhuolu?" And Xing's face changed greatly after hearing this. "Overseer, absolutely not, you must not go to Zhuolu. The strength of Zhuolong and Qiongqi is still unknown, we have not even figured out what kind of ability they have, it is too dangerous for you to go like this. If I don't know whether my grandfather is in the temple or not, I'm afraid the family member will not feel at ease." And Tianzhua said, "Overseer, if you are trapped in it, Madam will not just be sad. And now something as weird as a black cube has appeared, and there may be serious problems at any time. You can't be here without you." And Xing said seriously. The expression on Tianzhua's face changed when he heard the words, and after a long time he sighed and said, "Xing, before we only wanted to really control the in-family Anluoyang, but at that time we thought that we can never do it again. If you have any scruples, you can do whatever you want. Now we have truly become the undisputed masters here. But we have found that the scruples have changed even more." And Xing looked at Tianzhua and said seriously, "A person, the fewer things he has to carry, the less scruples he will have. Overseer, you have too many things on your back. Maybe." And Tianzhua got up and walked to the window, looking at the black cube on the city street. His expression became more and more complicated. Zhouwen has been favored many times, but he has not been able to get a satisfactory Shenwen heavy armored warrior, so he can only use the unskilled Shenwen heavy armored warrior first. "Old Zhou, have you heard that a mysterious cube appeared on the streets of the city?" Li Xian came to Zhouwen and said mysteriously. "What mysterious cube?" Zhou has only been doing dungeons lately. Apart from delivering breakfast to Wang Lu, he hardly ever went out, and no one told him. You don't know? Li Xian recounted the mysterious appearance of the black cube recently, not only in Luoyang, but I heard that the same black cube has appeared all over the world, but no one can figure it out. What is it? What? Zhou Wen couldn't help frowning when he heard it. He was also worried. If the black cube contained a few mythical creatures, the consequences would be unthinkable. Li Xian and Zhou Wen chatted for a while, suddenly remembered something, and said to Zhou Wen with a smile, the classical person looks like a ruthless character, but in fact he is really timid. Why do you say that? Zhou Wen asked, strangely. We didn't organize an event before and called Gugu to go with him. Fang Ruashi brought her pet cat over. The pet cat was not afraid of Gugu's vicious appearance and jumped on him. Gugu saw the cat, a person who usually looks so fierce, actually sits on the ground in fright. His legs are so weak that he can't stand up, he just sits back like that, as if he is afraid that the cat will eat him. You say it's not funny? That kid usually looks very manly, but I didn't expect to be so timid. When Li Xian spoke, he didn't notice that. Zhou Wen's face was a little weird. After Li Xian left, Zhou Wen checked the news about the black cube on the internet. Because it was too big, and there were too many occurrences, it was impossible to completely cover it up, so the black cube had already exploded in many places. There are a lot of clear pictures. There is nothing to see from the picture. Just a large black cube. What the hell is this? I wonder if Lord Emperor knows what it is. Zhou Wen was thinking about how to ask Lord Emperor, but suddenly received a message from Lord Emperor. Where you are now, is there a black cube? Zhou Wen saw that Lord Emperor actually mentioned this matter himself, and quickly replied. Yes, suddenly a lot of things popped up all over the world, and I don't know what it is? If I were you, I would take my mythical companion pet to the cube now. Lord Emperor replied with a message. How can I have any mythical companion pet? Zhou Wen denied. What are those on your ears? Don't tell me. Those are the earrings you bought online. Lord D said. Where are you going with the mythical companion pet? What exactly is that black cube? Zhou Wen didn't expect that Lord D would recognize Di Ting long ago, but he wasn't surprised, just a little curious. Lord Emperor obviously knew what the black cube was. What is it that? The Emperor doesn't want to tell you, but as long as you go with the mythical companion pet, it will definitely be beneficial. Do you dare to go? It didn't take long for the Emperor to return the message. Zhou Wen frowned when he saw it. He didn't know what the hell Lord Emperor wanted to do. He distrusted Lord Emperor 1,000 to 10,000, and he was most afraid that she would plot against him again. The people from the 6 major families have brought mythical companion pets over, and they haven't seen any benefits? Zhou Wen replied. With a message, without saying whether he wanted to go or not. How can those ordinary people know the benefits of it? You have the Emperor's guidance, of course it is different. Lord Emperor immediately sent another message. After you found the black cube, take your mythical companion pet to the top of the black cube, in the center, where there is a dot for your mythical companion pet. Stand there, and then burst its vitality into the dot with all its strength. Remember, it can only be a mythical companion pet, and vitality must be injected into the dot. Otherwise you will be at your own risk. What happens after the cube is opened? Zhou Wen asked. You won't Know if you try it yourself. If you don't have the guts, then wait for someone else to open the cube. Anyway, you won't take the big benefit that day, and some people want to take it. Lord D replied. To the last message, Zhou will be ignored. Zhou was suddenly a little embarrassed. Lord Emperor obviously wanted to tease him and deliberately didn't say what the black cube was, just to make him tangled. This makes me doubt life, and you underestimate me too much. Zhou packed up his things and planned to take a look at the black cube. Zhou intends to take a photo with his mobile phone. The black cube must be something from a different dimension. Maybe the mysterious mobile phone will respond to it. It will not be too late to decide whether to try it according to the method of Lord Emperor. Zhou didn't dare to go openly, so he took advantage of the night. I sneaked to the place where the black cube was found. There were troops stationed there, but it was mainly to prevent the black cube from mutating, not to prevent humans from approaching. So it was not difficult to get close. Zhou came to the roof of a nearby small building. It was very close to the black cube. Standing on the edge of the roof, it was only a dozen meters away from the corner of the black cube. Although it was night, with Zhou eyesight, he could see clearly. But he couldn't tell what material it was. It didn't look like metal, it didn't look like something like stone. And it didn't look like horn or bone. Looks a bit like artificial material. What the hell is this? I hope the mysterious mobile phone can take a picture. Zhou took the mysterious mobile phone and took a picture of the black cube. As a result, Zhou was a little disappointed because the mysterious phone did not move, and there was no lock frame. Obviously, it was not interested in the black cube. This time Zhou is a little embarrassed. Lord Emperor said that there are great benefits, but in case he is lying to him. He really did as Lord Emperor said, and as a result released a few Demon King level dimensional creatures that would be bad. But Zhou thought about it carefully and felt that Lord Emperor seemed to have no reason to do so. If Lord Emperor really wants to rectify him, just use the wishing ability directly, there is no need to bother him to come here. And the things that Lord Emperor asked him to buy, he hasn't delivered them yet. Let him put a few terrifying creatures out, and then he will die first. Who will Lord Emperor ask for things? Although Lord Emperor said it lightly, as if he could find someone to give her something at any time, how many human beings dare to go to Cheesy Mountain? There are even fewer people who dare to enter Cheesy Mountain to get empty words. Zhou suspects that there is only a pot of empty words in Cheesy Mountain. After thinking about it, I felt that Lord Emperor should not let him hang up so easily, and Zhou decided to try it. Zhou had been prepared for a long time. He got the most common armor of the god-patterned heavy-armored warrior and put it on. This armor can cover the whole body, and it is relatively common in the God's Peninsula. Even if it is discovered, it is not easy to find out who he is. The garrison troops were all around the cube, and there was no one above it. Taking advantage of the night, Zhou used the ghost steps to the extreme, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters like a black smoke, and fell on the black cube without being discovered. Above. Stepping on the black cube, nothing abnormal happened. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and walked quietly towards the center. In the most central position, Zhou really found the circle that Lord Emperor said. The side of the black cube is about 50 meters long, but the circle is only the size of a palm, and it is only a shallow circle mark. If Zhou hadn't known that this thing was useful, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Which mythical companion pet should I try? Zhou thought to himself. Excluding the evolving tyrant Beeman, Zhou still has 4 mythical pets available: Ting, Banana Fairy, Demon Baby, and 6 Wings. However, the first 3 have not really reached the myth level, and now the real myth level is only 6 Wings. After looking around, there was no one on the top. Even if Liui was summoned, no one should see it. Zhou decided to summon Liui. After all, if something goes wrong, 6 Wings are mythical, and they should be able to handle it. 6 Wings was summoned by Zhou. Its huge body stood on the cube, and it was not too conspicuous. But its claws were a little too big. For such a small circle, the claws were all covered by pressing on it, and it was beyond many times. Zhou didn't know if this would work or not. Let's try it. Zhou was very careful. He didn't let the 6-winged guardian dragon try it right away, but just let it stand there. The dragon put his vitality into the circle. If anything goes wrong, he can take back the 6-winged guardian dragon as soon as possible, and escape as soon as possible. Although I feel that the possibility of Lord Emperor harming himself is not very high, it should be just in case. According to Zhou order, the 6-winged guardian dragon pressed its claws on the circle and injected its vitality into it. Although Zhou was mentally prepared, Zhou was still surprised when the 6-winged guardian dragon injected his vitality into it. The entire black cube shines brightly in an instant, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Zhou was shocked. He wanted to take back the 6-winged guardian dragon, but found that the 6-winged guardian dragon seemed to be sucked in. It looked like it was on the black cube, but I couldn't get it back. Zhou saw the current situation of the black cube clearly, and his face changed greatly. Where's the black cube now? It is simply a huge 6-sided screen. The 4 sides on the side are bright, and it has become an LCD screen with images on it. The image is naturally nothing else, it is the 6-winged guardian dragon standing on the cube, and it is still in the 6-winged state after the appearance of the soul. The scene can be imagined. The 4 sides of the south, and northwest are all super high-definition large screens with a side length of 50 meters, which are many times clearer than any 4K high-definition screen. Even the subtle dark lines on the scales of the 6-winged guardian dragon can see clearly. The 50-meter high screen can be seen from more than 10 miles away. As long as people who are not asleep and who are outside can see the picture on the cube from all directions. Moreover, the top of the cube is also full of brilliance, and the 6-winged guardian dragon is photographed like a god. Now Zhou is secretly glad that he didn't stand on it, otherwise he would be really famous. The military was alerted. The reporters were alerted, and the gossip eaters were alerted, so the phone was about to explode. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the originally quiet night suddenly became lively. People rushed to the streets, or ran up the tall buildings, looking in the direction of the cube. Friends from the audience. This is the column group of today's Express. I am reporter Xiao Liang, and now we are risking our lives to live broadcast for you. Just a minute ago, the black people who suddenly appeared on the street a few days ago. The cube suddenly shines brightly. We can see that the side of the cube has become an ultra-high-definition large screen, and above the cube, there is a terrifying dimensional creature that looks like a dragon from the myths and legends of the West District. And it also has 6 wings, and its body is burning with terrifying black flames. It is likely to have run out of the cube. Such a terrifying creature, will it bring a huge disaster to our city? Master Emperor is sulking me again. Zhou Wenren was a little stupid, and kept trying to take back the six-winged dark dragon. But it couldn't be taken back. The army has already moved, and the sound of police cars can be heard everywhere, apparently rushing this way. Now that the six-winged guardian dragon is completely famous, I am afraid that everyone in Luoyang knows it. Zhou Wen tried time and time again to take back the six wings, but all failed. It's a pity that Zhou Wen's thinking is still too simple, and not only Luoyang is known to everyone. In fact, at the moment when the six-winged guardian dragon opens the black cube, the black cubes all over the world light up together, showing the six-winged guardian giant at the same time. Dragon image. The high-level and ordinary people of all the cities of the Federation watched the heroic appearance of the six-winged guardian dragon from all directions, 360 degrees, without any blind spots. Even those who haven't seen the cube screen with their own eyes must have seen all kinds of headlines pushed on their mobile phones at this time. There is no doubt that the six-winged guardian giant cube and the cube have made headlines at the same time, which is only a matter of a few minutes. Now people all over the world know that there is such a six-winged guardian dragon. Just when Zhou Wen was in a hurry, the screen of the cube changed again, the image of the six-winged guardian dragon disappeared. And it became a leaderboard with a ranking from 1 to 100 displayed on the leaderboard. However, the other rankings are empty. Only on the first position, the name of the six-winged guardian dragon appears. It seems that there is a feeling of loneliness and defeat. Everyone in the Federation looked at the solitary name on the cube, and no one knew what the situation was or what it meant. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen was also puzzled, but when he saw the six-winged guardian dragon in the light, his body seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. 3 minutes later, the helicopters of the military and the media rushed over, and the light wrapped around the six-winged guardian dragon disappeared. Zhou Wen, who had been trying to take back the six-winged guardian dragon, finally managed to take it back. The six-winged guardian dragon disappeared, and the bright cube also darkened, turning into the pure black appearance before. When Zhou Wen no longer hesitated, he sneaked away directly. Now the whole of Luoyang is in chaos. There are people everywhere on the streets and upstairs, all kinds of vehicles and helicopters are everywhere, so no one notices Zhou Wen. When Zhou Wen left, he also saw the car that Enxing usually drove. Apparently he rushed over, but he didn't know if Tianzhou was sitting in it. Didi. Zhou Wen was on his way back when he heard a message from his mobile phone. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Lord Emperor. I didn't expect that you actually have a real mythical companion pet. This emperor has underestimated you. Not bad. That's not my companion pet. Zhou Wen endured the depression in his heart and denied it. Lord Emperor didn't seem to believe it at all, and sent another message. This emperor didn't lie to you. Take a closer look at your six-winged guardian dragon to see if it has some changes. There will be surprises. I said it all. It's not my companion pet. Zhou Wen was slightly startled when he heard this, sent a message to Lord Emperor, and then took out the mysterious mobile phone to see the information on the six-winged guardian dragon. Looking at it, I found that the data of the six-winged guardian dragon had changed a lot. I looked at the data carefully, and I was surprised and happy. Six-winged guardian dragon, mythical level. Fate, life guardian dragon. Soul of life, wings of black flame. Wheel of fortune, the last guardian of life. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Physical fitness, 80. Vitality, 80. Talent skills, sanctification, poison breath, dragon's wrath. Hell Demon Flame, / with 6 wings. Associated State, Xingyan Dragon Wing. Zhou Wen remembered that the 6-winged guardian dragon in the past should have more than 60 attributes, but now all of them have become 80. According to the level promotion rules of companion pets, the top mythical creature should have 81 attributes. Now the attributes of the 6-wing guardian dragon have reached 80, which can also be regarded as the second top. There have been subtle changes in the fate and the wheel of fortune. The word life is added, and I don't know what it is, but it shouldn't be a bad thing. There is one more sanctification in the skills, which becomes 5 skills, which is obviously improved, and the magic flame dragon wing has also become a holy flame dragon wing. How is it, isn't it a surprise? Lord D sent another message. Zhou Wen saw that Lord Emperor had already decided that the 6-winged guardian dragon was his companion pet, so he simply acquiesced and asked, "Can you be strengthened as long as you go to the Black Cube for certification? What do you think is beauty? This is a reward for the first companion pet to enter the leaderboard. It's only once. You've got a big deal." Soon, Lord Emperor sent a second message. However, the potential of your 6-winged guardian dragon is not enough. It's better to let your earring be strengthened, and it should be able to be promoted directly to myth. Zhou Wen does not regret not listening to the words of Lord Emperor. It is good to hear the myth of promotion, but it is more inclined to support ability, and now Zhou Wen needs real combat power. After the 6-winged guardian dragon is strengthened this time, its strength should be greatly improved. When fighting the candle dragon, its effect will also be greatly improved, so that Zhou Wen has a greater chance of killing the candle dragon. Zhou Wen's cell phone rang again, but this time it was not a message from Lord Emperor, but a call from Sheng. And Sheng and Zhou Wen killed the 6-wing guardian dragon together, and also knew that Zhou Wen cited Medusa and the 6-wing guardian dragon to fight, and immediately guessed that the 6-wing guardian dragon belonged to Zhou Wen. "Master Wen, what's the situation with the Black Cube?" Sheng asked Zhou Wen directly, without being polite. Zhou Wen repeated what he knew, but omitted the matter of Lord Emperor. "You mean, the cube is actually a ranking of companion pets?" Sheng thought for a while and said, after listening, "It is indeed the case now, but it cannot be ruled out that there are other things in the Black Cube, otherwise the 6-winged guardian dragon will not be strengthened," Zhou Wen said. And Sheng's tone became much more relaxed. "That's okay, the overseer has been worried about the cube before, but now it seems that the cube should not pose a threat in a short time." "Correct, congratulations, Master Wen, now you are the 3rd person in Luoyang to have a mythical creature." And Xing sighed, "When you first came to Luoyang, you were still immortal. It's only been less than a year, and even mythical companion pets have been obtained. In terms of the speed of rise, I am afraid that even the 6 major families genius, not as fast as you." "Who are the other 2? Zhou Wen asked. "Naturally, it's Principal Leng and Lord Overseer. If they weren't there, how could the Luoyang family stand still, and even the 6 major families should be afraid of 3 points." And Xing said, with a smile. Zhou Wen didn't ask what their companion pet was, this was everyone's secret and trump card. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to summon the 6-wing guardian dragon in a companion state. 6 flame dragon wings appeared behind him, but it was no longer black, but wholly white. It looked a lot more beautiful, but I don't know if the actual effect has changed. Putting away the dragon wings, Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and entered the copy of Zhuolu. He wanted to try it out to see if the current six-winged guardian dragon could compete with Qiongqi. Zhulong has a vision of whole candles and can ignore strength and speed, but Qiongqi itself is a dimensional creature that relies on strength and speed. Now that the six-winged guardian dragon is greatly strengthened, it may be possible to fight Qiongqi. He took the six-winged guardian dragon into the temple where Qiongqi was located. After the six-winged guardian dragon saw Qiongqi, the original black body and black wings turned into white and turned into a white dragon. This should be, it is its extra sanctification skills. The six-winged guardian dragon in the state of sanctification is still not as fast and powerful as Qiongqi, but it can barely fight. Unlike before, it was completely crushed and has no resistance at all. The stronger the six-winged guardian dragon, the more terrifying Zhou Wen felt. Such a powerful six-winged guardian dragon was still suppressed by Qiongqi. The six-winged guardian dragon was barely able to fight, and would not be killed in a short period of time, but the blood-colored villain did not have such a good life. He was slapped to death by Qiongqi with a paw. A strange thing happened. The blood-colored villain was obviously hit, but he didn't die. When it was the six-winged guardian dragon, his body suddenly burst open and he died inexplicably. As soon as the six-winged guardian dragon died, the blood-colored villain couldn't last long, and was killed by Qiongqi. Could it be that the last guardian of life is the miraculous ability to die on behalf of the master? Zhou Wen guessed in his heart, immediately restarted the copy, and tried a few more times. Sure enough, as Zhou Wen guessed, as long as the six-winged guardian dragon is still alive, it can help him prevent a death catastrophe, and this ability can also play a role in the state of dragon wings. This reinforcement is really good. Zhou Wen felt more and more that this reinforcement was right. In this way, he would have an extra life. In the future, even if it was time to die, there would still be a six-winged guardian dragon who could protect him once. Which works better than any mythical creature. After all, there is only one life, no matter how many mythical creatures, Zhou Wen is useless if he dies. Zhou Wen is studying the six-winged guardian dragon. And the six major families and some wealthy families are also studying it, and even the people in the east and west districts are arguing about it. Because the six-winged guardian dragon appeared in Luoyang, the people in the east area naturally think that it is owned by the strong people in the east district, but the people in the west district say that the six-winged guardian dragon is obviously their companion pet in the west district, and there is no one in the east district, so the six-winged guardian, the owner of the giant dragon, must be from the west district, but he just passed by Luoyang on the way. The major families are also guessing who the owner of the six-winged guardian dragon is. The most suspects are naturally Leng Zongjing and An Tianzhua. However, after multiple attempts and verifications, both of them flatly denied it. At the same time, the six major families are not idle, they are all studying how the six-winged guardian dragon appeared on the cube, and what is the meaning of its existence. You mean that the mythical six-winged guardian dragon belongs to Zhou Wen? Inside the An family, An Tianzhua's expression became a little complicated after listening to An Xing's report. Yes, I killed the six-winged guardian dragon with young Master Wen and Zhang Yuji at the beginning, but the companion egg was not released that time. Later, Master Wen lured Medusa to fight against the six-winged guardian dragon, causing them to lose each other. If you are injured, the companion eggs will appear. Now that the six-winged guardian dragon has been strengthened again, it is estimated that the combat power is considered to be superior in the mythical level. An Xing said. That's not necessarily the case. Wild mythical companion pets are worse than those that were cultivated. And Tianzua said. And Xing didn't refute him, but said with a smile, what the overseer said is, but in any case, it is a mythical powerful creature after all. Master Wen, who owns it, is also my mainstay in Luoyang. When did you degenerate to rely on a student? When did I in Luoyang degenerate to rely on a student? N. Tianzua glared at Sheng. There's nothing I can do about it. I also want to be the mainstay, but I don't have a mythical favorite. And Xing said, spreading his hands. What's the hurry? Baiyun Mountain is not going on. And Tianzua said. And Xing said, I still don't know if the mythical creature in Baiyun Mountain can be killed or not. Even if it can be killed, it may not be able to explode the companion eggs. You killed the 3 or 4 mythical creatures before, but none of the companion eggs exploded. That's bad luck. The probability of mythical creatures producing companion eggs is almost 1/3, so it should be out this time. And Tianzua glared at him and continued, in short, we used to rely on ourselves, now also rely on yourself, and you will still have to rely on yourself in the future, don't pin your hopes on others. Yes, overseer. And Xing paused and asked again, if Master Wen is going to Zhuolu, should I stop him? Does he have the guts? The mythical creatures in Zhuolu are not comparable to ordinary mythical companion pets, and I don't think he has the guts to go. It's just luck to get the 6-winged guardian dragon. You really hope, is he going to kill mythical creatures? And Tianzua said. Zhou Wen was watching the news in the dormitory, and many media on the mobile phone took the appearance of the 6-winged guardian dragon and the ranking displayed by the cube as front-page headlines. Now in the entire Federation, I am afraid that no one does not know the 6-winged guardian dragon. I don't know what is the use of the ranking of companion pets? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Lord Emperor didn't say what the ranking was for, and Zhou Wen didn't find it useful, but he felt that it was definitely not that simple. Black cubes have appeared all over the world. Is such a big battle just to make a ranking that has no practical use? Zhou Wen felt that the terrifying existences in the different dimensional field were not so boring at all. The ranking must have some effect, but he just didn't know it yet. Zhou Wen didn't brush the dungeon today. He was thinking about how to kill Qiongqi or Zhulong. The 6-winged guardian dragon could barely fight with Qiongqi, but Zhou Wen's own strength was not enough to avoid Qiongqi's attack. Cumbersome every time Qiongqi kills the blood-colored villain first. The 6-winged guardian dragon is useless, no matter how strong it is. If you kill Zhulong, you must pass the level of Dongzhu's vision. The 6-winged guardian dragon can already compete with Zhulong head-on, but it can't block Dongzhu's vision. Qiongqi is still more difficult to kill, so I can only continue to think of a way to kill the candle dragon. Zhou Wen thought about it for a long time, and he finally came up with a method that might kill the candle dragon. The speed of Zhulong is much slower than that of Qiongqi. The speed of the strengthened 6-winged guardian dragon has already surpassed the first line of Zhulong. It is only because of the relationship between Dongzhu's horizon that it can't fight Zhulong. The crystal mirror Zhou Wen obtained can restrain the candle dragon, but it is too small, at most it can block one of his face. And because Zhulong's eyes are too wide apart, as if they are on both sides, it is not feasible to use a crystal mirror to block his sight. The size of the crystal mirror can only block one of it at most. Zhou Wen thought about it. There is only one way to get the candle dragon, that is to turn the 6 wings into a Dragon Wing State, increase Zhou Wen's own flying speed, and then use the movement and speed to avoid the candle. Dragon's gaze using the candle whole horizon, let it not see itself. Of course, it is impossible to avoid completely. After all, no matter how fast Zhou Wen is, it is impossible for Zhulong to completely lose sight of him. But if you have a crystal mirror, it should not be difficult to block the sight of the eyes on one side. In this case, Zhou Wen is given enough space, but this also requires repeated actual combatists. In terms of implementation, there are often many problems, which require repeated attempts. The last remaining problem now is how to kill the Candle Dragon. After so many battles with the Candle Dragon, Zhou Wen found that the strength of the Candle Dragon was even more terrifying than the six-winged guardian dragon. The dragon's attack can only damage its scales, and a small amount of attack is difficult to play a big role. Zhou Wen thought about it, and if he wanted to kill the Candle Dragon, he still had to rely on the poisonous dragon's palm or the ancient sword of the devil to attack. He probably figured out the steps of killing the Candle Dragon by himself, and then Zhou Wen entered the temple again. Before going to the Candle Dragon, Zhou Wen first transformed the soft armor of the epic King Kong warrior into the soft armor, and the heavy armor of the god-patterned heavy armor warrior. Putting it on, the six-winged guardian dragon appeared directly behind Zhou Wen in the state of dragon wings. He has listening earrings hanging on his ears, holding a sword in one hand and a banana fan in the other. At the same time, the demon baby was summoned, and she was placed on the back of the blood-colored villain, looking for possible sneak attack opportunities at any time. The current blood-colored villain, dressed in heavy armor with black lava patterns, 3 pairs of holy dragon wings behind him, a big sword and a banana fan in one hand, looks a bit strange. But it also gives people a strong feeling. But the demon baby lying on his back instantly made this powerful and domineering feeling disappear, and only 30% remained. Overall, he felt like a strong male nanny. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Wen directly controlled the blood-colored villain and rushed in before opening the temple. Zhulong saw him at a glance. And when he opened his mouth, he exhaled a puff of black smoke, which rolled towards the blood-colored villain like a rolling tide. The banana fan was fanned several times in a row, and the Tian wind suddenly rolled back the black smoke. Before the Candle Dragon could react, the 6 dragon wings behind the blood-colored villain vibrated in unison, causing the blood-colored villain's body to flash like a phantom. Behind the Candle Dragon, domineering cut off the neck of the Candle Dragon, the sword light with a violent rotation, cut to the Candle Dragon like a halo. The Candle Dragon's response was not slow. He turned his head to look at the sword light, and a flame-like light beam shot out from his eyes, which directly shattered the sword light, pulled towards the blood-colored little man in the air at an unbelievably fast speed. The dragon wings vibrated in unison, the ghost steps volleyed into the air, dodging the Candle Dragon's tail strike, and at the same time the tyrant sword swept, and the sword light broke out again, slashing at the key point of the Candle Dragon. Zhou Wen's figure flickered like a phantom, moving back and forth in front of the Candle Dragon, left and right. And the sword light kept slashing out, but they were all resolved by the Candle Dragon, and it was never able to hurt it. Zhou Wen was not in a hurry, but Zhulong couldn't bear his temper, and ripples of power erupted from his body, which directly radiated the entire palace, leaving Zhou Wen no room to dodge. Holding the tyrant sword tightly, Faxian outside the sky unleashed it, and the sword light slashed violently, colliding with the ripples, and the sword light and the ripples shattered together. There were too many ripples, and the flying immortals outside the sky couldn't finish it. There were ripples on Zhou Wen's body, and Zhou was instantly knocked out and slammed into a metal pillar in the palace. Zhou found that there were many holes on the armor, but his body was not injured. After the first layer of heavy armor was penetrated by the ripples, the soft armor inside also suffered some damage, but it was not able to penetrate completely. This armor and soft armor are really easy to use. Zhou couldn't help but be overjoyed. The hard and soft double armor was able to block Torch Dragon's attack, but he only suffered some damage from the shock attack, which was much better than he expected. When Zhulong saw that the blood-colored villain was not dead, light flashed in his eyes. This was a precursor to using Dongzhu's vision. Zhou jumped up and started the ghost step again. The 6 wings on his back vibrated wildly, and he moved to the back of Zhulong. The candle dragon also quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of Zhou. His eyes had become mirror-like. No matter how fast Zhou's movement was, it wasn't as fast as he turned his head, and the corner of his eye was about to catch up with the moving Zhou. Zhou backhanded a crystal mirror and threw it towards Zhulong's eye while continuing to move. Originally thought that the crystal mirror could block Zhulong's sight, but who knew that the speed of Zhulong's head rotation suddenly accelerated, and the trajectory of the crystal mirror suddenly staggered from its eyes. In his eyes, the game screen also went black. Even the lifeguard of the 6-winged guardian dragon failed to function. The 6-winged dragon burst first, and the blood-colored villain died. Life Guardian is just a kind of damage transfer. If Zhou is injured, it will be transferred to it, but there is no way for Zhou to leave the vision of Dongzhu. It seems that if you want to block the view of Dongzhu, you need more practice. Zhou was not discouraged, and he continued to brush the dungeon. He had already foreseen that it would not be possible to succeed once. Those scientists who do research do not know that they have to fail tens of thousands of times before they can produce results. Zhou is also equivalent to an experiment. What he wants is not a fluke, but 100% can kill the candle dragon. Without sufficient assurance, Zhou would not go to the temple. In reality, that would be harming others and harming himself. Before going to fight the candle dragon, Zhou first went to brush all those rare dimensional creatures, such as sun beasts, little tigers, Yachty puppet clones, etc. Brush everything that can be brushed. It works. Zhou faintly felt that if he could combine some rare things, such as fate, soul, and skills, he might be able to combine pets that were more perverted than mythical, but such a combination would not be as difficult. As explosive, a mythical pet is easy to come by, and it takes countless attempts. On the tree of the dead, the flower that bloomed after Jacques died, it finally withered, bearing a fruit the size of a bean, and I don't know how long it will take to mature. Tyrant Beeman has always been evolving, and it seems that it takes more time to evolve mythical level than to advance to epic level. After this guy is promoted to the mythical level, it won't really become as big as a mountain, will it? Zhou was secretly worried. If it is really that big, there are many dimension fields, it can't get in at all. Zhou was still brushing the copy that day, and Li Xian sent over the things Zhou asked him to buy. Except for one chemical material, all the things on the list were basically bought. There was not much time left before the deadline given by Lord Emperor. After Li Xian left, Zhou sent those things through Yan Konghua, and then sent a message to Lord Emperor, explaining that the material was not good. No, the nearby cities can't buy it. If she must, she will have to wait for a while. 1 month is enough, then the materials must be obtained. Lord D returned the message. Lord Emperor, I spent a lot of money to buy these materials, and I'm running out of money here. Zhou continued to complain, but it was not because he wanted to extort, but because he was afraid that Lord Emperor thought he was easy to come by. He wants things, how can he have so much time to help her buy things? Do you want to become a cat again? The skill crystal I gave you is a mythical skill crystal. There are not many of you humans, right? You just bought a few things. And said you have no money? Are you right? When I don't know the price? Lord Emperor quickly returned the message. Oops. Zhou thought that Lord Emperor was as foolish as before, forgetting that she could surf the internet. It is estimated that her understanding of human beings may be better than Zhou herself. Master Emperor, the crystal of mythological skills is certainly precious, but you also understand the human situation now. No one can use that thing. And there is no way to estimate it. The money to buy these things is all my own savings, and I really can't stand it anymore. Zhou can be sure that the price of the myth crystal can't be found online, and what he said is correct. It's also true that you humans are too weak to use good things, but those things are the worst here for me, and there is no lower level garbage. The information that Lord Emperor came back made Zhou, who was drinking water, almost swallow. How many treasures are there in chess piece mountain? Are all mythological vitality crystals just garbage? No, we must find a way to break chess piece mountain in the future. Zhou secretly ruthless. After owning the 6 wings, Zhou really has the qualifications to break into the cheesy mountain in the game. The fake fairy in Lutai, Zhou should have the strength to deal with her now, but there is more than one fake fairy in it. If the 6 are together, Zhou didn't know if he could handle it. Now Zhou is mainly attacking Candle Dragon, so he has no plans to go for the time being. Master Emperor, if you are inconvenient now, I will sell the iron and help you put it on first. Zhou sent a message tentatively. No, aren't you in the city not far from Cheesy Mountain now? Let me tell you a place, you should go there and look for something valuable. Lord Emperor is obviously not as stingy as Zhou.